I grew up in a carefree and affluent environment and was a typical rebellious hooligan. Every day, he just evades his responsibilities and indulges in racing and having fun. However, fate taught me a hard lesson. My father's steel mill is on the verge of bankruptcy. If it declares bankruptcy, I will soon become a beggar from a rich second generation. The root of all this was actually an elaborate deception by a foreign buyer. He only paid less than 10% of the deposit, and the remaining balance was quietly swallowed up, and the entire factory was in danger of bankruptcy. My father's hair turned white overnight from working day and night. Today, I decided not to escape and do nothing anymore. I got on my motorcycle and rushed towards the door of the family business that was about to collapse with determination. I, Qin Xuan, will use my wisdom and determination to uncover the scam and save the fate of my family. The world will witness how a scoundrel counterattacks and creates a shocking business miracle. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1. Brother Chuan. Qin Chuan, come out and play. Are you little bastards itching to get into trouble? You come and call Qin Chuan to go racing with you again. Hey, the old man is gonna hit us, run. The voice in my ears gradually became blurred, as if there was a layer of membrane between them, and I couldn't hear it clearly. I remember when I got off work from the research institute and returned home, I opened the door but stepped on empty air. I seemed to be tripped by something and fell down. Then I knew nothing. I opened my eyes dazedly, and in front of me was a spinning ceiling and a green three-blade ceiling fan. A sharp pain came over me, interrupting my thoughts. Countless images flashed by, and the memories of my youth came back to my mind. I covered my head and lay there for a long time before I sat up in a daze. The solid wood wardrobe diagonally opposite the single bed was piled with quilts. On the door of the wardrobe was a brand new old-fashioned New Year picture, with a doll riding a red carp smiling at me. This. I pinched my arm. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. I opened the window and saw the familiar home. Outside was a small courtyard of less than 3 acres of land. In the courtyard was the brand new motorcycle. We had lived here for several years before my father went bankrupt and went to jail. I looked away and stared at the calendar on the wall. The top read 1993, and below it was April 1st, Thursday. On April 1st, 1993, I actually went back to the day when my family's fate changed. April 1st, I will never forget it. On that day, when I was fooling around outside, a foreigner came and bought the unsaleable steel pipes from the steel plant contracted by my father and only paid a 10% deposit. Then, the balance was never paid, and more than $600,000 was wasted. The steel plant fell into despair and eventually went bankrupt. In order to not disappoint my father, I decided to focus on my studies, study hard, and get into college to bring honor to my family. However, when I went home to share the good news, I learned that my father had been put in jail because he couldn't pay back the bank loan. Dad, the steel plant, that damn liar. No, I have to go there quickly. I couldn't contain my excitement. I glanced at the clock, put on my clothes, and ran out. That's right. I suddenly stopped when I saw the motorcycle, rushed into the room, and grabbed the motorcycle key next to the pillow. I got on a motorcycle, but before I started the engine, I subconsciously looked around, fearing that Grandpa Wong next door would suddenly rush out and pull me off the motorcycle and beat me up. So I decided to push the motorcycle out first, and soon pushed it to the village entrance. Brother Chuan, you really managed to escape. Come on, I'll take you over to meet up. I was startled and turned my head to see a smiling young man leaning against a fiery red Honda CG 125 motorcycle, greeting me. He looked familiar, so I thought about it and asked tentatively, Li Jianxi? Well, let's go racing in Akina Mountain. Li Jianxi responded and prepared to start the motorcycle. Wait, I'm going to the factory to find my dad. Jianxi, I remember your dad is the director of our county public security bureau. Yeah, Brother Chuan. Why do you mention him suddenly? Don't scare me. Li Jianxi seemed a little flustered and looked around. I'm not going to scare you. There's something urgent. Come here, I'll tell you. Do you understand? Jianxi depends on you. Oh, okay, Brother Chuan. I'll go tell my dad right away. Before Li Jianxi started his motorcycle, I was already riding away in a hurry. Li Jianxi stood there, scratching his head in confusion, and shouted, Then let's not meet today. Let's play together another day. The waves beat against the beach of Dingxi Bay. Not far away were rolling hills, with Provincial Highway 209 winding through them. I rode my motorcycle at full speed on the coastal highway. The front lights are square, there is a speedometer on the dashboard, There's a gray fuel tank and a side cover, and there are two exhaust pipes at the front of the shiny engine radiator. If you're a motorcycle enthusiast, you can recognize it at a glance. This is one of the coolest motorcycles in the 1990s, Honda CB 125T. Riding it, I was simply the most handsome guy on the street. I leaned over the bike, tightened the accelerator, and rushed towards the steel plant. Beside National Highway 209, a row of factory buildings with chimneys appeared in sight, and a white wooden sign at the factory gate read, Liang Steel Plant in black. A group of people stood at the factory gate, including workers in work clothes and yellow safety helmets, and cadres in mouse suits, staring blankly at the road outside, expecting something. Liang Iron and Steel Plant was established during the Great Steel Production era, but soon, due to the low quality of iron ore, the plant was abandoned. After entering the 1980s, Qin Jingwo returned to his hometown, contracted the steel plant, recycled scrap iron, and helped his fellow villagers get rich. The steel mill was once profitable, but no one came to buy from it last year. This year is even worse. Not a single steel pipe can be sold. The factory has put all its funds into it and still owes a bank loan. It is looking like the factory is about to collapse. Last week, sales manager Li Runping went to the exhibition and persuaded a foreigner to come and purchase. But today, the sun is already shining, and the foreigner has not come yet. Alas, there's an overcapacity in steel production now, and even the steel pipe manufacturers can't survive. Our goods are nothing to foreigners, Lily said loudly. At this moment, a red Santana sedan drove into the factory gate. Here it comes. Everyone's face showed excitement. After the car stopped, Qin Jiangwo immediately went forward and enthusiastically opened the back door. A foreigner came out. He was not tall, and his face did not have the typical facial features of those foreigners seen on TV. Is this man really David? Get out of the way. Stop crowding around. Lily came over, pushed everyone aside, and walked to the side of the foreigner. Lily finished speaking arrogantly, and then nodded and bowed to David. Mr. David, there is nothing good in this small place. If you think it is suitable, you can take it. If not, we can go to other steel mills, such as Shugong and Wuhan Iron Steel, and they will give priority to you. David nodded and said, Okay, let's go in and take a look. We walked into the factory and saw bundles of 6-meter-long 4-inch steel pipes, each weighing about 60 kilograms, neatly tied into large hexagonal bundles. Each bundle contained 7 sticks, weighing more than 300 kilograms. They were arranged in rows of 8, crossed with 8 more bundles, 5 layers in total, and piled high into a stack weighing 12,000 kilograms. There are more than 200 piles of steel pipes in the factory. Because there is not enough storage space, some of them can only be piled in the open air with a layer of plastic film on the top. We mainly produce 4-inch pipes here. Qin Jiangwo introduced. The quality is absolutely fine. Many construction sites in the province are using it. Are you sure you could buy all of these? Of course, David is from a big foreign company, so your goods are nothing to him. Lily rolled her eyes before translating to David. Then, Lily started translating quickly again. Mr. David said that the steel pipes are uneven in thickness, some are not straight, and the quality is poor, but it seems that it is not easy for you. $300 per ton. Lily continued. The down payment is 10%. $300 a ton? The current exchange rate is 5.8, about 1,700 yuan per ton. Considering the market conditions, this price is acceptable. Qin Jiangwo nodded. Okay, we can accept it. When will the balance be paid? The balance will be paid after the goods are delivered to the construction site. Are you still worried that Mr. David will default on his debt? He is a foreigner. Lily finished speaking. She looked at David proudly and said, Mr. David doesn't mind the quality of your steel pipes, so what are you afraid of? Have you signed a contract? We don't want to stay in your place for too long. Okay. Qin Jiangwo nodded repeatedly. At this moment, the roar of a motorcycle came from outside. Buzz, buzz. The sound of the car approached quickly, and everyone's face showed an embarrassed look. Qin Chuan, the idle son of Director Qin, is back. Chapter 2. When I was working at Shugong, I was a well-known scoundrel in the factory, causing trouble every day. Everyone said I was a troublemaker. Later, my father Qin Jiangwo returned to his hometown and opened a steel plant. He wanted me to take over, but I did something wonderful. I took 30,000 yuan from the factory and bought a Honda motorcycle, claiming that I would ride it to do business. In fact, I was just hanging out outside all day and rarely went to the factory. Dad was so angry that he asked a neighbor to help look after the factory. Usually he wanted me to come back the most, but now, Everyone hoped that I could disappear without a trace to avoid causing trouble for everyone. That day, I came back on my motorcycle and heard my father's voice from afar. Don't sign a contract. If Assam were trustworthy, sows would climb trees. His voice was full of anger. My heart tightened, and I knew trouble was coming. Hearing this, Lilies's face immediately turned pale. He walked towards me, pointed at the motorcycle angrily, and shouted, "Where did this second-rate person come from? How dare you insult foreign guests? Stop the car, stop the car." I was so anxious that I stepped on the accelerator hard. The motorcycle engine roared, the wheels whizzed, and the chain made a rattling sound. The translator in front of me blocked the road and smiled coldly, thinking about how to deal with him. "Get out of the way, the brakes are broken," I yelled. The translator was stunned. It seemed he didn't understand what I meant. "The brakes are broken? Why are you turning the accelerator?" He looked confused. Before I could finish my words, I had already rushed over, stepped on the brakes, the wheels made a screeching sound, the motorcycle suddenly turned sideways, and the rear wheel slid out violently, just hitting Lily. He fell to the ground in pain, holding his leg and shouting, "It's a collision! This is murder!" I felt relieved. At least I didn't have to worry about the translator for the time being. Qin Jiangwo was furious when he saw this. "You good-for-nothing bastard! How dare you come back to cause trouble today?" He was so angry that his teeth were chattering, and he picked up a fire rod and said, "I'm going to beat you to death." Dad looked at me with disappointment in his eyes. I lowered my head, feeling mixed emotions. Although my dad often disliked me, he always supported me silently. Lily sat on the ground, holding her burned leg, and looked at me fiercely. "You are in trouble, big trouble." He was obviously seriously injured, and the burns on his legs were causing him a lot of pain. I ignored him and said to the Asan, "You liar. Reveal your true face first." I didn't care how angry he was. It was time to expose his conspiracy. "You're in big trouble." Lily scolded me angrily. I sneered, "Don't worry about it. I can handle it myself." To that Indian, I said, "You want to buy our steel pipes with only a 10% down payment? Are you crazy? You have to pay the full amount or leave." Qin Jiangwo was stunned when he heard me speak a foreign language. He had never seen me like this before. Although he didn't understand, he obviously realized that the situation was a little different. David was also stunned. The foreign businessman obviously didn't expect me to handle it this way. Translator Pan, is this how you treat foreign guests? David looked unhappy, with contempt in his tone. Lilies's face became even uglier. He struggled to stand up, but the pain in his legs made him unable to move at all. He could only shout angrily. "The foreign guest is angry. Apologize quickly." "Apologize? I won't apologize," I sneered in response. Before he finished speaking, I continued to push. "You said you only pay 10% of the deposit. Who will pay the balance?" This made the situation tense. I didn't want to be like other factories that waited for 2 years but still couldn't get the balance and finally went bankrupt. David's face changed drastically. He obviously didn't want to stay any longer and turned to leave. I looked at him coldly, feeling secretly proud. Let's see how he explains it. Lily was anxious and wanted to stand up, but because of the severe pain in her legs, she couldn't even move. She could only shout to David's back, "Wait a minute, foreign guests." "Mr. David, wait for me," I said coldly, and saw David ignored him and got into the car directly. The car door slammed shut, and David ordered the driver to drive away. At this moment, a van with police lights on stopped. I laughed in my heart. "David, you want to run? Can you run?" Chapter 3. "Police comrade, you are finally here." Lilies's voice was almost crying. She obviously knew that the people here did not respect foreign guests. These country people actually did not respect foreign guests and bumped into her. It was really unreasonable. "Police comrade, quickly arrest this bastard." Not only did he hit me and burn me with his motorcycle, he also insulted the foreign guests. This is a big deal. The van blocked the door and Santana stopped. The police officer seemed not to hear Lilies's shouts and walked straight toward Santana, scanning the people in the car. "Are you David from Gmail Company?" "Yes, police comrade. He is the distinguished foreign guest." Lily quickly agreed. "He doesn't understand our Oriental language. I am the translator sent by the Foreign Affairs Department. This car was also arranged by the Foreign Affairs Department. If you have any questions, ask me to translate. But I hope you can severely punish these evildoers." The police officer then turned to Lily and said, "Then tell him that he is suspected of fraud here, and we're taking him back for questioning." "Suspected of fraud? Take him back for questioning?" Lily was stunned on the spot. "Comrade police officer, you must be mistaken. He is a foreign guest, and diplomatic affairs cannot be taken lightly." Foreigners have to abide by our laws, even if they make mistakes. Qin Chuan said coldly. Are foreigners superior to us? Some people have been kneeling for so long that they can't stand up anymore. Police comrade, did you hear that? It's him. You go with me. Only then did Lily realize that the police were going to take him away. He panicked. Police comrade, I didn't do anything bad. I was just serving the foreign guests. What on earth did he do wrong? Don't you know? In the fraud cases of Weijianshan Steel Plant and Great Wall Casting Plant, you scammers only paid 10% of the down payment and didn't pay the remaining tens of millions of balance, which led to the bankruptcy of the two plants. One of the policemen said, we thought this kind of thing would not happen again, but he did it again 2 years later. Qin Jiangwo and others were shocked. He was really a liar. He only paid 10% of the down payment, and the balance was gone. Fortunately, Xiao Chuan stopped him in time, otherwise we would have been cheated. If we couldn't get the balance, Liang Iron and Steel Plant would go bankrupt. Qin Jiangwo felt a chill all over his body, cold sweat broke out on his back, and his body trembled slightly. Comrade police, did you make a mistake? Whether you made a mistake or not, we will know after we go back and investigate. Let's go. Lily wanted to stand up, but she felt a sharp pain in her leg. Oh, it hurts. Police officer, I'm injured. Can you take me to the hospital? Okay, we'll take you there. The police obviously regarded Lily as an accomplice. The Santana was also driven away by the police, and Qin Jiangwo finally recovered from a shock. Xiaochuan, how did you know? Yes, we are all in the steel industry. How come we have never heard of these things? How did you know? Dear uncles, I don't ride my motorcycle for leisure every day. I'm looking for sales channels for the steel pipes of our factory. I have heard about what David did. Humph, there are bad people among foreigners too. I looked at the familiar faces, feeling filled with emotion. Of course I know, because this is what I experienced in my previous life, but unfortunately I did nothing at that time. Now that it has finally been resolved, I feel relieved and a lot more relaxed. However, Qin Jiangwo still has a big stone in his heart. Really, Xiaochuan? Have you found out where you can sell our steel pipes? Yes, I did. In the previous life, on the same day that the steel plant was cheated, the fertilizer plant met a real foreign boss and bought a large batch of ammonium nitrate fertilizer. The fertilizer factory took the opportunity to expand and become stronger and also opened a branch factory. As for what these foreigners did with fertilizer, it was not revealed until more than 10 years later. In my previous life, I could only sigh at the trick of fate and could not do anything. Qin Chuan had to do it again. Really? That's great. Xiao Chuan, where is the customer? Don't worry. Let's process the steel pipe first. Processing? Is it threading? No problem. If the customer needs it, we will do it. No, it's not threading. I shook my head. Forget it. You may not understand. Let me show you. First, take a 4-inch pipe and cut it into 3 sections with a cutting machine. 4-inch pipe, also known as DN100, has an outer diameter of about 11 centimeters and an inner diameter of 9.5 centimeters. It is often used as a main water pipe and gas pipe in construction. When everyone heard that I wanted to cut it into 3 sections, they were very curious. Who has ever seen a long pipe cut shorter? The cutting machine made a sharp whistle, sparks flew, and the 6-meter-long steel pipe was quickly cut into 3 sections. My technique was standard and quick, and I was a veteran. Everyone in the factory knew that I had never touched these machines before. The workers around me gradually gathered around me, and the discussion gradually increased. A familiar person patted Qin Jiangwo on the shoulder and said, I said this kid is smart, but he just doesn't put his mind on the right path. He must have practiced secretly. Qin Jiangwo opened his mouth in surprise, and something sparkling in his eyes. His disappointing son finally became a talent. After cutting, I picked up one of the steel pipes and put on a cutting machine. This time, I put it vertically. Chapter 4. I picked up the cutting machine and cut open one end of the steel pipe, sparks flying. After cutting in more than 10 centimeters, I turned the steel pipe 90 degrees and continued cutting. Slowly, I cut a cross-shaped opening on the head of the steel pipe. Then, I continued cutting and removed 8 corners. The originally flat steel pipe became 4 large sawtooth shapes. Everyone was stunned. Xiaochuan, what are you doing? They couldn't figure it out. I know that street thugs like to use steel pipes as weapons, sharpening one end to stab people and even bleeding. But this steel pipe is different. It is thick and long, like a spear. Qin Jiangwo looked at me, his face gradually becoming gloomy. Xiaochuan, are you planning to give this to your bad friends? I smiled and shook my head. Of course not, Dad. Just wait and see, you'll know soon. I continued to work. Okay, I finally made one. I said softly. Then I looked to the side and said, "We need to find a steel plate and cut 4 trapezoids." Everyone was even more confused. What was this for? Soon after, I started to cut out 4 trapezoids with the cutting machine. "Are you making a rocket?" someone finally asked. Looking at what I had made, everyone realized that the pointed front and 4 trapezoidal tail fins at the back looked very much like a rocket. However, it was too crudely made, and there was no way it could fly. Even if it did fly, how could it be accurate? Suddenly, Qin Jiangwo's eyes lit up, and his expression became serious. "Xiaochuan, we can't do anything illegal." I couldn't help laughing. "Dad, how can it be so serious? It's just a large rocket. Besides, I want to sell it overseas. Look, after I modified it, it can be sold for at least $50 each." Asan's price was $300 per ton, and my modified rocket weighed more than 20 kilograms, which was about $6. I planned to sell it for $50. I started welding with the welding rod skillfully, sparks flew, and beautiful fish scale patterns appeared in the arc. Everyone was shocked. Although I had never learned welding, I was so skilled that I didn't look like a novice. No one could understand how I could do this. I ignored everyone's gazes and continued welding the tail fins and seams. Finally, a huge rocket appeared in front of everyone. It is about 2 meters long and 11 centimeters in diameter, with a sharp front end and a raised tail, and looks very powerful. It has a simple structure, is easy to use, and is cheap, making it suitable for mass production. I knew that before my rebirth, foreign bosses would definitely come to me to buy fertilizers to make explosives, and I had to take the opportunity to sell this rocket to them. "Dad, whether we can survive depends on it." I looked at Qin Jiangwo. "I have to take it to foreign bosses to sell it." Qin Jiangwo hesitated. "You want to go abroad?" He obviously didn't trust me very much and was worried that I would go out to play. "I can't even leave the province. How can I afford to go abroad?" I smiled and said, "I'm just going to the West Fertilizer factory to join the fun." Then I walked towards a motorcycle, already planning how to sell it. "If you want to go fast, you have to speed up." I tied the big steel pipe to the back seat of a motorcycle, just like selling candied haws. Although the motorcycle is not big, it can easily bear the 20 kilograms of weight. Qin Jiangwo looked at my busy figure, pondered for a while, and then said, "Xiaochuan, I will carry it for you and sit on your back seat." I didn't say much and simply fixed the tail wing part to the motorcycle and tied it tightly. "Dad, don't be idle. Continue to make the sky rocket according to my method. And when I can fool customers over, we have to make a large number of sky rockets to show our strength." I started the motorcycle and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone stood there, still unconvinced. "Director Qin, are we really going to do this?" a worker asked. Another was worried. "Can this thing be sold? What if it can't be sold? Make it. We can't sell the steel pipes anyway. So let's make a batch, as he says, and try it out." Qin Jiangwo was silent for a moment, then patted the table and said, "Trust my son for once." Although he still didn't understand how fertilizer, steel pipes, and rocket launchers could be related, he chose to believe me, hoping that I could bring about a turnaround. Chapter 5. Dongfang used to be a country lacking fertilizers. In the past, people mainly relied on collective work, and they would do whatever they could to get by. They would just dig a hole and bury the fertilizers sent down from above, and that would be considered a completed task. The situation changed when the household contract responsibility system was implemented. Everyone realized that fertilizers were not available during the fertilization season. Some counties even stated directly at a meeting, "Whoever can solve the fertilizer problem will become the county magistrate." In the 1980s, the fertilizer industry in the East began to rise, with output increasing at an annual rate of 28%. By 1990, the East became the world's largest producer of nitrogen fertilizer, and by 2005, its phosphate fertilizer output surpassed that of the United States, becoming the world's number one. The year is 1993. Fertilizer is no longer scarce and has even started to be exported, but there are still not many international buyers coming to buy it. In the factory building of Lishi Fertilizer Factory, an important negotiation is going on. "Mr. Robert, this is our fertilizer production line, which can synthesize 100 tons of ammonium nitrate every day. The 10,000 tons of ammonium nitrate you want can be produced in just 3 months. Please rest assured that we will give priority to your order." Danny, the director of the fertilizer factory, was grinning from ear to ear. Robert was a thin man with dark skin and spoke Chinese not very fluently. Behind him stood 2 strong men of the same skin color with sharp eyes, who were obviously bodyguards. Danny was so excited. 10,000 tons. This is a big customer, and he actually came to us on his own initiative. Isn't this pie in the sky? Director, there's a young man outside, saying he wants to meet our foreign customers. At this moment, a worker hurried over and whispered in Danny's ear. Meeting a foreign customer? Danny's face darkened. Get him out of here. Mr. Robert, I'll take you to the warehouse, and you'll see the strength of our factory. Robert nodded and walked towards the warehouse with Danny. At this moment, there was a commotion at the factory gate. Stop! Stop! You can't go in. Quick, stop him. The shouts were mixed with the roar of a motorcycle. A gray motorcycle came rushing over. It swayed left and right, nimbly dodging the people who tried to stop it. The rider shouted, Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Protect our customers! Danny shouted anxiously, fearing that the customers would be kidnapped. A group of workers quickly rushed forward and blocked Robert, their eyes full of vigilance and precaution. Robert suddenly raised his hand and said, Get out of the way! He stared at the back of the motorcycle with excitement. There was a strange steel pipe tied to it. Danny was stunned and didn't dare to say anything for fear of angering the foreign customer. The motorcycle braked suddenly and stopped in front of everyone. I took off my helmet, revealing my young face. Mr. Robert, fertilizer and steel pipes are a perfect match. I heard that you came to buy fertilizer, so I brought our steel pipes. Danny breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they were not trying to steal his business. But how could fertilizer and steel pipes be a perfect match? Robert's eyes flickered slightly. How do these two work together? Well, I kept it a secret. If you decide to buy our steel pipes, we will provide a complete matching solution to ensure your satisfaction. If the proposal is reasonable, I will buy your steel pipes. The more the better. Robert nodded. Well, it's very simple. I smiled. How about we find a quiet place to talk? Director Young, let's talk about our fertilizer business when we get back. Robert waved his hand and got in the Shali taxi parked nearby. I rode my motorcycle, following closely behind the Shali car. Danny and the others stood there, their faces full of confusion. Director Young, do they really only sell steel pipes? It should be. Look at the young man riding a motorcycle. He must be from the nearby Lyong steel plant. How do fertilizers and steel pipes match? Do you fill them with fertilizers and poke them into the soil to apply fertilizer? When I arrived at the West Hotel, the waiter looked at me in surprise as I carried the steel pipe and followed the foreigner directly into the room. After the door was closed, I placed the steel pipe against the wall and began to explain in detail. 2 different fertilizers will be filled into this steel pipe. The front half will be filled with a mixture of ammonium nitrate and other combustible materials, such as sawdust and flour, which will take up about 1/5 of the length. It's separated by a baffle in the middle, and the back half is filled with a mixture of sugar and potassium nitrate. Robert's face gradually became serious. He came to buy ammonium nitrate, of course, to make something that could burn violently or explode. The mixture of sugar and potassium nitrate can increase the burning speed and power. I added, the 2 mixtures need to be heated and melted and poured into the tube to form solid propellant. The ignition method is very simple. You can use a battery to ignite it, or you can use a fuse to ignite it. What about the range? Robert frowned. If the quality is good, at least 5 kilometers or even 10 kilometers. How to make a fuse? Put a nail on the tip and put a bullet primer underneath. It will explode when it hits the target. It's the simplest and most effective fuse. I placed the steel pipe horizontally on the ground and pointed at the tip to demonstrate. Chapter 6. Electronic technology has developed very quickly, and the detonation mechanism of bombs and shells has become simple. But in the era without these technologies, we can still find solutions with our ingenuity. An idea flashed through my mind. The principle of the explosion upon landing device is actually very simple. It only needs to be triggered mechanically. A firing pin is hung in front of the warhead. When it hits the ground, the firing pin will move, triggering the detonator and then detonating the explosives. If there is no detonator, the solution is simpler. Just put a bullet in the warhead and let the firing pin hit the bullet primer to ignite the propellant and detonate the explosive. This device sounds simple, but it inspired Robert. He was full of excitement. Good. This is a good idea. I continued. In order to avoid accidental contact, the nails must be inserted during launch, and rubber bands must be used to hold the nails to provide elasticity. Robert nodded repeatedly. Yes, that sounds completely feasible, but... He paused. We need to see you make a sample and test it. Okay, let's find a place and make a big rocket. I said nonchalantly, let me show you that trains are not pushed and that you are awesome is not just boasting. By the way, how many do you want? There are more than 50,000 steel pipes in the factory, each of which can make 3 rockets, a total of 150,000. With so much inventory, I have to ask Robert how much he can eat. How much is this thing? He asked. I smiled and said, this welded product is $50 each. It's good quality and inexpensive, and we don't cheat anyone. The steel pipes are of course cheaper if you buy them individually, but they are processed, which involves labor and technology. The small body of the Sky rocket is not made casually. Robert nodded. Okay, let's buy 10,000 first. I laughed in my heart. How much is that? 10,000 is not enough. I immediately responded, Mr. Robert, it's meaningless if you put less. If you only buy 10,000, you can only cover 100,000 square meters at most. He was slightly stunned, and I continued, how big is a city? It must be at least 10,000 square kilometers. And we set off fireworks during the Chinese New Year in the East, which easily involves hundreds of millions of rockets. If you buy less, it will be very troublesome for you to purchase next time. Robert seemed touched. He thought for a moment and nodded. As long as the test flight is satisfactory, we will buy 100,000 sticks to try. 100,000 sticks cost $5 million US. Robert brought $10 million US this time. He decided to use half of it to buy rockets first. I smiled and said, 100,000 is good. I can't get bullets for now, so let's use sand instead in front when we test fly. I knew that bullets were not easy to get in that era. Although some friends could get them from the armory, I stuck to my principles and couldn't let these military supplies be involved. Robert agreed. Okay, we can use sand instead of bullets. The key is whether the fertilizer and sugar mixed at the back can fly. This directly determines the power of the rocket. I nodded. Let's go to the nearby supply and marketing cooperative to buy some fertilizer and sugar, and then find a place to test fly. The motorcycle and Shally car left quickly and drove to the fertilizer factory. At this time, Danny received a message in the fertilizer factory. Potassium nitrate? What do they buy this for? Don't they want ammonium nitrate fertilizer? He suddenly realized that he might have been cheated. This guy is not selling steel pipes. He is here to sell potassium nitrate fertilizer. I didn't know that they had already begun to suspect me. At the same time, I rode my motorcycle to the top of a hill near my hometown and found a well house. Irrigation in the mountains is not easy, and there was a stove, a big pot, and an empty water tank in the well house. This was a good place for us to assemble. I stopped my motorcycle and called out to the people on the Shally. Bring down the sugar and potassium nitrate. I picked up the gourd ladle and started scooping sugar and potassium nitrate. It seemed casual, but in fact, these two materials must be mixed in a fixed ratio to achieve the best effect. Soon, a pot of mixture began to take shape. Next, we light the fire and boil it, stirring slowly while boiling. I turned to Robert and said, Mr. Robert, can you ask your people to help? He nodded and instructed Michael to come over to help. The contents of the pot slowly melted and mixed together under the heat. Robert was stunned. He only knew that ammonium nitrate and flammable powder mixed together could explode, but he didn't expect potassium nitrate and sugar to make such a powerful fuel. Potassium nitrate and sugar mixed together, and they could really send rockets into the sky. Chapter 7. The spring breeze was blowing, and the air was fresh. I stood by the stove, picked up some newspapers, and began to roll them into paper tubes. After each roll, I would compare them with the steel pipes from time to time to make sure they fit perfectly. Robert understood my intention, which was obviously to make a mold. After the sugar and potassium nitrate were mixed, they could not be directly stuffed into the steel pipe because they still needed baffle protection. Otherwise, after ignition, the mixture at the back might ignite the front part, causing an unnecessary explosion. Once I had finished designing the mold and the mixture in the pot was ready, we quickly poured the thick substance into the paper tube and waited for it to cool, completing the first step of making the solid propellant. Then, I carefully filled them into the steel pipe, added the partition, and stuffed the cooled propellant in. Finally, a large rocket was formed. But since there was no launcher, I temporarily inserted it into the canal with a 45-degree angle facing the stone mountain in the distance. The mountain was desolate and empty, and most people were busy in the fields, so no one would pass by. Mr. Robert, can you help me measure how far the mountain is? Robert raised his thumb and gestured. About 10 kilometers. If we can hit that mountain, the range will meet our needs and the contract can be signed. I turned to Salah. You go to the other side. Yes, he answered and left. The sun slowly sank into the west, and the sunset filled the sky. I continued to explain. You can add a heating wire to ignite it or ignite it directly. Now, our rocket is about to take off. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? My heart tightened. Why is Grandpa Wong here? Although I can see the hillside where my home is, it will take him at least 20 minutes to walk over. Normally, I would have avoided it, but now there are customers here, so I can't run. An old soldier came over, wearing a faded military uniform, a liberation cap, and serious eyes. I saw smoke coming out of the well and knew you were the ones causing trouble. When he approached, he noticed a few foreigners standing next to me and was stunned. After retiring, Grandpa Wong returned to the village. He was always enthusiastic and would always come to take care of anything he saw that was wrong. When he saw the smoke today, he immediately guessed that we might be doing something strange, so he rushed over. Grandpa Wong, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Robert, a customer of our steel plant. I quickly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Robert, this is my grandfather. Robert looked at Grandpa Wong and then said, "Have you ever been to the battlefield?" Grandpa Wong smiled faintly. I participated in the war in the 1950s and killed more than a dozen enemies. Robert was immediately filled with respect. So you participated in the Far East War? That's amazing. He stopped before he finished speaking, because there were some things he couldn't say more here, but he had already decided in his heart that these people in front of him had done what they were doing and would undoubtedly cooperate. A good man never brags about his past achievements. Grandpa Wong smiled and took over the conversation. What are you doing? This is a sky rocket, made of steel pipes from my father's factory. I pointed to the steel pipes not far away. Our customer has good vision and plans to buy a batch. We have to try the effect first. Grandpa Wong was stunned. His eyes fell on the steel pipe inserted in the canal, and his eyes became deep. As an old soldier, Grandpa Wong could see the purpose of this thing at a glance. But since he could sell it to foreign customers, he didn't have to worry about making money. Grandpa Wong, how about you try it? I handed him a torch, and he took it and walked to the end of the pole. Well, I've shot a gun before, but I've never used this thing. Grandpa Wong lit the newspaper, and the next second, flames suddenly shot out from the tail of the rocket and flew into the air. As the sky darkened, the flames dragged a beautiful arc, like a meteor, across the sky. Robert's eyes sparkled as he stared at the trajectory of the flight. He carefully compared the flight distance. The range is more than 3 kilometers, and with inertia, it must be more than 5 kilometers. The flying monkey finally landed on the opposite hillside, raising dust. A man on a motorcycle approached quickly, and the light was particularly clear in the night sky. The landing point was confirmed to be 10 kilometers away. Robert said excitedly, "Great! I didn't expect that a mixture of sugar and fertilizer could be used as a propellant. The long-range flight effect is amazing." He slapped his thigh and said with a smile, "Qin Chuan, wait for Sala to come back and take me to your factory to sign a contract. It's $50 a stick. We'll buy 100,000 first." Grandpa Wong also heard it and lowered his head in shock. $50 a stick? 100,000. A $5 million contract was negotiated just like that. I couldn't help but feel proud of myself. It seemed that I had really found a way to success. Chapter 8. In the evening, the sun had just set, and the day at the steel mill had finally come to an end. Marx took off his gloves, picked up a hammer, and hammered on the newly welded skyrocket. The workers next to him murmured, "We have welded more than 300 of them this afternoon. I wonder if it will work." I stood aside, smiling slightly, listening to their complaints. "If these can't be made, they will have to be put back into the furnace," another worker said worriedly. Marx glared at them and said in a serious tone, "If it weren't for Qin Chuan, we would have been cheated by Asan today. If we only got 10% of the deposit, this factory would be bankrupt." "That's right," I added. "Qin Chuan helped us avoid the worst situation today. Asan came with a contract that only required a deposit, and we were almost in trouble. Now we have hope." Just as everyone was discussing, I heard the familiar sound of a motorcycle. The roar of the engine made people feel nervous from afar. Qin Chuan is back. I walked out of the factory and saw him riding a motorcycle, followed by Shali car. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because my son finally brought back hope. "Dad!" Qin Chuan strode over, his face full of excitement. "Show our finished product to the customer. Our customer plans to order 100,000 rockets, and the wholesale price is $50 a piece. $50 a stick, 100,000 sticks, $5 million. The Indian just now only paid about $600,000 in full. But now the deposit for 100,000 sticks is already $1 million. This business is enough to turn the factory around." The workers around had excitement in their eyes. "Qin Chuan is so awesome. Now we're going to make a fortune." Everyone was full of hope at the same time. "Okay, everyone, stop talking. Marx rolled his eyes at the workers in dissatisfaction. They were just laughing at Qin Chuan, but now they were flattering him. Come on, Qin Chuan, we're ready here. Take the customer to see the finished product. I nodded and took Robert to the production workshop. Mr. Robert, this is our steel plant, which mainly produces steel pipes and rockets. Please take a look, and then we'll go to sign the contract. Robert just glanced at the factory, with no extra expression on his face, but I knew that he saw the piles of steel pipes and knew that we were not lying to him. We will pay a 50% deposit first, and the goods will be shipped within a month. The balance will be paid immediately after the goods arrive. 50% deposit. This is a huge sincerity. Qin Jiangwo nodded quickly. No problem. After signing the contract, Robert took out the checkbook and wrote down $2.5 million stroke by stroke. The number on the check made Qin Jiangwo stunned. Is this it? Mr. Robert, it's getting late. I'll take you to a restaurant in the city, Qin Chuan suggested. Robert shook his head. No, we still have to go to the fertilizer factory to sign a contract to buy ammonium nitrate fertilizer. Time is running out. He left in a hurry, but I knew that his excitement and anticipation were already beyond words. Okay, I'll give it to you. The ratio of fertilizer to other ingredients is also very particular. Qin Chuan's words were still calm and analytical. After signing the contract, he also gave Robert a simple launch device design. The Shali left, and Qin Jiangwo returned to his office, still feeling a little bit unbelievable, as if everything was a dream. He turned to Li Runping and said with a little doubt, "This check, can it be fake?" "Don't worry, Lao Qin, these checks look legitimate." Li Runping patted his chest. "But to cash them, I have to go to the capital, and the procedures are complicated." "Okay, then I'll leave it to you. I'll continue to organize production. We have to weld 100,000 wires in a month, so we have to work overtime." Qin Jiangwo's voice revealed determination. The workshop was already busy. After dinner, the old masters came back to work overtime voluntarily. Xiao Chuan is really amazing. He brought us such a big business. We can't let him down. Marx's voice was the loudest. That's right, let's go for it. For this month, the factory will be our home. Everyone made up their minds in excitement. Qin Jiangwo listened to the sound of the machines in the workshop, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He knew that if the business was successful this time, not only would the factory survive, but life would also be better. By the way, where is Xiao Chuan? He suddenly asked. He said he wanted to buy some gifts to thank the police officers who came today. Li Runping responded with a smile. Qin Jiangwo was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "What a kid." However, everyone should thank him for his performance this time. He paused, feeling a little guilty. He thought that he might have misunderstood Qin Chuan in the past. In the past, maybe I really misunderstood him. Chapter 9. Chu. I sneezed suddenly while riding my motorcycle. Was it because the mountain wind was too strong? I used to ride my bike just to look cool and never wore a helmet. Now I can't be so careless. After rebirth, safety comes first. When I have enough money, I will buy a new car and put the motorcycle aside. At this time, the net bag hanging on the handlebars reminds me that there are chocolates, tea leaves, and American ginseng in it. I spent 200 yuan and there is not even any money left for gas. However, this is how society works. You have to build a good network of relationships and get the right people. After a familiar road, I rode my motorcycle into the county town and finally arrived at Li Jinchi's home. Public Security Bureau Family Compound, Building 3, Unit 2. I knocked on the door. Who is it? It's Qin Chuan. Li Jinchi quickly opened the door, his eyes full of admiration. Brother Chuan, why are you here? I walked in with a smile. I came to see Uncle Li. I want to thank him for his help today. I didn't have the convenience to say hello to Uncle Li today because of what happened during the day. I can say hello now, I said as I walked into the house. Li Jinchi's home was indeed simple, with 3 bedrooms and a living room and a compact layout. Li Gang was sitting on the sofa, with the table full of food and wine. When he saw me, he smiled and said, "Xiao Chuan, today it's all thanks to you. You have done a great service for Uncle Li. We saw the big case, and we have to thank you." Li Gang didn't believe his son at first, but when he called to confirm the matter, he decided to support him. If he caught the wrong person, he would write a self-criticism, and if he caught the right person, he would be rewarded. In the end, he really caught the right person. Li Gang looked particularly happy, opened a bottle of good wine, and asked Li Jianxi to sit down with me. I smiled and waved my hand. "I've eaten, no need to drink with me." At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Li Gang picked up the phone, and his face suddenly became serious. "What? Is there such a thing? Okay, I'll be there right away. Dad, what's wrong? Brother Chuan just arrived. Li Jianxi was a little reluctant, but he was very happy in his heart. Li Gang said in a deep voice, "Two cars of people from the Laishi fertilizer factory next door have arrived and are blocking the entrance of the Yongwang fertilizer distribution department." My brain turned. What coincidence? Is this where the problem lies? Uncle Li, I think I know why they are having conflict. I continued, "You can go to the scene and make them disperse with just a few words." Li Gang looked at me suspiciously. "Can it really be solved?" I nodded. "Absolutely no problem." Li Gang chuckled and said, "Okay, if it can be solved easily, then it will be another credit." Li Gang already treated me as his own and hurriedly led the police to the scene. Yongwang Fertilizer Sales Department used to be an agricultural machinery station and is now contracted and operated by Zhang Yongwang. Back then, he was dealing in a batch of scarce fertilizers, and everyone flocked to it. The scene was once so lively, but today they came for a fight. "Zhang Yongwang, you are trying to steal our foreign customers." "Danny, what do you want?" "I just owed money to your fertilizer factory, and I didn't sell it to you. Why are you looking for me to settle the account?" Zhang Yongwang stood at the door, looking fearless, and said sarcastically, "Come and get the goods if you want them. The money is gone." He stalled for time, waiting for more helpers to arrive. There were only 7 or 8 police officers at the scene, but the number of people on both sides of the conflict had reached 50 or 60. The sweat on the forehead of the police leader, Luo Chung, gradually seeped out, and his hand kept touching his waist. "This is really a misunderstanding. Everyone calm down first." At this time, Li Gang's voice rang out. "Get out of the way, let me in." Li Gang walked into the scene of the conflict, stood between the two parties, and said in a deep voice, "Director Yang, this is inappropriate, isn't it? The foreigners in your factory are still waiting." Danny was stunned, obviously making a big mistake. It turns out that it has nothing to do with Zhang Yongwang. Li Gang looked at the situation and had an idea in his mind. He said lightly, "This is all a misunderstanding, and all problems can be solved through communication." Chapter 10. "Comrade, have you called our factory? How do you know that foreigners are waiting?" Danny asked in confusion. Li Gang obviously knew what he was thinking and replied, "I called but couldn't get through. No one in the factory is here, and I know there aren't many people left here." As he spoke, his eyes flashed. "If you're not sure, give him a call and see if he can get through." Danny's face suddenly changed, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly realized that he had forgotten this key point. Is there really no one left in the factory? His heart tightened, and he felt an indescribable anxiety. "Hurry back," Li Gang urged. "If foreigners come and there is no one to receive them in your factory, it may cause trouble." Danny almost immediately ordered, "We have 2 cars of people coming this time. Half of the team will stay. Lao Wang, you continue to watch. The others go back." The workers left one after another, and the police finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, they could still control the remaining people. But even so, Li Gang was not completely relaxed, as the situation was still uncertain. "Old Li, this is just a delaying tactic," Luo Chung reminded in a low voice. "If they go back and find that the foreigners are not waiting, they will probably bring more people back. We have to set up checkpoints in advance to control the situation." Li Gang raised his eyebrows, his eyes firm. "No, don't worry, I have confidence. Why set up a checkpoint? Even if they come back and don't see foreigners, they should calm down." At this time, the roar of the old Jiefeng car came. Danny jumped out of the car in a hurry. Seeing the Shali car parked at the factory gate, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Robert, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Danny hurried to meet him. Robert's expression was calm, as if he had expected it. "It's okay. I thought your factory was going to fail. If no one comes back tonight, I will go to another fertilizer factory tomorrow." "What an accident. I'm so sorry." Danny apologized quickly. "Please come in. Please come in." At this moment, the confrontation outside was still deadlocked, and time passed by. Suddenly, a man came hurriedly on a motorcycle. Director Wang, Director Wang, Director Yang went back and found foreigners waiting. "This is a misunderstanding." Luo Chung breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li Gang with mixed emotions in his eyes. "Old Li, this time it's really thanks to you. You have made a great contribution." Li Gang finally breathed a sigh of relief. That boy Qin Chuan is really amazing. How can he always see the situation clearly in advance? The old director is about to retire. With these 2 contributions, his position as director is basically stable. "I'll go back and have a few drinks with Qin Chuan to express my gratitude." Li Gang thought to himself, feeling happy. When he got home, Li Gang saw that Qin Chuan's motorcycle had disappeared as soon as he entered the door. He looked at his watch, and it was almost midnight, so Qin Chuan must have gone home. However, not long after, there was a shout from outside the door. Brother Chuan, Qin Chuan. Li Gang smiled bitterly, wondering what trouble this kid was getting into again. Little bastard, are you itching to go racing? No, no, Grandpa Wang. I'm here to be Brother Chuan's younger brother. The man outside responded eagerly. Become a younger brother? You little bastard, you don't learn well, and you follow others to learn the underworld. I'll beat you to death. Grandpa Wang's voice was loud. No, Grandpa Wang, my dad is a policeman. My dad is Li Gang, the other party shouted. I don't care who your dad is. Grandpa Wang responded mercilessly. Don't harm Qin Chuan anymore. He finally started to do the right thing. Don't let him go astray. Qin Chuan had already climbed out of bed, rubbing his eyes and walking out of the room. When he reached the door, he saw Grandpa Wang holding the rocket that had been successfully tested yesterday, pointing at Li Jianxi fiercely. Brother Chuan, my dad said you are very capable and asked me to follow you in the future. Li Jianxi said hurriedly. I am not here to race with you. I am here to do business. Li Jianxi was a little overwhelmed and was about to cry. Qin Chuan smiled and stretched out his hand. It's okay, Jianxi. The factory was grateful for your help yesterday. From now on, we will work hard together and say goodbye to the past. Really? Li Jianxi's eyes lit up. Really? Qin Chuan confirmed. Okay, don't just stand there. Hurry up and help at the steel mill. Li Jianxi agreed, turned the motorcycle around, and headed towards the steel mill with Qin Chuan. The factory has not yet completed its task. In 1 month, we need to produce 100,000 rockets, and the daily production target is 3,300. We made more than 300 yesterday afternoon and more than 1,000 in the evening, but it is still far from enough. Dad, I brought Jianxi here. He can do any job. Qin Chuan brought Li Jianxi back to the factory. Qin Jiangwo said bluntly, Jianxi, come and move the cut steel pipes to the welder. Chuan, the welding station is here. Be careful. Qin Jiangwo handed the welding mask to Qin Chuan. Dad, I don't have a welder's license. What if something goes wrong? Qin Chuan was a little worried. Don't worry, son. Qin Jiangwo patted his shoulder. With me here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Chapter 11. The welders were very busy. Their faces and hands were covered with welding smoke, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. Although everyone felt uncomfortable and coughed constantly, they still insisted on working. A month later, the workers finally had a break, and the goods in the factory were shipped away. The empty factory made me feel a little emotional. I looked at the place that was once full of steel pipes, and now there was nothing there. I felt an indescribable feeling in my heart. I was freed. The deposit of 2.5 million US dollars has been brought back. At the exchange rate of 5.8, it is equivalent to 14.5 million renminbi. The workers lined up to receive their wages, and everyone had expectant smiles on their faces. In addition to the overdue wages, each person was given 500 yuan in overtime pay. That's great. When I got this money, it felt like 2 months' salary. It was hot. I walked over, looked at everyone, and said sincerely, if you work hard in the future, you will definitely earn more than the county officials. Everyone laughed. Li Rumping came out of the house, put his arm around my shoulders, and took me outside. We have paid off our debts, paid salaries and bonuses, and have more than 10 million left. The goods have been delivered to the customer, and the balance is also more than 10 million. Uncle Li, next we will go to Hong Kong to open an account and transfer the balance directly to the overseas account. Li Rumping nodded, his eyes full of praise. This is a good idea. It can avoid foreign exchange control. Yes, it is difficult to apply for foreign exchange. We can easily operate it this way. But Li Rumping frowned. How are we going to do business next? Will anyone buy the Sky Monkey? I smiled and said, of course, but let's use up the inventory first and then switch to making water pipes. But I knew in my heart that once the news of the skyrocketing steel pipes spread, other steel pipe factories would surely follow suit. Once the price war started, it would be difficult to do business. Qin Jiangwo nodded. Then wait a minute. Our factory has recovered a lot of funds this time. Xiaochuan, what do you want to do next? I rolled my eyes and suddenly said, gas tank. Qin Jiangwo was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Gas tank. Yes, the country's economic development is getting better and better, and the demand for gas is huge. Both urban and rural areas are starting to use gas, so there must be demand in the market. Although the popularity of gas in China was slow, It began to be promoted on a large scale after 1988, especially in rural areas in 1992. But we have never made a gas tank. What if we fail to make it well, and the gas tank explodes? I smiled and said, I will. We can export the gas tanks to Robert and his team. As for the quality, they won't be picky. What are you complaining about? A gas tank that can explode is a good gas tank. Qin Zhangwo's eyes sparkled with excitement. How do we do it? First, we need 2.5 thick steel plates. Our factory has enough steel. I continue to explain. Our factory has a rolling mill. So, it's no problem to make steel plates, but if we want to make gas tanks, we can't use ordinary plate rolling machines. Why? Qin Zhangwo wondered. Because the steel plates made by the plate rolling machine have cracks, they will definitely explode if gas is installed. We have to use a 500-ton stamping machine. Manufacturing a gas tank is not complicated. You just need to stamp the steel plate into a round shape, weld the base and handle, and connect the gas nozzle to complete the basic production of a gas tank. Our factory doesn't have a stamping machine. Then go buy one. That's right. Now we have money and confidence, so it's no problem to buy a hydraulic press. Qin Zhangwo seemed very happy, with a proud face. We have money. We are not afraid of anything. I smiled and looked at Li Runping. Uncle Li, how much cash do you have left after paying the wages? Li Runping smiled and said, the remaining 500,000 yuan is mainly for appearance. After the salary is paid, we have to deposit the money into the bank. No need. Give me the 500,000 yuan, and I will buy a 500-ton hydraulic press. I looked at my father. Dad, can I take it? Qin Zhangwo said generously, you solved the crisis in the factory, and the money you made was also earned by you. Take as much as you want. Then I'll take it. Let's go. Jianxi, take the money and do the work. Li Jianxi came out of the office, saw me, smiled and waved. Brother Chuan, they're all 125, but I think your motorcycle is cooler. Seeing Li Jianxi's excited look, Qin Zhangwo suddenly thought of something. The factory has money now. It's time to buy a means of transportation. Shally sedan or Tianjin Daihatsu van? A van, maybe? It can also carry goods. Yeah, I thought so too. Li Jianxi couldn't help laughing. Jianxi, what are you laughing at? I asked. Nothing, nothing. Li Jianxi quickly waved his hand. Chapter 12, 500,000. Although it was only the size of suitcase, what I carried out was a bulging fertilizer bag, which contained what looked like bedding. This is how people usually do business these days, and no one would notice that there is 500,000 yuan in cash in such a bag. After all, there are only 100 yuan bills, and they can be bundled into 10 stacks and stuffed into the bedding, which is actually quite convenient. I tied the fertilizer bag securely to the metal rack behind the motorcycle. I started the motorcycle and turned the accelerator. Although I felt a little uneasy, I had to keep going. Qin Zhangwo stood behind me, full of worry. Xiaochuan, how about I go with you? I turned around and smiled. There's no room, Dad. Don't worry, I'll go. Looking at my father's face, I felt his unspoken anxiety. After all, with 500,000 in hand, it is easy to get into trouble. During the ride, I became more and more nervous. My father's words, wait until I buy a car and go to the provincial capital, flashed through my mind. For him, this might be his hope or even his greatest expectation for me. In order not to embarrass him, I had to get everything done quickly. When I arrived at a compound in the county town, it was already getting dark. A dark red Santana was parked at the door, looking a little old, but still dignified. In the small courtyard, several children saw the car and couldn't help running forward, but they were frightened by the serious faces in the car window and immediately turned around and ran away. The driver, Xiaohe, looked at Li Gang, who was waiting on the side, and asked, Boss, who are we waiting for? A hint of smile flashed in Li Gang's eyes. Someone. Just then, I arrived on my motorcycle. Li Gang got out of the car with a big smile on his face. Xiaochuan, you're finally here. Get in the car. I nodded to Li Gang and then said to Li Jianxi, put the luggage in the trunk. I'll ride the motorcycle into the compound. Why did you bring Jianxi along? Li Gang was obviously a little surprised. Let's see the world together, I said casually. When the Santana drove to the development zone of Tianjin, it was already dark. After arriving at the destination, Li Gang quickly communicated with the insider, and soon, Wang Chong came out. When he saw Li Gang, he smiled and said, Old Li, I haven't seen you for a few years. How are you doing? That's it, Lao Wang. Why are you always so busy? Li Gang joked with a smile. The two had been classmates since the police academy and had kept in touch since then. I'm sorry to bother you this time. Thanks to you for the Audi matter. Wang Chong smiled and shook his head. You customs are really easy to deal with. This car has been taken away by someone else a long time ago. If you hadn't called in advance, it would have been gone. He led us into the parking lot and pointed at the black Audi 100. The car is in good condition. You can pick it up tonight after paying the money. Pay first, I said. Li Jianxi immediately carried the luggage over and did what I asked. He didn't say much, just obeyed silently. Wang Chang looked at me and smiled. Xiao Chuan, you are so young and you can get this car. It's amazing. No. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I responded with a smile, but I knew in my heart that it was a lot of luck that allowed us to get this car. Audi 100 is one of the most representative luxury cars of that era. Its streamlined body design looks simple and generous, completely different from the square shape of other cars. Its low-lying appearance shows a different momentum. Here are the keys. You can test drive the car. Wang Chang handed over the keys. I didn't test drive the car directly, but waved to Li Jianxi. Move the luggage in. Let's go through the formalities first. This car is really good. What good luck, Li Jianxi exclaimed. The car is a smuggled car seized by customs, so it must be in good condition. I responded concisely, then took out a bundle of cash from my backpack and put it directly on the dashboard. Uncle Wang, you must need some betting while on duty, right? I'll take the betting in and handle the formalities while I'm at it. Li Jianxi was standing next to the car, watching me and Wang Chang go into the office. I knew that buying a car also depended on connections, especially for good cars like Audi, which were almost all reserved by government agencies and rarely came onto the market. We are really lucky this time. It's not easy to auction a smuggled car like this, Wang Chang said with a smile. If it is a legitimate import, it would sell for 500,000 or 600,000. Li Jianxi looked at me with emotion in his eyes. Brother Chuan, I never thought you could do this and even get a car like this. Well said, everyone can get what they want. Let's go and handle the formalities. I responded, knowing in my heart that all this is just the beginning and there will be greater challenges waiting for me next. Chapter 13. When I came out, the original bedding and belongings were gone, leaving only a folder containing various documents and a temporary license plate. Uncle Wang, we're leaving first. I sat in the main driver's seat. Okay, be careful on your way. Uncle Wang waved goodbye. I turned the key, and the engine made a dull roar. The sound of a six-cylinder engine really made me feel happy. Although this car is a domestically assembled Audi 100, it is equipped with a 2.6-liter V6 engine. Although the maximum horsepower is 150, the sound is extremely pleasant. Gently shift to D gear, step on the accelerator, and the car starts smoothly, with almost no vibration on the body. It is really as stable as an old dog. Brother Chuan, where is the crank? Li Jianxi looked at the passenger door panel, confused. Electric window, just press the button. I smiled and demonstrated. The window slowly lowered. Li Jianxi exclaimed, it's really advanced. Watching the Audi 100 driving away smoothly, Li Gang said with a smile from behind. Lao Wang, let's have dinner together? No, I'm on night shift. I can't leave or drink. Okay, see you later. Li Gang left immediately. Obviously, he had official business to attend to. The night breeze was blowing, and the car was refreshing. I held the four-spoke steering wheel tightly, the lights were shining on the road, and I listened to Shan Tianfang's storytelling without feeling sleepy at all. I was thinking about buying a few tapes when I got home. Was Nothing a song from the 1990s? Hey, I shouldn't think like that. I'm not penniless. After all, I already have a steel plant and tens of millions in profits. Li Jianxi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, played with the walnut interior and sighed. Audi is really a level higher than Volkswagen. The leaders love it. Indeed, in that era, Audi was more prestigious than Mercedes-Benz and BMW. It was a typical official car. Brother Chuan, we have 100,000 yuan left. Isn't it enough to buy a hydraulic press? I smiled and said, not much. A 500-ton hydraulic press only costs this much, the price of scrap metal. Li Jianxi's eyes widened. Scrap metal price? How can you sell it to us? I patted the steering wheel and just happened to honk the horn, just for this car. We drove out of Tianjin, through Sangzhou, back to Dongshan province, and began to travel along the winding mountain road. Li Jianxi looked at the mountains around him and began to worry. Brother Chuan, do you know the way? I smiled and nodded. Of course. Where are we going? Mengyin. I answered simply. Mengyin? It's a big mountain valley. How can there be a hydraulic press there? Li Jianxi seemed unconvinced. Don't underestimate it. It used to be a military factory. Military factory? Li Jianxi's eyes widened, obviously shocked. In the 1960s, the country launched the Third Front construction for war preparations, and a large number of factories moved into the mountains. The small third-line bases in Dongxan province are distributed in Yimeng, Tailai, and other places, and Mengyin is one of them. Dongfeng Machinery Factory was once a military factory and produced artillery shells. I continued. When the situation in the south was urgent, it also produced 152 millimeters artillery shells. Li Jianxi listened in surprise. What about now? It is now abandoned by the industry and converted to machining, but many old equipment are still preserved. I smiled slightly. It's a good opportunity to transform it. As the day gradually brightened, the old 212 from the factory finally came back. Old Guo, did you find out? I found out. Guo Qing said excitedly. A steel mill in Dongshan province had a large backlog of steel pipes and was about to go bankrupt. But unexpectedly, they transformed the steel pipes into rockets and successfully sold them. Who is the buyer? Robert. He bought a lot of fertilizer from the West Fertilizer Factory before, and he plans to cooperate with us for a long time. Great, let's switch to this too. Factory director Yang Zhanfu was excited when he heard it. Hurry up and contact Robert. The price is half of Lai Yang's, and we can get a big order. But the factory has no working capital. What should we do? Sell the old equipment and raise money as soon as possible. Guo Qing muttered. Money is really a problem. A penny can make a hero fall. Hey, here comes a car with 4 circles on the front of the car. It's an Audi. Could it be the leader? Everyone stopped what they were doing and watched the Audi slowly drive in. Chapter 14. I drove until late last night and was so sleepy that I passed a small town and decided to stop in front of the town government and take a nap in the car. Who knew that the concierge suddenly woke up when he saw my car stop and then ran to inform the leader. When the leaders of the town heard it, they got up from their beds and rushed to greet me. The leader. Although Li Jianxi and I were both young, the leaders did not dare to neglect us at all. We had a midnight snack and were arranged to stay in a guest house in the town. After dawn, Li Jianxi and I saw that we were afraid that they would beat gongs and drums to see us off, so we quietly slipped out. That town is so welcoming. Even my dad didn't encounter such a welcoming town when he was handling cases. Li Jianxi sighed as he walked. I smiled and said, that's because I took out the car keys and all the paperwork was in place. The tall and thin guy in the town wanted to get in the car to check if it had been dismantled. Li Jianxi nodded. If he finds out there's something wrong with the bike, we'll be tied up like dumplings immediately. It's okay. Although we're young, this bike is heavy enough. I said, starting the motorcycle and planning to move on. On the way, we saw the Dongfeng Machinery Factory. When the car approached, I reminded Li Jianxi, remember to close the windows when you get to the car door. I stepped on the accelerator lightly, drove directly to the factory gate, and honked the horn. Ding ding. The uncle on duty at the door was about to close the door, but when he heard the sound and saw us, he immediately opened the door and made a gesture of invitation enthusiastically. As I drove the car over, I threw a red envelope in front of the old man. The old man was quick and grabbed the red envelope with the Chinese character. Seeing the car leave, he showed envy on his face, and I guess he was thinking that the person sitting in this car must be a big boss. The 2 people in the factory looked at the Audi and ran over immediately. After the car stopped, there were 2 bangs and the driver's and co-driver's doors opened, and 2 people got out. Yang Zhanfu and Guo Qing looked at each other with confusion on their faces. Why are there 2 young people? Where's the leader? Guo Qing reached out to open the car door, but found that it could not be opened. This Audi is really good. The mechanical key of Santana requires pressing the knob on the rear door before locking it, but this Audi 100 can be locked with 1 press. I looked at it with a smile and continued. The leader is a little sleepy and is resting in the car. When Li Jianxi got off the car, he was holding a stack of banknotes, and the seal was not even torn off. Seeing the pile of money, Yang Zhanfu and Guo Qing's eyes widened. With so much money, what are you doing here? It's okay. The leader is just resting in the car. I replied with a smile. Do you still need the hydraulic press in your factory? If not, we can help you sell it. Sell the hydraulic presses? Yang Zhanfu hesitated. These machines are the lifeblood of the factory. If they are useless, sell them. Otherwise, they take up space. Guo Qing immediately advised, since the leaders like them, we can make money by selling them. We can also have funds to transform into steel pipe production. Yang Zhanfu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay, since the leader needs it, let's sell it. I looked in the car and made up my mind. The mold steel must also be delivered. It's enough to destroy the mold, or even cut it in half with gas. The people in the factory were obviously stunned, because this used to be a military factory and the molds were used to make shells. But before I finished speaking, everyone realized that I only needed the mold steel, and the rest could be handled at will. We don't need this mold anymore. It's no problem to send it over, Yang Zhanfu agreed. I took out a written address and handed it to him. Our leader is very busy and has to go. Don't forget to find the original receipt and manual of the hydraulic press. Li Jianxi wanted to go in and take a look, but he didn't expect that I was ready to leave. He could only follow me, walk to the car door, opened it, and got in the car quickly. Goodbye, leader. Don't worry, the hydraulic press will be delivered before tonight, Yang Zhanfu shouted while standing at the factory gate. I drove away and waved my tail. Goodbye. The car sped away, knowing in my heart that all this deal was already doomed. Brother Chuan, this factory hasn't been in operation for many years. What should we do if the machine breaks down? Li Jianxi asked, looking out the car window. I smiled and replied, if it breaks down, just return it. They dare not refuse to pay. My memories from my previous life told me that the quality of the machines produced by Dongfeng Machinery Factory was reliable. As for what they wanted to do, that was their business. We just needed to get what we needed according to the plan. Look, they came here in an Audi. How could they not give us anything? I patted the steering wheel, feeling full of confidence. Chapter 15. Qibao Mountain is located in the north of Laishi County. It is said that there were 7 treasures hidden in the mountain, so it is called Qibao Mountain. In the early years, there was a nunnery on the mountain, but it was destroyed in the chaotic years. Now only a pile of ruins remain. Although the nunnery is gone, the roads in the mountains are getting busier because there is a Kibaishan coal mine a few hundred meters behind the nunnery. Kibaishan coal mine is a large state-owned coal mine, and with the help of the reform, its life is getting more and more prosperous. Old Dongfeng, old Jiafeng, and even stair vehicles shuttled back and forth on the roads in the mining area. But today, a strange car appeared on this familiar mountain road, an Audi 100. The driver stopped their cars and watched the Audi pass them quickly and drive towards the gate of the coal mine. What kind of important leader is this? Someone whispered. When the car stopped steadily at the gate of the coal mine, the mine director Zhao Debao had already been waiting at the gate with other leaders. Brother Chuan, you see so many people at the gate. Are they welcoming us? Li Jianxi looked outside with surprise in his tone. Of course. I smiled faintly. This standard is a proper treatment for leaders. But, Li Jianxi frowned. The person in the back seat fell down. Do you want to help him up? There was a quilt in the back seat of the car, wrapped in a coat and wearing a hat, so it looked like a real person from a distance. When we were in Dongfeng Machinery Factory, we relied on this dummy to pretend to be a leader, and even the people in the factory didn't see through it. Don't worry about it. It's a small matter. You don't need to bother the leaders. I smiled. Dear leaders, welcome to our Kibaishan coal mine to inspect our work. Zhao Debao smiled with wrinkles all over his face, preparing to welcome the so-called big leaders. But the car window slowly rolled down, revealing my and Li Jianxi's faces. Who is the mine manager? I said in a cold and arrogant tone. I am the mine manager. Zhao Debao hurriedly came forward, but his eyes kept glancing at the back seat of the car. It's like this, I said in a serious tone. We ordered a hydraulic press, but the delivery address was wrong, so it was delivered to your coal mine. Hydraulic press? Zhao Debao was stunned. That's right. The hydraulic press will be delivered tonight. Please help store it first. We will send a car to take it away in the evening. Zhao Debao nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. Do you need us to send a car to help you take it back? No, you just need to use the crane to help unload the goods, I said, and then I put the car in reverse and drove away. When the car drove out of the coal mine, Zhao Debao breathed a sigh of relief. Director Zhao, this car has no license plate, and there is no leader in the car. Will it be? No license plate? No leader? Zhao Debao's eyes narrowed, and then he shook his head. Don't tell others what you did. The origin of the hydraulic press is probably not legitimate. Remember, don't ask anything and just do your own job. Zhao Debao is an old hand and quickly figured out the interests involved. If we do this well, the leader behind us will naturally remember our kindness. Let's go clear out a clean warehouse and store this hydraulic press properly. Li Jianxi looked at me with admiration in the passenger's seat. Brother Chuan, are we leaving now? What else can we do? Stay in the coal mine and make a living. I looked at him with a smile. Those old foxes will definitely trick us. That's right. Li Jianxi nodded. Anyway, they don't dare to embezzle this machine. Of course, we drive the Audi over there. How dare they do anything? But Brother Chuan, can't we just send the machine directly to the steel plant? I shook my head. Send it directly? Then Dongfeng Machinery Factory will know where the hydraulic press is, right? So what if they know? We bought it with real money. Who can prove it? Li Jianxi was stunned. I smiled slightly. It was just a verbal agreement at the time. It's unclear whether the equipment of the military factory can be sold privately. If the other party pursues the matter in the future, we can say that we had the receipt and contract when we bought it, so the thief will not steal even the receipt. In this chaotic era, no one may care about this kind of thing, but I have to prepare for it. This 500-ton hydraulic press is a key piece of equipment for making gas cylinders, and it must not be recovered. So, we have to go around in circles so that they don't even know where the equipment has gone. I understand. Li Jianxi smiled. So what should we do next? Go back and find a car from our county, change the license plate, and bring the equipment back. Who will do it? Find Xiao Ariai. Xiao Ariai is a brother who used to race with us. His father runs a freight business in the county and owns a Luping Chai. Luping Chai is an upgraded version of Jiafeng 141 with a diesel engine, a load capacity of 6 tons, and plenty of power. With this car, it is more than enough to pull the machine. Okay, Brother Chuan, I will contact Xiao Ariai right away. Okay, I will take you back to the family compound, and you can go to coordinate on the motorcycle. What about you? I'll go back to the factory to make some arrangements. When the Audi drove back to the steel plant, I saw a brand new van parked at the gate from a distance. The fiery red body, clean glass, and small front end made it look particularly trendy. Tianjin Daihatsu. I was surprised. Chapter 16. Several people gathered around the car and discussed in low voices, if we want to get rich, we should buy a Dafa. Make a lot of money. This car seemed to have extraordinary meaning to them. Another person added, with this car, our factory will surely grow and develop. Look at this fiery red appearance. It's really festive. Another person smiled and said, although the car is not big, it can hold a lot of things. The back seat can be folded to carry goods. Although the car is not big, everyone seemed very confident when discussing it. Even I couldn't help but smile, thinking that these people have a unique vision. Suddenly, a horn sounded, and everyone looked up and saw a car approaching slowly. It was a sedan. It looked unusual. As the car approached, everyone opened their eyes wide. Li Rumping spoke first. Could it be the provincial leaders? I nodded in agreement. Hurry over to greet them. Qin Jingwo hurried over and was stunned when he saw the license plate. Xiaochuan, how did this car get here? I got out of the car and saw his puzzled face. I laughed in my heart because this car was indeed beyond his expectations. Dad, this car is ours. I answered lightly, knowing in my heart that I had to be careful in explaining this time. My own. Qin Jingwo's expression changed from confusion to surprise. He began to recall that I had used money from the factory to buy a motorcycle. He immediately looked suspicious and said, this motorcycle is not cheap. It must be 1 or 800,000, right? I smiled and said, no, this motorcycle was given to me when I bought the hydraulic press. Buy a hydraulic press and get a car for free? Qin Jingwo was stunned. I bought a second-hand hydraulic press for 500,000 yuan, and I got a car for free. It's an Audi. I nodded, ignoring his surprise, and instead said more attentively, let's pack up quickly. The hydraulic press will arrive tomorrow, and we have to arrange the installation quickly. Where is the hydraulic press? Qin Jingwo was still looking at the Audi 100, his mind full of questions. On the way, it will arrive tomorrow. I answered with a smile, secretly happy. I knew he was looking at the car with envy. After all, this car was comfortable to sit in, much better than the Tianjin Daihatsu. Marx, who ran out of the factory, interrupted him. Director Qin, I received a call that Master Zhao from the Yellow River factory is willing to come to help on the weekend. Master Zhao is coming to help? I frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Dad, we are just making a gas tank. Do we really need to hire someone? I asked. Qin Jingwo sighed. This gas tank is a pressure vessel after all. If something goes wrong, it will be terrible. We still have to ask Master Zhao to come over. Okay, since you insist, I'll pick you up tomorrow. I no longer objected. After all, some things are really beyond my control. The next morning, the Jiefeng Luping Chai drove into the factory. There was a large wooden box in the carriage. Dongfeng Machinery Factory added a box to the hydraulic press so that there would be less risk of damage during transportation, and it could also be kept confidential. I saw a thin black guy coming out of the cab. He walked towards me with a smile and said, thank you for your hard work, Xiao Ariai. Where's your dad? Xiao Ariai? I was a little confused and asked, where's your dad? My dad had a long journey and just came back this morning. The work wasn't far, so I drove here alone, he said with a smile. Hearing this, I felt a little doubtful, thinking, where is there a second-hand hydraulic press so close? I couldn't help but ask, Dad, why are you standing there? Go and push the gantry hanger and oil hoist from our factory over here. Qin Jingwo nodded and went back to work, not noticing the arrival of the van. Dad, there's no one in the factory? Isn't this arranged to welcome the master? I thought to myself, frowning. Zhu Xing's van stopped, and the driver was stunned for a moment. The factory is very busy. I'll go call someone. You are busy? My master is even busier. If you are not welcome, we can leave immediately. The driver's attitude made the atmosphere a little tense. Chapter 17. The Yellow River Factory is a factory with a long history. It was originally a government-run auto repair shop in 1935. In 1958, the Yellow River Factory manufactured the first Yellow River brand TN 220 Jeep and quickly became famous. As time went by, the main product of the Yellow River plant gradually became the TN 158-ton truck, filling the gap in the domestic heavy-duty truck market. General Zhu personally inspected the Yellow River plant and wrote the two words, Yellow River, by hand, giving a high praise. After the reform and opening up, the Yellow River factory introduced Austria's stair technology and became one of the most important transportation manufacturers in China. The workers of the Yellow River factory not only work in the factory with high salaries, but also often go to other factories as technical consultants on weekends. At that time, many workers relied on moonlighting to earn extra money, and some even simply resigned and switched to Southern enterprises to make big money. The workers of the Yellow River factory were the kind of blue-collar elites with top skills and a good reputation. Today, Zhao Shuren, a master from the Yellow River factory, received an invitation from Liang Iron and Steel Factory and decided to come here to perform a show. However, Pan San, the apprentice Zhao Shuren brought with him, was dissatisfied with the reception from Liang Iron and Steel Factory. When they arrived at the factory gate, Zhao Shuren thought that the factory director would come to greet them personally, but the actual situation disappointed him. The factory leaders did not come out to greet them at all, which made Zhao Shuren unhappy. Let your factory manager come pick me up. Pan Sen couldn't help complaining. Zhao Shuren looked at his apprentice and said softly, Don't be so anxious. Be honest in your actions. He knew that, as a master, maintaining his demeanor was the most important thing. However, Zhao Shuren had already made up his mind that since he was not taken seriously, he had to fight for the respect he deserved. Li Runping walked out of the factory and greeted them with a smile. I'm the head of the sales department of the factory. Just call me Lao Li. Lao Li, can you represent the factory director? Pan Sen asked mockingly. Zhao Shuren sighed softly. Xiao Pan, don't talk like that. You should know your limits. Faced with this situation, Li Runping did not explain much, but continued to work. The hydraulic press you order has arrived. I will arrange the subsequent installation. Li Runping said. As the hydraulic press arrived, Zhao Shuren's eyes keenly captured the details of the 500-ton hydraulic press. This hydraulic press should be produced by urgent machinery. After a few years of use, the joints are prone to oil leakage. I will check it after installation. Li Runping nodded to express his gratitude. Then thank you, Master Zhao. Then Zhao Shuren asked, You bought a hydraulic press. Have you prepared the mold? Mold? Li Runping was stunned. No. Then the machine can't be used. Zhao Shuren said directly. If there is no mold, the hydraulic press can only be put aside for show. Pan San grumbled in dissatisfaction. It's so simple for us to come here. How come they don't even prepare the mold? Zhao Shuren smiled and comforted. Xiao Pan, don't worry. This kind of thing can be done slowly. He then suggested, If you need a mold, I can help you make the contact. The regular purchase price is about 800,000, but I'll help you make the contact. 500,000 will be enough. The 500,000 yuan price of the mold made Li Runping's eyes light up, and he began to waver. This price is still acceptable. Li Runping thought to himself. At this time, Zhao Shuren's voice sounded again. Where is your factory director? Director Qin is busy and will be here soon. Okay, I'll go find him. Zhao Shuren thought to himself that he must seize the opportunity today. When the hydraulic press was successfully installed in the workshop, the workers gathered around to check it out and discussed it excitedly. Hey, where's Xiaochuan? Qin Jiangwo looked around happily for his son, but he didn't see me. He went to the foundry workshop. Sand casting? We don't make sand casting parts anymore. Why are we going there suddenly? The sand casting process has been eliminated, and our steel plant now uses hot rolling process. Qin Jiangwo frowned, seeming a little confused. What is Xiaochuan doing in the sand casting workshop? Make a mold. Make a mold. Zhao Shuren raised his eyebrows and immediately said in confusion, How can you use casting to make a mold? Yeah, Even I've been working in machining for decades and have never heard of casting to make a mold. Pan Sen couldn't help laughing. Chapter 18. The hydraulic press was finally bought, but there was one last step before it could be put into use: the mold. The operating principle of the hydraulic press is very simple. Two molds are connected, and the steel plate is pressed into shape through the pressure of the movable beam. The quality of the mold directly determines the processing effect. The harder the mold, the harder the material that can be processed, and the higher the precision. I took Li Jianxi to sort out the sand molds. These sand molds were used to cast gas tank molds. I was a little nervous when I heard Qin Zhangwo coming over. He frowned when he saw me busy. You want to make stamping molds? Xiaochuan, stamping molds are not made by casting. I know. I nodded and continued to work. But in the north, only Tianjin has a mold factory, and the price is as high as 200,000 yuan. We won't be able to use it until next year. I explained. 200,000? Li Runping raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Shuren. Didn't you say 500,000 before? Zhao Shuren was a little embarrassed. Different molds require different steel materials. Expensive molds are more durable. Pan Sen also interjected. This mold uses the best steel. Although it is expensive, it lasts longer. At this moment, Marx ran over and said, Director Qin, I have thrown the scrap molds into the furnace. I nodded at him and said, Okay, continue. Looking at the molten steel in the furnace, I couldn't help but frown. Can these scrapped molds reach the strength we want after resmelting? Zhao Shuren's voice rang in my ears. The strength of the recast steel will definitely not meet the requirements, and it needs to be heat treated. I know that heat treatment is the key to improving the hardness of steel, especially quenching and tempering. However, I'm not worried. Although the equipment here is simple, the older generation of masters came from Shugong, so heat treatment is no problem for them. I know what you mean. Qin Zhangwo was reluctant to say more, but we still have to do what we can ourselves. You do it? That's impossible. Heat treatment is the most difficult. Pan San sneered. Let you try it yourself. If something goes wrong, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's okay, we have confidence. I directly instructed everyone. Move the mold into the furnace. They're going to quench. Something will definitely go wrong. Zhao Shuren said in a deep voice. This is necessary. We have to let them suffer a little. Pan San sneered and added, They don't know anything about quenching technology. Sooner or later, problems will arise. I knew in my heart that even though they were not optimistic, I was confident that I could solve the problem. After all, the quality of these molds was related to the future of the factory, and there could be no room for carelessness. Suddenly, a tricycle drove over with an oil barrel on it. Zhao Shuren's eyes widened. Oil? Are you going to use oil to quench the fire? Looking at the oil drum, I felt a little relieved. Oil quenching is indeed gentler than water quenching, and it can prevent the steel from cracking due to too rapid cooling. Although it is not common to use diesel for quenching, there is no other way around it. It works as long as it works. You actually use diesel for quenching? Zhao Shuren was a little puzzled. This is not appropriate. I smiled. Since the method is feasible, even if it is not perfect, we can give it a try. After all, our conditions are limited, and we have to do our best with the methods we can use. As the oil drums approached, I directed everyone to start the operation. Although this method may not be considered advanced in the outside world, it is our only choice in this small factory. Let's start. I clapped my hands, and everyone started to speed up and prepare to quench the mold for the first time. Chapter 19. Brother Chuan, everything you ordered is done. Li Jianxi came to report excitedly. I nodded. Li Jianxi is absolutely the most reliable person to check whether these things are done properly. At this time, we stood by the steel-making furnace, and everyone looked at the smell of diesel coming out of the oil barrel and looked at each other in bewilderment. Diesel, someone asked in a low voice. What do you use diesel for? Quenching. I answered concisely. Using diesel to quench? Isn't this a waste? What's the waste? We can filter it after use and continue to use it as diesel. I didn't think so. Agricultural single-cylinder engines can be started, not to mention diesel. Even soybean oil can do the job. But what if diesel quenches the fire? Diesel is flammable, and putting hot steel in it is a cause for concern. Don't worry, combustion requires two conditions. The oil must be in contact with oxygen. I smiled faintly. We could just put a lid on it. Even if it burns, it will go out as soon as the lid is closed, just like a fire in an oil pan. Master, you once said that there are two methods of quenching: water quenching and oil quenching. Oil quenching is more suitable for thick and heavy steel, but it also has defects, right? Pan Sen suddenly interrupted. Zhao Shuren smiled. obviously somewhat disdainful of the question raised by his young apprentice. Yes, the cooling capacity of oil quenching is worse than that of water quenching. It is prone to oil stains and is not easy to clean. Zhao Shuren is a veteran from the Yellow River factory with rich experience. Every word he explained was profound. But oil quenching has its advantages. It is very effective for hardening large steel pieces. Zhao Shuren continued. If we can add some additives, it will be even better. Additives? My eyes flashed, and I had already made a plan in my mind. Yes, but the formula of these additives is not easily passed on to others. Many masters rely on this technology to make extra money. Zhao Shuren smiled, his eyes flashing with a hint of cunning. Li Jianxi suddenly thought of something. Brother Chuan, the additives you mentioned should be these, right? He took out a bag from the car, which contained several different raw materials. I nodded. That's right, pour it in. Zhao Shuren's eyes widened. He obviously didn't expect that I, so young, would know these things. What exactly is this additive? He lowered his voice, looking a little surprised. I laughed in my heart, knowing that this old guy would not let go of this topic easily. Your apprentice just said that the additives are a top secret formula, and no one else is qualified to know it. Pan San's face suddenly turned red, and Zhao Shuren also frowned, seeming a little dissatisfied. We have nothing to keep secret. It's not a special technology anyway. Li Jianxi, tell us about it. Li Jianxi nodded and said a little embarrassedly. This additive contains petroleum soap, calcium cyclohexane acid, and another ingredient. I bought it in the hospital. Hospital? Zhao Shuren's expression changed immediately. What is this? I smiled slightly, knowing that Zhao Shuren would not let go of this topic easily. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it is used to improve the quenching effect of oil. Zhao Shuren was skeptical, but he still watched us pour the additives into the diesel, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. After these additives are mixed, the quenching effect of the diesel will be improved and steam bubbles will not form on the surface of the steel. I explained. As we continued to prepare, Marx shouted loudly. The molten steel in the furnace is ready. Everyone turned to look at the steelmaking furnace. The molten steel flowed out from the discharge port, and the old worker skillfully caught it with a long-handled crucible. Liang Iron and Steel Plant has no automated equipment, only simple manual tools like this. I sighed in my heart. It's just an occasional use. It should be fine. I said no more. Soon, the first batch of sand molds were cast, and then the second one was cast. I pointed to the first mold and said, dismantle the mold, lift the workpiece, and throw it into the quenching oil. This is the most critical step, and the quenching begins. Brother Chuan, aren't you afraid of problems if you demold in such a hurry? Qin Jiangwo hesitated. I smiled and said, don't worry, it won't happen. The sand mold was smashed open, and the hot mold was directly put into the diesel, making a hissing sound. Jianxi, go get a stick and stir it. Chapter 20. The mold manufacturing process is always full of expectations, especially for a small factory like ours. Today, my goal is to complete the stamping process of a gas tank mold. The hydraulic press is in place, and the oil quenching process of the mold has been successfully completed. The next step is to see how the effect is. Pick it out. I instructed. The mold was picked up from the oil pool. There was a layer of oil on the surface. Under the sunlight, it reflected a subtle luster. Pan San next to me began to chatter. The disadvantage of oil quenching is that the oil is difficult to clean, especially when the oil molecules penetrate into the gaps in the steel. I didn't take it seriously and said directly, wash it with water. Pan San immediately retorted, water can't wash away the grease. You need a special detergent. However, when the water flows over the surface of the mold, all the oil stains are quickly washed away, revealing a layer of metallic luster. Pan San was stunned and couldn't believe it. How is this possible? I smiled and said, okay, take apart the second mold and put it in. Soon, the second mold was also completed smoothly and looked perfect. The two molds, one convex outwards and the other concave inwards, were exactly half the shape of the gas tank. Should we do some more processing? Li Jianxi asked. No, install the hydraulic press and try to process one to see the effect. I replied, Master Zhao, I'll have to work hard on you next. I turned to Zhao Shuren, who was here to help operate the hydraulic press. A trace of worry appeared on Zhao Shuren's face. This hydraulic press is not easy to operate. I don't know the hardness of a mold. What if the mold breaks? He was obviously a little uneasy. After all, machining itself has risks. No problem, Master Zhao. You just watch and I'll do it, I said with a smile. Although he looked a little skeptical, I knew it was something I had to do myself. Jianxi, move the mold to the hydraulic press, and let's try it before lunch. I encouraged. Everyone started to move the molds, and the atmosphere became tense. Suddenly, Li Jianxi hummed a song. Yesterday, there was a flood in Kaifeng, which broke Zhang Zhao's legs. Everyone hummed along easily. Let's go and take a look. Zhao Shuren and Pan Xin walked to the scene, staring at the hydraulic press. This guy seems to be really good. He could do it so cleanly. Zhao Shuren couldn't help but sigh. I don't believe it. Even though the mold looks shiny, it must be weak inside. Wait and see the mold break. Pan Xin disagreed. As the hydraulic press started, the machine roared, and I stared at the oil pressure gauge until the sound of the motor gradually disappeared. The oil pressure was sufficient, and the next step was critical. I stepped on the switch, and the hydraulic cylinder began to slowly press down. The lower part of the mold fell, and the steel plate was clamped tightly. With a loud bang bang, everyone held their breath and focused their eyes on the hydraulic press. Success! Li Jianxi couldn't wait to turn on the machine and took out the shape of half a gas tank. The mold completed the pressing perfectly. It really worked. That's amazing. Everyone praised. Making the mold by myself really saved $500,000. I smiled and said, this hydraulic press looks simple to operate, but you have to be careful when operating it. Zhao Shuren stood aside, looking a little embarrassed, as if he was no longer the expert. He smiled self-deprecatingly. My coming here is really unnecessary. Press one more. Let's work overtime to make the gas tank. I said enthusiastically. The work at noon did not stop, and the second gas tank was successfully produced and perfectly connected. Then, I started to grind the contact surface and prepare for welding. Let's go and have a drink to celebrate. Qin Zhangwo said excitedly. Today is a major breakthrough for our factory, and everyone is smiling and preparing to go to the cafeteria to celebrate. When Zhao Shuren and Pan Xin walked to the door, Li Rumping said to them, come, have a drink. Today is the success day of our Liang iron and steel plant. Although Zhao Shuren was a little hesitant, he agreed. Okay, today is indeed worth celebrating. Although the factory cafeteria is not big, everyone is still enthusiastic. Qin Zhangwo picked up the wine glass and said, today, our Liang iron and steel plant's production has entered a new stage. In addition to water pipes and rockets, we can now also make gas tanks. Cheers! Everyone congratulated in unison, and the atmosphere was warm. While everyone was celebrating, Zhao Shuren suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, could this factory be the one that just started the foreign trade business? Chapter 21. Brother Chuan, we have done everything you asked us to do. Li Jianxi came over excitedly, and it was obvious that everything was going well. I nodded and looked around, and everyone was looking at the oil drum curiously. Diesel, someone whispered. What do you use diesel for? Quenching. I answered, my tone concise, as if it was a matter of course. Use diesel to quench? Isn't that a waste? I didn't think much of it. What a waste. Just filter out the impurities and reuse it. Diesel is used as quenching oil here. Although it is not common, it does have a cooling effect. Pan Xin was puzzled, but diesel can catch fire, so wouldn't steel catch fire if we put it in there? Combustion requires oxygen, and steel will be submerged in the oil and won't come into contact with oxygen, so it won't catch fire. I smiled, gave everyone a brief explanation, and then started to add the lid. However, oil quenching also has disadvantages. Its cooling capacity is worse than that of water, especially for large pieces of steel. It is easy to be uneven. Zhao Shuren interrupted. He is a veteran in the Yellow River factory with a wealth of experience. Zhao Shuren added, although oil quenching is not as good as water quenching, it is more suitable for steel that is not easy to break. Then he mentioned a key point. However, if you want a good effect, you need additives. I was moved, knowing that he was talking about the raw materials I brought back from the hospital. This additive is top secret, and it's not easy for outsiders to know. Zhao Shuren paused, his eyes carrying a hint of meaning. Oh, it is. I answered casually. Li Jianxi then asked curiously, Brother Chuan, what are these additives? I smiled and began to explain briefly. Petroleum soap, calcium cyclohexane, and an emulsifier. Zhao Shuren frowned, as if he didn't fully understand. What are these additives used for? I said patiently. Petroleum soap improves cooling capacity. Calcium cyclohexane acid makes the surface shiny. An emulsifier helps with cleaning. However, there's a raw material bought in the hospital that is a bit wrong. I paused and looked at Li Jianxi. He nodded. Indeed, the doctor asked me to write a letter of guarantee. The raw material is spermicide. Ginger chicken? Zhao Shuren asked in astonishment, obviously not understanding. I smiled helplessly. Yes, that's the reason. Zhao Shuren and Pan Sen obviously didn't understand, so I didn't say anything more. The effect of the additive is really amazing. It can turn diesel into fast-quenching oil and avoid the common oil pollution problem. But that kind of emulsifier is really hard to find. I added, but it's good that we can find it. Zhao Shuren showed a satisfied smile. But you are really cruel to think of this. At this time, Pan Sen had already picked up a glass bottle from the side and was ready to take some quenching oil back. My heart tightened, and I knew I had to solve this problem quickly. The quenching oil has been transferred. Li Rumping walked up to me with a serious look. Transferred? I frowned, wondering in my heart. Yes, we don't want others to steal our technology. Li Rumping seemed a little proud. I nodded. It's a wise choice. Zhao Shuren and his apprentice may be coming for our technology today. We can't let them get it easily. I looked at Zhao Shuren and Pan San in the distance, and suddenly made a decision. Brother Chuan, what should we do? Li Rumping asked. Simple, give them some money and let them go. I said it simply, but there was deep thought behind it. Although Zhao Shuren was an old master, he was obviously not trustworthy. Okay, I'll pay them and send them back. Li Rumping nodded, obviously not wanting to delay any longer. The phone rang. Li Rumping picked up the phone with a smile on his face. Well, this saves 250. Zhao Shuren and Pan San were about to leave. At this time, Li Rumping walked over quickly. My family called and said there was an emergency. Zhao Shuren hesitated for a moment after hearing this, obviously not fully understanding, but he did not ask any more questions. Let's go. We'll arrange a car to take you there, Li Rumping said with a smile. Don't mention it. We could just take a bus back by ourselves. Zhao Shuren smiled, obviously not wanting to cause trouble. I was relieved. Although the problem was temporarily solved, the uneasiness in my heart did not completely disappear. Chapter 22. Zhao Shuren and Pan San rushed home. After opening the door, Zhao Shuren immediately asked, Xiaomei, what happened at home? Nothing happened at home, but something happened at the factory. Zhao Shuren heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. The leaders will take care of the factory incidents. We ordinary workers have nothing to do with it. I don't understand either. Anyway, the leader is looking for you and talking about chicken steering gear. It seems to be this. There was a serious accident. Zhao Shuren's face changed instantly, and he turned around and went out quickly. Master, I have something to do at home. I have to go back first. Pan San also saw the seriousness of the situation and immediately said he would go back and chose to remain silent. At that time, when the Yellow River factory introduced their technology, it was responsible for the final assembly, and other parts were provided by relevant domestic units. But some parts need to be imported, such as the steering gear. In order to prevent these profits from being lost, the Yellow River factory decided to manufacture the steering gear itself. They successfully made the steering gear and installed it on the experimental vehicle for repeated testing until there were no faults before putting it into production. However, 3 months later, a serious accident occurred. The steering gear failed and the car could not turn, almost causing a car accident. Zhao Shuren rushed to the factory and saw the stair in the accident. The cab had been deformed, the axle had fallen off, and the car was covered in blood. Other workers were dismantling the car. When the technical section chief Yuan Limin saw Zhao Shuren, he hurried over to him and said, Old Zhao, you're finally here. Come and take a look. What's wrong with the car? Zhao Shuren asked. The driver couldn't turn the car, so the car ran off the mountain road and the accident happened, Yuan Limin briefly explained. How is that possible? We tried it tens of thousands of times, and there was no problem, Zhao Shuren wondered. Take it apart and have a look. Luo Ming shouted hurriedly. After opening the steering gear housing, a large amount of metal debris fell out. Zhao Shuren's heart tightened, and he looked at the debris. Is the worm gear broken? The steering gear adopts a worm crank type, and the worm and the finger pin are engaged to drive the front wheels to turn. Now, the worm gear is broken, and the steering wheel naturally cannot turn. Is there something wrong with the heat treatment? Yuan Limin asked. Impossible. Our heat treatment process is the best in the country. Zhao Shuren firmly denied. Then why did the steering gear break? The operating conditions were normal. Yuan Limin continued to ask. I checked and found that only 20 tons of cargo were loaded during the test run, while they loaded 80 tons during transportation. Zhao Shuren said firmly. That's not our fault. Zhao Shuren suddenly became confident. It's because they used it improperly. But under the same conditions of use, ZF's imported steering gear is fine. Yuan Li Min said, with helplessness in his tone. What should we do? Zhao Shuren frowned. If the same thing happens this time, and there are more problems, the reputation of the factory will be ruined. Replacing the steering gear is not cheap. Yuan Li Min sighed, obviously knowing that the expense was unaffordable. Zhao Shuren already had a plan in mind. What if the steering gear we make ourselves cannot meet the requirements? At this moment, the figure of Qin Chuan flashed in Zhao Shuren's mind. This young man, although unknown, had demonstrated a unique heat treatment process. Zhao Shuren thought, maybe Qin Chuan could solve the problem at hand. Chief Yuan, I know a young man who is very good at heat treatment. Why don't we ask him to come and try it? Zhao Shuren's eyes lit up, and he suggested. Does he have this skill? Yuan Li Min asked doubtfully. Absolutely. I believe he can help us solve this problem. Zhao Shuren answered affirmatively. Zhao Shuren's proposal made Yuan Li Min silent for a while, and finally nodded. Okay, let's try it. Chapter 23. A talented student? From the Materials Research Institute. Zhao Shuren shook his head when he heard my identity, and it was obvious that he had some doubts. I don't know much about it, but he is very good, he said. I saw with my own eyes that he mixed the quenching oil, and he just washed it with water, and the oil was gone. It was very clean. Really? That's pretty impressive. What did you see it? Yuan Li Min also became interested. Today, I'm on my way home, Zhao Shuren said, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Okay, then ask him to come over and have a look. Yuan Li Min replied. But he might be a little arrogant. Zhao Shuren paused, seeming a little worried. Only capable people will be arrogant. As long as he can solve the problem, the factory will send a car to pick him up. Zhao Shuren seemed relieved, then stood up to make a phone call. If the phone doesn't come, we will send a car to pick him up. Soon after, the 212 started to drive towards Liang Iron and Steel Plant. As the sky gradually darkened, the lights in the plant were still bright. Zhao Shuren seemed a little relaxed after seeing this. This plant is still working. The driver Li Yong couldn't help but be curious. There are actually capable people here? Of course, they have done some foreign trade business recently and made a lot of money. Zhao Shuren smiled. Just as the car arrived at the factory gate, an Audi car drove out. The car body was black, low and wide, and the four-circle logo flashed on the front of the car. Li Yong's eyes widened. Audi? There are only 5 in the province. Could be a leader. Zhao Shuren stared at the car. Yes, it's him. Chase him. Li Yong turned around suddenly, but seeing the speed of the car, the taillights of the Audi were already far away. I can't catch up. That car is driven by the guy I mentioned. Hurry up and catch up. How can this 212 catch up with the Audi? Li Yong knew it clearly. However, unexpectedly, the Audi reversed, quickly approached, and got side by side with the 212. The car window slowly fell, revealing a leisurely attitude. You are. Qin Chuan's voice sounded through the car window, full of disapproval. Master Zhao, I heard that you left because of something at home. Why are you back again? I'm here to ask you to help in our factory. Zhao Shuren hurriedly got out of the car and greeted him with a smile. Our factory needs your help with something. What is it? I asked, my voice still lazy. Can the strength of the gears be improved through heat treatment? Zhao Shuren looked at me hopefully. Of course, it's not difficult, I replied. Using carbizing, quenching, and tempering processes, the hardness can reach 60 HRC. If you want to increase the high-temperature hardness, carbonitriding can also achieve the strength at a high temperature of 300 degrees. Zhao Shuren was stunned, with surprise in his eyes. Then what does HRC mean? The old craftsmen in your Yellow River factory don't even know the Rockwell hardness? I joked. Zhao Shuren recalled something. I remember now. The hardness of the ZF steering gear is about 50, and the hardness of 60 is stronger than it. I smiled. Steering gear? You actually made the steering gear yourself? If the hardness is not enough, it will be a big problem if the gear breaks. Zhao Shuren nodded hurriedly. Xiaochuan, please help me and go to the Yellow River factory to deal with it. That's not a problem, but I can't do it for free. I replied calmly. Zhao Shuren was stunned. The factory agreed. We will pay as required. In that case, let's give it 500,000. I looked directly at Zhao Shuren with a hint of amusement in my eyes. 500,000? You're so rude. Zhao Shuren was so angry that he almost spit out blood. I said 500,000 during the day, and you gave me this price? I sneered. If you think it's expensive, forget it. Anyway, you have experienced masters who can completely solve the heat treatment problem. Zhao Shuren nodded hurriedly. No, we definitely need you. Wait a minute, I'll call the factory. I said casually, If you agree to my terms, call me and I will come over tomorrow. Zhao Shuren nodded anxiously. Okay, we will call right away. Chapter 24. 500,000. He really asks for too much. Upon hearing this request, Yuan Limin almost vomited blood. Didn't their factory make a lot of money from foreign trade last time? We are from the same province. He should do something practical for the workers and help solve the problem for free. That's right, this is too shady. Even if the era of all workers in the country are one family is gone, 500,000 is too expensive. Old Master Luo Ming was also a little angry. Zhao Shuren stared at Yuan Limin with wide eyes, his heart churning. Chief Yuan, I remember you said before that you could give him any amount of money. Why did you change your mind now? He knew in his heart that if this young man could solve the problem, the factory could save 10 million. Between 500,000 and 10 million, it is obvious that the former should be chosen. But he knew that if he said that, his future would be over. At this moment, the voice of the factory director, Zhou Guodong, rang out. What are you discussing, factory director? You are here. Director, it's the middle of the night and you're not feeling well. You should take some rest. Something happened in the factory and the car had an accident. How can I just ignore it? Zhou Guodong's voice was steady, his eyes still sharp. Director Zhou, when we disassembled the steering gear, we found that there was a problem with the heat treatment, which caused the gear strength to be insufficient. Yuan Limin briefly explained. Now we're trying to find a solution. Zhou Guodong frowned. These technologies are imported, right? But we also have our own gear heat processing technology. Why did something go wrong? The problem is overloading, Yuan Limin said in a deep voice. During transportation, the vehicle was originally designed to carry 16 tons, but it was actually loaded with 60 or even 80 tons. The excessive pressure caused problems with the steering gear. Zhou Guodong sighed. There is no problem with the imported technology from Germany, but our production technology obviously has a long way to go. Director Zhou, we have no other choice but to pay someone to solve the problem. Pan Yunfei interrupted. If you nod, we can contact German engineers. Zhou Guodong was obviously a little hesitant. It will cost a lot of money to invite German engineers, and it involves patent issues. What should we do? If we can't solve it ourselves, we have to pay someone. Yes, this is the price we have to pay. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Yuan Limin suddenly said, there's a young man at Liang Iron and Steel Plant in Dongshan Province. I heard that he has good heat treatment technology. He is willing to pay 500,000 yuan and can help us solve the problem completely. 500,000? Young man, Pan Yunfei immediately retorted. He must be a liar. If we want to find technology, we still have to look for the Germans. Zhou Guodong pondered for a while and turned his gaze to Yuan Limin. Are you sure he has this ability? Yuan Limin shook his head. I'm not sure. Zhou Guodong's eyes flashed with sharpness. Chief Yuan, how can you report such a big thing casually? Just go find the Germans and solve the problem. Zhao Shuren's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around and prepared to leave, wondering if his private work outside had been exposed. Before he had gone far, he heard Zhou Guodong's voice. Master Zhao, come back. Zhao Shuren stopped walking awkwardly, turned to look at Zhou Guodong, and explained nervously. In the morning, I took Pan San. He thought for a while. Although Pan San was Pan Yunfei's nephew, he didn't dare to say casually. Zhou Guodong nodded. It seems that he has some real skills. He can do business with foreigners and solve the problem of heat treatment by himself. It's worth inviting him. 500,000 is 500,000. If the problem can be solved, the 10 million saved is more worthwhile than spending 500,000. Director Zhou is wise. If our own people can solve the problem, it will definitely be better than asking the Germans. Although Pan Yunfei was dissatisfied, he could only nod in agreement. Zhou Guodong made up his mind. That's it. Let's invite him over tomorrow and see how capable this young man is. Zhao Shuren was about to speak, but then he remembered that he didn't dare to call directly. Old Zhao, go make a phone call. Zhou Guodong instructed. Zhao Shuren hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, I'll go make the call. He secretly sighed. This young man really dared to ask for 500,000. It seems that he really has some skills. Qin Chuan answered the phone and agreed after hearing Zhou Guodong's invitation. Okay, send a car to pick me up tomorrow morning. Don't take the 212 bus, it's too crowded. Send the money as well. Zhou Guodong put down the phone, and Pan Yunfei couldn't help saying, this kid is really arrogant. He doesn't even look down on 212. Audi, Zhao Shuren suddenly answered. What? The car he was driving was an Audi. Chapter 25. We are no worse than foreigners. A black car was speeding on the mountain road. The body of the car is square, whether it is the engine compartment or the passenger compartment. It is a square box shape, and the headlights on the front of the car are also square, looking full of muscles and lines. At first glance, it has the appearance of an off-road vehicle, but its body is shorter than that of ordinary off-road vehicles. It does not have the common beam structure, but only adds two long steel beams under the car to strengthen the body's torsional resistance, making it a semi-load-bearing body. It is the first car jointly produced with the West in the 1980s. Cherokee. The technology of this car is actually not advanced, but it is sturdy and durable and is a favorite of many off-road enthusiasts. Its frequency of use is second only to Erden, that is, 212. Now, sitting in this car, Qin Chuan looked at the scene outside the window, his thoughts drifting to who knows where. Xiao Chuan, are you satisfied with this car? Zhao Shuren asked. Well enough. Didn't you say yesterday that I could just make a phone call and drive there myself? Li Yong, who was driving in front, couldn't help himself. Oh, this car is so good. It's always being borrowed. It was borrowed by someone last night. I feel so sorry for my car. Qin Chuan complained. This is true. I drove out last night to ask Li Jianxi's father for help in getting a license plate. Li Gang immediately pulled him to the table for a drink. After a few drinks, Qin Chuan said he wanted to get a license plate from the capital. Li Gang nodded immediately. No problem. Leave the car here and I'll help you get a license plate from the capital. It's a piece of cake. As a result, the car was left behind. Li Gang didn't take the initiative to send it back, and he was too embarrassed to ask for it back, which hurt their relationship. So, I could only ask the Yellow River factory to send a car to pick me up. Borrow? That car can't be yours. Old Li, drive carefully. Zhao Shuren quickly stopped him. You keep talking nonsense. What if you make people angry and leave? Qin Chuan smiled and decided not to argue with the driver because the other party had sent him a check for 500,000 yuan this morning. The Yellow River factory used to be located in the suburbs, but with the development of the city, it is now considered to be within the urban area. The factory covers a vast area and has countless workshops. The Cherokee drove a long way along the internal roads of the factory before stopping at the door of a workshop. A group of people also came out to greet them. Xiao Chuan, come here, let me introduce you. This is the head of our factory's technical department, and this is Director Pan from our factory office. Zhao Shuren hurriedly introduced him to someone, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the factory director. He wondered where the factory director had gone. Are you Qin Chuan? Pan Yunfei's voice was not very enthusiastic. Which university did you graduate from? Who was your mentor? Have you ever studied abroad? I'm a college student at home. What's wrong with that? I'm the one you invited to help you solve your problems, not to apply for a job. Why are you asking so many questions? If you don't have confidence in me, I'll leave now. However, I won't refund my wages. Whether I come for an hour or a day, my wages will be the same. Zhao Shuren had a bitter smile on his face. Qin Chuan still remembered all those things he did. This kid really holds a grudge. Director Pan, this matter was arranged by the factory director. You can just watch from the side. Yuan Li Min said. 500,000, and it was given in advance. If this guy can develop a qualified heat treatment process, everything will be fine. If he fails, we will have to find a way to detain him and get the money back. No matter what, you can't just come up and squeeze others out. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes, and then he reacted. Director Pan, if it weren't for me, would you send someone abroad? Pan Yunfei was stunned. This kid actually knew what he was thinking? Just now, Pan Yunfei was indeed thinking that if Qin Chuan hadn't caused trouble, he would have been able to send people abroad. Moreover, my nephew will also have the opportunity to travel abroad. And when he comes back, he can at least bring me a German-made TV or refrigerator. I didn't expect that Qin Chuan saw through it. What's wrong? Our country's industry is backward. In order to catch up with the world's advanced level, we must send outstanding personnel to study abroad, and we will also invite outstanding foreign engineers to come and give us guidance. Don't talk nonsense. Can you do it? If not, just hurry up. Okay. Qin Chuan said, I'll show you today that we Orientals are also smart and wise. Our abilities are no worse than those of foreigners. We all have one head on two shoulders, and no one is worse than anyone else. Well said. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind. Hearing that Qin Chuan had arrived, Zhou Guodong came out of his office and rushed over. He happened to hear what he said and immediately felt a liking for him. Ever since the country opened its doors, many people have been dazzled by the colorful world abroad. In their eyes, foreign things are advanced and their own things are backward, and they even feel inferior in front of foreigners. It is normal to have a gap. We just need to learn and catch up. We all have one head on two shoulders. So who is better or worse? Pan Yunfei's face suddenly turned red. Humph. Everyone can shout slogans, but you have to show your real ability. Real talent? Director Pan, do you know who invented the carboizing process? The United States has been using rotary furnaces for gas carboizing since the 1920s. In the 1960s, they began to use high-temperature carboizing. In the 1970s, domestic companies developed vacuum carboizing and ion carboizing. Western technology is the most advanced. Pan Yunfei was not from an engineering background. He was in charge of administrative coordination in the factory office, and he was a liberal arts student. However, after coming to the factory, he has also been working hard to learn technical knowledge, and what he is saying now is the result of his homework last night. Qin Chuan shook his head. Wrong. The carboizing process was invented by us. More than 2,000 years ago, our ancestors used the solid carboizing process to carboize swords, more than 2,000 years earlier than the West. That's right. The voices of the old masters echoed from behind. Pan Yunfei's face turned even redder. Can the ancient times be compared with the modern times? Why not? It's the same process. Forget it. I won't explain to a banana like you. Let's get to work. Is the equipment ready? Qin Chuan came empty-handed. After all, he couldn't bring any equipment. The Yellow River factory had a complete set of equipment. It's all in there. There are many details in the carboizing process, and the quenching after carboizing is more important. These two steps are carried out continuously. If there is any mistake, the product quality will be unqualified. Qin Chuan walked while introducing things to Zhou Guodong and Yuan Limin beside him until they arrived in front of the gas carboizing furnace. In front of the furnace, there are 10 newly made steering gear, worm gear, and other parts. Xiao Chuan, shall we start now? No, this part is not up to standard. Chapter 26. You want to become my disciple? Call me master first. How is that possible? These parts were all made by our most experienced craftsmen, and they used gear steel produced by the Capital Steel Plant. This kind of steel is also used in Shaanxi Gears gearboxes, and their feedback is quite good. Yuan Limin said immediately. The parts in front of him were all made on gear hobbing machines. They had not yet been fine-ground on grinders. There were traces of cutting on the surface, and they were smooth and full of texture. At first glance, they were made of the best gear steel. How could Qin Chuan say that these parts were unqualified? There are many types of gear steel. Qin Chuan said, the gears in the gearbox can easily rotate thousands of times, so they need to be made of high-carbon steel or alloy steel. This will make the gears hardened, with high hardness and wear resistance, and suitable for heavy loads and high speeds. But Qin Chuan looked at the masters present and said, this kind of gear has a very high hardness and poor toughness. It cannot achieve good impact resistance and is not suitable for manufacturing steering gear, worm gear, and other parts. It turns out that the broken teeth of your steering gear are not only due to poor heat treatment, but also because the wrong steel was used. In later generations, Mao Quan's kitchen knife was criticized by many netizens because it could not be used to crush garlic. Everyone thought that it was normal to use a kitchen knife to smash garlic, but the fact that the knife broke because of smashing garlic showed that the quality of the knife was too poor. In fact, this is a complete misunderstanding of material science. If you want to make a kitchen knife sharp and last for a long time without sharpening, you need to use particularly hard steel, such as high-carbon steel. However, the harder the steel, the more brittle it is. This is like saying you can't have your cake and eat it too. The gearbox gears need to rotate at high speed and withstand large torque, so they must be hard enough and require hard surface gears. As for teething, experienced masters do not even need to step on the clutch during the gear shifting process. The gear shifting is smooth, and there will definitely be no gear rattling due to mismatched gearbox speed. The steel of the steering gear does need to be hard enough, but at the same time, the steel also needs to be tough enough. For example, if the front wheel presses on a stone, there will be a reverse torque acting on the steering wheel, which will bring impact to the steering gear. If it is not tough enough, the teeth will easily break. You mean, we should use low-carbon steel to make these parts? Yuan Limin said, but low-carbon steel is not hard enough. Low-carbon steel has enough toughness, but not enough strength. If it is used for hundreds of tons or more, all the gears may become twisted if it is turned in the same direction. Not hard enough? That's because it hasn't been properly heat treated. Qin Chuan said, After my treatment, the Rockwell hardness of the surface of low-carbon steel can reach 60. Okay, let's try making a set out of mild steel. Zhou Guodong nodded. Lao Zhao, Lao Luo, go to the workshop and get some work done. Okay. The two nodded. Pan Yunfei on the side rolled his eyes and said, Qin Chuan, you are amazing. You can tell that the materials are not up to standard with just one look. Can you teach me? Of course. Qin Chuan nodded. Everyone else pricked up their ears, waiting to listen, but Qin Chuan stopped talking. He picked up the water cup made of a can he brought with him and gulped down the water. Qin Chuan, can you speak now? Yes, call me Master first. Master? How old are you? You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you want me to call you Master? Pan Yunfei suddenly felt a fire rising in his heart. Forget about the 3 kowtows and the tea offering etiquette. Just call me Master. What did I say? I wanted to be your disciple. You just asked me to teach you so sincerely. How can I teach you if you don't become my disciple? Do you want to get it for free? Pan Yunfei didn't really want Qin Chuan to teach him. He just wanted to expose Qin Chuan's past. In his opinion, Qin Chuan was just being mysterious. It was like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Which Master could tell that the steel was unqualified with just one glance. Joke. Xiao Chuan, you are a capable person. The more I think about what you just said, the more it makes sense to me. Zhou Guodong said, when 3 people walk together, there must be one who could be my teacher. The ancients were honest and did not deceive me. Xiao Chuan, tell me about it. I am willing to take you as my teacher. No, Director Zhou, I dare not accept you as my apprentice. If you want to know, I will briefly explain it. In fact, the reason is very simple. High-carbon steel or alloy steel is very hard, so in processing, the machine has to be slower and the gears rolled out are more delicate. Low-carbon steel has a lower hardness, so it can be turned faster and the gear surface is rougher. Especially the connection between the 2 blades, it's easy to see. Everyone thought it was about color and texture, but it turns out it's about processing. We have experienced workers in our factory. Even if we use low-carbon steel, the surface can be very smooth. However, this batch of parts must have been processed urgently. If they were made of low-carbon steel, it would definitely be very obvious. Master Zhao and Master Luo will send the processed parts over later, and we will know after taking a look. Half an hour later, Zhao Shuren and Luo Minggang brought the parts over. Sure enough, clear processing marks could be seen. We know everyone is in a hurry, so we drove faster and more cars came in, so the surface should be a little uneven. However, after the heat treatment, we still need to put it on the grinder, and it should be fine after fine grinding. Zhao Shuren put down the parts and spoke. Wait, something is wrong. Why are they looking at me in such strange ways? What happened? In our line of work, we have to be careful. Engineer Qin is amazing, Zhou Guodong said. SOSO. Qin Chuan looked at Pan Yunfei with a smile on his face. Director Pan, do you understand? These are just trifles. However, it will be good for you to master it. You should learn more in the future. As long as you have a good attitude, I can teach you more. If you don't want to call me Master, don't call me Master. I don't want that. I know you are shy. You want to scream in your heart, but you are too embarrassed to say it out loud. Pan Yunfei's face turned red and white, and he clenched his hands into fists and then slowly unclenched them. After graduation, he entered the Yellow River factory and was directly assigned the position of a cadre. Until now, no one has ever humiliated him like this. How did I offend Qin Chuan? I just asked a few questions. He is so young. As his elder, what's wrong with me asking him some questions? He doesn't know that Qin Chuan also has his own principles. Normally, he will be respectful to his elders, but when it comes to those who take advantage of their seniority, and especially those who worship foreigners, he will be very clear and will confront them when necessary. Anyway, he came as a technical consultant, had already received the money, came to provide door-to-door service, and would leave after the service was completed. Looking at Pan Yunfei's mad dog look, does he dare to come up and bite me? Okay, now that the parts are machined, let's carbonize them. There are many details to carbonizing. I will tell you the key points. The master can only lead you to the door, but it is up to you to practice. How much you can understand depends on your luck. Director Pan, you too, don't just stand there. Come and listen. I won't tell you a second time. Chapter 27, Xiao Chuan, Qin Gong, and Master Qin. There is not much significance in carbonizing high-carbon steel and alloy steel. After all, carbonizing is to increase strength. Simply put, carbonizing is the process of allowing carbon atoms to penetrate into the surface layer of steel. In this way, The surface of the low-carbon steel base also has the hardness and wear resistance of high-carbon steel. At the same time, the interior of the workpiece is still low-carbon steel, retaining its original toughness and plasticity. To manufacture low-speed parts, such as steering gears that also need to be impact-resistant, carbizing low-carbon steel is the most suitable. The parts were placed into the gas carbizing furnace, and the carbizing operation began. Qin Chuan did not keep any secrets and told the people present about these techniques. After all, we asked the Yellow River factory for 500,000 yuan, so we have to make them feel that the money was not wasted. The eyes of the masters soon became extremely respectful, and some of them took out small notebooks and recorded things quickly. The skills you have learned are your own. Not only can you become a technical expert in the factory, but you can also be hired as a consultant by other small factories and make money. There are 4 similar technologies: carbizing, carbonitriding, nitriding, and nitrocarburizing. Engineer Qin. The temperature in the gas carbizing furnace has risen to 800 degrees. Continue heating to 905 and then enter the continuous heat preservation state. 905? The temperature in German technology is only 880. That was German craftsmanship 20 years ago. German craftsmanship today is also 950. But the Germans will definitely not tell us that the technology they sell to us is backward. We can only develop advanced technology ourselves. Qin Chuan said. Pan Yunfei was completely marginalized and could only stand there and be angry. Qin Chuan's words deeply stimulated him, but he couldn't lose his temper. Uncle, uncle! At this moment, a voice sounded. Pan Yunfei turned his head and saw a head secretly poking out from the door. It was his nephew Pan San. At this moment, everyone was learning with an attentive mind and had no time to pay attention to other things. Pan Yunfei slowly backed out. Uncle, what are you doing here? Uncle, I heard that Qin Chuan is here to show off. We don't care if he shows off, but if he dares to step on me to show off, I, Pan San, will be the first one to not let him go. I have already... After listening to Pan San's words, Pan Yunfei's expression suddenly changed. This is unnecessary. It's just some verbal disputes, you. Umph. Anyway, you can't bully me. I'm going to make him pay the price. Uncle, don't worry about it. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Pan San's face was fierce. Uncle, we can only go abroad if we ruin their plan. Annie is still waiting to buy a color TV from Germany. Pan Yunfei looked inside again, and seeing Qin Chuan's vivid figure introducing himself to everyone, he felt nauseous again. Then you have to be careful. You have to pretend it's an accident. If you let it slip, you'll have to eat peanuts. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. After lunch, it was another 2 hours. The depth of carbizing is related to time. We have been carbizing for 7 hours, and the penetration depth should be more than 1 millimeter. If you feel is not enough, you can continue the process for up to 15 hours. A depth of 2 millimeters is more than enough. It's getting late today, so we stop carbizing here. The next step is quenching. Qin Chuan said, Master Qin, we have already reserved a furnace for you. Although it is a bit wasteful to use it to heat these parts, it is also necessary. Yuan Limin said, from Xiaochuan at the beginning, to Qinggong, and then to Master Qin, this change of title also represents the change in everyone's attitude towards Qin Chuan. There is a sequence in learning, and everyone has their own specialization. Qin Chuan is better than them, and they're convinced by calling Qin Chuan master. Pan Yunfei felt his heart pounding beside him, knowing that a production accident was about to happen, and that the young man in front of him would be. He actually didn't want to do this, but his wife at home kept asking to buy a color TV from Germany, so he had no choice. Moreover, the young man in front of him had humiliated him severely before. An ordinary furnace won't work. We need a high-frequency furnace. Qin Chuan said, our Yellow River factory is a large factory, so it should have a high-frequency furnace, right? What? High-frequency furnace? Pan Yunfei was immediately confused. Does this mean that the following arrangements are meaningless? Yes, but what? The old masters in the factory don't know how to use it. If there's anything you don't know how to use, just plug it in, foolproof. In later generations, those who lived broadcasted the making of kitchen knives could see that the kitchen knife was inserted into a round tube bending device, and the blade of the knife would magically turn red, as if it was heating itself. And only the blade turned red. The rest of the parts were normal. After it is heated red, throw it into water, and the quenching is completed. After all, the Eastern quenching process is to heat it red and then throw it into water. This is actually a high-frequency furnace. There is a coil inside the round tube, and the coil is connected to high-frequency alternating current. In this way, when the workpiece is placed in the center of the coil, an induced current, also known as eddy current, will be generated inside the workpiece, which will quickly heat itself up. It heats quickly, is easy to operate, and the heating depth can be selected according to needs. If the workpiece is thrown into a steelmaking furnace, the entire workpiece will be at one temperature. But now, only some places are heated, while other places can maintain their original state. It's the same as carbizing low-carbon steel, soft inside and hard outside. We need to choose different frequencies according to the different thicknesses of quenching. If the quenching layer is below 16 millimeters, choose high frequency. If it is above 16 millimeters, choose medium frequency. The specific options should be in the manual. While introducing, Qin Chuan came to the warehouse and looked at the equipment covered with a thick layer of dust, feeling emotional. It's a loss, it's a loss. If I had known this, I wouldn't have made this 500,000. I would rather spend $500,000 to buy this equipment. It's made in Germany and the quality is top-notch. This was purchased from abroad when we were about to start the Master project. But after we got it back, no one knew how to use it. The masters were still used to using the original quenching process, so Yuan Limin seemed to know what Qin Chuan was thinking and quickly explained. So I'm here. Now, I'm going to teach you how to use it. From now on, you'll use it for surface hardening. In an electric furnace workshop, Pan San stood in a corner, looked up at the tall overhead crane, then turned his head and stared at the door. It's not that difficult to create a production accident. Later, those people will come and heat it with an electric furnace and quench it. Then, at the right time, they will insert the special U-shaped iron wire into the socket nearby. The circuit will short circuit and the things being transported on the overhead crane will fall down. But after waiting for so long, why did no one show up? Finally, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Uncle, why is it you? Where are the others? The workpiece has been made, and Qin Chuan has left. Gone. Chapter 28. We sell civilian flying monkeys. Final assembly workshop. After our tests, the surface hardness of the steering gearworm and other parts has reached 60 HRC, which is harder than the imported ZF steering gear parts. Yes, it's hard on the surface, but tough enough on the inside. After all, it's made of low-carbon steel. We never dreamed that we could process parts this way. Qin Chuan is definitely a talent. Hurry up and install the parts on the car. Let's test it again. Maybe the quality is better than the imported ones. Everyone was full of praise. Old Zhao, you have made a great contribution to our factory this time, Yuan Limin said excitedly. Zhao Shuren's face was full of red. This is just a coincidence. It's mainly because of the good leadership of Director Zhou and Section Chief Yuan. Thinking back to his experiences over the past 2 days, Zhao Shuren felt like he was dreaming. At the beginning, he was full of hostility towards Qin Chuan and even wanted to roll up his sleeves and fight. But now, there was only admiration and emotion in his heart. Qin Chuan is a capable man, and Zhao Shuren also benefited from it. With this achievement, he might be promoted to a cadre in the factory, even if it's just a production team leader. I didn't do anything to lead him well, Zhou Guodong continued. Especially, I didn't convince him to stay in our factory. However, someone like Qin Chuan must be determined to do great things. Even if we offer him the position of director of our Yellow River factory, he may not be willing to do it. Everyone opened their eyes wide, thinking that Director Zhou was joking. How many people are vying for the position of factory director? This is the leader in domestic heavy-duty trucks. Only Zhou Guodong is sure that this young man has a bright future. He had a hunch that in the future, Liang Iron and Steel Plant might even surpass the Yellow River plant. After finishing a day's work, Zhao Shuren returned home happily. He was so happy today that he specially picked up a bottle of Baodu spring tea from a roadside shop. The red trademark looked very festive. A bite of peanuts, a sip of wine, this day is wonderful. And then watch TV. A slightly fat figure appeared in Zhao Shuren's sight. Xiaomei, move aside. You're blocking me from watching TV. Boss, we bought this TV 6 years ago. It's only 14 inches and in black and white. We have to change it to a color TV. Well, I've been making a lot of extra money lately, so that should be enough, right? The quality of domestic color TVs is not good. The one Lao Gao bought broke down 3 months ago. We have to import it. Do you have a chance to go abroad? If you could bring a color TV back from abroad, the neighbors must be so jealous. Thinking of the time when Gao's family bought a color TV and his wife's arrogant look, Xiaomei had an indescribable feeling. She also wants a color TV, and it has to be imported. This, at this moment, the familiar voice of the announcer sounded from the TV. Now, playing the international news in the Powder Keg region, the conflict is escalating again. The weaker party suddenly used a large number of homemade rockets to launch a large-scale attack on the Kingdom of David. It is estimated that tens of thousands of homemade rockets will fly towards the target. Liang, the entrance to a small mountain village. Okay, just park the car here. Masterly, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. You solved a big problem for our factory. It's only right that I send you back. Master Chin, please don't be offended by my bad attitude when I picked you up last time. Liang Smilat. Where, Master Li, come in and have a seat. Have a drink of water before leaving. No. The Cherokee turned around, and Qin Chuan walked briskly back home along the familiar road. After taking only 2 steps, a voice came from the side. Xiao Chuan, you can do it. Grandpa Wang, what are you doing here? You scared me. It's okay. I just finished watching a news broadcast and was very interested in a piece of news in it. After all, it is related to us. What news? After hearing Grandpa Wang's introduction, Qin Chuan's face changed immediately. Grandpa Wang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. This matter has nothing to do with us. Will we sell our rockets for civilian use? Yeah, it's for civilian use. Xiao Chuan, you're really awesome. By the way, your dad has also gone home, so hurry back. Oh, the village is about 10 miles away from the steel plant, which is not far in theory. However, if you have lived in the mountains, you will know that 2 people can sing folk songs face to face, but to meet each other, they have to walk for half a day. Liang Iron and Steel Plant was very busy, so Qin Jiangwo basically lived in the factory and seldom returned to the village. Especially after the beginning of the year, the crisis in the factory became more and more urgent, and Qin Jiangwo hardly went home. Now that the inventory has been sold and new products have been created, he finally has time to go home. Qin Chuan walked towards his own courtyard with brisk steps. When I reached the entrance of the alley, I saw a tall and mighty Mitsubishi Pajero parked outside. Come on, have a drink. It's not easy for us brothers to get together. The sound of clinking glasses could be heard from inside the courtyard. Yes, among us brothers, the eldest and second brothers are the most promising. My 4th brother and I have no skills and can only farm in our hometown. Second brother? Sure enough, my second uncle who was in the army is back. Look at this car. It should be a senior cadre, right? It's cooler than my Audi. Qin Chuan's father, Qin Jiangwo, is the eldest, and he has 3 younger brothers, named Qin Jiantai, Qin Jianmen, and Qin Jianan. Qin Chuan's grandmother gave birth to 4 sons in one go, and then gave birth to a daughter, Qin Yuru. Back then, Qin Chuan's grandfather was the village party secretary, so he had some connections. When the capital steel plant was recruiting people, Qin Jiangwo was sent there. When Qin Jiantai graduated from high school, he was sent to join the army. When it was Qin Jianmen's turn, my grandfather retired. So, the remaining 2 sons had to stay in a village and farm. The youngest daughter, Qin Yuru, loved studying since she was young. She was admitted to a university in the capital and then stayed in the capital to work. Qin Jiantai performed well as a soldier and was successfully promoted to officer. He then entered the military academy for further studies and is now also a military cadre. I passed by my hometown today while doing some business, so I came back to visit. It happened that Qin Jiangwo had just returned as well. In another time and space, after Qin Jiangwo got into trouble, his family went to look for Qin Jiantai, but he was not in the country at the time, and he couldn't do anything about the financial problem. After all, he is also an upright leading cadre. No matter how high his position is, he is always incorruptible. What a success! Liang Iron and Steel Plant almost went bankrupt. It was only thanks to Xiao Chuan that it survived. Old 3, Old 4, when you're done with your farm work, come help me in my factory. Thanks to Ogawa, Qin Jiantai became curious. What's going on? Well, it's a long story. Qin Jiangwo was just about to recount what had happened recently, when Qin Chuan's voice was heard outside. Dad, I'm back. Qin Chuan strode in. Hey, second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, you are all here? Dad, can I come to the table to eat? The rules at home are strict. Children are not allowed to sit at the table when the adults are eating. I couldn't do it before, but now, of course, it's no problem. Come on, tell your uncle what happened recently. Chapter 29, Third Uncle and Fourth Uncle. I will help you open a coal mine. Qin Chuan sat down, grabbed a handful of peanuts, and stuffed them into his mouth, looking like he had never eaten anything delicious before. He introduced the food while chewing. Dad, I heard that there's a coal mine in the mountains near us. If Uncle 3 and Uncle 4 are interested, they can open a coal mine. What did you say? Who told you that? Qin Jiangwo opened his eyes wide. The last time I went to the capital, I heard from an exploration expert there that not only is there abundant coal resources in Zhaozhuang, but we are also in the same coal belt. Millions of years ago, this place was a dense forest. If it were in the past, Qin Chuan would have put down his chopsticks and started scolding him before he could even say the second sentence. But now, Qin Jiangwo has long been confident in his son. If his son says there is, then it really is there. Old 3, old 4, what do you think? Qin Jiangwo looked at his two younger brothers sitting in their seats. He came back to open a steel mill, on the one hand to fulfill his dream of becoming an entrepreneur, and on the other hand, he also wanted to help his fellow villagers get rich and live a well-off life. However, the third and fourth brothers were already used to doing farm work and were not capable of working with machinery and equipment. Even if the two brothers entered the factory, they only did physical work with other villagers and were not capable of acquiring any technical skills. Now, it would be better to let the two brothers open a mine together. Mining is similar to farming, both of which are repairing the earth. Is there really a coal mine? Qin Jiamin asked. Really? What the old expert said is absolutely correct. He has already taught people in many places how to make money from mining. But mining costs money. Qin Jianan hesitated. Uncle San, Uncle C, I went out today to help solve a technical problem and made some extra money. I can lend you the money. I won't say much, but I still have 3 or 500,000. Just by solving a technical problem, you can earn an extra 3 or 500,000 yuan. Qin Jiantai looked at Qin Chuan with complicated eyes, then looked at Qin Jiangwo, and then realized. Qin Jiangwo had money, but that was from the steel plant, and the money in Qin Chuan's hands was personal. So, Qin Jiangwo is using this method to lend money to his two younger brothers. This not only takes care of the emotions of the two younger brothers, but also prevents people in the factory from gossiping. The eldest brother is indeed the eldest brother, and he thinks about things very clearly and thoroughly. Now, the country encourages some people to get rich first. Big brother has already done it. Third and fourth brothers, you guys should work hard and strive to become the first to get rich. Qin Jiantai raised his glass. Come on, cheers for the future of our brothers. Qin Chuan was not actually hungry. After all, he had already eaten at the Yellow River factory. He just wanted to shut his father up and prevent him from talking nonsense to his second uncle. Now that the topic has been successfully diverted, all you have to do is continue fooling people. At the entire table, the only person left was Qin Chuan's endless explanation. Qin Jiantai slowly discovered that something was wrong. Qin Chuan's reputation was not good before, so why did he suddenly become so knowledgeable and talented this time? Could it be that he was better at bragging? The meal lasted until after 10 o'clock in the evening, and Qin Jiantai staggered into the car. Brother, it's getting late. Can we leave tomorrow? No, I have other things to do. I'm going to stay in the provincial capital tonight. After waving goodbye to his three brothers, Qin Jiantai looked at the night view of the mountain village outside the car window. For some reason, the image of Qin Chuan's eloquent speech at the dinner table flashed through his mind again. How did the second generation of factory workers become what they are today? Forget it. Don't worry about it. There are still many things waiting for me in the army. The next day, at the Yellow River factory test track. Large car companies all have their own test tracks. After a car comes off the production line, it will run a few laps on the test track to see if there are any assembly problems, such as a crooked steering wheel or the car running off the track. If there are any problems, they can be repaired. Therefore, it is impossible for a vehicle to have a mileage of 0 kilometers, and vehicles with a mileage of 3 to 5 kilometers are the most normal. Taking the site arrangement into consideration, the test track is usually located at the entrance. In this way, you can drive the car out of the workshop, go to the test field for testing, and if there are no problems, you can drive out of the gate directly, which is more convenient. However, test runs are usually conducted with an empty truck, and this is the first time that a fully loaded truck has been used for a test run. There's a main carriage in the front and a trailer in the back. The vehicle weighs at least 150 tons. The tires are pressed soft and look like they will burst at any time. The car's driving was also very strange. The driver seemed to be deliberately ravaging the car, constantly turning the steering wheel to the left and right, leaving black marks on the ground. It's okay, the steering is smooth. If it were the steering gear we produced before, it would be scrapped by now. Yes, The steering gear made with this new technology can really withstand a weight of 100 tons. Just as everyone was sighing, a Pajero drove over. A middle-aged man got off the car and looked at the stair test car loaded with supplies, his eyes suddenly filled with excitement. Have you solved the problem with the steering gear? Yes, it has been solved. How did you solve it? Please ask an expert. Master, it's Qin Chuan from Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Don't be fooled by his young age. His skills are really amazing. Low-carbon steel is used as the base material, and the surface is hardened by carbonizing and high-frequency quenching process, which has both toughness and hardness. What Qin Chuan? Zhao Shuren was also startled by the shout, and then he raised his head and looked seriously at the man in military uniform who looked like a leader. Why does his facial features resemble Qin Chuan's? Could he be Qin Chuan's father? No. I have seen Director Qin before. The person in front of me doesn't look like him. He looks more like Director Qin's brother. Comrade, who are you? Yuan Limin, who was supervising the test run, came over. The steering gears of our military vehicles also showed early signs of wear and tear, so we wanted to come here to investigate and find out the cause of the failure of your steering gears and how to solve the problem. Well, comrade, how about you come to our office? I'll have someone give you a special report. In the office, Qin Jiantai finished listening to the report and felt extremely moved. How could his useless nephew Qin Chuan become so powerful? Moreover, because of this skill, he made $500,000? It seems that I was wrong last night. Back in the car, the driver looked at him and said, Boss, where are we going now? Go to Liang Steel Plant. The June sun shines brightly on the earth, and the cicadas in the trees make hot sounds, making people feel even hotter. However, at the Liang Iron and Steel Plant, the workers were working with full enthusiasm and sweating profusely. From iron smelting to steel rolling to making gas cylinders, the entire assembly line has been established and the manufacturing speed is very fast. The finished gas tanks began to pile up and would soon exceed the previous piles of steel pipes. Dad, the news came out yesterday. I estimate that in 10 days or half a month, customers will come to our store. Let's produce more now, and when customers come, we can make a lot of money. Director, there's a car at the door. It looks so high-end. Chapter 30. The east wind blows thousands of flowers at night. What do you mean by high-end? Can't be as high-end as our Audi. Qin Chuan said this, looked outside, and was stunned. Pajero again? This car is tall and mighty, and it does look more advanced than the Audi. After all, in the minds of people of this era, the bigger the car, the more luxurious it is. Qin Chuan was not stunned because of the car, but mainly because of the people in the car. Uncle Qin Jiantai? Why is he here? He is a very busy man. Qin Jiantai got out of the car, walked in briskly, and was surprised by the products piled outside. Second brother, why are you back again? Did you lose something? Qin Zhengwo walked up to him and asked. Well, I came back for something. Brother, doesn't your factory produce steel pipes? Steel pipes are unsaleable, so we're switching to producing gas cylinders. This gas cylinder is a good thing. There is a huge demand for it in China. You have a good eye. However, you have to ensure the quality. This thing is a dangerous item. It doesn't matter. Xiao Chuan said that our gas tank is mainly. Qin Zhengwo was about to say that it was for export, but Qin Chuan came over and changed the subject. Uncle, what's the matter? Xiao Chuan, have you solved the steering gear processing problem at the Yellow River factory? You are amazing, kid. Why didn't you say anything at the dinner table last night? Uncle, I told you last night that I made 300,000 or 500,000 by helping to solve technical problems. Qin Jianai finally realized that he had actually said that at that time, but he just didn't believe it. If I had known that it was you who helped solve the problem, I wouldn't have rushed to the Yellow River factory in such a hurry. Let's go, get in the car. Where are you going? You'll know when you get there. Qin Chuan was a little confused, but he knew that his second uncle would definitely not harm him, so he could only tell his father and get in the car. Dad, the factory continues to produce. If there is anything, wait until I come back. If there are any customers coming, wait for me too. Watching Qin Chuan being taken away by Qin Jiantai, Qin Zhengwo shook his head helplessly. He knew that what the second brother asked Qin Chuan to do must be a highly confidential matter, so he couldn't ask. Ogawa is very capable. Maybe he can help the second brother, the country, and the army. Director Qin, there is some trouble in our factory. At this moment, Li Rumping leaned close to his ear and spoke. What's the trouble? We don't have much scrap metal left. This type of small steel mill generally does not use iron or to smelt iron. After all, They do not have the qualifications of a state-owned enterprise and cannot get good ore. Generally, scrap iron is recycled to make steel. Only experienced masters can melt different steels and achieve similar performance. Now, with them working at full speed, second-hand steel is also becoming scarce. Then increase the purchase price. Will this make our colleagues in Shandong scold us? It's a market economy. It's our choice to raise prices. We have money, so we are willing to raise prices. Let them scold us. We don't care. When Xiaochuan comes back, maybe there will be a better way. At this time, Qin Chuan was already in the Pajero and started chatting with Qin Jiantai. The car is spacious and comfortable to ride in, especially as you can look down at the car from the window. Qin Chuan secretly made up his mind to get one someday, drive an Audi in the city and drive a Pajero in the countryside. Xiaochuan, have you ever come into contact with a vehicle steering gear with both front and rear wheels? Qin Jiantai asked. Front wheel steering is very common, and most cars have front wheel steering, and the steering wheel controls the front wheels. Rear wheel steering is rare and is mainly used in construction machinery. For example, forklifts generally have rear wheel steering, which is quite flexible. As for the front and rear tires being able to turn, Qin Chuan thought of something almost instantly. Tie-in factory. There are many large and small machinery factories in Dongshan province, and Taiyin has a professional special vehicle manufacturing plant. This factory, founded in 1952, is considered an old factory. The special vehicles they produce are used to carry ballistic missiles. In the early 1990s, they produced the Tasmania 5380, an 8-wheeled heavy off-road vehicle on the same level as the Russians' Amazi 543, which carried Scud missiles. After this type of car came out, it quickly became a hot commodity in the military. Whether it is the DF-15 missile, the WM-80 long-range rocket, or some naval anti-ship missiles, they all like to use it as a launch vehicle. However, the carrying capacity of this vehicle is still far from sufficient, so domestic ballistic missile carriers still mainly use road tractors. During the 1999 military parade, a Hanyao-made tractor-trailer will tow something like a large boiler across the square, allowing the world to see the powerful strength of our country's military industry and its advanced missiles. But this car is a bit outdated. It can only be maneuvered on the road and is almost impossible to go off-road. The second artillery needs advanced vehicles like the ones used by the Russians, which have more than a dozen tires and crawl on the ground like giant centipedes. Although this type of vehicle only appeared after the new millennium, the Taiyin factory had already started developing it. After the Tasmania 5380 was built, they began to develop the Tasmania 5570, which is a 10-wheeled launch vehicle. The vehicle has a greater carrying capacity and, in addition to the front 2 rows of tires, the last row of tires also needs to have steering capabilities, which places higher requirements on the steering gear. There is hardly any factory in China that can produce this kind of steering gear, not even the imported ones. The Russians do have similar technology, but this kind of thing is also extremely important to the Russians, and they will not sell it easily. It was not until the late 1990s that the Minsk vehicle plant, which specialized in producing this type of vehicle, began to cooperate with Vostok to develop special vehicles, and at most 6 axles, and the technology for strategic missile launchers was definitely not provided. Qin Jiantai has been transferred to the equipment department of the military. The project that matters most to him is this advanced vehicle, but unfortunately there are many problems with it. We recently developed a prototype car, and were stumped by the problems revealed by the steering gear. So, when Qin Jiantai heard about the situation at the Yellow River factory, he came over to take a look. Unexpectedly, it was his own nephew who solved the problem. The east wind blows thousands of flowers into bloom at night, and blows down stars like rain. Qin Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Qin Jiantai's eyes lit up. Do you know where we were going? I don't know, I'm just talking casually. Qin Chuan said. However, this problem may not necessarily lie in the materials of the worm gear of the steering gear. Steyr is a civilian vehicle and has to be economical. Military vehicles don't care. 30 or 60 liters per 100 kilometers is just a matter of having 2 more fuel tanks. If the strength is not enough, the problem can be solved by increasing the size. Military vehicles appear to be very solid and sturdy, with no effort put into reducing their own weight. At the same time, the problem may not necessarily be with the power steering pump. Chapter 31, just a wrench and a tape measure. Ontai Factory, Trial Assembly Workshop. A tall and mighty test vehicle is in the center of the workshop. It has thick tires with large patterns on them and an angular front end, with the rough style of the Russians. A huge engine, gearbox, and drive shaft connected to each axle are stuffed under the front of the car, and a simple cargo box is placed at the back of the car to serve as a temporary load. A group of technicians in work clothes were busy around the chassis vehicle. Their clothes were covered in oil, and their faces were full of anxiety. An old technician came out from under the front tire and said, "The new reinforced steering gear has been installed, but the cause of the fault has not been found and may not be eliminated. When we test drive the car, perhaps the same faults as before will reappear." The prototype car had just been built, and when testing began, everyone was troubled by the failure of the steering gear. Either the worm and gear inside the steering gear are damaged, or the power steering pump is leaking oil. In short, it just doesn't work properly. Although a steering axle is added at the back, it is just an additional tie rod transmission. But the steering gear that works well on a 4-axle vehicle fails on a 5-axle vehicle. Even if we change to a reinforced model this time, it may not necessarily solve the problem. It's really weird. Fan Gue, the technical section chief of Ontai Factory, said, "We have to work on this small problem for several months. It will take another 10 or 8 years for the vehicle to be fully developed. Alas, the troops are still waiting for our vehicle to carry heavy equipment. Yes, we also want to make it mature quickly, but..." Zhang Weizhu, the master craftsman who had just come out, sighed helplessly. "Leader Qin from our army is here." At this moment, the voice of the military representative stationed at the factory was heard at the door. Qin Jiantai took big strides and walked over. After a few steps, he felt something was wrong and turned to look at the person behind him. "Xiaochuan, follow me. Why are you standing there?" Qin Chuan hurriedly followed. He was shocked when he saw the car. The 1999 military parade still used a trailer, but I didn't expect that this multi-axle launch vehicle had already been tinkered with as early as 1993. However, for many years, we were unable to make breakthroughs in key technologies. It was not until we later cooperated with the Minsk vehicle plant that we were able to solve a large number of problems. "Leader Qin, welcome to our Ontai factory to inspect our work." Fan Gue came forward and said, "Leader Qin, we are currently developing a 5-axis chassis and have encountered some technical difficulties." "I know, so I'll ask someone to come over and take a look at you. Maybe that can solve the problem." "You invited an expert? That's great. We are waiting for the expert to come." "Where is the expert?" Everyone looked outside but saw nothing. Qin Chuan coughed. "Ahem, let me show you. Young comrade, I know you're interested in our car, but there's still many problems with the car. You should stop looking at it. Let's wait for the experts to come." "Where are the experts? Where are the experts?" "Ahem, that's me." "You? Were you an expert?" Everyone looked at Qin Chuan in surprise, and then at Qin Jiantai. "Leader Qin, is he the expert you brought?" Fan Gue couldn't help but question. "Xiaochuan, please show us what's wrong with this car." Qin Jiantai said. Many old masters showed disdain on their faces. How could such a little kid solve the problems that we old masters couldn't solve? If it wasn't for Qin Jiantai bringing it here, everyone would have started to oppose it a long time ago. Even now, even if they don't say it out loud, they won't agree with it in their hearts. Qin Chuan glanced down and asked, "When a steering wheel is turned to the limit, does this car make a rattling sound?" "Yes." Zhang Weizhu nodded. "We can still feel the force being fed back to our steering wheel, as if the hydraulic power pump can't handle it. However, we use an imported power pump, and it has leaked oil several times. When it comes time to straighten it, you have to use some force. It's not like a normal steering wheel that straightens itself automatically, right?" "Yes, that's it." Qin Jiantai breathed a sigh of relief. He only knew that his nephew was good at heat treatment of steel. But in the car, Qin Chuan said that the problem was not with the steering gear, which made him a little worried and wondered whether Qin Chuan could handle it. Now he only needs to glance down to know what's wrong with the car. It's just like a doctor taking a pulse. He can tell the symptom by just shaking hands. What a master. The disdain in the eyes of the other masters turned into suspicion, as if they were asking, "How did you know?" The reason lies with the toe-in. You didn't adjust it to the appropriate value. Toe-in? From the outside, the wheels appear to be the same at the front and rear, standing upright on the side of the car. In fact, the front steering wheels are not parallel. Looking down, the distance in front of the tires is smaller than that in the back, like a figure eight. Of course, the difference is very small, only a few millimeters. It is precisely because of this tiny difference that the vehicle's steering wheel will automatically return to the center position after the external force is lost, which has an important impact on the safety of the vehicle body. If the vehicle is running off the track, then you need to perform a 4-wheel alignment according to the factory values. If the factory doesn't know, then try it little by little. Vehicles with 4 wheels are easier to deal with. But what about vehicles with 6 or 8 wheels? What about the one with 10 wheels? The front 4 tires are steering wheels, and the last set will also steer. With so many tires, how do you adjust the toe value? Give me the tools: hammer, nails, tape measure, and wrench. Qin Chuan stretched out his hand. Someone handed it to him, and then Qin Chuan aimed the nail at the edge of the tire and raised the hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Put a nail in a tire? If it were someone else, he would be arrested immediately. However, no one dared to stop Qin Chuan, or rather, everyone was curious about why he nailed the tires. The next moment they understood. Qin Chuan pulled out the tape measure and hung the hole on the end of the tape measure directly on the nail head. He pulled the tape measure and came to the other side. We have been using measuring tapes for decades, and although we know there is a small hole on the head of the tape measure, we have never known that this is how it is used. Qin Chuan introduced it to everyone while measuring. The measurement must be precise. After all, the error is only a few millimeters. If 2 people operate together, the error will increase. So, my method is the simplest. The toe end of the first axis is 5 millimeters, and the toe end of the second axis is 3 millimeters. The toe value of your first axle is too large, and the toe value of the second axle is too small. It would be strange if the steering wheels don't fight each other. Seeing Qin Chuan's skillful appearance, the old masters no longer had any doubts. Qin Chuan must do this kind of thing often, otherwise he wouldn't be so skilled. When the data came out, the old masters opened their mouths wide. Are you sure? How do you know? After Qin Chuan finished the measurement, he began to adjust it with a wrench. After adjusting the front axis, he began to adjust the last axis. Any steering wheel must be slightly tilted so that it is easier to return to the straight position. Chapter 32. Help the military factory. We don't ask for money, we give money. Half an hour later, Qin Chuan finished adjusting the toe, opened the car door, and got in the driver's seat. It's done. Next we have to drive out to test the car. Please open the door. The door of the workshop is closed. After all, the things being tinkered with inside are confidential and cannot be seen by irrelevant people. However, Qin Chuan is not a professional test driver, so how can he drive the car? Fan Gui frowned, but still said nothing. After all, it is normal for the mechanic to give it a try after repairing the car. Master Zhang Guozhu jumped into the passenger seat, and Qin Chuan had already turned the start knob skillfully. Military vehicles have a special feature: no keys required. There may be vehicles for logistics, but certainly not for combat troops. After all, where there are keys, there are chances of losing them. When you arrive at the battlefield and prepare to fight, you find that you have lost your keys and cannot open the military vehicle. Do you have to call a locksmith? The place where the key was originally inserted was a start knob. As Qin Chuan turned it, he felt a familiar vibration and roar under his butt. Buzz, buzz. This type of vehicle requires sufficient power, so the Russians directly used a tank engine. Although it has sufficient power, it has a short lifespan. The situation in China was different. In the late 1970s, the country opened its doors and introduced a large number of technologies from the West, including engines. Sitting under the butt is a V-type 12-cylinder air-cooled engine produced with Deutz technology. It can output 500 horsepower and is very powerful. It can definitely be used to drive this multi-axis launch vehicle. Step on the clutch and shift gears. Automatic transmission is popular in the West, but the East is not yet capable of it. This car is equipped with a manual transmission, but it has too many gears, 16. In this era, few experienced drivers can drive it, but for Qin Chuan from later generations, this is the 16-speed gearbox commonly seen on heavy trucks. The main box is a 4-speed gearbox with a high and low speed gearbox in the front, turning the 4th gear into 8 gears, and a half-speed gearbox in the back, making a total of 16 gears. For an empty car like this, just start in 3rd gear, release the clutch, and step on the accelerator. The car started steadily, and Qin Jiantai looked surprised. Has this nephew driven before? How come he is so skilled? At this time, Qin Chuan had already gently rubbed the steering wheel with his hands, and the 2 rows of front wheels began to turn left, the last row of tires turned backwards, and the long body of the car turned flexibly. Okay. Zhang Guozhu in the car shouted excitedly. This is really good. Before, the steering wheel was not easy to use, so I had to swing it with both hands, just like driving on a yellow river. Now it comes over just by rubbing it with the palm of your hand, which means the steering is very light and the steering machine can work normally. After struggling for a long time, it turned out that the toe end was not adjusted properly. As a veteran, Zhang Guozhu felt a little ashamed. Then he looked at Qin Chuan with admiration in his eyes. Qin Gong, you are amazing. Where did you learn this skill of front beam? Where? Of course I learned it before my rebirth. Nowadays, almost all cars in China have only one row of steering wheels, and heavy trucks are no exception. Only a few large vehicles have double rows of steering wheels. But in later times, 90% of the heavy trucks on the road have double-row steering wheels. With more cars, there are more faults. Through years of practice, the experienced masters have mastered the skill of adjusting the toe-in. Qin Chuan also helped tinker with this multi-axis launch vehicle at that time. He learned it from a master, and he also memorized the data. In order to find the appropriate toe-in value, the old masters adjusted and tested the car, and it took them more than half a year to finalize it. Now, it only takes half an hour. Everyone below had a smile on their face. Solved. Finally solved the problem. Leader Qin, this master you brought is really good. Fan Gue said excitedly. By the way, how much does it cost for master to come over? It is no longer the era when workers across the country were like one family. It's only natural to get paid for work. I don't know either, but he just solved the problem for the Yellow River factory and asked them for $500,000. What? Fan Gue was stunned instantly. 500,000. 500,000. Even if their factory could come up with this money, Qin Chuan just spent half an hour down there. Is it worth $500,000? However, if I don't give it to him, wouldn't I be offending the leader from the army next to me? However, this situation is different, and the fees must be different. You can ask him later. Qin Jianai brought Qin Chuan here to solve the problem. Money matters were not his responsibility, and he didn't want to worry about it. The car drove around for 5 full laps outside. Qin Chuan had enough fun and drove the car back. When the car stopped, Qin Chuan jumped out and looked at Qin Jiantai with a smile. Uncle, the problem is solved. Second uncle? Fan Gui's heart skipped a beat again. They are relatives, so it seems that the 500,000 yuan is indispensable. Xiao Chuan, didn't I tell you in the car? After we get out, don't call me uncle. Oh, uncle, I was wrong. Fan Gui tried hard to force a smile. Mr. Qin, thanks to your help this time. Otherwise, we don't know how many days we would have to tinker with it. It's not easy for you to come here. Our factory will definitely find a way to help you raise the 500,000 yuan. What? 500,000? Qin Chuan shook his head. My second uncle, Leader Qin, brought me here to help. How can I ask for money? I don't want a penny. Fan Gui opened his eyes wide. He didn't want a single cent? Qin Jiantai looked at Qin Chuan with satisfaction. Good, a teachable boy. No, Mr. Qin, you have helped me so much. How can you not ask for anything? We still have to give what we deserve, let's. Chief Fan, the things you developed are for the purpose of defending our country. The less research and development funds you have, the lower the price you can offer to the troops, the more equipment the troops will have, and the more secure our country will be. So, I definitely won't ask for money. Qin Jiantai was even more satisfied. It was very good that Xiao Chuan had such awareness. But if you don't give me anything, you will feel guilty. I think you have some unused machinery and equipment in your factory that you can sell to me. Qin Chuan said, for example, automatic welding machines or something like that. When he heard about the machinery and equipment, Qin Jianai thought his nephew wanted it for free, but those machines and equipment were not cheap. Later, when he heard that he wanted to buy it, Qin Jiantai breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this nephew was very conscious. Mr. Qin, we have to use all the machinery and equipment. Even if they are unusable, the factory's fixed assets cannot be sold casually. Fan Gui said, however, our factory has a batch of fire trucks modified from Jiefeng 141 that have never been sold. If you like them, I will sell them to you for 35,000 yuan each, a total of 50. The Jiefeng CA 141 was an advanced model that ended the Jiefeng factory's 30-year production cycle. It was warmly welcomed by the market as soon as it was launched, and more than 60,000 units were sold that year. In 1988, China opened its doors to the world and sold its products to many countries, even the United States and other Western countries. This car was sold for 35,000 yuan in the early 1990s, but now the price has risen to 50,000 yuan. Now this batch of vehicles have been converted into fire trucks, and the price is still 35,000 renminbi, which is equivalent to the factory using the previous purchase price and saving the conversion fee. Qin Chuan nodded. Okay, I want them all. Chapter 33. Foreign customers are coming. Go and meet them. The fiery red sunset shines on Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Old Qin, good news, good news. Li Runping held the telegram and said excitedly, The customer who bought our rocket last time is coming again. Really? That's great news. Qin Jiangwo smiled and said, we still have a batch of steel pipes left. If he wants them, we can turn them all into sky rockets and sell them to him. By the way, we still have this gas tank. Xiaochuan said we have to sell it to him. By the way, where is Xiaochuan? Xiaochuan hasn't come back yet. How about we drive the Audi to the capital airport to pick up the client? The factory didn't have the conditions for this before, so customers could only come by themselves. Now the factory has vans and Audi cars. When picking up big customers like this, it would definitely be more impressive to use an Audi car. Ogawa bought this car, which will be of great use. Well, let's drive the Audi, but should we wait for Xiaochuan to come back? There's not enough time, and I don't know where Jiantai took him. Okay, let's go. At the same time, Dongfeng Machinery Factory. Director Yang, Director Yang. Good news, good news. Guoqing trotted all the way and rushed into Yang Zhanfu's office. What good news? The foreigner who bought the rocket from Liang Steel Plant last time is here again. He even sent a telegram to Liang Steel Plant, asking them to go to the capital airport to pick him up. Guoqing was running out of breath and was breathing heavily when he spoke. It's here. It's finally here. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Director Yang, we have to borrow a Santana first. It will be more prestigious to drive a Santana to pick us up. I've inquired about it. Liang Iron and Steel Plant bought a van some time ago. When the time comes, we can drive the Santana to pick up customers. Customers will definitely prefer our car. Okay, I'll call right away. On the highway in Dongshan Province, a fiery red Santana sped along. Hurry, hurry. We must meet the customer before Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Yang Zhanfu was anxious. Director Yang, don't worry. His van from Liang Iron and Steel Plant is going to drive to the capital, but the distance is farther than ours, and the van is not as fast as our Santana, so he will definitely not arrive earlier than us. Besides, I've also made arrangements. Someone will be specially assigned to check vans when they pass through our county. Guoqing said. He has made all the necessary preparations, even though the method is somewhat shady. But they had already made so much money the last time they came to Yang Factory, they should be content. At this moment, they would never know that a black Audi sedan was driving much faster than them and had already left them far behind. Even if there were inspections along the way, they would only stop vans and not Audi cars. It was only 5 o'clock in the morning when the Audi arrived at the capital airport. This customer is in a hurry to come. He must be very satisfied with our last product. In the airport arrival building, Qin Jiangwo and Li Runping were discussing. Yeah, they made a big scene last time, but Xiaochuan said he wanted to sell them gas cans this time. Could this gas tank be the same as the rocket? Li Runping was a little puzzled. I don't know. I hope Xiaochuan can come back to the factory after we get the client. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to receive him. Time passed little by little as the two discussed. On the other side, on the road, Santana was still speeding. Hurry, speed up. Yang Zhanfu looked at his watch and said, It's almost 6 o'clock. The plane is about to land. We will be late for the airport pickup. I originally thought that the Santana would be faster, but who would have thought that we would encounter road construction in the middle of the way and had to take a detour? We drove at full speed for half the night and still did not arrive at the airport on time. It doesn't matter. We can't make it in time, and the van can't make it either. We will definitely be able to pick up the customer. Guoqing spoke as if he was comforting Yang Zhanfu, or as if he was comforting himself. Definitely get the customer. There was the roar of planes in the sky. They were already near the airport. After the plane landed, it took time for the passengers to get off the plane and go through customs, but they still had time. Finally, the Santana arrived at the airport. Yang Zhanfu and Guoqing jumped out of the car and ran straight to the terminal building. After they ran there breathlessly, they suddenly discovered a fatal problem. Okay, the passenger is coming out. Laogua, you keep an eye on him. When he comes out, we'll take him away. Okay, I'll take a look. By the way, Director Yang, do you know what the customer looks like? How could I know? I haven't seen it. When he said this, Guoqing suddenly reacted. Quick, find a cardboard and a pen. When picking up someone, it will be best if you have seen the person before. If not, you should write a sign with who you are picking up and hold it high. When the other person sees it, they will naturally come over. Laogua, you stay here and watch. I'll go find it. What's the point of me looking? I don't know him. Let's split up and look for him. By the time the two men finished writing the sign and ran over, all the passengers had left. Let's go to the parking lot and find a van. Even if the person is in the car, we must get him out. Yang Zhanfu made up his mind. This is a matter of life and death for the factory. When it comes to critical moments, you have to roll up your sleeves and get to work. The two men hurried out and headed straight for the parking lot. Just as they entered the parking lot, an Audi whizzed away. In the car, Qin Zhangwo smiled and said, "Mr. Robert, welcome to our Dongfang. Are you satisfied with the flying monkeys last time? Those rockets are pretty good, but we still found some problems that need to be improved." Improve. Yes, those flying monkeys are not powerful enough. We need something more powerful. Although the rocket made of water pipes can fly far, its power is not strong enough. After all, the warhead weighs less than 10 kilograms. How much explosives can it hold? Therefore, even if it falls, it will only have the power of a cluster grenade, and it will not have much effect against solid buildings. They need a very powerful rocket launcher, the kind that can blow up a building. At this moment, Qin Zhangwo suddenly remembered what Qin Chuan said. This guy is definitely amazing. He already knew what the customers need. When Qin Chuan promoted the water pipe skyrocket for the first time, he knew its advantages and disadvantages. Therefore, he predicted in advance that customers would be dissatisfied with its power, so he made the gas tank in advance. When did my son become so powerful? Qin Zhangwo suppressed his inner surprise and took over the conversation. "Mr. Robert, our factory has already put into production gas cylinders. I believe this kind of thing will satisfy you." Gas tank. Robert's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of that? Chapter 34. Two types of steel pipes are needed to release gas tanks. The Audi 100 sedan sped along the mountain road steadily and arrived at the Liang Iron and Steel plant before lunch. When Qin Zhangwo saw Qin Chuan and other factory leaders waiting at the door, he finally let go of his worries. "Good, I'm finally back. If Qin Chuan wasn't here, I wouldn't know how to fool these foreign customers." "Robert, welcome." Seeing the car stop, Qin Chuan enthusiastically helped open the door. "Qin, those flying monkeys last time. Come on, let's go in and talk while we eat." A table full of dishes had already been prepared in the cafeteria, and in accordance with the customers' living habits, the meat was mainly beef and mutton. The large pot in the center was the hard dish, braised lamb. The canteen had been busy since morning, and the food was just cooked. When Robert came in and smelled the familiar aroma, his face was immediately filled with emotion. "Qin, you guys put your heart into it." "Of course we are. We are not just doing business. We are also making friends." "Robert, this is your second visit, and you came directly to us at Liang Iron and Steel plant. So of course we have to be a good host. Come, let's eat." "Dad, why are you guys just standing there? Hurry up and get to the table, and bring the Jianlibo." In this era, Jianlibo is definitely the most high-end beverage. Much better than Coca-Cola and Pepsi. "Jianlibo is boring. How about we try?" Qin Zhangwo stopped talking abruptly. Looking at the table full of beef and mutton, he could of course think of something. But you can't tell him about his favorite drink, Lai Yang to chew. So just keep quiet and leave everything to Xiao Chuan. Come on, everyone sit down." It was a lively meal. Robert and the others got into the Audi as soon as they got off the plane. Although they had a little meal during the meal, it was not to their liking. "Now my mouth is full of oil after eating this meal. It is so refreshing, especially Jianlibo. This drink is really good." However, Robert did not forget the important matter. During the meal, he wanted to bring it up several times, but finally couldn't help himself. "Qin, isn't it inconvenient to carry something like a gas tank?" "Of course. An empty gas tank weighs about 15 kilograms. When filled with liquefied gas, it weighs more than 30 kilograms. It's not convenient to carry this kind of thing away easily. You need to install a water pipe about 20 centimeters thick and more than 1 meter long at the back to carry it away." "Do you have any here?" "No." Qin Chuan shook his head. "We only have water pipes of the same diameter as last time. Different rockets have different thicknesses. For the simplest water tube rocket, a steel pipe with a diameter of about 10 centimeters is enough. However, in order to push the gas tank out, the diameter has to be doubled, and as a result, the range will be greatly reduced. If you want power, you must have range. You can't have your cake and eat it too." Qin Zhangwo was about to speak up. "What's so difficult about this? We have a pipe rolling machine in our factory. We can roll the pipes as thick as you want. Just roll another batch and it's done. We should make as much money as we can." However, he still held back. Since Qin Chuan doesn't want to make this money, he must have his reasons. "You'd better not make things more complicated." At the same time, in order to ensure that the gas tank does not go the wrong way when being transported, the gas tank needs to be stuffed into a steel pipe that is thicker than it, so that it can be moved accurately. Qin Chuan continued. "Water tube rockets are very simple. All you need is a tilted iron frame. If you don't have one, you can use something else to support it. As long as it doesn't block the tail wing, there will be no problem. But this gas tank is different. In front is a thick gas tank, and in the back is a propellant cartridge that is thinner than it, and a ring has to be welded at the tail. The ring is connected to the central propellant cartridge steel pipe through several steel plates. On the one hand, it serves as a tail fin, and on the other hand, it ensures that the front and back are the same thickness, so that it can be easily inserted into a steel pipe thicker than a gas tank. So if you want to fly a gas tank, you need two types of steel pipes. Qin Jiangwo was even more incredulous. Xiaochuan, we can do it ourselves. Can we make a lot of money? Are they afraid that the surrounding brother units will be jealous and give the meat to them? Yes, on the way here, I've been thinking about the problem of transporting gas tanks. Now your plan is the most perfect, but the two steel pipes. When Robert heard Qin Jiangwo mention the gas tank, he was wondering how to release the gas tank. Now that he knew it, he was a little worried. Where could he get the steel pipe? Qin, if you can't produce it here, then introduce us to a manufacturer that can produce these steel pipes, and we— Robert, my friend, buying things costs money. Qin Xuan said, wouldn't it be better if we could get something without spending any money? Of course, things that don't cost money are the best. The problem is this kind of pie-in-the-sky thing is just something you can just think about. But do you really think you can get these steel pipes without spending any money? Qin, do you have a solution? Although Robert didn't believe it, he had to listen. Qin Xuan chuckled and said, I heard that some wealthy people in your area have laid water pipes in the desert. However, the construction of those water pipes is not popular. Why don't you find a chance to dig out the water pipe? Robert's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, why didn't he think of that? When the Davidics founded the kingdom, 60% of the land was desert. Although various means were used to increase the country's land area sixfold, the country's land area is still mainly desert, and there are not many arable lands. So they had to build farms in the desert, invent drip irrigation technology, and create methods to collect dew, but it was all just a drizzle compared to the huge demand. So they spent a huge amount of money to build a 145-kilometer-long pipeline to pump water from the Jordan River to the desert farms. The pipe on the main road is thick enough to be used as an external launching tube, and the pipe on the branch line leading to the desert farm can be used as the launching cartridge behind the gas tank. Now the problem is solved. Qin, thank you for your advice. You are really a good friend to us. This is as it should be. Whether they are friends or partners, we have to consider our customers. By the way, how many gas cylinders do you plan to get this time? Should we get a cargo first? A ship? How big a ship? Even if it is an ocean-going cargo ship of several thousand tons, it can carry 100,000 or 200,000 pieces at a time, right? The manufacturing cost of a gas cylinder is not low. It costs about 100 yuan to sell one in China. If we sell 200,000 of them, that would be 20 million yuan. How much is it in US dollars? Qin Jiangwo didn't say anything. He didn't need to say anything. He just had to wait happily for Qin Chuan to talk to the client. Then we'll start with 400,000. Robert nodded. Because of the last action, the big financial backers behind them were encouraged and gave them more sponsorship. We can ask for more this time. We can hide them among the people at ordinary times. When we need them. Okay, then we'll give you our best price, still $50 a pop. By the way, this gas tank should not only contain liquefied petroleum gas, but also something else. The effect will be better. Chapter 35. Blocking the door and exhaust pipe. Capital Airport. What? He left in an Audi. Upon hearing this news, Yang Zhanfu was stunned. How? Is it possible? Could it be that the Foreign Affairs Department came to pick him up? Have no idea. Guoqing said, I sent a few boxes of good cigarettes, and that's all I can find out. I don't know anything else, but what? But I think it's more like he used his connections at Liang Iron and Steel Plant to hire an Audi to pick him up. I think the only way for us to go next is to go to Liang Iron and Steel Plant. We will just squat at the entrance. I don't believe we won't be able to meet foreign customers. That's right. Let's go to the gate of Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Yang Zhanfu also made up his mind. We'll wait and see. As long as the foreigners come out, we'll pounce on them. Foreigners may not have gone there yet, but they will definitely go there, and we will definitely be able to catch them. The foreign customers were planning to go to Liang Iron and Steel Plant, so they would definitely show up at the door whether they win or not. Block the door. For Dongfeng Machinery Factory, I'll give it my all. They have already produced a large number of rocket launchers. If they can't sell them, their factory will be completely bankrupt. So, you have to go even if you get beaten. By the time Santana arrived at Liang Iron and Steel Plant, it was already evening. The setting sun painted the hillside golden, just like the harvest season in autumn. After turning the corner of the mountain pass ahead, you can see the gate of Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Guoqing looked at the map, compared it with the surrounding scenery, and said, "At this time, they should be off work." At this moment, a black car suddenly jumped out in front. It had a wide body and a long and flat front, and it looked very high-end. The four circles on the front of the car sparkled and sparkled in the sun. "Audi car. It must be them. Quick, stop them." Whoosh. The Audi has whizzed past. "It's so fast, so cool. Damn it. Why didn't you turn the steering wheel to stop him just now?" Young Zanfu got angry. "Director Yang, this car is borrowed. If it gets hit, what are you waiting for? Hurry, turn around, and chase him." By the time the driver turned around, only the taillights of the Audi were visible. Chase quickly." This time the driver did not hesitate. He stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed to 3,000 RPM. The Santana's tires squeakingly rushed out. Chase. Audi's 2.6-liter V6 engine is powerful enough that it looks like it's strolling in the garden, but just step on the accelerator slightly and the speed increases instantly. But Santana is not so good. Even though the government uses a 1.8-liter displacement car, the power is only a pitiful 80 to 90 horsepower, almost half of the Audi car. You have to step on the accelerator to the bottom and the engine roar to catch up. In this way, they chased all the way to Liang County and drove into the People's Hotel. It turned out that they were arranging accommodation for the guests. "Let's wait until they come out, then we can go in and talk to the client alone." Sitting in the Santana parked on the roadside outside, Yang Zhanfu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. 10 minutes later, an Audi drove out. When the car passed by the Santana, the people inside seemed to glance over here and then drove away. "Director Yang, why do I feel that this car and the people inside it are very familiar?" "Yeah, I feel familiar with it too. Forget about it. Let's go in." The Audi turned at the intersection ahead, went straight into the alley, and stopped. "Brother Chuan, I'm going to find the old man and arrest all these people. How dare they follow us?" "Humph." Qin Chuan shook his head. "No, anyone who could drive a Santana must be someone of high status. Don't cause trouble for Uncle Lee." "Okay, Brother Chuan, then let's just wait like this." Qin Chuan smiled and said, "When it's completely dark, take 2 gloves and go over there, and when you get a chance, block his exhaust pipe." "Good." Li Jian's eyes lit up. "Blocking the exhaust pipe. This is a good idea." Brother Chuan looks very confident. He shouldn't be afraid of these people stealing his business, right? Of course, Qin Chuan is not afraid. Last time we sold a large number of rocket launchers. Many factories must have been tempted, and some even made a large number in advance and are waiting to sell them. Since we have been following them all the way this time, there must be a lot of stock in the factory. They have to find ways to connect with foreign customers. After all, they have to sell their inventory. It is easy to be a thief for 1,000 days, but it is difficult to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. It is better to let them meet with foreign customers once, and then you can give up. When he came, Qin Chuan only knew that someone was following him. He just came out and took a glance and found that it was an old acquaintance. "Well, I'll give you this opportunity to let you know how to write the word regret." In fact, Qin Chuan has a good impression, or even sympathy, for Dongfeng Machinery Factory, a former third-line factory. After all, they dedicated their best years to their careers and then were ruthlessly abandoned, which is a bit miserable. But the factory had been contracted out long ago, and, apart from the name, the people inside were no longer the same people as before. If you have the ability, go find clients yourself. If you don't have the ability, you have to poach client from others. This is also a special habit of many bosses. The Davids, the smartest people in the world, will build a gas station when they find a place with heavy traffic. The second person will come and build a restaurant. The third person will come and build a supermarket. Soon, this place will develop into a town. How do some Oriental bosses do business? The first one opened a gas station. The second one also opened a gas station. And the third one came and continued to open gas stations, and then they engaged in vicious competition and snatched customers by offering low prices. "Come on, compete, lower the prices, we're not afraid. We have already changed lanes." Boom, boom. Hearing the knock on the door outside, Robert's men immediately became alert. The habit he developed over the years has made him pick up a fruit knife on the table. Robert waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing serious. "Excuse me, is Mr. Robert in there? We are from Dongfeng Machinery Factory, and we are here to discuss business with you." Robert stood up and went to open the door himself. Yang Zhanfu and Guiqing were all smiles. "Mr. Robert, We are so sorry to bother you so late. We just found out you were here. Can we go in and talk? Of course you're welcome. Sitting on the sofa, Yang Jianfu did not walk around in circles. After all, he heard that foreigners did not like the Chinese way of practicing Tai Chi, so it was better to go straight forward. Mr. Robert, I heard that you purchased a large number of rockets from our country last time. In fact, you paid too much last time. Robert frowned. What was he here for? The Liang factory they run is a small private steel mill with low technology, poor product quality, and high production costs. Our Dongfeng Machinery Factory is a large state-owned factory. It used to be a military factory. The rockets we produce are of first-class quality. We guarantee that you will be satisfied. As for the price, we only sell it at half the price of Liang steel plant. Robert frowned even more deeply. I'm very sorry, you two. I'm not here to buy any rockets. I don't know what the rockets you're talking about are. I'm just an ordinary purchaser. I came to the East to buy gas cylinders. Chapter 36. The customer doesn't want a monkey. He wants a gas tank instead. You don't know? How could you not know? When Liang Iron and Steel Plant exported goods, they had to send them to the customs for inspection. The customs checked them carefully and finally released them in the name of flying monkeys. After all, it's just a deformed steel pipe. There's nothing wrong with it being exported. However, everyone knows what it does specifically. Especially when I saw the news on TV, it confirmed everyone's guess. You're still pretending here? Yang Jianfu and Guiqing looked at each other and then understood. After all, this thing involves great risks, so it's normal for the other party not to trust you. Mr. Robert, our factory has already manufactured a large number of rockets. Our factory's cars are parked outside. I'll take you to our factory, and you'll understand that we really want to do business with you. What you hear is not as good as what you see. It will make you feel at ease if you let the foreigners see the real thing, right? Who would have thought that? Robert continued to shake his head. No, you two. I have made it very clear I don't know what the sky monkey is. I am here to buy a gas tank. If you have a gas tank in your factory, I can take a look. Yang Jianfu and Guiqing looked at each other again, and this time they were both suspicious. Could it be that foreign customers really came to buy gas cylinders? That shouldn't be the case. Why buy a gas tank? Do you expect a big thing like that to fly? If you two have nothing else to do, please go back. The bodyguard at the side also came over with murderous eyes. Yang Jianfu and Guiqing looked at each other, wondering how it could have turned out like this. But the two knew in their hearts that if they continued to stay, they would only arouse the disgust of foreigners. I should go back first and think of other solutions. Anyway, I know that foreigners live here, so I could just go back tomorrow. The two men walked out with heavy steps, both with ugly looks on their faces. Bang, bang. The door of the Santana was closed. The driver looked at the two people's expressions and was a little suspicious. Director Yang, this matter didn't work out? Don't we have a lower price? The customer said he didn't want a rocket anymore. He wanted a gas cylinder instead. Yang Jianfu said, there must be something wrong here. Yes, let's go wait outside Liang Iron Steel Plant and try to find someone who knows the situation well. Let's go, Guiqing said. The driver turned the key. Buzz, buzz. Domestic cars are of poor quality and often take several tries to start. But this German car is of first-rate quality and will catch fire instantly even in the dead of winter. Who would have thought that I wouldn't be able to start the car tonight? It was as if the engine was holding back its power and just wouldn't start. It's strange. The driver released the key, paused for more than 10 seconds, and then started it again. Who would have thought that it would be the same as last time? What's going on? I don't know. The driver frowned and went down, opened the engine cover, and looked inside. Everything was fine. Go up and try again. Still can't hit it. Director Yang, this car seems to be broken. Broken down? Fix it quickly. We borrowed this car. If it breaks down... Yang Jianfu's mood became even worse. In the third-floor room of the People's Hotel, the burly bodyguard opened the curtains and looked outside. Then he said, Sir Robert, they are pretending that their car is broken down and they are refusing to leave. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. They don't dare to do anything wrong. They just want to supervise us. Robert said, call Liang Iron and Steel Plant and ask them to pick us up at the back door tomorrow. We will go out through the back door. Yes, Sir Robert. Where do these people come from? Nothing. Probably a business competitor who wants to poach us from Liang Iron and Steel Plant. What a pity. It's too stupid to make the flying monkey. They're done. Can we bring it in? The enemy was prepared after the last hail of bullets. Next, if we transport the skyrocketing monkey over there again, it will be easily seized. The most we can do is transport water pipes over there, and they will modify them on the spot. However, they requested 100,000 last time, and only 10,000 have been launched so far, with 90,000 left, so there is no rush to continue purchasing. What they need are powerful weapons, and gas tanks are just right. Moreover, gas tanks are absolutely civilian products, and the enemy will not be prepared at all. Similarly, the modification can only be done on their side. If the gas tank is welded before being transported over, it will definitely be discovered. And they only need to buy gas tanks, and the rest can be obtained from local materials. Sheen is really nice. Instead of thinking about making more money for himself, he has been trying to find ways to save money for himself. What about the people who came tonight? They said it was half price, but after they bought it, there might be all kinds of traps. If you buy something at a low price, there must be something wrong with it. I wonder what Yang Jianfu and others would think if they knew that they were suspected because of their proactive price reduction. But at this moment, they didn't have time to think about these things. Their car broke down. What should they do next? No, if the car breaks down, it's a small matter. But if the skyrocketing monkey can't be sold, that would be a big deal. Yang Jianfu and Guiqing were sitting on the steps by the roadside, smoking cigarettes with depressed looks on their faces. Old Gua, if the sky monkey can't be sold this time, no, it will definitely sell. Guiqing said, we only sell it at half the price, and customers have no reason not to want it. They have also verified the power of this thing. They just don't trust us. I heard that when Liang factory was selling to customers, they brought the Sky Rocket directly with them. Why don't we ask the factory to send a sample over? Guiqing was not discouraged and was still full of hope. That's right. Let's hurry up. As Yang Jianfu spoke, he looked at the car again. Why hasn't the car been repaired yet? In the alley not far away, Li Jianxi came back with a smile. Brother Chuan, it was done. It's amazing. I didn't even notice it. I saw the driver pull out the spark plug caps. They definitely didn't know that the exhaust pipe was clogged. It was pitch dark, and the driver got out of the car to relieve himself. Li Jianxi secretly ran over to block the exhaust pipe without the other party knowing at all. Brother Chuan, I also know the people in the nearby auto repair shop. Do you want to go over and say hello and make some money from these guys? No, let's go back. Qin Chuan turned the key and started the engine. If you do too much, you will easily be discovered. Besides, there's no need to make things too harsh on people. Just teach them a lesson. After all, we have dealt with each other before and will deal with each other again in the future. The Audi drove away, and the driver of the Santana didn't come to his senses until late at night. When he used a wire to hook out the two gloves that were stuck tightly in the exhaust pipe, he couldn't help but curse. Whose naughty kid did this? If I find out, I'll skin him alive. Chapter 37. Have we met before? No, you were wrong. The next day, early in the morning, the workers at Liang Iron and Steel Plant are composed of two parts. Those who came from Shugong to start a business with Qin Jiangwo were mainly engaged in technical work, while the nearby villagers mainly did physical work. As the sun rose, large numbers of workers came from all directions on bicycles and wearing safety helmets. However, when they came to the corner of the mountain road, they were surprised to see the wheels of a Santana fell into the ditch. The villagers were all very honest. Without saying a word, they jumped off their bicycles and helped push the cart. 1, 2. Soon there were more than a dozen, and Santana was finally pushed up. Thank you. Yang Jianfu wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed cigarettes to each worker. Here, you've worked hard. Have a cigarette. The workers took the cigarettes and put them in their lips. Guoqing lit up the fire and said with a smile, Are you workers from the nearby factory? Yes, from the steel mill. Is your factory very busy recently? Of course. We have been producing gas cylinders recently. These gas cylinders are... Old Zhang, the old worker nearby shouted. Lao Zhang reacted immediately and laughed. Well, it's getting late. We have to go to work. After the workers left, Yang Jianfu and Guoqing were dumbfounded. It's weird. After they sold rockets last time, they switched to producing gas cylinders. And this time, foreign customers came and asked for gas cylinders. Yeah, could it be that they had discussed it last time? Not good. Both Yang Jianfu and Guoqing's faces darkened. When people heard that Liang Iron and Steel Plant made money by selling rockets, everyone became jealous. Many factories like their Dongfeng machinery plant switched to producing rockets. Everyone was busy purchasing steel pipes and welding sky rockets, just waiting for foreign customers to come so that they could directly provide them with the finished products. Now what? The foreign customers actually don't want rockets, but want gas tanks instead. This is terrible. What to do? Yang Jianfu gritted his teeth and said, Let's go in and ask. Blocking foreign customers at the door is already a big risk. If you go in and question them, you might get beaten to death. However, Yang Jianfu and Gui Qing did not hesitate, and now it was not their turn to hesitate. If they don't fight for it, the factory will go bankrupt. Don't drive the car, let's walk. What if a fight breaks out and the car is smashed? This car is borrowed. The two men took big strides and walked towards Liang Iron and Steel Plant. As soon as they reached the door, they saw the Audi car parked in the yard. At this time, two young men were walking toward the car. The sun was shining brightly, illuminating the two people's appearances clearly, and both Yang Jianfu and Gui Qing recognized them. Audi car, young man, you're the one who went to our Dongfeng machinery factory last time. These two people pretended to be provincial leaders and took away the hydraulic press from our factory. The hydraulic press is the necessary equipment for manufacturing gas tanks. Now, even if their Dongfeng machinery factory wants to switch to producing gas cylinders, it does not have the ability to do so, because they don't have any equipment on hand. Can they buy new ones? They can't even afford second-hand ones. After figuring this out, both of them were furious. Damn it, liar. I'm going to kill you. Yang Jianfu shouted loudly. Director, don't be impulsive. Gui Qing still retained a trace of rationality, but he failed to hold him back, as Yang Jianfu had already rushed towards Qin Chuan and Li Jianxi. Qin Chuan was a little embarrassed. He really had never thought about meeting Yang Jianfu and the others. This kind of thing can be done behind the scenes, but now that we are face to face, I feel like I am caught stealing someone else's wife. Li Jianxi didn't let the other party off, so he just picked up a guy from the side. It was really just a spare rocket that he picked up casually. The sharp tip was pointed at the person who came, and Yang Jianfu stopped in an instant. Do you dare to go up? You will be stabbed through the body. Other people in the factory also reacted and rushed over with their weapons. Even Gui Qing was not immune. You dare to come to our factory to cause trouble? Isn't this courting death? Even if we kill these two people today and bury them somewhere, no one may know. You come to Yangchang to bully people. You repay kindness with hatred. Yang Jianfu shouted loudly. Humph, on the way to the factory, we help you push the cart, and now you come to cause trouble. Who is repaying kindness with enmity? I say, old man, do you have any misunderstanding? Have we met before? Go on pretending. Yang Jianfu was extremely angry. I am Yang Jianfu, the director of Dongfeng Machinery Factory. You bought a hydraulic press from our factory to make gas tanks. Your calculations are really shrewd. You continue to make money from foreigners and screw our Dongfeng factory. Really? How come I didn't know? Do you have any evidence? Everyone in our factory has seen you. In your Audi. Does what the workers in your factory say count? Everyone in our factory can prove that I, Qin Chuan, have never been to your factory. Yang Jianfu gnashed his teeth and said, You are just bullying me. Director Yang, there must be a misunderstanding here. Qin Chuan looked at everyone and said, Everyone, go away, go away. Come on, Director Yang, let's go inside and talk. Let's talk. Yang Jianfu walked into an office nearby with his head held high and chest puffed out as if he was going to the execution ground. Drink some water first. Jianxi, what are you doing? Throw away what you have in your hands and go pour some water for Director Yang. Director Yang, what's the name of the person following you? My name is Gui Qing. I work in the sales department of Dongfeng Factory. You've obviously seen me before. Why are you pretending not to know me? I really don't know him. You must have made a mistake. By the way, have you read martial arts novels? For example, The Twins of Heroes. There are two twin brothers in it. There are many people in the world who look alike. Snort, you two are here to ask for help. Are you encountering any difficulties in the factory? Qin Chuan said, I, Qin Chuan, am a warm-hearted person. If your factory needs any help, just let me know. Yang Jianfu rolled his eyes and said, Our factory has produced a large number of flying monkeys, but there is no market for them. Foreigners don't want them. Do you have any solution? I thought it was some big deal, but it's just a small matter like this. Okay, leave it to me. Send the flying monkeys that no one in your factory wants to ours. Gui Qing frowned. Qin Chuan agreed so quickly. Did he want to be a middleman? As long as the price is right, it doesn't matter if he makes some profit. It seems that foreigners recognize him, and there is no other way. How much is one? We charge by the pound. How much is 1 pound? Our Liang Iron and Steel plant offers the highest price. Now all the steel plants out there offer 50 cents per pound, but we offer 70 cents. What scrap metal price? Gui Qing and Yang Jianfu's faces changed drastically in an instant. Okay, I thought you were sincere, but it turns out you were just trying to tease us. Chapter 38. What to do if you don't have enough scrap metal. Buy it abroad. You too, those rockets produced by your factory are destined to be unsaleable. It is already very good that our factory is willing to buy them now, and we're buying them at a high price. If you don't want to sell it, forget it. However, the door of our Liang factory is always open to you. Qin Chuan said, I have something else to do, so I won't keep you here. Please do as you please. Umph, you want to chase us away? Before Yang Zhanfu finished speaking, various noises were heard outside. We have a nice spot in the back hills. We can dig a hole and bury a few people. That's right. If we are caught in the future, it will all be my fault. Oldly. I will take the blame alone. I think it would be better to let both the driver and the car fall off the cliff and create a traffic accident. Yang Zhanfu and Guo Qing's faces changed. This era is really not peaceful. Let's go. The two had no choice but to leave. By the time they returned to the Santana, the Audi had already driven away. Director Yang, what should we do now? Guo Qing said, should we bring all the workers in our factory over here? No. If that happens, we won't be in the right. After all, this is their territory. We have to think of other ways. What else can we do? That car of his must have come from an illegal source. Last time, he drove it to our factory to defraud people. Let's sue him. That's right, let's sue him. We can't go to the town, as he might bribe us. Let's go to the county and sue him. Humph, even the county magistrate doesn't have a better car than him. So, an hour later, Li Gang, the county's top official in charge of public security, met with them in person. Director Li, there's an Audi sedan in the Liang steel plant. This car must have come from an illegal source. It must be smuggled. The Liang Iron and Steel Factory is equivalent to selling stolen goods to them. This is too much. Really? There's such a thing? Just wait. I'll send someone to investigate right away. Li Gang said righteously. We will never tolerate it. Half an hour later, Li Gang's men came in and said, report, we have investigated clearly that the Audi car from Liang Iron and Steel Plant was obtained from the auction of smuggled cars at the Tianjin port, and the procedures are normal. Really? Li Gang nodded and looked at Yang Zhanfu and Guo Qing. You guessed right, it is indeed a smuggled car, but it has been seized by the customs and then auctioned normally. Their car documents are in good order, but you were suspected of defamation. The two were stunned. No, we're just providing some clues. We don't know either. This kind of thing can't happen again. Yes. Oh, and there was also a scammer who came to our factory and stole a hydraulic press. Really? What evidence do you have? This is a big case. Have you thought it over? Are you sure you want to report it? Yes. Then explain it. 10 minutes later. Bang! Li Gang slammed the table. Are you too bold? From what you said, isn't it just a normal business? They gave you money and you sold the goods. You didn't force them to buy or sell. How can this be considered a scam? You are reporting a false case. No, we were wrong. The backs of both men were soaked with sweat. When they came out, they looked behind them with angry faces. We took the initiative to deliver the goods to your door in the first place. Let's go to the delivery address. Yang Zhanfu still didn't give up. When they arrived at Laishi coal mine and heard their purpose, the mine manager waved his hands and said, No, we have never seen any hydraulic presses. Are you kidding me? We are a coal mine, not a machinery factory. What do we need a hydraulic press for? All clues are gone. Yang Zhanfu and Guo Qing were completely dumbfounded. Qin Chuan drove the car, followed by his best friend Li Jianxi, and took Robert and others to the next factory. The gas tank cannot be filled entirely with gas. Some solid particles must be added to effectively increase its power. Of course, these solid particles can also be purchased from the east. Qin Chuan does good things to the end, considers the customers, and helps customers solve all problems. Qin Chuan didn't come back until the next night. Ogawa, where are the clients? Send them off, Dad. Now it's up to us. Xiao Chuan, there's something that Dad didn't want to trouble you with, but now Dad really has no choice. What's going on? Are the people from Dongfeng Machinery Factory causing trouble again? No, they haven't come back. Third uncle and fourth uncle opening a coal mine? I'll do it when I have time. No. What is that? We are seriously short of raw materials. Even though we have raised the purchase price, we are still unable to meet the demand. 400,000 gas tanks, each weighing 15 kilograms. That's 6,000 tons of steel. Their Liang steel plant is just a small steel plant. It has no iron ore and relies on purchasing scrap iron to make steel. The scrap iron required is at least 8,000 tons or even 10,000 tons. And now, even if they raise the price, they can only get back 400 or 500 tons of scrap metal. Oldley has returned to the capital steel plant and wants to purchase a batch of steel from there. But even if we have connections, we can't get back 7,000 or 8,000 tons. At most, 1,000 tons. The remaining raw materials are really worrying me. In the past, he was worried about the mountains of products. Now we have orders and no backlog, so we are starting to worry about raw materials again. What to do? Qin Chuan smiled and said, Dad, it's just some scrap metal. What's so difficult about it? Not difficult. Even if we bring back all the scrap metal from Dongshan province, I'm afraid there won't be that much, right? Qin Jiangwo frowned and looked at Qin Chuan. What solutions do you have? There's only rail steel left. In order to ensure emergency repairs at any time, a few poles are left at intervals along the railway line. But this is illegal. Qin Jiangwo believed that his son would not do such a thing. Dad, I have to get a passport. Passport? That's right. I'll go abroad and buy scrap steel. It's cheap and in sufficient quantity, and it's perfect for us. Okay. Qin Jiangwo thought for a moment and nodded. Go ahead. The existing scrap iron and the iron we got back from Shugong should be able to support our production for a while. Don't worry. Protect yourself well when you go abroad. The world out there is not peaceful. If it were in the past, Qin Jiangwo would never let Qin Chuan go abroad. With his idle attitude, it would be a waste of money for him to go abroad. But now, there's so much money in the factory's account, all earned by Qin Chuan. Even if Qin Chuan really wants to go abroad to play, Qin Jiangwo has no objection. By the way, Dad, the last time I came back, I bought 50 fire trucks from the Tyne factory. I haven't taken care of it during this period. Please make this deal. Fire trucks? 50 of them. One is enough for our factory, right? Why did you buy so many? Modify it. Once it's done, I'll sell it to Robert and his friends next time they come. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he looked at Li Runping again. Uncle Li, how much money do we have in our account back home? $9,538,103. Li Runping spoke in a low voice, afraid that others would hear. These are just domestic accounts. There is even more money in foreign accounts, all in US dollars. Take out 5 million of it and purchase a large number of agricultural products and light industrial products from our country, such as buttons, needles and thread, various canned fruits, flashlights, fur coats, etc. Buy as much as you can. Xiaochuan, what are you doing? Our steel plant doesn't need these things. We need these things. What's it for? Change to scrap metal. Chapter 39. Deep Feelings One Mouth. The Southern Bug River and the Inhor River flow slowly, passing through the once vibrant city of Nikolaev, through the once bustling shipyard, and then into the Black Sea. In the shipyard, the tall gantry cranes, the huge slipway, the wide dock, and the outfitting pier that once docked countless warships are now completely silent. There's still some people moving around, but they no longer have the momentum they once had with their heads held high. They walk slowly on the road of the shipyard with their heads down, carrying a few pieces of steel in their arms. After selling them, they could go to the bar to have a glass of vodka. They loved drinking before, and now they want to get drunk every day. Only in this way can they forget the pain and their past glory. In this turbulent era, they have lost all their ideals. Those who are sober are the most miserable. For example, in a villa near the shipyard, an old man stood on the balcony on the second floor, looking towards the direction of the shipyard, his eyes full of nostalgia for the past and helplessness about the current situation. His eyes turned towards the outfitting dock. There was also a huge warship there, waiting quietly. Its huge outline, the rising deck at the bow, and the island that was like a hill all seemed to be speaking. Oh, the old man couldn't help but sigh again. As the director of the most powerful Nikolaev shipyard in the Red Empire era, the old man has always lived in pain. How nice it would be if we could go back to the past. Yuri Ivanovich Makarov was born in 1934. He graduated from a Nikolaev Shipbuilding Institute in 1958 and was then assigned to the Nikolaev shipyard, where he began his glorious life. He is smart and capable, willing to work hard and use his brain, and is highly appreciated by the old factory director. He became the chief engineer of the shipyard in 1976 and the director of the shipyard in 1979. During his most energetic years, which also happened to be the period when the Red Empire was at its most powerful, the Navy also experienced rapid development. Relying on the superior geographical conditions of an ice-free port, the Nikolaev shipyard became the only shipyard for the Red Navy's heavy aircraft carrier cruisers. First, four 40,000-ton type 1143 heavy aircraft carrier cruisers were built and put into service, and were named Kiev-class aircraft carriers by NATO. Then, The construction of super battleships of 60,000 to 70,000 tons began in full swing. The Type 1143.5 heavy aircraft carrier cruiser experienced numerous twists and turns and eventually entered service in the Russian Navy. After several name changes, it was finally named Kuznetsov. Type 1143.6, also known as the Varyag, is already 70% completed, but can only lie on the outfitting dock exposed to the sun and wind. However, this warship is at least still there, and the fate of its next ship, the Type 1143.7, the Ulyanovsk, is even more tragic. It's all my fault. I trusted the West too much. Makarov was very, very sad. He had a premonition. The Varyag could no longer be built. The aircraft carrier era of the Red Empire had ended, and the great cause that the Nikolaev shipyard had been striving for 35 years had also ended. Thinking of this, Makarov felt a wave of pain in his heart again. Meanwhile, near the shipyard, the Bankrupt bar. The bar is not big, with only 7 or 8 booths, which are full of people. The front is a large bar with darkwood grain on the surface. Time has left countless traces on it, and it is full of a sense of historical vicissitudes at first glance. There are some people sitting next to the oak bar. They moved quickly. They sat down, ordered drinks, tilted their heads back, and poured a glass of wine directly into their mouths. Then, he felt his pocket again and found that there was no money left to buy a second glass of wine, so he had no choice but to leave. They walked back and forth like a revolving lantern, and the door of the bar opened and closed. At some point, 2 young Oriental guys appeared at the door. "Brother Chuan, these old Russians can drink too much, don't they?" Li Jianxi looked at the Russians drinking happily and felt deeply moved. When the old man in the family drinks, he just holds a 3-cent wine glass and drinks 1 sip at a time. What about these old Russians? They all eat 300 grams, or even half a pound at a time. Your brother Chuan is not bad either. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll show you how much Chuan can drink." "Good luck, the person I'm looking for is there." Qin Chuan took big steps, walked in, came to the bar, and sat next to someone. "2 bottles of vodka, please." Qin Chuan said this, and took out a banknote with a thin old man printed on it. "Lincoln, $5 bill." The waiter at the bar's eyes lit up instantly. In the past few years, the ruble has depreciated significantly. The US dollar is now a hard currency. "Sir, here is your wine. I'll give you the change later." "No thanks, the rest is your tip." "Thank you, sir." The waiter was so excited. The person sitting next to Qin Chuan couldn't help but turn his head to look at him. Then Qin Chuan handed over one of the bottles of wine. "Brother, meeting is fate. Here, this bottle is on me." The man had finished a glass and was about to leave. After all, his pockets were not very full. When he saw the wine Qin Chuan handed over, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Thanks." He took it excitedly, blew a few big gulps into the bottle, and felt great. By the time he put down the bottle, 1/3 of the wine had already been consumed. Li Jianxi had been standing behind Qin Chuan. He didn't dare to drink so much, and he couldn't speak those gibberish words. He could only be Qin Chuan's follower. Seeing the other party finish 1/3 of the food in 1 gulp, Li Jianxi was filled with admiration. What a fierce guy. Seeing the other party put down the bottle of wine, Qin Chuan smiled, took a deep breath, then put the bottle to his mouth and blew air into it. Gulp, gulp. 1/3 of the bottle was gone, half the bottle was gone, and all the liquid in the bottle disappeared. The man next to Qin Chuan opened his eyes wide, and even other people nearby looked over, their eyes full of admiration. "Awesome. Really awesome. I can finish a whole bottle of wine in 1 breath." In a Russian world, anyone who can drink is a hero. Being able to drink a whole bottle of vodka in 1 breath makes him the object of admiration for all of them. Li Jianxi looked at the admiration in the eyes of the other Russians and felt that it was ridiculous. In a Russian world, as long as you can drink, you can gain other people's admiration and make friends? "You're awesome." The man next to him said, "You are a real man. By the way, what are you doing here?" "I'm a scrap metal recycler from the East. My name is Qin Chuan. Let me see if there's any scrap steel I can buy." Qin Chuan explained his purpose. Chapter 40, Scrap Metal of the Ulyanovsk. Buying scrap steel? The man's eyes lit up immediately. "You come to recycle scrap metal? That's great. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Yaroslav, and I'm from the sales department of the Nikolaev shipyard. Our shipyard has 29,000 tons of scrap steel. Can you handle that?" Qin Chuan certainly knew the identity of the man in front of him. Otherwise, why would he sit next to him? Yaroslav, born in 1963, is only in his 30s this year. He was originally just a small clerk in the production planning department of the Nikolaev shipyard, but he has a quick mind and has a dark history of handling various materials in the 1980s. So, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Nikolaev shipyard set up a special sales department and transferred him there. He participated in many sales negotiations, but was fooled by Westerners time and time again. Gradually, he was no longer taken seriously and could only come here to get drunk every day. Today, Qin Chuan's appearance has simply ignited new hope in his dark life. A few tens of thousands of tons of steel is just child's play for me. Qin Chuan said, "Of course I can eat it, but the price. It's only $200 a ton." Yaroslav said, "We just want someone to take away the garbage." Our director Makarov gets extremely depressed every day when he sees the garbage. The domestic purchase price is 70 cents per pound. 1 ton is 2,000 pounds, which costs 1,400 yuan. Of course, only Liaoyang Iron and Steel Plant can afford this price. After all, they're in urgent need of scrap iron for steelmaking. Other steel mills charge 50 cents per pound for scrap iron, which is 1,000 yuan per ton. Based on the current exchange rate, it is less than $200. However, the quality of scrap iron purchased domestically is definitely not as good as the scrap iron here. After all, these 29,000 tons of scrap iron are the steel used for the Ulyanovsk heavy aircraft carrier cruiser. At the end of 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed, the Ulyanovsk had already begun to be assembled on the slipway. This super battleship, which is planned to have a full load of 80,000 tons, has already used 29,000 tons of steel. The nuclear reactor has also begun to be assembled in the workshop, and the production progress of the aircraft carrier has exceeded 30%. However, without the Red Empire, it was impossible to complete the construction of this warship. At this time, a Norwegian company came to the Nikolaev shipyard and wanted to ask it to build 6 ships. The tonnage of the ships was very large and could only be used on the number 0 slipway occupied by the Ulyanovsk. At the same time, an American steel company also came forward and said that it could purchase the steel for the aircraft carrier at a price of $450 per ton. Everyone in the shipyard was very happy at that time. After obtaining the consent of the Mao Zedong government, the ship was dismantled into scrap metal. Then, the Norwegian company stopped placing orders and the U.S. Steel Corporation stopped recycling. The two sides set up a scheme, and without spending a penny, Mao dismantled the world's most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that could rival the U.S. super aircraft carrier. This is a very skillful move. The dismantling was completed in 1992, but no one wanted the scrap steel, so it was piled up on the vacant land of the shipyard. Makarov was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. If it weren't for the Variag that was still under outfitting, he would probably have died of depression. Since Yaroslav is in the sales department, of course he has to run around to attract clients. The last attempt was to find a steel manufacturer in India, but the manufacturer was only willing to pay $150 per ton at most, while our psychological bottom line was $200 per ton. So in the end, no agreement was reached. $200 a ton is not a high price, but it also depends on the size of your scrap steel. If the scrap steel is too big, we can only hire a special transport ship, and the freight is too high. Qin Chuan said, "Can you take me to see it?" The Russians have never sold steel plates from scrapped ships, so how could they know all these tricks? When they said they were going to dismantle the Ulyanovsk, they took it apart in no time, all in large pieces. Even if an international scrap metal recycler came, they would not be able to transport such a large piece of metal. Thanks to this reason, otherwise there would be no chance for Qin Chuan to come, and he would have been bought by other manufacturers long ago. After all, this is the steel plate of an aircraft carrier. Come on, I'll take you to see it. When Yaroslav heard Qin Chuan worrying about the size, he knew that his plan might fail again. But now that I have found a buyer, I can't just give up. Persistence will always pay off. Although Li Jianxi didn't understand a word he said, he thought Qin Chuan was very awesome when he saw him. At this moment, Brother Chuan is just like the big boss in the TV series. "Jianxi, what are you standing there for? Follow me." Li Jianxi quickly followed Qin Chuan and drank a bottle of vodka. Brother Chuan walked steadily. Amazing. As for the Russian who came out with us, he was holding a bottle of wine, taking a few sips as he walked, and he didn't dare to finish it in one breath. Several people walked to the shipyard. The shipyard is very spacious, and you can't even see the end of it at a glance. Looking at the towering gantry cranes, Qin Chuan has an indescribable emotion. The old Russian shipyard can never regain its former glory and is now ruined. The scrap steel is just ahead. Yaroslav took Qin Chuan past several slipways and came to dock number 1. Most of them are steel plates, but because they have been bent into various shapes, it is impossible to put them together neatly after taking them down. They are piled up horizontally and vertically in a disorderly manner. Moreover, they are all very big. The length is often more than 10 meters, and some steel plates are even 20 or 30 meters long. After a year of exposure to the sun and wind, many steel plates are rusted and look tattered. Qin Chuan frowned. These steel plates are so large that they require special ships to transport them. These 29,000 tons of steel are only worth 5 or 6 million US dollars. But if we want to transport these steel products to the east, I'm afraid the cost of renting a ship will be tens of millions of dollars. This is not cost-effective. Yaroslav had just taken the last sip of wine and threw it away. Bang! The wine bottle flew to the ground and shattered. Li Jianxi was shocked. What was he doing? Forced buying or selling? Qin, the workers in our factory haven't received their wages for half a year. After drinking this bottle of wine, we don't even know where the next bottle is. You have to think of a solution. Can't you cut these plates smaller? That costs money. We need to buy oxygen and acetylene, and we need workers to work. The factory has no money left, not even the electricity to run the crane. Yaroslav said, if it could be cut open, it would have been done long ago. Then there's only one other way. What is the solution? Yaroslav's eyes were full of anticipation. Other customers came and asked for the food to be cut into small pieces. If their requests could not be met, they could only leave with regret. However, Qin Chuan proposed other solutions. Find an unwanted ship hull from you guys and put these steel plates in it. Chapter 41. Makarov misunderstood. We are good friends. Qin Chuan certainly knew that the steel plates here were all large, and it was not easy to transport them away. However, that's just because no one has thought of a solution. Since Qin Chuan is here, of course there must be a perfect plan. It's not easy to move such a large piece of steel plate back. When Qin Chuan mentioned the unwanted hull, his eyes looked towards the nearby outfitting dock and towards the huge warship. The high-raised flying deck seemed to be waving to him. The rusty hull seemed to be telling something. Come, take me away. Let me go to the east to be reborn. Yaroslav followed Qin Chuan's gaze, and his expression changed. Qin, this won't do. The fate of that warship cannot be decided by our shipyard, and we absolutely cannot sell it as scrap metal. That was Order 106, the variag that was being fitted out at their shipyard. This super battleship has a full load displacement of 67,500 tons. Although only 70% is completed now, there is still hope that we can continue to complete the assembly in the future. The Russian Navy has come to inspect this warship several times. This warship has a wide deck, and with a hangar below, it can indeed fit all the existing scrap metal. However, this warship must not be allowed to take on such a mission. That's right, we won't sell the variag for scrap metal. At this moment, another voice sounded. Qin Chuan turned his head and saw a fat man with white hair walking towards him. He had a big belly that his belt could hardly hold him back. His face was square, and the flesh was almost hanging down. He wore black-framed glasses, which emitted a meaningful look from his eyes. When he heard that a foreign scrap steel recycling company was coming to purchase scrap steel, he immediately rushed over from home. He was originally full of expectations, but at this moment his heart was filled with disappointment. The so-called clients were just two young guys who didn't look like the bosses of a big company at all. They fooled Yaroslav with just a bottle of vodka, but Makarov would not be fooled. Moreover, the other party came here probably with impure motives. That gaze was fixed on the variag. Did you want to turn the variag into scrap metal as well? Humph! I will never be fooled a second time. Director Makarov, this is Qin. Yaroslav hurried to introduce himself, but Makarov interrupted him. I know you're a scrap metal recycler. You can buy steel if you want, but don't even think about taking our Order 106. Makarov's tone was icy. No, I have no intention of taking this warship. I just feel a little sad about the great loss you have suffered at the hands of the Westerners. Qin Chuan said, if Order 107 is not disassembled, you may be able to do something with it. What can be done? Makarov's tone was still cold. He had already determined that these people had impure motives. I heard from Yaroslav that your factory can't even pay the electricity bill. If the original Order 107 had been installed, it could have been used as a floating nuclear power plant at sea, and your electricity problem would have been completely solved. Makarov opened his eyes wide. Yes, why didn't he think of it? No one in the entire Nikolaev shipyard thought of it. Once upon a time, that ship didn't need to be dismantled. It was a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. When it was dismantled, the hull was about to be closed and the nuclear reactor had been assembled. If we raise some more money, we can dock the hulls and stuff the nuclear reactor inside. This way, even if it can't be used as an aircraft carrier, it can be used as a power station. You know, in order to drive this 80,000-ton super battleship to a high speed of 30 knots, the designers equipped it with 4-can 3-43 pressurized water reactors, with a single reactor thermal power of 305 megawatts, and mechanical power output after driving the steam turbine is 52 megawatts. Not to mention 4 nuclear reactors. Just one is enough for their shipyard. If all the nuclear reactors above are used to generate electricity, not to mention supplying electricity to the entire city of Nikolaev, even the entire state would have no problem. Why didn't you think of it at the beginning? Can the Variag be modified in this way? Of course not, because this thing burns heavy oil. Once a nuclear reactor is assembled, there is no need to load fuel afterwards. To burn the boiler, you have to keep adding fuel, which is also a considerable expense. Chin, it would have been great if we had met you back then. Makarov sighed. For many things, you have to experience them before you know them. Chin Chuan also sighed. Our country has also encountered many setbacks on the road of economic development, but we have come all the way. You will definitely be able to get through this most difficult period and move towards glory. This was certainly meant to comfort them. After all, a half-dead old Russian is a good Russian. If they become stronger, well, we will definitely get through this crisis. Makarov nodded, his eyes full of hope again. However, we need to solve the problem of these scrap steel first. Are you sure that we can only find an empty hull to load it? If you insist on selling it at $200 a ton, then that's the only way, Chin Chuan said. I know, there's one in the North Factory. I'll take you to see it. When talking about the Nikolaev shipyard, it is easy to think of the Black Sea shipyard that builds aircraft carriers. In fact, there's a river at the north and south ends of the city of Nikolaev, and there is a shipyard on each bank. This shipyard in the south was called Shipyard 444 at that time, which is now the Nikolaev shipyard, also known as the Black Sea shipyard. The one in the north is called the 445th shipyard, and another one is called the 61st Commune shipyard. The locals simply call them South Factory and North Factory. The South Factory mainly manufactures heavy aircraft carrier cruisers. The North Factory mainly manufactures other auxiliary combat warships. The earliest destroyers built were the 4,000-ton Type 61 destroyers, also known as the Kashin class. After that, the construction of Type 1155 anti-submarine ships and Type 1164 cruisers began, especially the latter, which is the famous Slava-class cruiser. The Slava-class cruiser is a smaller version of the Dreadnought-class cruiser. Its power system was changed from nuclear power to gas turbine power, and its displacement was reduced from more than 20,000 tons to more than 10,000 tons. It is the main warship of the Red Navy. 3 ships have been built before the collapse of the Soviet Union. The 4th ship has reached 75% of the progress and is moored at the outfitting dock. When it was built, the warship was named Komsomolskaya, and later it was changed to Admiral Lobov. However, after the separation, the warship was immediately renamed Ermau. The empty-shell Chin Chuan was talking about was certainly not this warship. Although countless military fans in later generations have dreamed of taking this warship home, this warship is too backward and cannot be compared with the 055. In addition to building these, the Beichong also builds another type of warship, a comprehensive supply ship. Chapter 42, 61 Commune Shipyard. The Russians originally did not have comprehensive supply ships, but only oil and water supply ships to replenish oil and fresh water for warships. Generally speaking, they were modified from existing oil tankers, such as the Type 160 supply oil tanker. It was not until the construction of the 40,000-ton Type 1143 heavy aircraft carrier cruiser that the Russians realized that their fleet supply capabilities were too poor. So they started building comprehensive supply ships, which could not only supply fuel and fresh water, but also food, weapons and equipment, etc. However, the Russians have no need for ocean voyages, unlike the American fleet that sails around the world. Therefore, the displacement of the Russians' comprehensive supply ship is not large. Their Type 1159 comprehensive supply ship is their main large-scale comprehensive supply ship, with a full load displacement of only 22,000 tons. The 61st Commune shipyard, located in the north of Nikolaev, started construction of the Type 1833 comprehensive supply ship in 1972. Its full load displacement is 25,000 tons, which is stronger than the Type 1159 comprehensive supply ship. Unlike other supply ships, the Type 1833 comprehensive supply ship luxuriously uses the same gas turbine power plant as the Type 1160 Slava-class cruiser. After all, the 61 Commune shipyard was originally building the Slava-class ships, so they used the gas turbines on the supply ships. This increased its speed to 22 knots, which was enough to keep up with the speed of the fleet, and it was a twin-shaft, twin-propeller ship. The Russian Navy only had one Type 1833, and that was entirely because they missed the deadline. When the Russians wanted to continue building more large-scale comprehensive supply ships, that powerful country collapsed. On the slipway of the 61 Commune shipyard, the hull of a new class comprehensive supply ship with a displacement of 36,000 tons has been built, and it seems that it will be launched soon, and then nothing happens. It has been left on the slipway, exposed to wind and sun, but it would be a pity to dismantle it, and there's also the precedent of the Ulyanovsk. But if I sell it, no one will buy it. Now the buyer is here. A vodka car carrying several people came to the 61st Commune shipyard. Led by Makarov, they went directly to find the shipyard director Valery Popolov. This is a short and thin old man who looks like he could be blown down by a gust of wind. "Valery, my friend," Makarov smiled and said, "Come, let me introduce you. This comrade is Chin, and he's from the east for the scrap metal recycling company." Although the Red Empire is a thing of the past, Makarov still inadvertently used the word comrade. For him and others, this term has been used for decades, and they have long been accustomed to it. "Director Popolov, nice to meet you." Chin Chuan walked up and shook hands with the other party. "Scrap metal? We don't have any scrap metal in our factory." Popolov looked at Chin Chuan with vigilance. What was the other party going to do? "Don't try to trick us into dismantling the cruiser on the outfitting dock. As long as we raise some more funds, that cruiser can be built." "Valery, look how anxious you are. We're not talking about the Irmau, but the Dagava, the 1834 model." Makarov said, "Can your ship float on the water?" Popolov looked at Chin Chuan and Li Jianxi in surprise and continued to ask cautiously, "You want to buy that ship? What are you going to do with it?" "Transporting scrap metal." Chin Chuan answered straightforwardly. Popolov was stunned. And then tear it down into scrap metal too?" Popolov thought about it for a moment, then shook his head firmly. "No." "Why?" Even Makarov was surprised. "You old stubborn man, we mean. Except for the Irmaheo, you can dispose of the remaining semi-finished products by yourselves. Why don't you sell them? That ship can be built into a powerful, ocean-going integrated supply ship. I don't want it to become scrap metal." Although it looks like a shell, the Cruise M70 gas turbine has been installed, and we can't sell it as scrap metal, Popov said. The comprehensive supply ships of various countries are generally powered by diesel engines, and in the early days they also used boilers. Comprehensive supply ships driven by gas turbines are extremely rare, and only this type was launched by their 61 Commune shipyard. Makarov frowned. As a factory manager, he understood the other party's feelings. It must be hard to watch the half-built ship being dismantled into scrap metal. But if this side doesn't sell it, how can I sell my scrap metal? If the scrap iron is not sold, the shipyard will not be able to pay wages, people will be in panic, and skilled technical workers will run away. The shipyard will completely lose its ability to build ships in the future. If the ship can sail on its own, we can save the expense of tugboat, which would cost about $1 million for the whole trip back home. We can give you an extra $1 million based on the estimated scrap metal value of this ship." Chin Chuan said, "If the main engine for acceleration is installed, it may be more valuable. This gas turbine for cruising." The Glory class uses two unique M21 combined combustion and steam systems. Two M70 cruising gas turbines are used for normal cruising, and four Mk8F acceleration gas turbines are started when acceleration is needed. At the same time, because the exhaust temperature of the gas turbine is very high, two direct current exhaust gas circulation boilers are installed. The steam generated is used to drive the steam turbine to generate electricity. The fuel utilization rate is quite high, but the system is extremely complex. The Russians were not afraid of complexity and directly transplanted the entire power system over. However, this unfinished product currently only has a gas turbine for cruising, and the rest has not been installed yet. Fortunately, the gearbox and other things have been installed, so it can run. Although the comprehensive supply ship in front of us has a full load displacement of 36,000 tons, it can actually only carry more than 20,000 tons of cargo. It weighs more than 10,000 tons and is only half built now. The superstructure has not yet been built. The overall weight is about 7,000 tons. Based on the scrap iron price of $200 per ton, it can be sold for 1.4 million US dollars. If you give another $1 million, that would be $2,400,000. Popov rolled his eyes and said, "No, $1 million is not enough. At least $1,600,000. This adds up to $3 million, twice the price of scrap metal." Qin Chuan frowned. This is a bit too much. But the amount of money is not important. What is important is that we get along well. Director Makarov personally brought me here today to give me face. I, Qin Chuan, cannot let Director Makarov down. I will pay you according to the price you said. Makarov's eyes lit up. Great, it finally worked. They originally thought that they would be forced to sell the scrap metal at $150 a ton, but unexpectedly, they actually sold it for $200 a ton. Were they dreaming? But Qin Chuan paused and said, "Can you install a simple operating system for us so that this ship can be operated?" Although the gas turbine and steering gear have been installed, the bridge has not yet been constructed and there is no operating system in the middle. Forget about the anchor winch and the like. At least we need to install a steering wheel so that it can turn at sea. Of course, Popolov nodded. But you have to pay first. Okay, I'll give you a deposit of $300,000 first. When you finish the modification, send the ship to the South Factory, load the scrap metal, and as long as the customs inspection is okay and releases it, I'll pay the balance immediately. Although it's also a 10% deposit, it's different from Asan. We can pay off the balance before we leave. In fact, he could give it now, but Qin Chuan didn't dare to. These old Russians are very bold. If they're not careful, they will embezzle the funds. Then we will have no place to cry. Director Makarov, Director Makarov. At this moment, an anxious voice sounded. Nanchang is calling you back. There is an important situation. Chapter 43. We need a great country. When Makarov returned to the Nikolaev shipyard, he saw a large number of cars parked at the outfitting dock. Especially when he saw the dazzling three-pointed star logo, he knew who was coming. Director Makarov, Chernomyrdin, Gromov, and other guests have gone upstairs, and Mr. Kukma is accompanying them. Okay, I understand. For the first time, a smile appeared on Makarov's face. It looks like today is a good day, as not only will someone come to take away the scrap metal from Order 107, but Order 106 will also be reborn. With hope in his heart, he strode forward. Once in those busy years, he would walk around all the locations on the ship every day and then hold meetings in the hangar. Over time, his subordinates named the road he walked on Makarov Avenue. This avenue is filled with his loyalty to the country and his attachment to his career, and now. Makarov walked into the hangar, climbed up to the island from the gangway, then went out of the island's hatch and came to the deck. Before I even reached the group of people, I could already hear the sound of quarreling. Mr. Kukma, we came here with sincerity. Our Russian Navy is very much looking forward to completing the construction of this aircraft carrier and incorporating it into our Navy. We are ready to pay the remaining 30% of the construction cost. But how can you be so greedy and actually ask for the full cost? Mr. Gromov, you should know that this warship is our Irmau's property. If you want it, you will of course pay for the full cost of its construction. If you just want to pay 30% of the cost and drive it away, then we are selling out the country. Kukma's tone also became serious. Except for our Russian Navy, no other country's Navy can buy it. If we don't buy it, the final fate of this warship will be the same as that of the Ulyanovsk. Gromov said, this warship was originally built in the Soviet era. What does it have to do with you 2 cents? Giving you the remaining 30% of the cost, isn't that enough to satisfy your appetite? Yes, it was built during the Soviet era, but now it is our property. Kukma said with a serious expression, if you don't want it, we have the right to decide to sell it to other customers. How dare you? A sudden sadness welled up in Makarov's heart. The scene of the entire Soviet Union being united in the past emerged in his mind again. In order to build these heavy aircraft carrier cruisers, so many departments of the Soviet Union were working together. The steel plates needed for the aircraft carrier were sent from the Ural Mountains. The nuclear reactor needed for the aircraft carrier was made by the Marine Equipment Bureau. The catapult was made by the Volgograd factory, and the conventional heavy oil boiler came from the Leningrad boiler plant. Although this aircraft carrier now only has 30% of its workload, it still needs a large amount of equipment. Are there any manufacturers producing these devices now? Can they still be provided as planned? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, many factories closed down, many technicians left, and they lacked a leadership organization to coordinate the overall situation. Can these quarreling guys be coordinated? Director Makarov, you are finally here. Please give us your judgment. Chernomyrdin said, what do you think? Should we pay the remaining 30% instead of all of it? Kukma coughed a few times and said nothing. Makarov, don't forget which country you are from now. Makarov's face was bitter. He moved his gaze away from the rusty steel plates and looked at the pairs of expectant eyes. Going from hope to disappointment is the most painful. Makarov has already been disappointed, and he also wants to break the illusions of these people. Everyone, the very ad can no longer be completed. Why? Makarov did not answer. What do you need to get the carrier finished? Chernomyrdin asked, whatever you need, we will satisfy you. The Soviet Union, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the State Planning Commission, the Military Industrial Commission, and 9 defense industry ministries, 600 related majors, and 8,000 supporting manufacturers require a great country to complete. Everyone was silent. Only a powerful country can build such a powerful fighting machine. But now, this country no longer exists. The setting sun shines on a rusty deck and on every lonely figure. When they came, they were full of expectations, but now they all understand. This aircraft carrier is destined to never be built because that powerful country no longer exists. The setting sun shines on the entire city of Nikolaev and on the entire Earth. The sunset dyes the sky red as blood. This sunset is so beautiful. Li Jianxi sighed. Qin Chuan smiled and said, beautiful? The moon in foreign countries is round, and the sun in foreign countries is also beautiful. What about foreign women? Jianxi, look at all these beautiful women on the street. Are you tempted? If you like her, we only need to spend $10 to let such a woman accompany you for a night. Brother Chuan, what are you talking about? When we were gangsters, we could eat, drink, and have fun, but we were not allowed to gamble or smoke. This was the rule you set back then. Have you forgotten it? Qin Chuan smiled. In fact, he was just satisfying his own desire to talk. What's so good about a hairy girl? She looks like she has a devilish body and an angelic face, and she looks so tempting. But if she really does that, her hairy skin will be exposed if she doesn't shave for a day, and she will have a special smell if she doesn't spray perfume. But not everyone can tolerate it. The deposit for the North factory has been paid, and they have started to hire workers to install control equipment. Makarov disappeared again, and even Yaroslav, whom they had just met, was nowhere to be seen. Qin Chuan didn't care. After all, he had been here countless times in his previous life. He took Li Jianxi and walked around, and took bus number 11 to the Mark Palace Hotel in the city center. Standing at the entrance of the hotel was a blonde, blue-eyed, long-legged figure with a hot body and revealing clothes. She looked like a woman who worked in that kind of profession. Qin Chuan frowned, thinking about whether to take Li Jianxi to take a detour when the girl had already walked over. Excuse me, do you need? The other party said, extending his hand. Unnecessary. Qin Chuan quickly shook his head. He was a typical talker. He spoke very freely, but in fact, he didn't have the courage. Li Jianxi didn't understand what the two sides were saying, but he had eyes. Seeing that the other party was about to pull him, he swung his arm over. Get out of the way. Crash. Something slipped from the girl's hand and rolled to Qin Chuan's feet. Qin Chuan was shocked. Jianxi, you idiot, this is a scam. Do you understand? You. Hey, this thing. In the setting sun, the thing was gleaming, and on the front was a head that looked very familiar. Is this the Order of Lenin? Chapter 44, Order of Lenin. When talking about the honors of the Soviet era, the first thing that comes to mind is the hero of the Soviet Union. This is to commend individuals or groups who have made heroic contributions to the country, but it is very difficult to obtain this honor. The main group is heroes who emerged in the war. At the same time, the Order of Lenin was established to reward units and individuals who have made various contributions in various activities, such as war practice, revolutionary movements, defending the country, promoting peace, etc. As the name suggests, the main pattern on this medal is the Great Revolutionary Leader. Compared with the title of Hero of the Soviet Union and the corresponding Gold Star Medal, this Order of Lenin is equally valuable and is one of the highest honors for the people in the Soviet era. The Order of Lenin has different shapes depending on the era. The first medal had a tractor on a background, But because the image was too prominent, it overshadowed the great leader, so the second version was revised. Except for the pattern, the surface was not silver-plated, and it was called the gold head version. Later, the leader's head was made of platinum alone, becoming the third type. The first two types each issued 1 or 2,000 pieces, which is not a large number and has a high collection value. A total of 460,000 pieces of the third type were issued, so they are not very valuable. At this time, the coin that appeared under Qin Chuan's feet was the gold first edition, with a total of 2,000 pieces issued. If this thing is not a knockoff, you can still buy it. Qin Chuan originally thought that the other party was selling his body, but he didn't expect that he was selling the medal. He felt a little embarrassed and quickly bent down to pick up the medal. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay. If you really want to, please help me buy this medal. It only costs $500. I beg you. The girl's tone was full of pleading. In 1993, the international gold price was $409 per ounce, and 1 ounce is 28.35 grams. The total weight of the Order of Lenin is 33.6 grams, of which 28 grams is gold. It can be said that the price the other party wants is just slightly higher than the gold price, and does not include the value brought by the honor of the medal itself. The surface of your medal is gray and doesn't look like real gold at all. Could it be fake? No, it's real. This Order of Lenin belonged to my grandfather. Under his command, he successfully salvaged the main turret of a battleship and modified it for use on the coast. He also participated in the defense of the Sevastopol fortress. The name of this battleship was... The girl was so anxious that she couldn't remember it for a moment and was very nervous. The Queen Maria? Yes, that's it. The girl nodded. How do you know? Isn't your grandfather's name Chilikhin Mykolaievich Fedotov? Do you know my grandfather? The girl was even more surprised. My name is Nadezhda Ivanovich Fedototseva. You can call me Nadia. Li Jianxi was watching from the side and was a little surprised. Brother Chuan, what are you guys talking about? They were a little impatient when they just met, but now both sides are very enthusiastic. Are they discussing the price? Brother Chuan, we can't do this. How is your grandpa doing lately? Qin Chuan asked. Why did you secretly sell his Medal of Honor? Isn't this a bad idea? Of course, Qin Chuan knew that he was Chilikhin Mykolaievich Fedotov, the designer of the Sovetskaya battleship. Qin Chuan had read the biography of this old man and knew that he was a famous warship designer during the Tsarist era. At that time, the battleship sank due to the explosion of the number 1 turret, so he salvaged the remaining turrets and made a coastal defense gun. But I didn't expect to meet his granddaughter here. The old man won't die, right? My grandpa is in the hospital, and I can't afford the medical bills, so how could it be possible? Your grandfather was such a hero. Qin Chuan's gaze passed over Nadezhda and looked at a trash can not far behind her. Several elderly people had already been rummaging through things there. It's all because of this special era. When the Soviet Union collapsed, everyone clapped their hands and shouted slogans to bid farewell, thinking that a new era would come, just like the Western world. As it turned out, they were wrong. The good life only lasted for a few months before they fell into hell. The newly appointed leader wanted to get rid of all the shadows of the past. All domestic enterprises ushered in a wave of privatization, and oligarchs were born one after another, but ordinary people became penniless because of shock therapy. Take 1993, for example. The domestic inflation rate was as high as 4,700%. The money at the beginning of the year can buy a motorcycle, but at the end of the year, it can only buy a loaf of bread. Under such circumstances, the wealth of ordinary people disappeared without a trace. Wealth does not appear out of thin air, nor does it disappear out of thin air. It can only be transferred. The wealth of ordinary people has been concentrated in the hands of a few people, and life has become extremely difficult for them. A former national hero now cannot afford the hospital bills. What a tragedy of the times. Yes, if I can't pay the hospital bill today, my grandfather will be kicked out. Please help me. If you don't like this Order of Lenin, I can do anything else. Nadezhda glanced at Qin Chuan and lowered her head again. Come on, take me to see your grandfather. Good. Li Jianxi followed Qin Chuan curiously. After hesitating for a few times, he couldn't help but said, Brother Chuan, have you negotiated the price? If you really want to, you can just go to the hotel. Are you going to have sex outside now? Jianxi, what are you thinking about? Let's go see an old senior. Arte Hospital in Nikolaev. The smell of disinfectant filled the entire hospital, and outside the payment window, there were people with sad faces. What's going on? Last week, the hospital bill was only 50,000 kapangs, but this week it's 200,000 kapangs. Yes, the cost of purchasing various supplies for hospitals is also skyrocketing. Our kuang has become worthless. 200,000 is also the price this week. It may go up next week. If you want a stable amount, then give me US dollars. An impatient voice sounded from the window. During the Soviet era, the ruble was used throughout the country. After the split, the Soviet Union could not wait to issue a new currency, the Cuban. Due to severe inflation, it quickly depreciated and became waste paper. In 1996, the hryvnia was reissued. In 1993, in the first half of the year, the largest denomination of 2,000 kubang appeared, and in the second half of the year, 5,000 kubang appeared. By 1996, huge banknotes of 1 million and 2 million kubang appeared, some of which were similar to the Zimbabwean dollar. Will you pay it or not? If you don't, I'll discharge Fedotov from the hospital. As the man spoke, he searched his pockets, but he simply couldn't take out so much money. At this moment, a voice sounded in my ears. How much would it be if converted into US dollars? I'll pay for 1 month. The man looked at the new face that suddenly appeared beside him in surprise, and then looked at the girl next to him. Nadia, who is this? Uncle, let me introduce you. This is my friend from the East, Chin Chuan. Chin, this is my uncle, Valery Vasilyevich Babbage. Mr. Babbage, nice to meet you. I'll pay you first, and then we'll talk. Chapter 45, Babbage, the father of aircraft carriers. Chin Chuan knew Chilik Mykolaievich Fedotov not only because he was a famous warship designer, but also because this old man had a son-in-law named Valery Vasilyevich Babbage. When mentioning this man's name, countless military fans will talk about it with relish. Our Liaoning can break out of its cocoon and be reborn, which is inseparable from his help. He is the father of the Russian aircraft carrier. Babbage was born in the Soviet Union in 1941. He was admitted to the Soviet Shipbuilding Engineering College at the age of 14. After graduation, he participated in the design of heavy aircraft carrier cruisers. After the drawings came out, he was noticed by the shipyard, so Babbage went to the Nikolaev shipyard. Makarov was the factory director, in charge of production, and Babbage was the designer, responsible for converting design drawings into equipment. After that, he lived in Irmau and witnessed the whole process of the Red Empire from its glory to its decline. When the Soviet Union collapsed because his household registration was in Irmau, he became an Irmau person. The Nikolaev shipyard no longer built heavy aircraft carrier cruisers, and even those that were halfway through construction could not be continued, so Babbage lost his job. After all, in terms of organization, he does not belong to the shipyard. Babbage's father is a journalist, so in the past few years, Babbage began to write books. He recalled his past and wrote works such as Our Aircraft Carrier, The City of St. Nicholas and its Aircraft Carrier, and Aircraft Carrier Confrontation at Sea. If Variag had not been bought by the East, Babbage would probably have spent the rest of his life just talking about war on paper. Babbage has been having a stressful time recently because his father-in-law was sick and hospitalized. He just received his royalties and ran to pay his father-in-law. But to his surprise, it was not enough. At the critical moment, his niece brought back the Oriental man, who generously took out 10 large denomination bills of $100 and directly paid the hospital fees for his father-in-law. Not to mention 1 month. 3 months would probably be enough. In the ward, the old man was lying quietly with an oxygen tube inserted, and ripples were still beating on the monitoring machine beside him. Chin Chuan looked at the door for a few seconds, then planned to turn around and leave. After all, he couldn't say anything to the old man, and besides, his target was not the old man. Construction, let's go. Li Jianxi was a spectator the whole time and had no idea what Chin Chuan was doing. Why did he go abroad to show his love? There are many people in the hospital who have no money to see a doctor. What does it have to do with us? We are not the gods they claim to be, etc. Babiki stopped Chin Chuan and said, "Thank you for your help. We will find a way to pay you back. Do you want to leave your contact information?" No need. The old man has devoted his whole life to the country, but he encountered this situation in his old age. Since I have encountered this, I will do my best to help him. I don't even think about asking for compensation. Chin Chuan said, "You don't have to see me off. Just stay and take care of the old man." Babbage hesitated. "Uncle, I'll go see them off." Nagesta volunteered. Several people walked out of the hospital, and it was already dark outside. "Nagesta, go back and take good care of your grandfather." "Chin, it would be better if you could call me Nadia. Well, Nadia, go back. Goodbye." Walking back, Li Jianxi had questions like a string of cannonballs. Who is this old man? What? A warship designer? That Babbage is actually an aircraft carrier designer. A person like this must be a department leader in our Dongfang, right? How come he can't even afford to pay for hospitalization? So, we have won their hearts this time. So why don't we leave our address or even trick them into coming over? How can it be so fast? If we try to trick someone into going to the east when we meet for the first time, will they agree? Not only will they not agree, they will probably suspect that we have ulterior motives. Besides, it's no use trying to fool them now. We have to drive the aircraft carrier back. Brother Chuan, why does this foreigner's name sound so long? The name of the Russians consists of 3 parts. Qin Chuan had nothing to do, so he introduced it to Li Jianxi while walking. The first one is your own name, the middle one is your father's name, and the last name is your surname. When you meet a stranger, you should call him, her your full name. When you're a little familiar with someone, you should call him, her your surname. When you're the most familiar with someone, you should call him, her the first name. Oh, you called that woman Najesta, which should be considered as a way to call someone familiar. Why did I hear you call her Nadia later? Nadia is Najesta's nickname, or rather her pet name. Nickname? Are you guys already confirmed to be in a relationship? What are you talking about? Let's go, I'm hungry. Let's go to the restaurant next door to eat something. It was a coincidence that I met Najesta today. I also happen to know Babbage, so I'm doing him a favor. When we meet again in the future, we will be friends, even closer friends than those made over drinking vodka. The purpose of coming to Nikolaev this time was actually to buy scrap steel and to build good relationships so that things will be easier in the future. Now it seems that the tasks have been completed in excess. Poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. When people here have no money, they're easily robbed, especially after dark. So, don't think about shopping at night. Go back to sleep after eating. Check tomorrow to see if the operating system has been installed on the hull. If it has, load the scrap metal and drive back. This is a port, and there are many sailors. Just hire a few. After dinner, Qin Chuan returned to the hotel. He took a shower first, then asked Li Jianxi to take a shower. He turned on the TV and watched a few TV shows to pass the time before going to bed, but he heard a knock on the door outside. Ooh, Qin Chuan became alert. Who would come to his house during this time? He didn't like takeout. Not only was it unpalatable, but he might also run into a trap. If it was a trap, he would be in big trouble. It's me, Nadia. Qin Chuan opened the door in surprise and looked at the person at the door, who was looking at him lovingly. Qin, after I went back, my mind was full of your image. I think I have fallen in love with you. You. Stop. Qin Chuan quickly refused. Nadia, I have a wife and children. I only have sympathy for you, not feelings. You can go back. We will still be good friends in the future. Who knows whether you really like me or just like me. Anyway, I'm not interested in you. At the door, Najesta's face was full of grievance. She slowly walked away, went downstairs, and arrived at the hotel entrance. Uncle, he didn't do it for my body. Najesta was a little sad. Her charm was not enough. Babbage frowned. Could it be that he really did it for his father-in-law? It seems that I underestimated him. This person may be our true friend. Only Orientals can help us sincerely. Today, I also heard that a scrap metal recycler came to the shipyard and was willing to recycle our scrap steel at a high price. Uncle, could this scrap metal recycler you're talking about be Qin? Chapter 46. Become a trader and start with the biggest deal. Li Jianxi came out of the bathroom and said, Brother Chuan, I seem to hear you talking to a woman just now. No, you heard it wrong. Li Jianxi glanced at the bed with a complicated expression, then sighed. Isn't this too fast? Qin Chuan was about to drink water, but then he spit out a mouthful of water. What did you say? You actually said that your brother Chuan is a quick shooter? The bath water cooled down too quickly. I just took a shower and it turned cold. Fortunately, we take cold showers often, so we are not afraid. After Li Jianxi finished speaking, he walked towards the bed. Brother Chuan, I'm so tired, I want to sleep. The Russian hotels don't provide hot water around the clock. It's only available during a certain period of time, and it's gone after that. Qin Chuan drank some water and lay down on the bed. Things have been almost done, and I hope everything will go smoothly. I still need to visit the customs officials and give them some gifts. I can't end up falling into the hands of customs. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan fell asleep. Qin Chuan slept until noon and woke up naturally. He felt relaxed all over and took Li Jianxi to eat something. When he staggered to the shipyard, he was surprised to find that the empty shell had been docked next to the number 0 slipway, and a 900-ton gantry crane was hoisting the dismantled steel plates up. Isn't this too fast? Looking more closely, I saw a simple little house built behind the hull, with a steering gear and other equipment installed inside. It was as rudimentary as it could be, without even electricity, and just a few kerosene lamps hung outside. It doesn't even have the navigation lights required by international regulations. It's no problem for it to sail around in the Black Sea for a few laps. Are you sure it can pass through the Turkey Strait and the Suez Canal? Gene, you are finally here, Yaroslav said. The scrap steel has been loaded onto the ship. According to our original agreement, the cargo is worth 5.8 million US dollars. How do you plan to pay for it? With Robert, Qin Chuan deliberately used some tricks. The deposit was paid in China, and the balance was directly transferred to an account specially opened in Hong Kong, which was much more convenient to use abroad. After all, in this era, it is not easy to do foreign trade business. Various companies cannot trade directly with foreigners and have to go through the procedures of certain relevant departments. So many people envy just half of the deposit as the full payment. If they knew how high the full payment was, they would rush into this market crazily. Besides, even though you have earned foreign exchange for the country, it is not so convenient to use it again. Just write you a check. Qin Chuan said this as he took out the checkbook he had been hiding close to him. This was how he paid at the 61 Commune shipyard yesterday. Otherwise, they wouldn't have worked so hard and completed the processing in just one day. This speed was absolutely incredible. The reason, of course, I hope to get the balance as soon as possible. I'll pay you a 10% deposit first, and then pay you the remaining 90% balance after customs inspection and completion of formalities. Qin Chuan said as he quickly wrote a check for $600,000. After receiving the check, Yaroslav's eyes lit up. Qin, you are really our good friend. Yaroslav, my friend, I took a look around your place yesterday and found that you are extremely short of supplies. Do you want to make more money? How do you make money? Yaroslav's eyes widened. We can pay the remaining amount in one lump sum, or we can use the goods to offset the debt. We in the East have a large number of high-quality and low-priced agricultural products and light industrial products. I will get you more than 5 million US dollars worth of goods. When they arrive here, they can be sold for at least tens of millions of dollars, or even more. The currency of coupon depreciates too quickly, so Qin Chuan directly calculates it in US dollars, which is also the common currency for international transactions. I can't buy all of it with US dollars, otherwise how will I explain it when I return? Where did the scrap metal come from? 2 cents. How did you buy it? With US dollars. Where do US dollars come from? This. Maybe you'll go in. At the beginning, you must pay a sum of dollars to let the other party see your strength, but then you will need to exchange part of it through barter. This way it will be easier for us to explain when we return. We exchange these goods for domestic products. These days, it's very profitable to bring agricultural products and light industrial products to the Russians and become a trader. Some of them went to the Fun River for small activities and crossed the river to the other side every day to do business. Some of them took the international train to Moscow. The biggest thing is that we can directly ship whole truckloads of goods, and even the myth of exchanging kin goods for airplanes can be realized. Now that Qin Chuan is here, of course he wants to have some fun as a trader. During the time he came to Ermao, Li Runping in China was also purchasing goods everywhere and almost collected goods worth 5 million renminbi. If it were sent here, it would definitely be worth $5 million and could even be sold for tens of millions of dollars. The problem faced by the Soviet Union was that for decades, it had been focusing on heavy industry and neglecting light industry, resulting in a constant shortage of agricultural products and light industrial products in society. When people face empty store shelves, their resentment naturally grows. They originally thought that by separating the family and taking the path of market economy, they would be able to restore vitality and vigor. Unfortunately, they completely trusted the West and adopted some kind of shock therapy. At the same time, a group of oligarchs were born in the country, so ordinary people found that life became even more difficult. The currency is depreciating and prices are soaring. Whoever has goods in hand will be able to make a fortune in this crisis. This, Yaroslav hesitated. Qin, we are short of various materials in our country. We do need what you said, but we are a shipyard, not a trading company. Even if we get the goods, we don't know how to sell them. That's not that difficult. Qin Chuan said, your shipyard has at least several thousand employees. Just give each of them a few $100s worth of goods and let them sell them. You can also only charge them for the cost, and the extra money will be their benefits. In this way, your Nikolaev shipyard will become the unit with the best welfare benefits in the entire Ermao. These guys are so stubborn that they don't even know how to do business. The shipyard has so many workers, which is a human resource advantage. What Qin said is a good idea. Just then, a voice came from behind. Qin Chuan knew who was coming without turning his head. Babbage. Babbage and Makarov stood together. Once the scrap steel of the shipyard is sold, the shipyard will usher in new vitality. Babbage came to help early in the morning, but only now did he see the buyer, who came with Makarov. At this moment, Babbage was extremely grateful. It was indeed him. Dongfang is our best friend. Yesterday, he helped me pay the hospital bills for my father-in-law, and today, he helped the shipyard come up with some ideas. Although the shipyard has made some money temporarily after selling these scrap steel materials, it will soon run out of money. If we can get goods from the East and sell them, we will have a steady stream of profits in the future, even if it only solves the salary problem of the shipyard workers. Babiki, why is it you? Qin Chuan pretended to be surprised. Yes, it's me. Qin, thank you for your help. Babbage said, your suggestion is really good. By the way, isn't wine the easiest product to sell? Qin Chuan shook his head. No, you can't let them promote the wine, otherwise they won't sell it and we'll just drink it. You can use the wine as a reward. Give them the wine as a reward when they sell enough goods. Director Makarov, what do you think of this proposal? Babbage looked at Makarov. Makarov pondered for a while. The workers in the factory haven't received their wages for a long time. If we can exchange all the money for goods, it will be fine as the wages of the employees. But how can you guarantee that the goods will be delivered to us? Chapter 47. Treasures Everywhere. The same mistake cannot be made twice. Since I have been fooled by the Westerners once, I cannot be fooled again in Qin Chuan. Even if Qin Chuan has paid a deposit, it is only 10% after all. What if Qin Chuan just takes the steel away and never comes back? Even if Qin Chuan helped Babbage's father-in-law pay for the medical expenses yesterday, that was just a few dollars. How could he take the life-saving money of so many factory employees at risk? The goods are ready. I just need to send a telegram to China and they will ship it over. Of course, if you still feel uneasy, you can come with me to the east to take a look. Qin Chuan said, we will ship the goods at the same time. By the way, after the ship is loaded with scrap steel, we will also need to hire a group of sailors from you to sail the ship to the east. Your shipyard can send a few people to follow and wait until our goods arrive, and then this ship will enter the port to go through customs formalities. Qin Chuan is sincere. Makarov and Babbage looked at each other for a few seconds, then nodded. Okay, then we'll pick a few guys from our shipyard and drive the ship over for you. There's no need to send people to Qin Chuan to inspect the goods. As long as there are people from their shipyard following them, safety can be guaranteed. If you're cheated by Qin Chuan, just drive the ship to the island country and sell it. They also like to collect scrap metal there. Okay, we'll pay the crew you send $30 a day each, and we'll pay them 30 days before they set off. For a dedicated sea freight line, the fastest one can arrive in 15 days, and the slowest one is 25 days. This ship is too simple, so it may take more time along the way. So 30 days is more than enough. 30 days means $900, which is definitely a huge amount of money falling from the sky for the shipyard workers. Director, I want to go. Yaroslav was the first to sign up. Makarov glanced at him. You have more important things to do. Others can go, except Yaroslav, because he and Qin Chuan have become good friends. What if he didn't receive the goods, and he just sailed the ship back to the port? Makarov was a man who was once bitten by a snake and was afraid of ropes for 10 years. He was skeptical about everything. All right, I'll go. Babbage said, Qin, you paid my father-in-law $900, so don't give me any more money. I will find a way to give you the remaining $100. A former aircraft carrier designer has to become a sailor to earn extra money. This is the sadness of the times. However, there's a saying that goes, a half-dead Russian is the best Russian. If they become strong, we will have trouble sleeping and eating. Now is the best outcome. Good. Qin Chuan nodded. He didn't expect Babbage to volunteer, but since Babbage had arrived in the east, he could forget about leaving. That night, the moon was high in the sky, and countless workers were still busy loading scrap metal into the cabin. Come, Yaroslav, let's drink. Qin Chuan and Yaroslav were sitting on the side, supervising the work. They were bored, so of course they had a few drinks. Yaroslav raised his head and gulped down half the bottle in one breath. Looking at this guy's expression, Qin Chuan knew that he was very depressed because he couldn't make nearly $1,000. He smiled and took out an envelope from his pocket. Yaroslav, thank you for your help these days. This is a little gift for me. Yaroslav took it took a look at it in the light of a street lamp, and his heart began to beat violently. They're all large green $100 bills. It looks like there are about 10 of them, which means it's $1,000. Yaroslav wanted to refuse, but Qin Chuan had already put the envelope into his pocket. Yaroslav, we are good friends, so I didn't express it at the beginning, otherwise it would be a bribe. Now, everything is settled. This is the friendship between us good friends. You must accept it. Okay. Yaroslav swallowed. By the way, I heard that there are boilers on the Ulyanovsk. Although the Ulyanovsk is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Russians also know that their nuclear power is unreliable. If it breaks down, they will have to burn the boiler and drive back for repairs, saving the trouble of tugboats. The Kirov class is designed like this. The Ulyanovsk is also equipped with 2 kVg-4 oil-fired boilers, the same model as that on the Variag. Yes, in the warehouse. Should these 2 boilers also be considered our scrap metal? Yaroslav hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Of course, I will find 2 of the most reliable workers tonight and put the 2 boilers in. Does anyone know how to wait until the steel plate is covered on top? As for the 2 missing boilers in the warehouse, how would I know? Maybe they had been stolen a long time ago. It took 3 days to load the goods, and finally all 29,000 tons of scrap steel were loaded. A completely dismantled engine room section just happened to be placed on the top of the front deck, which could accommodate more than a dozen people for eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping. Various lighting, navigation, and radio equipment were installed, and a ship number was randomly registered. After customs inspection, this most unique ship set sail. More than a dozen lucky people boarded the boat in a lively manner. Many relatives saw them off at the dock. Among the crowd, Nagesta's figure was particularly clear. She originally wanted to go to the east to see the world, but she still had to take care of her grandfather, so she had to stay. She could only wave her arms hard, with only one figure in her eyes. We're finally out to sea. Qin Chuan stood on the simple bridge, looking at the port that was gradually leaving with a smile on his face. Brother Chuan, how much profit can we make from this shipload of scrap metal? This is not only a cost of time, but also a risk of life. Such a ship may capsize at any time. Without a 300% profit, it is not worth it. What is our cost? $9 million, maybe. Including shipping it back, it would probably be $10 million. Not that much. $3,300,000, 5 million RMB. The shipping cost is only $500,000. Qin Chuan said, after we go back, we will have more than enough materials for gas tanks. We can sell 400,000 gas tanks at $50 each, which means $20 million. This is only 1 or 2 times the profit. You are wrong. This ship is full of treasures. At this moment, under their feet, the M70 gas turbine was running. Since this gas turbine only had a power of 10,000 horsepower, it was very difficult to push the fully loaded ship forward, and the speed was less than 10 knots. However, if this gas turbine is placed on a hovercraft, it can reach a speed of 100 knots. The Eastern Navy urgently needs this thing. When giving it to the Navy, we can't ask for too high a price. If we sell one for $2 million, that would be $4 million, which is like free money. There are 2 kVg-4 oil-fired boilers in the scrap metal pile. We could take these 2 boilers back and imitate them. When the Variag returned, everything inside was destroyed and the power system had been dismantled. Even if they didn't have them, they wouldn't dare use the Russians' boilers. The boilers on their warships often exploded, so they had to produce them themselves. How much do these boilers cost? One costs millions. Not to mention these things, even in the scrap iron there are treasures, such as aircraft carrier deck steel. Only a few countries in the world can produce this steel. When these steel materials are brought back, they need to be sorted, and the deck steel should be picked out specifically, as it may come in handy in the future. Of course, the biggest gain is still people. Babbage followed him and headed to the east to start a new journey of life. Chapter 48, Return. It is already mid-July. This is the hottest time of the year. For steel mills, summer is even more difficult. The high temperature of the steelmaking furnace can easily cause people to suffer from heat stroke. Therefore, large steel mills usually open a special popsicle factory where steel workers can eat as much as they want. Those white sugar popsicles that cost a few cents are the best delicacy in summer. There are no popsicles at the Liang steel plant, nor is there a need for popsicles because the steelmaking furnace has stopped and production has stopped. Alas, this scrap steel can no longer be collected. Li Runping sighed. I guess all the scrap steel in Dongshan province has gone into our steelmaking furnace. If it is farther away, The transportation cost will be too high and it will not be cost-effective. Yes, the scale of our steel plant is still too small. It would be great if we could use a blast furnace to make iron ourselves. Blast furnace iron making? We can't buy high-quality iron ore, so it's all in vain. Li Runping continued to shake his head. By the way, how's the matter with Xiao Chuan going? After the telegram came a month ago, I sent him what he wanted. Li Runping said, yesterday, this batch of goods had already arrived at the Russian side, and the Russians were very satisfied. What about our goods? Qin Jiangwo was very nervous. In the telegram, Qin Chuan said that he had bought tens of thousands of tons of scrap steel from the Russians. Now, the factory is counting on this batch of goods. The goods have arrived from the Russians. They set out first, so why haven't they arrived yet? Don't worry. Wait a little longer. Maybe they've already arrived at the port. These scrap steel materials should be transported to Tianjin, right? They're all large steel plates. We'll have to find some vehicles to load and unload them, and we may even have to cut them on site. The transportation cost is estimated to be quite high. However, the most important thing for us now is to quickly get the steel and then make the gas tanks. The delivery date is getting closer. You don't have to go to Tianjin. I've already made inquiries. Qingdao can also pick up the ship. Liang is only about 100 kilometers away from Qingdao, so transportation will naturally be more convenient. However, Qingdao was not initially an international cargo port. It was not until 1992 that the first international shipping trunk line was opened, with the main routes from the north going through Dalian and Tianjin. It should be most convenient to declare customs in Qingdao, complete various formalities, and then unload the goods in Qingdao. What are we waiting for? Let's go to Qingdao and help Xiao Chuan. Just then, an excited voice came from outside. I'm back. Are you back? Qin Jiangwo stood up quickly and then ran out of the office quickly. A group of people gathered at the gate. Speaking of which, this trip abroad really broadened my horizons. The Russians really have unique looks. The Russians are really poor. I've seen many people picking up trash on the streets. Jianxi, why are you alone? Hearing this voice, Li Jianxi stopped bragging and looked at Qin Jiangwo. Brother Chuan asked me to come back first. What about Ogawa? Oops, I almost forgot something important. Li Jianxi patted his head and said, Brother Chuan asked me to inform everyone to bring cutting tools and go to the beach. Which beach? Of course it's the beach near us. Nearby? There's no port on the coast here. Yes, they're all beaches. Yes, it's the beach. Brother Chuan said he would drive the boat directly to the beach. At the shipyard, we drive directly to the slipway to load cargo. How do we unload cargo after returning? There is a reason why many scrap metal recyclers are reluctant to pay high prices for the scrap iron from the Nikolaev shipyard. Not only is transportation inconvenient, loading and unloading is also inconvenient, especially unloading. Once you arrive at the unloading port, how do you unload these large steel plates and transport them back? Unless the steel plant is right by the sea and has its own dock. This was not a difficult task for Qin Chuan. He had already thought about it. After all, in his previous life, he was bored and had discussed the topic. If he had gone there himself, how would he have gotten the steel for the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? He consulted a lot of information before he found the half-finished comprehensive supply ship. The loading problem was solved. But what about unloading? Unloading is simple. Just go to the beach. When Qin Jiangwo and the factory workers drove a van, a motorcycle, and an old jiefeng to the beach, it was exactly 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. On the sea in the distance, a ship was sailing against the wind and waves at high speed. It's high tide now. If the ship hits the beach now, it can go directly to the coastal road. Li Runping reacted with excitement on his face. This way, when the tide goes out, the boat will be completely on the beach, making it easier for us to operate. Moreover, the steel plates unloaded here can be cut on site and then transported to our steel plant 5 kilometers away by a few tractors. Oh, right, a crane. We need a crane. Quick, Lao Wang, go get the crane. Yes, Xiao Chuan is really smart, but has this cargo been declared? Qin Jiangwo was a little worried. He was an honest man and would never dare to do anything illegal. Brother Chuan and I went ashore together, completed the formalities, and then, at this moment, the roar of a convoy was heard in the distance. Qin Jiangwo turned his head and saw a row of military green vehicles driving over and stopping with sharp brake sounds. Then countless people in military uniforms jumped out of the cars, quickly ran onto the beach, and set up sentry posts every few steps. Qin Jiangwo suddenly felt his legs go weak. What did Xiao Chuan do wrong that he actually called all the soldiers here. This was going to be a big trouble. After the following cars drove up, they drove directly to the beach. The backs of these cars were equipped with professional equipment, which were obviously cranes. What are these cars doing here? Qin Jiangwo opened his eyes wide. It wasn't until a Pajero SUV drove over that he felt familiar. When the people in the car got out, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Second brother, did you find all this? There's no need to go through so much trouble. Qin Jiangwo said with a smile. It's just a boatload of scrap metal. Well, it's a shipload of scrap metal, but Qin Jintai's eyes were complicated. In order to avoid any accidents, we still have to come and help. Qin Jintai was accompanied by an old man in a Zhongshan suit, who was looking at the sea with eyes full of anticipation. At this time, the huge cargo ship had rumbled up, and taking advantage of the high tide, it was rushing towards the beach quickly. The bottom of the ship rubbed against the beach, making a squeaking sound, and the hull continued to rush up with the help of inertia. The front half came ashore, the back half also came ashore, and the entire ship was washed ashore on the beach. Even if the tide rises, it will not affect the subsequent work here. The ship has completely run aground on the beach, and the beaching is successful. Qin Chuan looked down and couldn't help but click his tongue. Second uncle, is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Chapter 49. The Father of the Navy's Missile Destroyer. This morning, Qingdao Customs. No. After your ship has cleared customs, it must go to the port to unload its cargo. No cargo ship can just find a place to unload its cargo. If everyone does the same as you, won't it be a mess? Brother, what we bought is scrap metal. After it hits the beach, we can just dismantle it and unload it at the port. There's no way to unload it. We can't just dismantle it into pieces at the port, right? Qin Chuan complained to the person at the window. From now on, the main business of our steel plant will be to buy old ships from abroad, dismantle them, and melt them into steel to support our country's construction. Please be lenient with the customs. No, the country has its own rules, and the customs has its own rules. How can we let small businesses like you run wild? You must unload the goods at our port, otherwise, you are smuggling. Don't waste time here, next one. Qin Chuan walked out helplessly, and Li Jianxi whispered, Brother Chuan, why don't we sail the boat to Tianjin? My old man has connections at the Tianjin customs. We are a cargo ship of 30,000 to 40,000 tons. Do you know how much oil it takes to sail there? Humph, I don't believe it. We have been through the Turkish Strait, the Suez Canal, and the Malacca Strait. It is at your doorstep. How can you still stump me? Brother Chuan, do you have an idea? Li Jianxi's eyes lit up. Any idea to send an envelope? Oh, do you want to drive the Audi over here? The people here are stubborn. Even if the red flag car drives over, it's useless. Qin Chuan glanced at the window again. Now, we can only ask the army for help. Your second uncle? No, there's a naval base next door. I can just go talk to the leader there. Do you know them? Qin Chuan shook his head. And you? No problem. It will definitely work. Go back and tell the people in the factory to pick up the goods on the beach east of our factory. Bring your equipment with you. All right. Li Jianxi left the customs and took a long-distance bus back to the factory, while Qin Chuan went to the naval base alone. Who would have thought that, by such a coincidence, my second uncle was also there? After hearing Qin Chuan's narration, the Navy leaders opened their eyes wide, praised Qin Chuan repeatedly, and nodded immediately, saying, It's okay, just go ahead and do it. If anything goes wrong, the Navy will take responsibility for it. The Navy leader went to the customs in person to handle the formalities, and Qin Chuan acted without prior approval and drove the ship directly to the beach. However, he did not expect that the army took it so seriously that they actually imposed martial law on the beaching area. Now, how do I explain this to the Russians on the ship? The boat came to a complete stop. Babbage stood beside Qin Chuan and asked, Qin, what's going on? It's okay. My second uncle heard that I was back and came to greet me specially. Well, just come to greet me. Why make such a big show? Qin Chuan sighed and decided to show off. Second uncle? Yes, that's my father's brother. Qin, I didn't expect you to have such a relationship. Babbage certainly knew that his father's younger brother was called Uncle. He just didn't know that Qin Chuan's second uncle was so powerful. He was definitely a military leader. Yes, in the East, you can't do business without connections. You've worked hard on the journey. I'll have someone pick you up and give you good food and wine. You can go back after you've had enough food and drink. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he looked down and said, Jianxi, take our friends to rest. During the journey, everyone was together all day, communicating with each other through gestures and gibberish. Li Jianxi also learned simple Russian language, so he had no problem entertaining them. The Russian sailors were very excited. They finally came to the east. They heard that the shops here were full of goods, and they didn't have to wait in line to pay. The key was that they had wine. They followed Li Jianxi into the van, but Babbage did not leave. Qin, can you introduce your second uncle to me? Second uncle, second uncle. Qin Ji and I walked over. Uncle, let me introduce you to this. This is Babbage, a good friend of mine from Murmao. Before Qin Chuan could finish his words, the old man next to Qin Jiantai suddenly became excited. Valerie Babbage? Are you the designer of the aircraft carrier during the Soviet era? Babbage was a little curious. The man opposite him was older than him and looked like an experienced designer. He didn't know how he knew his name. Moreover, he could speak fluent Russian. We don't call it an aircraft carrier. We call it a heavy aircraft carrier cruiser. Babbage replied. You are? Mr. Babbage, this is fate. I am Banjingfu. I went to study in the Soviet Union in the 1950s. I visited the Neva Design Bureau and the Nikolaev shipyard. Mr. Pan, the father of the Eastern Navy's guided missile destroyer. Qin Chuan went to the Qingdao Naval Base, intending only to tell the troops that he had a treasure and to ask the troops to speak for him. It was a coincidence that he met his second uncle, but he did not expect that old Pan was also there. Mr. Pan was born in 1930. He had been displaced since childhood. Looking at the enemy warships on the banks of the Huangpu River, he felt a surge of pride in his heart. When I grow up, I will also build warships and build our own warships. After graduating in 1952, Mr. Pan first engaged in the design of steam turbine generators. In 1955, he entered the shipbuilding industry system and began his lifelong struggle. It was also during that period that he visited the Soviet Union, which broadened his horizons and allowed him to meet many Russian designers. Unfortunately, Babbage was still young at that time and had not yet entered the shipbuilding industry, so the two had never met before. After returning from the Soviet Union, Mr. Pan began to work in the field of warships. In 1962, despite pressure from all sides, Mr. Pan changed the DC power supply on the warships to AC power supply, which has since become a common practice for domestic warships. Because of this, Mr. Pan was valued by his superiors. When he was 35 years old, the country wanted to develop the 051 destroyer and appointed him as the chief designer. In the 1980s, the domestically produced second-generation Destroyer 052 project was launched, and Mr. Pan once again became the chief designer. The construction of the first Type 052 destroyer, number 112, began in 1989 and was launched in 1991. After the outfitting was completed, the long sea trial began. Although it was officially put into service in 1994, it started long-distance sea trials this year. It just happened to be launched to Qingdao Naval Port, and Mr. Pan also came here with a warship. When he heard that Qin Chuan had brought some good stuff, Mr. Pan immediately decided to go and take a look. I heard about you from people in the design bureau. You are an outstanding warship designer in the East. Babbage said, Uncle, since we all know each other, we should have a good chat. How about we go to the county town and find a restaurant so we can eat and chat at the same time? Along the way, Qin Chuan was still thinking about how to keep Babbage. Now the two designers happened to meet and had common topics, which they could talk about for 3 days and 3 nights. By then, the Russian sailors will leave, leaving Babbage alone. Okay, Qin Ji and I nodded. Uncle, I have to arrange the unloading first. Please wait a moment. Chapter 50. The key to fooling people is to know their needs. Qin Chuan walked towards his father. Xiao Chuan, these steel plates. Qin Jiangwo was a little excited and didn't know what to say. Dad, these steel plates need to be sorted. Qin Chuan said. Those with a thickness of less than 20 are cut into sizes that can be used by our rolling mills and directly enter our rolling mills to be rolled into 2.5 thick steel plates, which can be used directly. The manufacture of gas tanks requires 2.5 thick steel plates, that is 2.5 millimeters thick steel plates, which can be rolled from the internal deck of an aircraft carrier. On an aircraft carrier, the steel plates used between internal compartments have a thickness between 4 millimeters and 18 millimeters. Steel plates of this thickness do not need to be recycled, which can save a lot of electricity and can be directly rolled. Moreover, there is nothing special about this part of the steel plate. The steel plates, which are about 300 millimeters thick, go directly into our steelmaking furnace, where they are melted and re-rolled into 2.5 thick steel plates. This amount of steel should be enough for our batch of export gas cylinders. As for the other steel materials, put them aside for now, especially the 38-inch thick steel plates. They must not be moved. They are precious. The armored steel that is more than 300 millimeters thick is used to protect the more important parts of the aircraft carrier, such as the engine room, ammunition depot, etc. The other steel materials are mainly for the hull. The hull is divided into two parts. The part below the waterline has strict requirements and must be able to resist torpedo attacks and seawater erosion. The steel plate in this part is relatively thick, generally between 150 and 230 millimeters, and it is heavier but can still maintain stability. As for the part above the waterline, it has to withstand the impact of waves and possible missile attacks. But in order to avoid shifting the center of gravity upward, it cannot be too thick, so only high-strength steel with a thickness of 23 to 28 millimeters can be used. However, the strongest layer is, of course, the top deck steel. This layer has to withstand the takeoff and landing of carrier-based aircraft and cannot be too heavy, so it must be made of 38 millimeters thick ultra-high-strength deck steel. No more than 5 countries in the world can produce this kind of deck steel. The AK-27 deck steel produced by the Russians has a yield strength of up to 700 MPa, and this nickel-chromium alloy steel is also very corrosion-resistant. When the Variag was brought back in later generations, its surface was covered in rust, but after polishing, the inside was as bright as new. It's so amazing. Keep these steels for now. They will be of great use in the future. As for the bulb-shaped steel and the like used on the keel, there is no need to say more. Okay, we got it. Qin Jiangwo nodded. Don't worry. Qin Chuan is so capable. What else is there to say? From now on, you will listen to Qin Chuan in everything. Since he asked for this, he must have his reasons. Also, stay safe. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he got into the Pajero that Qin Jiantai was riding in Liang County. The best hotel is Dongxing Building, private room on the 3rd floor. Brother Babbage is a guest from afar. Come, let us toast you. That's right, Mr. Babbage has been following us on the sea all the way. He has worked really hard. Come, I, Qin Chuan, have to toast Mr. Babbage. After 3 cups of wine, the relationship between the two sides became warmer. Mr. Babbage, I heard that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, you stayed in Irmao. How are you doing there? Qin Jinai asked. This is just bringing up things that are not related to the topic and poking at other people's scars. Oh, Babbage sighed helplessly. In recent years, I have been writing books at home, but, Brother Babbage, your best job is designing and supervising the construction of warships. Writing a book is just empty talk. It is not as interesting as building warships, Mr. Pan said. If you want to resume your old job, how about coming to our place? Sure enough, without Qin Chuan saying anything, Mr. Pan started to fool people here. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, the imminent threat to the north of the motherland disappeared. At the same time, the outstanding talent of the Russians began to seek other opportunities. A large number of people went to the west, but some people did not want to work for their former enemies and stayed in the country. The best choice for these people is to come to the east and realize their dreams. Yes, the 112 destroyer we are currently designing and building is of first-class quality and advanced performance. During the sea trial, it even reached a high speed of 34 knots. However, we no longer have the chance to obtain the American-made LM-2500 gas turbine. We also need to cooperate with you in the construction of our next warship. Mr. Babbage, I sincerely invite you to join us. Qin Jiantai also spoke. Qin Chuan was helpless. Second uncle, you are so old, but you're still a little lacking in the skills of speaking and doing things. The invitation you two made has completely missed the point. We need Babbage. What does Babbage have to do with us? If you want to invite him, you have to know what he needs. Ahem. Qin Chuan looked at Qin Jiantai and said, Second uncle, Mr. Babbage is one of us. We don't need to hide anything from him. Tell him about our aircraft carrier plan. Aircraft carrier plan? Qin Jiantai is in charge of the troops' equipment, but not specifically the Navy's equipment. This time he went to the Qingdao Naval Base only because the chassis vehicle of the Yellow River factory could also be used as the chassis for the Navy's shore-to-ship missiles, and he happened to meet Mr. Pan and others. When it comes to the aircraft carrier plan, Mr. Pan must be aware of it, but at this moment he is also hesitant. Can he tell Babbage such a secret? Mr. Babbage, even though we don't have an aircraft carrier yet, we have been working towards this goal. Qin Chuan didn't expect the people present to cooperate with him, so he could only fool them himself. Let me introduce them to you. As a military enthusiast, it's normal for me to know some information about military equipment, right? In the 1970s, we were secretly carrying out aircraft carrier engineering, planning to build a 30,000-ton light aircraft carrier. Later, due to insufficient funds, we gave priority to the development of nuclear submarines and then transferred it to technical reserves. In 1985, we purchased the retired aircraft carrier Melbourne from Australia in order to study its technology. Later, we also inspected the aircraft carriers of the United States. Based on these, we proposed a new aircraft carrier plan, codenamed. Mr. Pan opened his eyes wide and asked, "How did you know that, kid?" Looking at the look in Mr. Pan's eyes, Qin Chuan knew that he must not reveal the code name of Project 891, otherwise he might be imprisoned. What was the code name? I can't remember it clearly. Anyway, the plan is to develop a medium-sized aircraft carrier with a displacement similar to the one in the Nikolaev shipyard. As for carrier-based aircraft, we will use our J-7 and J-8. Currently, these projects are progressing steadily. Qin Chuan said, "Mr. Babbage, if you still want to fight an aircraft carrier with real weapons, then join us." There was a gleam of longing in Babbage's eyes. Who likes to play with PPT if there's a real thing that can be operated? Babbage wrote the book out of helplessness. He really wanted to build an aircraft carrier. However, he still has concerns in his heart. He shook his head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Babbage, if you're worried about the Variag, I can promise that if I have the chance in the future, I will buy it and bring it back to China for modification, and you will be in charge of it yourself." Chapter 51. I want to buy Variag back. Real. Babbage's breathing quickened. The only important reason that allowed him to stay with Ermau and was unwilling to leave was the Variag. The Kuznetsov had already sailed away, and the Riga remained at the outfitting dock. As time went by, it was renamed the Variag. Babbage witnessed the construction of the warship with his own eyes, watched it gradually take shape, and has developed an attachment to the warship. Even though the Red Empire was gone and life was difficult, he still chose to stay in Ermau because he wanted to watch the Variag every day. He and Makarov had the same ideal. At this time, when he heard Qin Chuan say that he wanted to buy back the aircraft carrier, he was immediately tempted. After all, Makarov knew that the Variag could no longer be built. After all, that powerful empire no longer existed. But, thinking of something, he became depressed again. It's impossible. They won't allow the Variag to be sold. But they have no money. Qin Chuan said, "The Variag is Ermau's property. If Dalmau wants to buy it, he needs to pay the full amount, but Dalmau only wants to pay the remaining 30%. In fact, Dalmau doesn't even have the fund for the remaining 30%. How do you know that?" Qin Chuan smiled and said, "If this matter drags on, both sides will become discouraged. At that time, the Variag will be handed over to the shipyard for disposal, and I, a scrap steel dealer, will have a chance." Qin Jiantai and Mr. Pan didn't say anything. They just listened to Qin Chuan's performance. The more they listened, the more shocked and excited they became. If we can buy that warship back, our country's aircraft carrier industry will enter a new era. Over the years, in order to develop aircraft carriers, relevant personnel have made unremitting efforts, starting with Project 707 and followed by Project 891. However, these are just arguments. After all, PPT does not cost too much money. If it really starts, the annual military expenditure of 10 or 20 billion will not be enough. However, if there's an existing ship to be converted, it will be a different story. Displacement, catapult, none of these are important. Let's first solve the issue of whether or not they exist. Are you sure? Babbage's face showed an excited expression. "Mr. Babbage, swearing is meaningless and promises are invalid. I can transfer $2 million to your account as a deposit for the purchase of the Variag. If we do not start the purchase within 5 years, the money will be yours. The deposit is for the shipyard, not for me." Babbage said, "I don't need the money either. But Qin, I believe you. I am willing to stay." Shouting slogans and giving certificates of honor are meaningless. The most direct way is to give money. Qin Chuan is willing to use $2 million to show his sincerity. Babbage has no reason not to believe him. Qin Jiantai and Mr. Pan were both excited. "Come, let's raise our glasses together and welcome Mr. Babbage to stay in our East." Mr. Pan no longer hid his intentions. "Mr. Babbage, we are currently carrying out Project 891 in our country. On behalf of the project team, I welcome you to join us." Everyone, an aircraft carrier is a huge system engineering project. Are you in the East prepared? Since Babbage decided to join, he began a plan. If there is no technical reserve, it is difficult to build an aircraft carrier. Only a few countries in the world can build the steel needed for an aircraft carrier. Even a small arresting cable is a test of a country's industrial foundation. Old Pan frowned. From Project 707 to Project 891, the country has actually always been in the process of discussion but has not yet reached the actual stage. There are indeed many shortcomings now. Take warship steel, for example. At that time, we directly imitated the steel from the Russians and produced 907 and 921 series nickel-chromium alloy steels, but these rare metals were lacking in China. After the fallout with the Russians, China developed the 901 series steel containing silicon and manganese elements, with a yield strength of only 300 to 400 MPa. In order to build the 112 destroyer, 945 steel was developed. Its yield strength is only 441 MPa. The qualified rate of the steel is only 60%, and it has to be checked piece by piece. What about building an aircraft carrier? Take the Russian Varyag, for example. The main body of the warship is made of 590 MPa AK-25 steel, and the deck is made of 700 MPa AK-27 steel. There is not even any steel in China. How can we make it? If not, can Babbage trust his own aircraft carrier project? Will he just walk away? What's so difficult about this, Mr. Babbage? We already have the technical reserves. Even our small Liang iron and steel plant can make the arresting cable. Can you make it? This time, all three of them spoke in unison. After he finished speaking, Mr. Pan and Qin Jiantai felt that it was inappropriate and stopped talking. Yeah, there's nothing fancy about arresting cables. All you need is a wire drawing machine, a braiding machine and other equipment, and some purchased raw materials. Qin, these are the ones that produce steel wire ropes, right? Babbage said. The arresting cable is not a simple steel wire rope. At land airports, fighter jets need a distance of 400 to 500 meters or even thousands of meters to take off and land. The runway is generally 2 kilometers long. However, the world's most advanced Nimitz aircraft carrier is only about 300 meters long and is divided into takeoff, landing, and parking areas. The takeoff runway is only about 100 meters, and only a catapult can launch a carrier-based aircraft weighing 20 or 30 tons. The landing area is only about 100 meters, and the carrier-based aircraft needs to hook the arresting cable and stop the ship abruptly. It is all a technical job. The requirements for the steel wire rope that holds the carrier-based aircraft are very high, and it cannot be too thick. After all, in addition to the 20 to 30 meters length of the arresting cable on the aircraft carrier deck, there's also a large section below the deck. The entire cable is more than 100 meters long. If it is too thick, it cannot be replaced by manpower. According to the standards of the U.S. Navy, it must be replaced after completing 100 interception missions. If the aircraft carrier is fighting at a high intensity, it must be replaced almost every 1 or 2 days. The requirements are high and the price is expensive. The price for Americans to use themselves is over $1 million, and the price sold to the Gauls directly soars to $2 or $3 million. As for other countries, you can't buy it even if you want to. Of course, I know it's not a simple wire rope. Qin Chuan said, the yield strength must reach more than 1500 MPa, and the impact toughness requirement must be greater than 150 joules per square centimeter. For our private enterprises, this is not a difficult task. Babbage opened his eyes wide and said, okay, then I will stay at your Liang steel plant and see how you make this kind of steel wire rope first. Well, the goal is finally achieved. We have finally tricked Babbage into coming here, and we would be reluctant to let him go to someone else. It will be better if Babbage stays in our steel plant. Chapter 52, $2 million. Next to Dongxingla Hotel is the People's Hotel, the best hotel in Liang. Of course, guests should be arranged to stay here, even if it is necessary for them to be picked up and dropped off every day. Second uncle, Mr. Babbage and I will stay in a hotel during this period, which will make it convenient for us to take care of Mr. Babbage's daily life. You guys can go back. Qin Chuan waved his hand. The next period of time will be physical work, so Qin Chuan doesn't have to worry about it. Moreover, Qin Chuan was indeed tired after the journey. The bed in this hotel was very comfortable, and it was time to have a good rest. We will coordinate an orderly who knows Russian to come over. You have something else tonight, so you have to come with us. Where are you going? Capital. Qin Chuan frowned. Is there any justice in this world? Are you trying to tire me to death? After getting on the Pajero, Qin Chuan squinted his eyes until he parked the car. He saw a yellow building illuminated by the lights. It had a temple-like flying eave structure and looked very majestic. Are we at the Princess Tomb? You kids still know this place? Come on. Let's go down and report our work to our superiors. Oh, Mr. Pan and Qin Jiantai brought Qin Chuan to the conference room in Huanglu, which was already full of people. The air was filled with smoke, and it seemed that everyone had been discussing this for a long time. Lao Qin, Lao Pan, you are finally here. Well, leaders, we've rushed all the way back. Hey, Mr. Liu is here too. Qin Jianai greeted first. Mr. Liu was born in 1916, joined the Red Army in 1931, joined the party in 1935, and is a veteran revolutionary. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, he joined the Navy and began a life of hard work for the modernization of the Navy. He is known as the father of the modern Navy and the father of the motherland's aircraft carrier. Mr. Liu has always been paying attention to the development of naval equipment, especially aircraft carriers. In 1970, Mr. Liu was demoted from his high position and sent back to the Navy to become a small office director. At that time, Mr. Liu had no complaints and devoted himself to his work. Moreover, he soon accepted a new task to demonstrate the domestically produced aircraft carrier. From that time on, Mr. Liu became associated with aircraft carriers and began his aircraft carrier dream. He presided over Project 707 and Project 891. When he visited the Nimitz aircraft carrier in the United States, the photo of him leaning forward and standing on tiptoe to inspect it like a primary school student made countless people cry. This time, the naval leaders were very excited when they received the news from the Qingdao base. After hearing about it, Mr. Liu was even more excited and ran to attend the meeting. Looking at Mr. Liu sitting up there, Qin Chuan's face was full of admiration. Well, this young comrade, you must be Qin Chuan, who made great contributions this time. He is so brave. He dares to go to the Russians to be a traitor at such a young age. Tell us about him quickly. Old Liu was very kind. Yes. Qin Chuan quickly introduced. Our Lishi iron and steel plant is a small steel plant that uses scrap iron to make steel. After we can no longer get scrap iron in China, we can only turn to foreign countries. I heard that Mao had dismantled the steel from the Ulyanovsk aircraft carrier, but hadn't sold it. So I took the risk and went there. Fortunately, I bought the scrap steel back. Can those steels be used again as aircraft carrier steels? Asked Navy leader Zhang. The steel plates have been cut into various shapes and processed during the construction process. They certainly cannot be used directly. If they're sent back to the furnace for reprocessing, it would be difficult. After all, although the material has not changed, we do not have the relevant processing technology, said Mr. Pan. Everyone looked somewhat disappointed. I originally thought of bringing back all the steel plates, welding them, and restoring them, but that seems unreliable now. We can analyze the internal composition of those steels and prepare to produce better quality ship steels. At the same time, Qin Chuan and his team not only brought back steel, but also good things hidden inside, such as the power system, which has 2 small power gas turbines and 2 oil boilers. Qin Jiantai said, That's right. The 2 kVg4 oil-fired boilers are the same as those used on the Kuznetsov and Variak. Their overall performance is at the same level as the Kitty Hawk class. Mr. Pan was very excited. Aircraft carriers have a displacement of tens of thousands of tons, and their current power systems only include fuel boilers and nuclear reactors. If the Eastern Navy builds an aircraft carrier, it will definitely be equipped with oil-fired boilers. After all, nuclear reactors are not only expensive, but also require specialized research and development. At present, the main 051 destroyer of the Eastern Navy also uses boiler power. There is a complete industrial chain in China. With 2 boilers, one can be cut off for research and the other can be used as a sample. In this way, it can definitely be copied. Okay, that's good. At least it can help us solve the heart problem of the aircraft carrier. The boiler imitation project must be launched as soon as possible. Mr. Liu expressed his opinion immediately. An aircraft carrier is a systematic and complex project that requires a large amount of technical reserves. Now that we have a sample, of course we have to copy it. Yes, we will arrange for the Ice City Boiler Factory to start production immediately. Leader Zhang nodded and looked at Qin Chuan. Comrade Qin Chuan, on behalf of the Navy, I thank you for your contribution. Please hand over the boiler to us as soon as possible. Well, of course there is no problem with this. I knew the Navy needed it. I bribed the people at the shipyard to get these 2 boilers. Each one is worth 1 million. Qin Chuan said very proudly. Everyone was shocked. What? These 2 boilers cost 2 million? Leader Zhang swallowed his saliva and said, RMB. I would like to give RMB, but they won't accept it. Qin Chuan was helpless. Everyone present was silent. So far, the aircraft carrier is only in the demonstration stage, and the funds allocated by the superiors are only for demonstration purposes. They originally thought that these boilers were brought back from the scrap metal pile and were worthless, but they didn't expect that they were so expensive. How much does a whole ship of scrap metal cost? Xiaochuan, do you have an invoice? Qin Jiantai asked with a frown. Uncle, for something like this, can you still issue an invoice? There's not even a receipt. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at Qin Jiantai and said, we went to the Russians to buy all kinds of things, all done privately. Not to mention boilers. We even got nuclear bombs. How could there be an invoice? Even if there is a superficial transaction, it will cost a lot of money to build connections behind the scenes. If Ermao's Variag can be purchased in the future, the surface price may be 20 million, but the connections behind the scenes may cost hundreds of millions. Can you buy back the Variag? Everyone present was shocked again. Not now. Let's find a chance later. Qin Chuan said. By the way, it seems that the leaders seem to be in a difficult situation. Although our Liang iron and steel plant is just a small private enterprise, we also care about the country. If the Navy needs it, we can contribute. I bought it for 2 million and donated it to the country. Let's see how conscious we are. The question is the Navy so shameless as to take advantage of a private enterprise? Without a country, there is no home. Without a Navy to protect our motherland, there will be no stable environment for us. And how can we do business in an orderly manner? Qin Jianai looked at his nephew with complicated eyes. This kid is amazing. Even if the Navy really doesn't give him a penny, a good relationship has been established this time, which will bring many benefits in the future. Not to mention, of course, if the leaders trust us, they can also give us the task of replicating this boiler. We don't need any money from our superiors. We can survey and replicate it ourselves. If the Navy passes the inspection, they can just pay us the production fee directly. Chapter 53. Give me a piece of land. If it is handed over to the Ice City Boiler Factory, the Navy will need funding. After all, if they don't pay, will the Ice City Boiler Factory have to pay out of its own pocket to help the Navy copy it? If it is urgently needed, the Navy can pay for it. The problem is that the aircraft carrier project is still in the demonstration stage, and no one knows when it will be built. Although Mr. Liu has been working hard, he cannot control the country. So, there is no legitimate reason for the funding. It is just wishful thinking on the part of the Navy. What's more, they couldn't help but give Qin Chuan the $2 million for purchasing. The Navy leaders couldn't do that. Now, a win-win solution has emerged. The boiler remains at Liang Iron and Steel Plant, and the steel plant will copy and produce it. In this way, we can build the boiler without spending a penny on research and development. The leaders looked at each other. Finally, a leader spoke up. Qin Chuan, does your steel plant have the technical strength to do this? Yes, boilers are pressure vessels, and the boilers used on aircraft carriers are even more high-pressure vessels. If the technology is not up to standard, a crack in a weld could cause terrible consequences. The Russians' boilers often had problems. They would blow up for no reason, and the high-temperature steam would fill the entire engine room, directly steaming the engine room soldiers to death. The aroma of meat would fill the entire cabin. That scene is terrifying enough to think about. If this situation really happens, the manufacturer will be brought to a military court. Gas cylinders are also high-pressure containers. Our Liang factory also produces them in batches. Even though we are just a private enterprise, my father worked for Shugong, and all the technical backbones in our factory are from Shugong. Aircraft carrier boilers are special high-pressure vessels that are not only complex to manufacture and have very high standards, but also have very small order quantities. In later generations, the East had 3 aircraft carriers, each with 8 boilers, which was no more than 20 in total. When nuclear-powered aircraft carriers were available in the future, these boilers would be useless. So, no matter how you look at it, it's not a good deal. Qin Chuan naturally knew it too. But there was nothing else. He just thought, since he was reborn here, and since he had led Liang Iron and Steel Plant to a successful path, of course he had to do something. Let's go to Liang Factory to supply boilers to aircraft carriers. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yes, Xiaochuan, you have to think about it carefully. Qin Jiantai was also no longer calm. Yes, second uncle, I have thought about it. Now that the army is in trouble, we have to share some of the burden with the army. Without the army to protect the country, there will be no environment for our peaceful development. Qin Chuan said, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying a heavy burden and moving forward. Well said, Mr. Liu nodded. The people of our motherland can feel the good years because of our army and our military workers who are carrying the heavy burden forward. Xiaochuan, you are an excellent young man with ideals and patriotic sentiments. This project is handed over to you. Work hard. Qin Chuan nodded. Yes, please rest assured, leaders, we will definitely not let you down. Ahem. Mr. Pan suddenly thought of something. Qin Chuan, I remember you promised Babbage that you would develop arresting cables for aircraft carriers. Compared with the boiler, the arresting cable is more important, as it is directly related to the landing of carrier-based aircraft. Carrier-based aircraft can have different power sources and can take off by ski jump without a catapult, but they absolutely cannot be without arresting cables. Barrier rope? Xiaochuan, do you know this? Old Lu widened his eyes. The arresting cable sounds fancy, but in fact, it's just a steel wire rope. Qin Chuan said, as long as our factory has the equipment, we can trial produce the arresting cable. Okay, we can allocate some funds to you for this project. Boss Lu waved his hand and said, I'll give you 1 million first. Just now I said that the Navy did not pay for the boiler imitation, and Mr. Lu already felt embarrassed. Now I heard that Qin Chuan wanted to make an arresting cable. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, he should first transfer some money from the funds of Project 891. Mr. Lu, our funds are also very tight. Leader Zhang on the side frowned and said, 1 million, you give it to me, just like that. But what about the other projects? Mr. Lu, we don't need the Navy's funds. After all, we are not specialized in making arresting cables. After we make them, we can also provide supporting equipment to other companies. However, tell me, what do you need? We need to buy equipment, and our steel mill space is not big enough. Qin Chuan said, even if we buy the equipment, I'm afraid there is no place to store it. It would be great if the army could find us a piece of industrial land. That's absolutely true. Liang Iron and Steel Plant was originally a small steel plant. Even if it was only used to produce steel, the plant space was not big enough. Later, we made steel pipes and then gas tanks. There was still so much scrap iron that needed to be stored, and there was no space left in the factory. Now we want to launch the steel cable project and also imitate the boiler, so we need a new factory. No problem. Where are you planning to go? If we can be near the provincial capital, Qin Chuan began to make a request. Ahem. Qin Jiantai coughed twice and said, Xiaochuan, you have performed well before and have won the favor of these leaders, but you can't ask for too much. You guys are at Liang Iron and Steel Plant, so just find a piece of land in Liang. Why go to the provincial capital? Although the army can find connections for you, you still have to pay for it. Such a large piece of land is not cheap. How much money do you have? No. Our business in the future will be mainly to buy old ships from abroad and dismantle them. The provincial capital is not near the sea, so it is not suitable. Fortunately, the next moment, Qin Chuan himself rejected it. I think Qingdao is a good place. Let's find a beach. Cough, cough. Qin Jianai coughed a few times again. What a joke. Going to Qingdao? There is a military port and a seaport for imports and exports. Is it suitable for you to go there? Well, but Qingdao is far away and not convenient. So let's go to the beach near our steel plant and give us the land nearby. Qin Chuan knew they would not agree to the first two requests he made, but he had to make them. After being rejected twice, he finally proposed a beach near their home. Could these big leaders still refuse? No problem. We will help coordinate and allocate the beach on the unloading side to you. It's not arable land anyway, so you don't have to pay. We just need to give you a heads up. Leader Zhang said, Thank you, leaders. If a steel plant wants to develop, it needs space. Although Qin Chuan has established a good relationship with Li Jianqi's father, Li Gang is not responsible for the approval. Moreover, for this kind of project, it is not enough to be approved by the county. It must be taken to the provincial government for stamping, and the procedures may take 3 to 5 years. But for these big shots in front of us, it can be done just by saying hello. By the way, we also want to open mines in several nearby mountains. If we can find coal and steel resources, our steel plant will be able to produce and operate better. And we can also help more villagers get rich. No problem. We'll coordinate it for you. Chapter 54, Distortion of Human Nature. The next day, we went to Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Qin Chuan yawned continuously. His eyes were full of red bloodshot, but at this moment he still had to force himself to stay awake. Mr. Babbage, this is our steel mill. Qin Chuan introduced. At present, the main work of the steel mill is to recycle steel, smelt it, roll it into steel plates, and then make it into gas cylinders. The batch of steel we bought from the Nikolaev shipyard can be put to good use. It really makes full use of everything, even saving the process of entering the steel-making furnace. Those ship steel plates of similar thickness go directly into the rolling mill and become 2.5 thickness steel plates, and then are cut and stamped. This is manufactured with great efficiency. Although the production line is a bit rough, it is usable. The workers are working enthusiastically and look very skilled. Babbage was filled with emotion. The Nikolaev shipyard has all kinds of equipment that can make gas cylinders. After making them, we can sell them to Europe and the crisis will be resolved. However, no one thought of making this thing. People who came out of the planned economic system are used to following procedures and have no idea how to find their own way out. Even if the shipyard wants to grow and develop, it will only think about continuing to build ships and will never think of making gas tanks. Yes, knowledge is power. Creativity is wealth. We have a special idea company here that makes money by giving people ideas. After the meeting yesterday, Qin Chuan was sent back overnight. He had to take good care of Babbage, make him feel the warmth of home, and make him fall in love with the East and never want to leave. As for the requests he put forward, the troops naturally agreed to them all. Even when he later asked the troops to coordinate machinery and equipment, he got a promise. He just had to stay in the steel plant and wait. Although I've been busy all night, but when I think about the gains, it's worth it. At this time, Qin Jiangwo and others were still directing the transportation of steel on the beach. There were troops standing guard to see who would dare to steal. Moreover, when Qin Jiangwo thought that this piece of land would belong to his factory in the future, a happy smile filled his face. The factory not only survived, but also grew and developed. In just a few months, it expanded in scale. Some people are happy, some are unhappy, some make money, some are penniless. Dongfeng Machinery Factory. Director Yang, Section Chief Gua is back, shouted the pointed-faced Pan Yunkai. Guoqing came back on a motorcycle. The factory's 212 had been sold, so Guoqing could only ride a motorcycle when he went out to do business. The Jialing 50 was the most popular motorcycle in the 1980s, but it looked a bit shabby now. Old Gua, how is it? The sky-rolling monkey is a one-time sale. It's not just us. There are several factories that imitated the sky-rolling monkey. They all lost a lot of money. Some time ago, they sold their sky-rolling monkeys to Liang Iron and Steel Plant at 80 cents per pound. Director Yang, why don't we sell it to Liang Iron and Steel Plant? At least we can lose less. 80 cents a pound is not a small amount. Pan Yunkai said, Humph, even if our factory closes down, we can't let Liang Iron and Steel Factory get away with it. Yang Zhanfu gnashed his teeth in hatred. We would rather let these steel pipe monkeys rust here than sell them as scrap metal. The price of scrap iron in the market has dropped to 40 cents per pound. Guoqing's face was gloomy. Why? Some time ago, Qin Chuan went abroad. When he came back, he brought back a shipload of scrap metal. It is said that there were tens of thousands of tons. Tens of thousands of tons? Enough for a small steel mill to use for a year or two. With the arrival of this batch of scrap iron is no longer in short supply on the market, and the price naturally drops. From 80 cents to 40 cents, the price of their skyrockets has become half the price. Bang! Yang Zhanfu slammed his hand down on the table. Damn it! God is blind. Why does he allow those opportunists and swindlers to make a lot of money, while we, the honest people, are forced into a dead end? Yeah, that's so unfair. I think we should write a letter of accusation. The origin of their scrap metal is unknown. There must be something wrong with it. Yeah, maybe he stole the railway. Yang Zhanfu shook his head. Letter of accusation? Is it useful? Even if the report is made to the higher authorities, it is impossible for them to send a working group down. In the end, they will still be asked to come to Yang County to investigate, which is equivalent to asking oneself to investigate oneself. They did it last time, but it ended in nothing. I have an idea. Guoqing said. What? They sell gas cylinders to customers, so we could get a few back and send them to relevant domestic departments for testing. As long as they come up with an unqualified test report, the customers will definitely give up purchasing gas cylinders from their factory. Guoqing had been thinking about this all the way, and now he finally came up with a trick. That's right. Let's do it this way. Even if we don't have the ability to produce gas cylinders, we can't let them come to Yangchang to make money. No one wants the rockets we produce, so we have to sell the gas cylinders they produce. Doing this will not bring any benefit to Dongfeng Machinery Factory, but they will be satisfied as long as they see Liang Factory in trouble. This kind of thought process is all too common when human nature begins to distort. In a nutshell, if I don't live well, I won't let you live well either. But this requires someone they don't know. Who didn't show up the last time they came? Pan Yunkai took the lead. Me? I can pretend to be a middleman dealing in gas cylinders, but buying gas cylinders costs money. Yang Zhanfu gritted his teeth and said, "Sell our flying monkeys. Even if we have to sell everything we have, we will ruin their Liang iron and steel plant." I was holding my breath and didn't sell it for 70 or 80 cents at the beginning. Now I want to sell it for 40 cents. I just can't swallow this anger. At the same time, in the north at the Ice City Boiler Factory. "What? We got the aircraft carrier boiler." Yu Hongshin, the head of the technical department, said excitedly. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring it to our factory. We guarantee that we can complete the task of surveying and mapping." Deputy Factory Director Guo Xianyang had a helpless look on his face. "It is true that I got it, but I paid for it. Of course I know it costs money. Pies don't come free, but it's worth it. Our Bingqing Boiler Factory is the most professional and suitable one. Transfer them to us right away." The Bingqing Boiler Factory, which was also one of the 156 projects that year, could be said to have grown in tandem with the motherland industry. In August 1952, the Central Finance and Economics Committee decided to introduce technology from the Soviet Union to build a power equipment factory in Bingqing, namely a boiler factory, a turbine factory, and a motor factory. After the establishment of these three factories, the country had complete power production equipment. The boiler generates steam, which drives the turbine to run, and then drives the motor to generate electricity. The equipment of various power plants in the country are waiting for us in Ice City. Afterwards, the Bingqing Boiler Factory continued to grow and develop, not only producing boilers for power generation, but also boilers for ships. The boilers of the 051 destroyer were all produced by them. In theory, the boiler of this aircraft carrier should belong to them. You still don't understand. This boiler was obtained by a private enterprise in our country. So if we want it, we have to spend money to buy it from this private enterprise. Chapter 55, A Liar and a Freeloader. Private enterprise? Yu Hongshin just frowned slightly, and then said, "When did a private enterprise go abroad to purchase equipment? However, since it is a private enterprise, we really can't ask the superiors to transfer it directly. How much is it? Our Bingqing Boiler Factory is not short of money, so just buy it." Over the past decade, the country's economy has developed rapidly, and the electricity gap has become increasingly larger. Naturally, it is necessary to increase efforts to build power plants. The performance of the Bingqing boiler plant in recent years has been very good. If the government and the military refuse to pay, then our boiler factory will pay for it ourselves. 3 or 500,000, we just grit our teeth and pay it. Yu Hongshin said, "The factory should not care about these small amounts of money. We are the largest boiler company in the country. If we don't do it, who will? Since the country is in trouble, we have to help the country and the army solve their problems. 3 or 500,000. You think too simply. 1 million. What? 1 million RMB? That's a bit expensive indeed. It's in US dollars, and for one. If there are two, it will cost 2 million US dollars. Guo Xianyang said. So, after careful consideration, the superiors decided to give the imitation task directly to this private enterprise. This way, the procurement costs and our D costs were saved. Nonsense. Yu Hongshin frowned and said, "What can a private enterprise do? It's okay to make some light industrial products, such as flashlights and thermoses, but this is a boiler, and it's the most advanced aircraft carrier boiler. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the pipelines have hundreds of atmospheres of pressure. Can private enterprises guarantee reliable welding? A crack can turn the engine room into a living hell. Although our private enterprises have developed well recently and even exported to earn foreign exchange, they're just rocket launchers, gas tanks, and the like. You also know this private enterprise? Yeah, what's it called? What steel plant? Liang Iron and Steel Plant. This is the factory that brought back the aircraft carrier boiler." Yu Hongshin was stunned and thought for a few minutes. "Director Guo, I want to go there." "What are you going to do?" "The factory has already made a decision, but definitely won't pay the money. It's $2 million. If it was 3 or 500,000 RMB, the factory would have taken it. I just want to go and take a look," Yu Hongshin said. Yu Hongshin, the last graduate of the 3rd class, was assigned to the boiler factory after graduation. He has worked diligently since then and has worked his way up to his current position as the head of the technical department. He is educated and skilled in technology. He is one of those people who are both read and professional. He has always wanted to build the most advanced boiler in the world. Back then, when the country was carrying out Project 707, it asked their Bingqing boiler factory to provide supporting services. Yu Hongshin took the lead at that time and designed the relevant boilers. but nothing happened afterwards. Now the country has launched the 891 project. Although it is still under demonstration, there is no other solution for the power system. It must be a heavy oil boiler. He has always wanted to have access to world-class boilers. So this is a rare opportunity. Okay, you can go and see it, but you have to remember that you are the head of the technical department of our Bingxing boiler factory. This is your home. Gua Xiangyang understood Yu Hongxin well and was afraid that he would devote himself to studying technology and forget his identity, never to return. By the way, Leader Qin in the equipment department is a relative of the director of this factory. When you go south, you could go to Leader Qin first. With his introduction, it will be easier for you. Yu Hong went south with excitement and anticipation. Liang Iron and Steel Plant welcomed a big customer. Hello, chiefly. Our economy in the south is developing very fast, and there is an extreme shortage of gas cylinders. The man was dressed in a suit and tie, with mousse in his hair, making it shiny. Although his face was a little pointed, he spoke with an accent, and it was obvious that he was from the south, and he spoke Mandarin in this way. Behind him followed a burly bodyguard, carrying a briefcase that was bulging with money. Boss Pan, I'm very sorry. The gas cylinders currently produced by our factory are all for export. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. I'm afraid we can't supply you with the goods. But don't worry, after we deliver this batch of goods, we will give you the next batch. Li Runping was also very polite. Foreign trade is just a one-time deal. If they want to grow and develop, they have to rely on the domestic market. With the economic development in the south, more gas cylinders are used, so the factory must expand into the southern market, and the boss in front of him has come at the right time. Okay, it's great that you can export and earn foreign exchange, but you can at least give me a few samples. Okay, the last sentence is obviously not imitated. Qin Chuan, who was passing by the door, frowned. What big boss from the south? He couldn't speak clearly and was tall. He looked like a northern man. He must be a fake. There are too many scammers doing business these days. However, we cannot expose him right now. We need to first see what he is up to. The production equipment for steel wire has not arrived yet, so the arresting cables cannot be produced. The superiors sent an interpreter to accompany Babbage. When he had nothing to do during the few days, he took Babbage to the provincial capital to visit the Confucius Temple and other places so that he could feel the profound culture of the East. If you want to keep someone, you have to make him feel culturally identified, and the West is best at this. Things like Santa Claus, peace apples, and April Fool's Day have subtly led the younger generation astray. This is cultural invasion. In this regard, the East has not done very well. The only way to achieve cultural output is online literature. Brother Chuan. At this moment, Li Jianxi's voice rang out. Why are you here? A middle-aged man came to the door with a letter of introduction from your second uncle, saying he wanted to come and take a look. Another liar? Qin Chuan subconsciously attributed the visitor to the ranks of swindlers. Since he was free anyway, you might as well go and meet him. Let's go and take a look. At the door stood a middle-aged man who looked honest and kind. He wore thick black-framed glasses and a factory uniform with the Ice City Boiler Factory logo embroidered on the chest. He was carrying a faux leather briefcase in his hand and didn't look like a liar. You must be Xiao Chuan, right? I met your second uncle in the capital, and he told me about you. Xiao Chuan, you are really amazing. You have made great contributions to our Navy and our country. After just a few words, Qin Chuan realized that this person should not be a liar, but he was more hateful than a liar and might be here to get something for free. Although Mr. Liu had made the final decision during the meeting that there would be no more work for the Bingxing Boiler Factory, they might not give up and still want to do something. In this case, Qin Chuan thought of the liar. Okay, in that case, let's kill two birds with one stone. Yes, it's me. Since my second uncle introduced you, you're one of us. Let's go to our office and talk. Qin Chuan suddenly covered his stomach and said, Oh no, my stomach hurts. Jianxi, take the guest to the office and bring me some paper. Chapter 56. The boiler was stolen by the southern barbarians. Bathroom. Brother Chuan, what's going on? Set up a trap and kill two birds with one stone. Okay, do I need to look for my dad? No need. Just call Xiao Arii and call his pager. At this time, Pan Yunkai had followed Li Runping to the warehouse, where gas tanks were piled up like mountains, all the way to the roof. Chief Li, you have so many gas tanks. How about getting me a truckload? Sorry, these are for export. Let's get you 10 samples. This is the best I can do. Chief Li, at this moment, Li Jianxi ran over and said, Our factory has another guest. Please hurry over. But here, Don't worry, it's just a few gas tank samples for the customer. I'll do it. Li Jianxi said, I promise I won't neglect the customer. Okay, Mr. Pan, I'm sorry. I have to excuse myself. It's all right. Chief Li, go ahead and do your work. Ok. In order to avoid being discovered here, the people sent by Dongfeng Machinery Factory were people Qin Chuan had never seen before. At the same time, this also meant that the people who came did not know Qin Chuan, nor did they know Li Jianxi. Seeing that Li Jianxi was very young, Pan Yunkai guessed that he was just a child from a nearby villager who came here to work. Boss Pan, do you want more gas tanks? Li Jianxi asked in a low voice. Yes, that's easy. I'll secretly get you a carload. But you have to give me the money. 100 for each, and 100 equals 10,000. Do you have the money? Of course there are. Pan Yunkai said this, but he was a little worried in his heart. He was actually planning to buy a few samples. He said that he was a big boss in the South, but it was all a lie. Now, did he really have to spend money? But are your words reliable? Of course, I am in charge of the warehouse here. It's up to me to decide how many to produce. How about making 100 for you and giving me 10,000? $20,000 is nothing, but what? If you give me 10,000 yuan, I will give you a treasure. Pan Yunsai's eyes suddenly lit up. What treasure? The good stuff that the factory got back from the Russians last time was packed in a wooden box. I guess it should be a machine that produces gas cylinders. Pan Yunkai suddenly had an idea. Great, if he took this thing back, the factory could produce gas cylinders. Okay, give me this. 50,000 yuan. Li Jianxi said, after I make this deal, I have to pack up and run away. As a big boss, you can take the machinery and equipment back and produce gas cylinders yourself. You don't have to come here to buy them. 50,000 yuan is definitely worth it. 50,000 yuan is a bit too much. Pan Yunkai rolled his eyes. The bodyguard he brought with him was actually the son of an old worker in the factory. The briefcase he was carrying only had 20,000 yuan in it. Where'd he get the rest of the money? Humph, you're a big boss in the South. You can't even bear to part with this little money? Forget it, forget it. It's like this. I'll give you a deposit of 20,000 yuan and write you an IOU for 30,000 yuan. I'll leave you my address, and you can take the IOU to the South to find me. I have a big factory in the South, and when you get there, I'll ask you to be the workshop director. No, my secretary. An IOU of 40,000 yuan. You're a big boss, but you don't know how to count. Okay. Since he had no intention of giving the IOU anyway, any amount would be fine. Pan Yunkai took the blank account book handed to him by Li Jianxi and quickly wrote the IOU on it. Then he winked at the bodyguard and handed 20,000 yuan to Li Jianxi. Okay, do you need me to find you a car? No need. Let's go find it ourselves. Pan Yunkai looked at the bodyguard. Go out and stop a car on the road. Ding ding. Soon, a sky blue Luping Kai drove in, and the driver was Xiao Ariai. Master, come on, back the truck directly in the warehouse and load the goods for our customer. While directing the loading, Li Jianxi assured Pan Yunkai, don't worry, I'll tell the concierge later, and no one will be in charge when we drive out. In the office, Qin Chuan enthusiastically made tea and poured water. Come, uncle, you have some water. You are my second uncle's friend, so we are a family. Tell me, what are you doing here? If you said you wanted the boiler, we would agree generously and take you there, but then, the boiler was stolen by the southern barbarians. I heard that you have 2 advanced ship boilers here. Your uncle, you have been making boilers for half my life, but I have never seen what an aircraft carrier boiler looks like. Yu Hongxin said, so, I came here shamelessly to take a look. Have a look. Yes, this boiler can produce hundreds of tons of steam per hour, with a temperature of over 300 degrees Celsius. It is more useful than all the boilers we currently produce, so I really want to see with my own eyes how it is designed. Just looking, Qin Chuan was a little curious. He thought he was here to ask for the boiler. If he was just looking, that would be fine. Just look openly. Yu Hongxin looked like an experienced technician. Could it be that he just liked this type of boiler? Or should he be kept to survey and replicate it? Xiao Chuan, are there another guest? At this time, Li Rumping walked in. Yes, from the Ice City Boiler Factory. Ice City Boiler Factory. Li Rumping's eyes lit up. It's a big company, one of the 156A project back then. What are you doing here? If you need our cooperation, we will cooperate with you without hesitation. The older generation is very conscious. Even if Yu Hongxin asked for a boiler, they would probably nod and agree. For the sake of the country and the army, we are willing to. Old you came all the way here. You must be tired and hungry. Go to our cafeteria and eat something first. No, I'm not hungry. I just want to see how the Russians design their boilers. Man is iron and food is steel. If you don't eat, you will be hungry. Let's go and eat something. Li Runping was very enthusiastic and dragged Yu Hongxin to the cafeteria. When they left the office, Qin Chuan saw the Luping diesel truck driving out the door. After dinner, it was almost dark. Uncle Yu, come on, I'll take you to the warehouse. The good things we got from the Russians will be kept in the warehouse. Qin Chuan enthusiastically took Yu Hongxin to the warehouse. Then, what's going on? Qin Chuan's face changed drastically. Where are the two large wooden boxes we put in the innermost part of the warehouse? The customer took it away. What? Which client? It was the guy from the south. He said he had made an agreement with Uncle Li and paid the money. He asked for 100 gas cylinders and the two large boxes. Li Jianqi looked at Li Runping innocently. Uncle Li, is there a problem? Li Runping gnashed his teeth and said, I only agreed to give him 10 gas tank samples, and he only paid for 10. What? Damn it, I got cheated. Li Jianqi was shocked. Don't worry, I will call my dad right away and get the things I got back. No, we have to inform the army. This is not a simple matter. Chapter 57. Equipment for producing gas tanks? This is a boiler. If it was just a gas tank, it would be just an ordinary economic case. If the amount was not huge, the police would not file a case. But with those two wooden boxes, it was time to eat peanuts. Of course, unless it was in 1996, which was an exception. Now, by doing this, Qin Chuan can definitely kill the person who is playing tricks behind the scenes. This is exactly the effect he wants. The business world is like a battlefield. It is not easy for Liang Iron and Steel Plant to develop to its current state. If it is normal business competition, they will accompany it. However, if someone wants to play tricks, haha. Luping Kai is running in the mountainous area. Boss, where are we going? Xiao Arai was a little confused. It was the first time he met such a boss who didn't tell the destination after loading the goods. Go ahead, keep going, Pan Yunkai said as he searched his pockets. He only had 300 yuan left, which was his own money. The 20,000 yuan he brought with him was all gone. He looked at the bodyguard next to him. The bodyguard searched his pockets and found that he had even less money. When he went out to stop a car, he stopped several cars, but this one did not stop. However, it asked him for $200 for the fare first, so he had no money left in his pocket. Squeak. Xiao Arai stepped on the brake. Boss, for the 200 yuan shipping fee, I can only deliver the goods here. If you don't tell me where to unload them, I can only drop them off here for you. In the 1990s, truck drivers were more popular than white-collar workers. Cargo owners had to pay money to hire them. Otherwise, they would not do the job for less. Well, I still have $300 here. Please transport it to Lufeng Mountain for us. Go over there at least 1,000. I'll give you this money first. When we get to the destination, I'll pay you the rest of the shipping fee. Oh, I shouldn't have stopped the car if I had known. The waiter gave the two of them a black and white look and said, What bad luck. I have to deal with cargo owners like you. Well, I'll make a trip, if you dare to default on paying my freight. The car started and soon stopped at a gas station. Lao Yang, fill up the tank. Xiao Wahiai went down to refuel the tank, as if he knew the route well. When the tank was full, he went into a small room nearby to settle the bill and picked up the phone. Lao Yang, make a phone call. Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Brother Chuan, Xiao Arai said that the destination is Lufeng Mountain. I just don't know if it will transfer at once. Li Jianqi put down the phone and said to Qin Chuan excitedly. At the beginning, they just changed hands once to interrupt the clues of the investigation. However, this kind of pediatrics can only be cheated by cooperating with the big hat, otherwise it will be easily discovered. Although Xiao Arai is now transporting, it does not mean that the other party will not find someone else. Yeah, it's pretty much what I guessed. Qin Chuan said, On Lufeng Mountain is the Dongfeng machinery factory we went to last time. Humph. Last time I was planning to make peace and help them get rid of the flying monkey, but I didn't expect them to be so ungrateful and even want to trip us up. Brother Chuan, what should we do next? Please ask Uncle Li. This is a great opportunity for him to solve the case and make a contribution. Well, I'll call right away. Li Jianqi had just finished his phone call when the Audi car from the factory returned. The soldiers on the nearby beach had already withdrawn, so the factory's Audi car had to drive to the nearby Qingdao base to report. The anxious Yu Hongxin also went there and now followed the car back. Uncle Yu, how is it? The army has already known about this, but they're not in a position to come forward for the time being. They can only cooperate with the local police to set up surveillance in the entire area as soon as possible and try to intercept the criminals. After all, those boilers didn't belong to the army, but to Liang Iron and Steel Plant. The army couldn't make too much noise, but as long as the army knew about it, it was enough. Next, you dare to play dirty tricks on us at Liang Factory. Don't you see who is behind us? In the middle of the night, Liu Pingchai drove into the Dongfeng machinery factory deep in the mountains, unloaded the goods, and received the freight. Xiao Ariai drove away without stopping for a moment. When he drove more than 10 kilometers, he saw a row of police cars on the opposite side and 2 dark green military vehicles. After driving for a few dozen kilometers, he reached the main road and found a roadblock. Fortunately, his car was empty, so he was allowed to pass directly. Dongfeng Machinery Factory. We bought these gas cylinders for 100 yuan each, and the market price is 120 yuan. We can make 2,000 yuan just from these. Pan Yunkai pointed at the goods on the truck with pride on his face. However, the most important thing is the 2 wooden boxes. They are the machinery and equipment for producing gas cylinders. With them, we can also produce gas cylinders. Well, you did a good job, but you didn't change cars midway, so I'm afraid you'll be caught here. We have no money left. If we unload the goods midway, we won't be able to call other trucks. Besides, even if we are caught, we will not admit it. Pan Yunkai said. That's right, we don't admit it. Guoqing nodded. This is called a tooth for a tooth. It's not that easy. If you say you don't want to admit it, then don't admit it. Then, Yang Zhanfu shook his head. First, open the wooden box and take a look at the machinery and equipment inside. Several workers picked up crowbars and hurriedly pried open the wooden box, revealing a flat cylinder inside, which looked like a big orange with a small cylinder on the side. It looked very strange in appearance. I thought it was a hydraulic press or something. Why is it this? What is this? There are foreign words on it. There's a pressure gauge. Why does it look like a boiler? That's not what a boiler looks like. Just as everyone was talking, sirens blared outside and cars drove in one after another. The glaring light illuminated the warehouse, and everyone was trapped inside, looking confused. Here it is here, someone shouted excitedly. Director Lee, as expected, our decision to investigate various mechanical processing factories was the right direction. We have found a third one, and we have found it. Li Gang's face was serious. Arrest them all immediately and seal off the entire factory. Hey, what do you want to do? Yang Zhanfu walked out and looked at the people outside. I'm the one who should ask you what you are doing, Li Gang said with a dark face. How dare you steal? We don't have any. We bought these gas cylinders. Where are the boilers? These boilers are classified military products. Where did you buy them from? Are you still trying to make excuses? This is not a boiler. This is the equipment we bought to produce gas tanks. Pan Yunkai was dumbfounded. Equipment for producing gas cylinders? Is there such a thing? Don't you have anybody who knows Russian? Guoqing really understood it. He just didn't have time to read it just now. When he timidly leaned over and saw the words clearly, his face turned pale. KVG, 4 oil-fired boiler, Leningrad boiler plant. Chapter 58. The king of counterfeiting Kobe steel is here. I was driving home when someone stopped me on the way and told me to go to Liang Iron and Steel Plant to load a truckload of goods. I didn't think much about it and took the job. After all, I often go to Liang Plant to load goods. But I regretted it after loading the goods. The employer didn't even tell me the destination, but just directed me to drive on the road. Xiao Ariai, who was in charge of transporting the goods, was also found and a brief statement was made. I think this is not right. Could it be that these 2 employers are murderers who are planning to kill me and steal my car? Humph! I have traveled all over the country and have seen all kinds of situations. If they dare to make a move, I will risk it. I will turn the steering wheel and drive directly into the ditch to take them to hell. But later, we finally arrived at our destination, which is a factory in the mountains. Comrade police officer, did I make any mistakes? You really don't know what's on the truck? How would I know? I parked the car in the warehouse and went to eat. When I came back, the goods were already loaded. Police officer, I am an honest person. Well, we have already investigated your background. You are indeed just a self-employed transporter. You have been kept in the dark this time. However, you must be careful in the future. If you find anything wrong, report it to us immediately. Yes. After the record was completed, Xiao Ariai smiled and said, Uncle Li, you all have worked hard. I will treat you to a meal at the restaurant. What are you eating? I've been very busy lately. This is a major case. You better keep your eyes open in the future and don't let anyone fool you. Okay, got it. The interrogation on the other side was not so easy. It's unfair. It's unfair. Pan Yunkai sat on the iron bench and shouted loudly. I really didn't know those were boilers. Stop talking nonsense and tell me how you cheated me. I'm not lying. You're not lying? You pretended to be from the South and went to Lyong factory to buy gas cylinders. If that's not cheating, what is that? You only paid for 10, but got a truckload of them back. Tell the truth. Don't try to fool me. This is just our momentary confusion. We wanted to bring down the Lyong iron and steel plant. However, we really didn't know that the boiler was brought from abroad. The person in charge of the interrogation was immediately delighted. Great, there really is an inside story. Speak, tell the truth. Yes, yes, I confess. One day later, the capital. Mr. Liu, those who stole the boiler only confessed that they wanted to use the quality problems of the gas tank to bring down the Lyong iron and steel plant. They refused to admit that they had committed the crime of stealing the boiler. However, the boiler was in their factory, so it was useless for them to deny it. The theft was already a fait accompli. Old Liu sighed. After 1983, social atmosphere improved significantly. Unfortunately, 10 years have passed in a flash. People are restless and illegal, and criminal activities are increasing. It's time to happen again. Thanks to the local comrades who worked quickly and efficiently, no major incidents occurred. Well, thanks to the local cadres, that Li Gang is indeed a talent. By the way, the Dongfeng machinery factory has been closed down. What should we do next? We'll deal with it as it should be dealt with. If necessary, we'll sentence them. If necessary, we'll fine them. If there's no money, we'll auction off the factory equipment. Mr. Liu is very busy and doesn't have to deal with such trivial matters. However, what he cares about most is the domestic aircraft carrier project. He has to inquire about all matters, big or small. With these few words from him, the matter was settled. After the secretary left, Mr. Liu looked at the table, where there was a model of an aircraft carrier. Xiaochuan, you are really capable. However, you have made great contributions to the army, so it is only right that I support you. As long as you can do what you promised. Dongfeng Machinery Factory. The broken equipment here is not worth much, and no one wants it at the auction, so we treat it as scrap metal. Li Gang said to Qin Chuan beside him, Xiaochuan, you guys just transport these things back, estimate the weight, and pay the relevant departments according to the price of scrap iron. Yes. Qin Chuan nodded. Although we are not short of scrap metal, it is only natural for us to let the relevant departments deal with the waste. I originally thought he was just an ordinary scammer, but I didn't expect he was from Dongfeng Machinery Factory and wanted to bring down my side. In that case, I won't be polite. Qin Chuan and Li Gang walked in while chatting. Looking at the machines and equipment inside, they thought they were good and should still be usable. It just so happened that a workshop was being built on the seaside, so their machinery processing plant could start operation, which would make it convenient for them to do anything in the future. Wait, what is this? A wire drawing machine. The next step in making wire rope is wire drawing. With this machine, we don't have to purchase it anymore. Good, not bad. After the inspection, the crane came in and began to move various equipment, and soon the place was completely cleared. In this way, Dongfeng Machinery Factory completed the task of moving out of the mountains and moved directly to the seaside in one step. Back in the Audi, Qin Chuan picked up an envelope and said, Uncle Li, thank you for your hard work this time. Li Gang didn't take it. Xiaochuan, Uncle Li has to thank you. He will be promoted soon and will leave the county. But don't worry, if you have any problems, just give him a call and Uncle Li will definitely help you. Forget about this thing. On the one hand, Li Gang was truly grateful, but on the other hand, Li Gang already knew Qin Jintai's identity, so he was even more afraid to accept it. When the Audi drove back to Lyong Iron and Steel Plant, Qin Chuan looked curiously at a brand new Toyota Crown parked nearby. Who was coming? In the office, there was a burst of bird chirping, followed by a translated voice. We were surprised to hear that you bought back the scrap steel from the Nikolaev shipyard. In fact, Kobe Steel has also been eyeing this batch of scrap steel for a long time, but we have not taken any action yet. Now, we hope to buy the 38mm thick steel plates from you. Your price is $200 per ton, and including the shipping cost, it is less than $400. We are willing to pay $500 per ton. Kobe Steel, the king of counterfeiting? Qin Chuan thought to himself. Here comes another one, taking advantage. When the steel was in the hands of the Russians, no one bought it because they couldn't ship it back. Now, Qin Chuan has successfully shipped the steel back and sorted it into different categories. Talents from the island countries have come to him, wanting to take advantage of the ready-made bargain. Director Qin, Mr. Ishino Yumichi has come here specially. Please don't let our guests from the island country down. The translator added one more sentence, sounding friendly on the surface, but just hearing this sentence, Qin Chuan felt nauseous. Damn it, is there no one with backbone in the Foreign Affairs Department? Chapter 59, $3,000 per ton. At this time, Qin Zhangwo was a little hesitant. For scrap steel, $500 a ton is definitely a high price. Even many finished steel products are not as expensive as this. When Indian customers came to buy steel pipes, they only paid $300 a ton. Now, there's more than enough scrap metal, and they can't use it all. Why not sell a batch? No, Xiaochuan is the one in charge of this factory now. We have to wait for him to come back. Thinking of this, Qin Zhangwo smiled and said, Mr. Ishino Yutsuji, I'm very sorry. My son brought back that batch of steel, so I have no power to decide. Director Qin, the factory is yours. How can you not have the power to make decisions? Mr. Ishino Yumichi still has a lot of work to do, and it's your luck that he found time to come to your Liang factory. I heard that you came from Shugong, so you should know how big a company Kobe Steel is. They are one of the Fortune 500, the boss of the steel industry. After the translator finished speaking, he looked at his watch again. Our Mr. Ishino Yumichi only has half an hour. If you don't make a decision quickly, he will be gone. Qin Zhangwo hesitated. He knew what kind of existence Kobe Steel was. Unlike the Asan last time, Kobe Steel was the real industry leader. If he offended them, he would have trouble moving forward. If he wanted to cooperate, no, we have to wait for Xiaochuan to come back. I'm sorry, if Mr. Ishino Yumichi is busy, you can go first. Those scrap metals were brought back by Ogawa, and only he can make the decision. Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. He thought his father was quite smart. It seemed that he could rest assured even if he was not around in the future. Ahem, Dad, what's the matter? Qin Chuan stopped listening and walked in. Xiaochuan, you're finally back. Qin Zhangwo immediately breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Qin Chuan with a kind gaze. Qin Chuan looked into the room. A short man in a suit and tie was sitting at the main seat, drinking tea slowly and methodically. Next to him stood a translator who was nodding and bowing. His style was almost the same as when Asen came last time. At this time, Ishino Yutsuji also looked towards the door. Are you Qin Chuan? Did you get this batch of scrap metal? That's right, Mr. Ishino Yumichi. How come you, a great god, come to this small temple of our Liang iron and steel plant? Qin Chuan answered in fluent Japanese without waiting for the translator to answer. Ishino Yumichi, section chief of the iron-making equipment department of Kobe Steel, is a technical talent. His greatest contribution is the invention of the direct reduction iron-making method, which is a boon to small and medium-sized steel mills. At the same time, he also liked to come to the East to promote their steel-making equipment. This time, he must have heard that he had brought back a treasure, so he came here specifically. When the country's doors were just opened, the island country's first-class quality products entered the East and cultivated a group of loyal customers. Even in 2020, some people still think that driving a naturally aspirated Lexus is the wisest choice, which can be passed down for 3 generations. At the same time, BBA has long entered the turbocharged era, and its power is much higher than that of Lexus. The products of the island countries are deified, and everyone thinks that the technology of the island countries is so advanced. In fact, it is just that. Is Kobe Steel good? It's just the data that's good. If the data is not enough, just modify it. It's that simple. Is the island countries' shipbuilding industry good? When building liquefied gas ships, they still use the outdated aluminum alloy Moss tanks, while we in the East have long used thin film in VAR steel. Although the island country built an amphibious assault ship, which was declared to be a quasi-aircraft carrier, it can only operate a vertical takeoff and landing fighter at most, and there is still a big gap from our 003 aircraft carrier. No matter how good the island nation's steel is, it cannot withstand the deck steel used to stop carrier-based aircraft from landing. So, they came for the advanced deck steel, and at $500 a ton, they wanted to take the deck steel away. Mr. Ishino just heard that you recycled second-hand steel from abroad and was afraid that you would run out of funds and eventually break the chain. So he came to help. The translator said, "You must understand Mr. Ishino's good intentions. Hey, didn't you just say you were just passing by? Now you're coming here specially? And you came here specially to ask for AK-27 steel." Qin Chuan looked at the translator curiously. Are you Mr. Ishino's translator or his secretary? Are you Chinese or Japanese? Or are you Chinese in appearance, but Japanese in heart? The translator's face flushed. When Ishino Yumichi heard Qin Chuan mention AK-27 steel, he shook his hand, which was just strolling with the teacup in his hand. I originally thought that these people didn't know the value of the goods and would sell them to me if I raised the price a little, but I didn't expect that they actually knew everything. If that's the case, I can't pretend anymore. Yes, we are here for this batch of steel. Ishino Yutsuji stood up and bowed respectfully to Qin Chuan. Please take care of me. Ishino Yumichi's action scared the translator. As a translator for the Foreign Affairs Department, he had accompanied Ishino Yumichi on business trips more than once. Even when facing large steel mills like Shugong, Ishino Yumichi was always condescending. Even when meeting high-ranking government officials, he did not perform such a standard salute. Now that Mr. Ishino is so respectful, you should also feel his sincerity, right? The translator continued. You originally collected those steels as scrap metal. If you sell them for $500 a ton, you will definitely make a profit. Don't waste time. Respectful? The Japanese should bow and apologize as required, but this is just a simple ceremony and everything will go on as usual afterwards. This is the so-called craftsman spirit. Qin Chuan smiled and said, since Mr. Ishino is so sincere, let's be frank. $3,000 a ton. You can take them all away if you want. What? $3,000 per ton? You young fool. The translator got anxious and shouted in Chinese. If it weren't for him shouting, Qin Jiangwo and others would not have known what Qin Chuan was mumbling to the other party. The other party only offered $500 per ton at first, and they almost lost money. Qin Chuan and them wanted $3,000 per ton, which was the real price. Humph, these little Japanese devils are so evil. Baka, Ishino Yutsuji rolled his eyes at the translator and said, Pan Yang, please don't interrupt our conversation. We don't need you anymore. Pan Yang shut up immediately. Ishino Yutsuji looked at Qin Chuan again. Mr. Qin, $3,000 a ton is too expensive. We're sincere in buying it. How about $1,000 a ton? $3,000, not a cent less. Qin Chuan shook his head. Also, we have to buy at least 3,000 tons. What if the other party only wants 30 or 50 tons? That's only a few dollars. At least 3,000 tons is enough. Mr. Qin, $1,000 per ton, and we will give you the world's most advanced direct reduction iron-making technology, which is just suitable for small steel plants like yours. Do you know direct reduction iron-making? Ishino Yumichi's eyes were burning. Chapter 60. Is there any steel for the ballpoint pen tip? Let's make some. Director Qin, the direct reduction iron-making method is the most advanced iron-making method of Kobe steel. The translator Pan Yang began to brag again. It is especially suitable for countries with backward industries and energy shortages. Mr. Ishino Yumichi is willing to hand over this technology to you. This is a blessing in disguise. Why don't you hurry up? Ishino Yumichi rolled his eyes at him, and Pan Yang immediately shut up. Qin Chuan shook his head. Mr. Ishino, our factory uses the American short process steelmaking method. Our raw materials are scrap steel, not sponge iron. For us, this technology is meaningless. The crisis of overcapacity in the steel industry exists not only in the country, but all over the world. In the 1980s, blast furnace iron-making plants in the United States began to face crises. In the 1990s, the model of using electric furnaces to melt scrap iron to make steel became popular. It does not require coke or iron or has a short process and high returns. Currently, all steel mills that are still profitable use this method. However, this method requires a large amount of scrap steel, which is not suitable for some countries with slow industrialization, such as Liang Iron and Steel Plant, where it is difficult to purchase scrap steel. What should we do at this time? Kobe Steel invented a new technology. Instead of using coke in the blast furnace, ordinary coal was used to directly smelt the iron ore into sponge iron, which was then directly used as the raw material for steelmaking and fed into the steelmaking furnace. This method is good, but Qin Chuan doesn't have to worry about the source of scrap steel, so why bother with direct reduction iron making? If there's no scrap iron, we can go abroad and bring back a few scrap ships. We won't have to worry about this thing for 10 years. After saying that, Qin Chuan looked at Ishino Yutsuji meaningfully again. Moreover, your direct reduction iron-making method is not mature yet, and there are serious technical defects in it. What did you say? Pan Yang was not happy. You young man, you really don't know your place. How dare you, a small private steel mill, question a Fortune 500 steel company? What qualifications do you have? It is a recognized fact that our country is technologically backward, not to mention all kinds of high-performance steel. We can't even produce a small ballpoint pen tip. This direct reduction iron-making method is even more. You also know it's our country. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at him. When I heard you talk like that just now, I thought you were a real sheepdog. Sheepdog? What does that mean? Qin Jiangwo and the others didn't understand, but Pan Yang's face turned red. You fart. Mr. Qin, do you know that our direct reduction iron-making method has flaws? What are the flaws? Ishino Yumichi's face became serious. Your technology cannot be completely reduced using coal, and a certain amount of natural gas is also needed, right? Ishino Yumichi's face was filled with shock. Using coal for reduction is the most appropriate. After all, it has the lowest cost. However, Kobe Steel did not master this technology until 1996. Now it is worrying about the raw material problem for direct reduction. Unexpectedly, it was revealed by a young man in front of it. Mr. Ishino, don't listen to his nonsense. Pan Yang said, our Eastern steelmaking technology cannot be compared with that of the island countries. We can't even produce steel for ballpoint pen tips. What if it can be produced? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at Pan Yang again. A tiny ballpoint pen tip steel. Can it be boasted to the sky? When talking about the backwardness of our country's industry, there are always people who bring up the small ballpoint pen. If we can't even make this thing, how can we brag about high technology? Are you kidding me? We just don't think highly of this market. China is the world's largest ballpoint pen producer, producing 38 billion ballpoint pens every year. But how much steel is needed? Only a mere 1,000 tons. For any steel plant, the volume is too small, and they simply don't care about this market. That's why it is monopolized by Switzerland and the island countries, relying on the technology passed down from their ancestors. Now, since this guy in front of us keeps clamoring, let's refine a furnace. You must be kidding. A small steel mill like Liang Iron and Steel Plant can produce steel for ballpoint pen tips. What's so difficult about this? We can start a furnace right now to smelt it. If we can't produce any, we can sell all the scrap steel to Kobe Steel for $1,000 a ton. If we can produce it, Qin Chuan glanced at the translator and said, just lie on the ground and bark like a dog. Say you were a sheepdog 10 times. Pan Yang clenched his fists and almost came up to fight Qin Chuan, but Ishino Yutong agreed immediately. Okay, it's settled. If he loses, Pan Yang will just bark like a dog. If he wins, he can buy back the steel at a suitable price. Of course, Ishino Yumichi will agree. Hearing his agreement, Pan Yang straightened his chest and said, okay, it's settled then. Humph, I don't believe you can make it. Qin Chuan smiled and said, let's go to the steel-making furnace. The factory has been making gas tanks recently, using ready-made ship-grade steel plates. The thickness is not suitable for the rolling mill, and the steel plates that come out are qualified. Therefore, the electric furnace previously used to melt scrap iron has been idle. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well make one. Qin Jiangwo followed him at a brisk pace and whispered, Xiao Chuan, are you sure? I heard that the tip of a ballpoint pen looks like a small ball, but it's actually very difficult. What's so difficult about it? It's just harder and easier to rotate, so the processing precision is higher. By the way, Jianxi, drive your Audi and go out to buy something. If you can't get it, go to the Navy and ask them for help. Countless short essays describe the ballpoint pen tip steel as something miraculous, making people believe that this thing has a very high technological content. Yes, it has to prevent the ink from drying and condensing on the surface, and it has to use the friction on the paper to rotate freely. So there are some special requirements, but that's all. It's just a small steel ball. At first, tungsten carbide was used, and later stainless steel was used. It was just necessary to add some special elements into it. The firing order must not be messed up, and every temperature must be controlled. That's all. So what ingredients do we use? Liang Iron and Steel Plant only has scrap steel. The content of various metals inside this scrap steel is uncertain, so the quality of steel produced in each furnace is different. Only the most experienced masters can control the quality of steel through careful matching. Otherwise, they can only smelt ordinary steel and cannot smelt advanced special steel. Now, Qin Chuan agreed to them so casually. What should he do next? Take the 38 millimeters thick steel plate, remove the rust from the surface, and then throw it into the steel-making furnace. What? Chapter 61. Using scrap steel to smelt pen tip steel? In later generations, the problem of ballpoint pen tip steel alarmed the superiors, so they asked, can we make a furnace to make it? It is possible to refine it, but the market is too small, so there's no need for it. No, I have to practice. This is a political task. Haven't you seen those public intellectuals, the sheepdogs? nagging all day long? It's so annoying. So Tai Gang took on the task, and after repeated experiments, they finally solved various process problems. One furnace can produce 60 tons, and the annual demand is only a matter of a dozen furnaces. However, the production line cannot be stopped, so there's no choice but to export in large quantities. How much do foreign countries sell it for? 120,000 per ton. Then we sell it for 60,000. The Swiss company Micron has been making this thing since 1888. They could have easily rested on their ancestral technology, but it was ruined by the bragging of those public intellectuals. I wonder how many small companies are worried about this. Don't tell us how advanced our company is and that Oriental people can't make it. Otherwise, we won't be able to rest on our laurels. In fact, it was not only Tai Gang that researched this thing back then. Other steel mills also did research on it, but the market was too small and there was no need to rush into it. Qinchuan also developed it back then, and it used the Russian AK-27 alloy steel. Who says you can only use tungsten carbide and stainless steel? The Russian nickel-chromium alloy steel also performs well. Even if this thing is rusty on the surface, you just need to wipe it off, and the bottom will still be shiny and bright, and it is hard and strong enough. However, there are some differences between making an aircraft carrier's takeoff and landing deck and making a ballpoint pen tip. They need to be recycled and refined, and other raw materials need to be added. Of course, Qinchuan did not research it specifically back then, but obtained it by chance when he was researching alloy steel. After testing, he found that the steel was not qualified to be used as a certain plan, but was just right as a ballpoint pen tip steel. However, Tisco had already produced it at that time, so there was no need to join the fun. This batch of aircraft carrier alloy steel can have other uses even if it cannot be used to rebuild aircraft carrier steel plates. The price of $3,000 per ton is not high at all. This is not scrap steel, it is a treasure. Originally, Ishino Yumichi said that he would only be here for half an hour as he had other tasks to do, but now he said nothing and followed everyone to the steelmaking workshop. Along the way, he saw the mountains of scrap steel, his eyes full of anticipation. Master Wang, Master Zhao, come here and clean our steelmaking furnace. Brother Zhang, Brother Liu, please polish off the rust on the surface of the scrap steel. Qinchuan made arrangements. Are you going to use this scrap steel to make ballpoint pen tip steel? Ishino Yumichi asked in surprise. Yes, these scrap steels are very useful. I'll sell them to you for $3,000 per ton. It's absolutely worth it. In later generations, the East ranked first in the world in steel production, but its main output was crude steel, which caused great pollution and high energy consumption. Enterprises in island countries and other countries simply imported crude steel directly from the East, then smelted it into high value-added steel, and then sold it to the East, making huge profits. Ishino Yumichi took a fancy to these scrap steels and planned to buy them and smelt them into high-performance steel. However, he had not yet figured out how to smelt them. After all, they had no experience with them before. Qinchuan just wanted to show them his skills and let them see what uses these steels had. The smelting of high-performance steel has very high requirements for its ingredients. Even if a little impurity is mixed in, the properties of the steel will change. Therefore, the steelmaking furnace also needs to be cleaned. Xiaochuan, the thermocouple inside, is broken. Master Zhao discovered the problem while cleaning the steelmaking furnace and ran over to tell Qinchuan in a low voice. But we must not let foreigners hear it. These Japanese guys have been acting so arrogantly, and that translator is just taking advantage of his power. We cannot let them laugh at us. The temperature of the steelmaking furnace needs to be displayed, and this is generally done with a platinum-rhodium thermocouple. Since it works under high temperature, high pressure, and harmful media, the thermocouple wire will quickly become brittle and damaged, and its lifespan is generally 3 months. Now, the furnace has not been used for several months, and the thermocouple inside has long been overloaded. Qinchuan replied in a low voice, just fold this silk in half, and you can use it. Half price? Yes, you can continue to use it by folding it in half from the broken part, but the temperature measurement will not be accurate, right? This stuff is very valuable. We have to save it. As for the temperature, Qinchuan glanced at the customer who was watching the rust being polished and didn't continue. Master Zhao understood immediately. These people must be watched in person, otherwise they will accuse us of cheating. But how can we prevent them from learning the skills? Now the thermocouple is inaccurate. If they note the current temperature and go back to try it, they will definitely fail. As for Ogawa, since he asked it to be folded in half, he should know the temperature correspondence after it is folded in half, right? Thermocouples measure temperature by using the different electromotive forces caused by the different temperatures at both ends of the thermocouple wire. The temperature and electromotive force are in a functional relationship, not a linear one. As for Qin Chuan, he only knew the specific values after the fold, but knowing these was enough. Platinum and rhodium are both precious metals. In his previous life, he had to use them sparingly when he was working. Folding it in half before using it was also a way to save money. It was enough to know the corresponding value between the displayed temperature after folding it in half and the actual temperature. Qin Chuan looked at the scale in the distance again. 2 hours later, all the scrap steel was loaded into the steelmaking furnace. Liang Factory was a small factory, and one furnace could only produce 20 tons. At this moment, looking at the precious deck steel being stuffed in, Ishino Yumichi felt a little distressed and a little expectant. Mr. Qin, can we make pen tip steel just by melting these steel materials? Of course not. Qin Chuan shook his head. We have to add some rare metals to adjust the internal ingredients. So what do you need to add? Of course it's a secret. You want to know? Qin Chuan, tell us about your production process and let Mr. Ishino give you some pointers to see if there are any omissions or areas that need improvement. Pan Yang returned to his previous expression, looking superior. We in the East are warm and hospitable. Don't embarrass our people. Qin Chuan sighed. I don't know how many advanced technologies have been defeated by these people. Our lithography machines were not backward at that time. After they were developed, we held an exhibition. Foreigners came, climbed up and down, asked questions here and there, and we told them everything we knew. As a result, the advanced technology was learned by foreigners. It was okay in the past, as those people had no awareness of intellectual property rights. But if you still think like this now, you're either stupid or bad. A sheepdog is a sheepdog. The real disgrace is you. Qin Chuan shook his head. I was originally planning to tell Mr. Ishino, but now that you said that, I changed my mind. Mr. Ishino, if you want to know, then pay $100,000 for it. Chapter 62. $100,000 for the formula. Even if they didn't know at first, now that Qin Chuan mentioned the word shepherd dog over and over again, everyone should know what this Western-loving dog meant, and they all looked at Pan Yang with the same cold eyes. Aren't there any good translators? When Ah-san came here, the translator he brought with him was not a good guy, but he was tricked into the police station by Xiao Chuan. This translation, Humph, he is obviously Chinese, but he works like a dog for foreigners. He will not have a good ending. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Pan Yang became even angrier. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Ishino Yumichi taking out a checkbook. Okay, I'll give you $100,000. What? Mr. Ishino, he is lying to you. In the East, many people like to brag, not as honest as the island countries. Pan Yang said, and then looked at Qin Chuan fiercely. Qin Chuan, do you dare to take it $100,000 is enough to eat peanuts? Qin Chuan took over and said, knowledge is power. Knowledge is wealth. Mr. Ishino is using $100,000 as tuition to learn our steel formula. You are a translator who has never seen the world. What's the big deal about spending $100,000 to buy a formula? Pan Yang, please shut up. Pan Yang stopped talking. Mr. Qin, please introduce these recipes. Ishino Yutomi looked at Qin Chuan respectfully, like a good child who loves learning. The commonly used material now is tungsten carbide, which is too expensive, so we can also use alloy steel instead, but we need to add some rare elements to it. Qin Chuan said, it's nothing, just titanium and niobium. Qin Chuan said as he stuffed the check into his pocket. As for the principle, you came from a steel mill, so you should know it. It's just that during the melting process, these two rare metals will further react with the carbon in the steel to form titanium carbide and niobium carbide. These two compounds will change the properties of the steel and make it harder. At this time, Qin Chuan had become a metallurgical expert. Even if he spoke in Chinese, Qin Zhangwo and others would not understand. Now he spoke in the island language, which made him sound even more unfathomable. Yes, that's right. Ishino Yumichi nodded. Of course, controlling the temperature is very important. If the timing is not right, once the chromium and carbon in the steel react first, chromium carbide will be generated, which will destroy the crystal lattice. Yes, there are also some rules for adding these rare metals. When is the best time to add them? Qin Chuan smiled and said, the weather is really nice today. Ishino Yumichi was confused, but the translator Pan Yang beside him realized that Qin Chuan wanted money again. I just gave you $100,000. And you only said two elements, but didn't say how much or when to add them. And now you still want more. Aren't you too greedy? Pan Yang wanted to scold. Isn't this embarrassing for us Chinese in front of foreigners? But thinking about how many times Ishino Yutong scolded him, he stopped talking again. If he said it out, I guess Mr. Ishino would take the money again. However, Ishino Yumichi was very smart and reacted quickly. He took out his checkbook again, quickly wrote another check for $100,000 and handed it to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I want to know the specific content and the time to put it in. Well, how can I do that? We Orientals are the most hospitable people. If you have any questions, just ask. Money is too polite. But, after all, this is a kind gesture from you, so I'll accept it. Qin Chuan put the second check in his pocket and then introduced 1 ton of scrap iron, add 600 grams of titanium, and 350 grams of niobium. In order to mix evenly, you need to add powder. The content of rare metals in steel is extremely low, just a few tenths of a percent or a few tenths of a percent. However, this slight difference can lead to earth-shaking changes in the properties of metal materials. Materials experts develop different alloy steels by trying them bit by bit, adding different rare metals to study the properties of the steel, and finally finding the most suitable formula. If what Qin Chuan said is true, it is definitely worth $100,000 or even $1 million. Brother Chuan, I bought it back. At this moment, Li Jianxi's voice came from outside. He was holding 2 bags in his hands, which looked heavy. Well, put on our scale. There are exactly 20 tons in the furnace, so we need to add 12 kilograms of titanium. Qin Chuan said as he walked over and operated the scale himself. In later generations, there were various sophisticated electronic scales. By inputting the unit price, the amount could be calculated directly and could be accumulated. But now, there are only the most common lever-structured scales. This scale is the same as the table scale used to sell food in the supply and marketing cooperatives. The flat plate below is the scale plate, which is connected to the upper scale bar through a connecting rod. Different weights can be hung on the side. It can generally weigh half a ton of goods, which is very convenient. However, before using it, you have to check whether it is level, that is, adjusted to 0, otherwise you have to move the screw on the side to adjust it. Of course, unless someone moves it on purpose, it is usually flat. Li Jianxi directly put one of the bags on top and poured out some more. The remaining number was just enough, so he called for another one. Ishino Yumichi also saw the indications above. The proportion should be fine, but what about the heat? Come on, Mr. Ishino, let's go smelt it next. We have to choose the right time to release it. Master Zhao, light the furnace. 20 minutes later, 1,250 degrees, put the titanium first. 1,300 degrees, release niobium again. Maintain this temperature, blow out the oxygen, and stir. Ishino Yumichi lost his calmness and took out his notebook, quickly recording the steps. Anyway, we have just spent $200,000, and Qin Chuan also said that this money was used to buy the technology, so of course we have to record it now. Various ratios, various temperature data, and various operating steps should be recorded carefully. Solution treatment. Keep the temperature above 1,300 degrees Celsius. An hour passed. Attention! During the stabilization process, the temperature must be lowered slowly, and the furnace power must be adjusted to 1/10. There are many steps that even the old master who has been refining steel for half his life has never heard of, and is completely in the dark. However, Ishino Yutsuji is very excited. He has a hunch that Qin Chuan should have mastered this technology long ago. Otherwise, each step would not be possible to proceed so orderly. Did he get this technology from the Russians? In any case, the technology is now in his hands, and after he buys the steel, he can start making a furnace to try it out. Attention! Prepare to take out of the oven. Get the wire drawing machine ready. In the past, they could only turn the molten steel into ingots and had no way to process it afterwards. But now, there are a large number of second-hand equipment. Other equipment is placed in the newly built factory by the sea, but this wire drawing machine needs to be placed in the steel plant, so that after the molten steel comes out, it can directly enter the wire drawing machine and become thin wires. The tips of ballpoint pens are small balls, and these small balls are made of steel wire. The ballpoint pen tip steel imported from abroad by domestic ballpoint pen factories are also in the form of steel wire. Now pull them all out. Chapter 63. Hard and tough. This is good steel. The wire drawing machine started working. The others had no experience in operating it, so they could only watch Qin Chuan busying around. When they saw the shiny steel wire appear before their eyes, everyone opened their eyes wide. Even though everyone often uses steel wire, few people know how this thing is made. Today I have really broadened my horizons. Moreover, this is definitely how steel wire ropes will be made in the future. I just don't know if the steel wire used to make steel wire ropes is the same as this steel wire. The filaments drawn out by the wire drawing machine are directly rolled into bundles, each bundle weighing 5 tons. After a bundle is made, it is tempered and other operations are carried out. By the time all this is done, it is dark. Okay, the ballpoint pen tip steel has been made. Qin Chuan looked at the first bundle of tempered steel wire and spoke. Oh, you say it's fine? Who would believe that? Can this steel wire be as good as the steel tip of a ballpoint pen? Pan Yang shouted. Qin Chuan smiled and said, of course I will accept the strict test. Let me cut out a section first. Okay. Master Zhao took out the pliers. This is the most commonly used tool in mechanics. Pliers can be used for clamping, twisting, and cutting, and have many uses. At this time, Master Zhao took the pliers, clamped the wire with the cutting edge, and then applied force. Crack! There was a notch on the edge of the pliers. Everyone was stunned. This pair of pliers can clamp number 8 wire, which is a 4 millimeters diameter steel wire, but the diameter of the wire in front of them is only 1.5 millimeters. Such a thin wire was not cut through, and the cutting edge was even broken. What does this mean? This wire is very hard. Change the side. The pliers not only have cutting edges that can clamp wire, but also have cutting pliers on the side that are specifically used for cutting wire, which are more sturdy. Now, Master Zhao stuffed the steel wire into the gap on the side, and then applied force with both hands. Crack! The side cutouts are broken too. Alas, our domestic products are just not good enough. Pan Yang said, if the pliers were produced in an island country, they would definitely cut it off in one go. This statement is actually correct. Many private enterprises rely on low prices to compete, and the pliers they produce are of poor quality. They break after one use and are not as good as imported products. But imported products are more expensive. If the price is the same, domestic products are definitely better. Just like mobile phones, some people think domestic mobile phones are difficult to use and Apple phones are easier to use without even looking at the price. If you buy a domestic phone at the price of an Apple phone, it will definitely not be worse than an Apple phone. Qin Chuan smiled. He already knew this guy's attitude. No matter what, imported goods are better. But there is no need to argue with him, because he will have a hard time next. As a translator, why don't you have a brain? Li Jianxi was not so generous. Is it possible that our steel wire is too hard? Yes, the hardness of the steel wire must be up to standard. Ishino Yumichi nodded. The Moh's hardness should be above 9.5, and the Vickers' hardness should be above 2600. Although there is no measuring instrument, Ishino Yumichi can make a rough estimate based on his years of experience. The hardness of this alloy steel exceeds that of tungsten carbide. It's too strong. Buy those scrap steel plates and reprocess them to make not only ballpoint pen tip steel, but also armor steel. They are very useful. You can buy them for $3,000 a ton. The steel for ballpoint pen tips needs to be strong and wear-resistant, which already meets the requirements. It also requires precision manufacturing and further processing, but this is not the responsibility of Liang Iron Steel Plant because they are a steel plant, not a ballpoint pen factory. They are only responsible for smelting steel, not processing it into steel balls. So our nib steel is ready? No, of course not. This is just a steel wire, not a ballpoint pen tip. Whether this steel is qualified still needs to undergo rigorous testing, especially if it is to be made into a ballpoint pen. Only after actual testing can we know whether it is qualified. Pan Yang said loudly. Of course he can't agree with it. If this thing succeeds, won't he have to crawl down and learn to be a dog and still call himself a sheepdog? For him, this is absolutely a huge insult and a lifelong shame, and he cannot admit it. Mr. Ishino, what do you think? Qin Chuan said, if we do as he said and test it for 10 days or half a month, we don't mind, but what? I heard that the currency has depreciated severely recently. Sai, those people are printing money so much that money is worthless now. The price of $3,000 per ton I originally mentioned refers to signing the contract now. If it's a few months later, the price will probably be $5,000 per ton. After saying that, Qin Chuan unconsciously bent the steel wire back and forth with his hands. Once, twice, 3 times, after more than 10 times, he finally broke the wire that he had just been unable to break with the pliers. You can take this sample back to the island country and find the most professional organization to test it. Ishino Yumichi opened his eyes wide. The harder the steel, the more brittle it is. This is a phenomenon that everyone engaged in the metallurgical industry knows. But now, the scene before him was beyond his expectations. Qin Chuan seemed to be bending the steel wire unconsciously, but in fact it showed that this steel had sufficiently high toughness. This steel is hard and tough. Even if it cannot be used as ballpoint pen tip steel, it has many other uses. He has watched and written down the entire smelting process. This batch of steel from the Russians is really useful. What are you waiting for? No thanks. This steel is of first-rate quality. We are very satisfied. Ishino Yumichi said, "Your visit to Yanchang really opened my eyes. I didn't expect that there was such a first-class steel plant hidden in this mountain valley." Thank you for the compliment. Many companies in your island country are also small businesses, but they still have advanced products. After these words, the relationship between the two sides became cordial again. Mr. Qin, we'll buy 5,000 tons at the price you said, $3,000 a ton. Good. When the others present heard the news, they all became excited. I bought nearly 30,000 tons at $200 a ton, and now I sell 5,000 tons at $3,000 a ton. These 5,000 tons of steel not only offset all the costs, but also made several times the profit. How much is 5,000 times 3,000? 15 million US dollars, converted into RMB, is over 100 million. So easy, a small goal is accomplished. Although gas cylinders can also make a lot of money, they need to be processed. But now, just tossing them, without processing, I can make so much money. Ogawa is so awesome. Pan Yang opened his eyes wide. It really worked? $3,000 for this scrap steel? Even if it was brand new steel smelted by a steel mill, it couldn't be sold at this price. What was Mr. Ishino thinking? Wait, if Mr. Ishino agrees, then I... At this time, Qin Chuan looked at him unkindly. Pan Yang, right? You are willing to accept the loss. You should know what to do next. Chapter 64. Everyone wants to kill the foreign admiring dog. As a Chinese, Qin Chuan hates the Japs very much. He wishes those TV dramas were real so that the Japs can be defeated to pieces. However, the living environment in the island country is poor, with volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, etc. occurring from time to time. Therefore, the idea of invasion by the Japanese was also their own choice. However, traders and guides are different. China is not short of heroes. Whenever the country is in danger, countless heroes will stand up, sacrifice their lives, and shed their blood. It is because of these heroes that we have such a powerful motherland today. But at the same time, China is not short of scum. When the Japanese invaded, there were a large number of traders who acted as guides for the Japanese. Without them, the Japanese would not have been able to occupy China so easily. Moreover, this group of spineless traders could make up countless excuses, such as saving the country in a roundabout way and enduring humiliation. For a period of time, these people disappeared, but as the country opened its doors and people saw the colorful world outside, these people reappeared. Our country is poor and backward, so let us build our motherland with our own hands. Our technology is not developed, so we will work hard to catch up. Our material is not abundant, so we will work hard to produce. But there are some people who want to take shortcuts and are attracted by the colorful world outside. They forget the blood flowing in their bodies. The motherland has spent money to train them, but they just turn around and go abroad, and they still say shamelessly, "This is what I deserve." It's a pity that no matter how hard the yellow-skinned, white-hearted banana person tries, he can never gain the recognition of the white-skinned master and may be thrown away by the master at any time. Qin Chuan is not an educator, so he cannot take care of so many trivial matters, but he must educate everyone he encounters. Pan Yang's face was pale at this time. Qin Chuan, Xiao Chuan, Brother Chuan, I was just joking just now, don't take it seriously. Pan Yang showed a pleading look on his face. Mr. Ishino, were we joking just now? If so, forget it, just treat it as a joke. Qin Chuan said, forget about the contract, we were just having fun. Baka, Shi Yutong looked at Pan Yang. Mr. Pan, we're doing business. Integrity is the most important thing. How can we not keep our promises? Since you just agreed, you have to do it now. Pan Yang's body was shaking a little, not sure if it was because of anger or because he was scared by Ishino Yumichi. He looked at Qin Zhangwo for help. He could see that the young man was brave enough to kill, but the middle-aged man was still very kind. Director Qin, please stay here. He wanted to say, please leave some way out so that we can meet again in the future. However, he was interrupted by Li Jianxi after saying only 3 words. Abortion? You're a grown man. Why do you want an abortion? The most you can do is get a vasectomy, but nothing works. If you're a man, just do what you say. If you're not a man, then pull down your pants. As long as we can see that you don't have any balls in your pants, that's fine. Thump. Pan Yang actually knelt down, and he knelt towards Qin Jiangwo. Even kneeling down was better than lying down like a dog. However, Qin Jiangwo reacted quickly and went out in a flash. I have a stomachache. I'm going to the toilet. Mr. Ishino, you are unwilling to be the translator. If you are unwilling, Pan Yang, hurry up, Ishino Yumichi said angrily. If you don't fulfill the bet quickly, I will complain to your leader when I return. Okay, I'll do it. Pan Yang put his hands on the ground, lowered his head, and planned to shout 10 times. This was the most humiliating moment for him, and he would remember everything that happened here, etc. What's going on? He saw a microphone slowly being handed to him. Was it connected to a loudspeaker so that his voice could be heard throughout the factory? He looked up, his pupils dilated instantly. What was that? Akameda. A young man was standing about 4 or 5 meters away from him, wearing a plaid shirt and jeans, looking nonchalant, but he had a camera on his shoulder. This thing was still a rarity in the 1990s. There were only a few of them in a county. Only the county TV station and the best wedding companies in the county were equipped with them. This guy doesn't look like a good person, so he is definitely not from the TV station, but a wedding company. In order to achieve better recording effects, Qin Chuan took the microphone off and placed it directly near Pan Yang. It's a pity that the microphone is still missing a logo. How about putting a CCAV on it? This guy likes the island country so much, he might as well go there and be a gigolo. Li Jianxi has already picked up the fill light, so his equipment is complete. Teacher Tony, have you adjusted the focus? Qin Chuan asked. This photographer is, of course, Zhou Toning, the son of Zhou Qianghua, a master who runs a wedding company in the county town. I don't know what his father was thinking when he gave his son this name. His family is rich, but he has been a bad boy since he was a child and often rides motorcycles. He became a playboy with Qin Chuan and Li Jianxi, but in recent months, they have broken up. Qin Chuan helped with work in the factory. Li Jianxi followed to help, Xiao Ariai and his father drove, and Zhou Toning went home to hang out with his father. This time, when Li Jianxi called him, he came over on a motorcycle with a camera on his back. When he saw the situation, he was extremely excited, as if he had returned to the good old days. Sure enough, even if a gangster learns well, he is still a gangster. Of course, no problem. 3 years ago, my old man just bought this thing, and I know how to make it now. Zhou Toning said with a smile that he was very satisfied with the title of Teacher Tony. It sounded very fashionable. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? Pan Yang retracted his previous posture and sat on the ground. Nothing, just a souvenir. No, I don't agree. When we made the bet just now, there was no requirement to record the video. Did you just say that you're not allowed to record the video? Of course not. Then it's over. How long do you want to lay it? Mr. Ishino. Baga, hurry up. Pan Yang knelt down again, lay on the ground, lowered his head, and spoke in a low voice. I am Muyang Dog. I am Muyang Dog. Ha! Everyone laughed. Everyone thought of the time when Indian came to cheat. The translator at that time was very bad, and the current translator is not a good person either. However, this time they are in a cooperative relationship, and he cannot be locked up. However, this kind of treatment now can leave a better impression on the other party than locking him up. After shouting 10 times, Pan Yang felt that he had no strength left in his body and could not even stand up. Pan Yang, don't forget that you have the blood of the descendants of Yin and Huang flowing in your body. You are a translator, not a lackey for foreigners, and you're not here to show off in front of your own people. If you work for foreigners, you may be sold out by foreigners at any time. I hope you remember this day. This sentence was said in Chinese, and Ishino Yutsuji couldn't understand it. Even if he did, Qin Chuan didn't care. He had the right thing to teach his family a lesson in front of foreigners. Chapter 65, 38 millimeters thick shipbuilding steel plate. Qin, can we sign the agreement now? Seeing that the performance was over, Ishino Yumichi urged. The performance is just an embellishment. The key is to sign the agreement. Although scrap metal is a bit expensive at $3,000 per ton, it is very useful, and there is only one of it in the world. After all, this was the only aircraft carrier that was dismantled, and the Variag is still waiting to be built. If you go to the steel mill in Russia to place an order directly, you don't know if the workers there are unfamiliar with the skills. In recent years, many Russian technicians have gone to the West. Therefore, these scrap metals must be bought back, and it is necessary to sacrifice the translation for this. Now it's time to sign the contract, right? Of course, no problem. Pay half of the deposit when signing the contract, and pay the other half before the ship is shipped out of customs. Qin Chuan said. Ishino Yumichi frowned and said, "We at Kobe Steel have not prepared this amount of funds in advance, so it will take some time. You don't even have this little money? Isn't Kobe Steel one of the top 500 companies in the world?" "Yes, of course, but our production is planned, and our working capital is also planned. We don't have the funds to purchase scrap metal for the time being. How about we pay $1 million first?" They originally planned to charge $500 per ton. So even if it was 5,000 tons, it would only be $2.5 million. But now the price has increased to $3,000 per ton, a six-fold increase. The money that was originally intended to be used to pay half of the deposit is now not even enough to pay a fraction of it. "All right," Qin Chuan nodded. 1 million is 1 million, but we have to make it clear that if you don't buy it, the deposit will not be refunded. The difference between a deposit and a down payment is a trick played by unscrupulous businessmen in China. Internationally, there is only the word deposit. As for whether it can be refunded, it depends on international practice, negotiation between the two parties, or it should be marked in the contract. Qin Chuan had to say that this thing could not be returned. If you wanted to break the contract when you go back, don't even think about getting the money back. "Of course, since we have signed the contract, we will definitely buy it," said Ishino Yumichi. "Let's go sign a contract. The product name is 38 millimeters thick ship-breaking steel plate. How about that?" Pan Yang sat there, not even having the strength to stand up. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions flooded into his brain. Even if the product name entered his mind, he couldn't react now. In fact, if Ishino Yumichi had not treated him as a tool, he might have been able to react. After all, the people who understand the Chinese best are the Chinese themselves. The contract was drafted, and Ishino Yumichi wrote a deposit check for $1 million, and the deal was done. It just so happened that everyone was hungry, so Qin Chuan hosted a banquet for them at the best restaurant in the county. After Ishino Yutsuji had his meal, he set out on his return journey. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. "It's another busy day." Qin Chuan looked at the starry sky above his head. "Dad, next." Before he could finish his words, he saw the light of car lights in the mountains. The Pajero quickly drove up to him and stopped with a sharp sound of brakes. "Ogawa, uncle, why are you here? What about the islanders?" "Let's go." "What about the contract?" "It's signed. We've earned tens of millions of dollars for the country." "You've got into big trouble." Qin Jintai's face was filled with anxiety. "You're actually going to sell the most important aircraft carrier armor plates without applying to the relevant naval departments?" Qin Jintai rushed here from the capital. When he heard that the Japanese came here to buy scrap steel, he realized that something was wrong. He made several phone calls, but no one answered because everyone had gone to watch the fun. In desperation, Qin Jintai drove over here, hoping to stop the deal, but unexpectedly, the contract had already been signed. "According to the contract, you should pay as much as you should. It's better than going to jail." Qin Jintai said, "Well, just take it as a lesson." "Uncle, did you misunderstand something?" "What could I have misunderstood, Xiaochuan? This world is very complicated, not as simple as you think. Although the scrap steel is from your Liang factory, it is of great significance, especially the aircraft carrier deck steel. Do you know what it means to us? It would be fine if you used it yourself, but now you sell this batch of steel to foreign countries." "This, uncle, you misunderstood." "What did I misunderstand?" "The contract we signed was only for the sale of second-hand marine steel with a thickness of 38 millimeters, and it did not specify that it was aircraft carrier deck steel. It's no use changing your vest." Qin Jintai knew that Qin Chuan was smart, but issues involving core secrets like this could not be solved by being clever. "It's not a change of vest. It's not aircraft carrier deck steel at all." "What?" At this point, Qin Jiangwo and others were also stunned. All the scrap steel on the ship has been unloaded, but the only type of steel that is 38 millimeters thick is deck steel. Qin Jiangwo frowned and said, "Xiaochuan, are you planning to have us put those thicker steel plates into the rolling mill and press them in a 38 millimeters thickness? In this way, the rust on the surface will be gone, and it won't look like second-hand goods." Qin Jiangwo knew something about his son. He had a lot of bad tricks up his sleeve. Since this steel was very important, it would definitely not be given to the Japanese. So he had to use other methods. What method? All Qin Jiangwo could think of was to roll the thick steel plates to meet the requirements. This is what they do now when making gas tanks. However, this is time-consuming and the effect is not good. How long does it take to roll 5,000 tons of steel? Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Dad, the scrap steel on the ship has been unloaded. How about you ever measure the hull? He also has a hull. At the beginning, a semi-finished supply ship was obtained from the 61 Commune shipyard. If the investment had been made at that time, it could have been built. But now, it is only half built and has been simply modified to carry scrap metal. Even the hull has not been painted. It has been directly sailed around the sea. Therefore, after it came here, the ship has been scrapped. What's more, it is washed up on the beach, so the bottom must be deformed. Therefore, this ship also needs to be dismantled and sold as scrap metal. Different ships use steel plates of different thicknesses. According to the regulations of various authoritative classification societies, the thickness of ship steel plates can be between 6 millimeters and 60 millimeters. Now, the main body thickness of the semi-finished ship that Qin Chuan drove back is also 38 millimeters. Therefore, it is entirely possible to dismantle the steel plates of this ship, add up to 5,000 tons, and deliver them to the Japanese. Anyway, it is clearly written in the contract that the 38 millimeters thick ship-breaking steel plate does not specify the strength or material, let alone that it is aircraft carrier deck steel. Chapter 66. Positive example. During the construction of ships, there is a scientific construction plan, and they are generally built in a tower style, welding slowly from the bottom of the ship upwards. Sectional construction was not gradually promoted until after the 1990s. Moreover, the shipyard is equipped with advanced equipment, such as gantry cranes, so there is generally no danger. But ship breaking is different. Generally speaking, ship breaking yards are very simple, and most of them operate directly on the beach. During the dismantling process, the oil stains inside the ship will cause environmental pollution. At the same time, it is easy to destroy the overall stability of the ship when dismantling it. To put it simply, during the dismantling process, the ship may collapse or fall over, and the workers who are dismantling the ship may be crushed underneath. So, later on, India had the most famous ship-breaking base in the world, which undertook more than half of the global ship-breaking volume. After all, Indian lives are worthless. Although there are casualties every day, there are still countless Indians who embark on this road of no return for a few rubles of salary. Once upon a time, Dongfang also undertook the global shipbreaking business, but it was just a helpless choice in that special era. The country needed steel, and the scrap steel from shipbreaking could strongly support the country's industrial development. Not to mention scrap ships, foreign garbage was continuously imported, but in the later period, with the continuous development of the national economy, these industries were all eliminated. Now, in order to grow and develop, Liaoyang Iron Steel Plant has also started the shipbreaking business. This first ship has to be dismantled very carefully. Qin Jiantai also came to the beach and looked at the ship that was about to be dismantled. He sighed, "Our Navy also needs advanced supply ships. It would be great if this ship could stay." Qin Chuan shook his head. "Second uncle, since we bought it as a scrap ship, we have to dismantle it into scrap metal. We have to have a good reputation, so that when we go to buy the Variag scrap metal in the future, people will believe us." Qin Jiantai was suddenly startled. That's right, Ogawa has this ability. Looking at his current methods, you can see how powerful he is. The current broken ship is nothing. The future Variag is the most important. Dismantle. Everyone, please pay attention. Let me tell you the rules of dismantling a ship. We have to dismantle this ship in the shortest possible time while ensuring safety. The vigorous ship dismantling process thus began. A week later, when Ishino Yumichi came with the money, the hull was no longer on the beach and had completely turned into scrap metal. "Mr. Ishino, for the convenience of transportation, we have redivided the steel plate into small pieces." Qin Chuan pointed to the scrap steel on the open space outside the steel plant and said, "They are all 38 millimeters thick steel plates. Can you check them again?" How can anyone tell the specific properties of a steel plate by looking at it with the naked eye? Even the veteran engineer, Ishino Yumichi, couldn't tell. But once you see that it is not reprocessed from steel plates of other thickness, you can be sure. It is nothing but deck steel. "No need to check, Mr. Qin. We trust you." Ishino Yumichi looked at the side of the melted steel plate in front of him, his eyes bright and energetic. "Now, please organize the transportation immediately." 3 days later, the steel plates were transported to the nearest port of Qingdao and passed customs smoothly. The Liaoyang factory also successfully received the final payment of more than $10 million US. More than $10 million US. It was so easy to get it, Li Runping said with emotion. "In the past, we never thought that the factory could develop to the point it is today. Just think about it. A few months ago, the factory was almost bankrupt, but now it has become the envy of the steel industry in the province, and even the whole country. Uncle Lee, the overseas ones are mine, and the domestic ones are yours. How's the contact with the ballpoint pen factory going? The samples have been sent over a long time ago, but they still have to go through the process and conduct experiments after the samples are made. Li Runping said, "It will probably be soon." Magic City, Fenghua Ballpoint Pen Factory. Fenghua Factory has a long history. It was founded in 1948 and is the earliest ballpoint pen manufacturer in China. It is still the largest ballpoint pen manufacturer in the country. However, the materials used for ballpoint pen tips have always been imported from abroad. In the technical department, a machine is rotating rapidly, driving a paper tape. On the paper tape, there is a row of 5 ballpoint pens. The characteristic of these pens is that they are very long, and the refills are at least twice as long as ordinary refills. As the machine turned, the ballpoint pen kept writing on it, leaving 5 long marks. At this time, the technicians nearby were looking at the numbers displayed on the machine excitedly. 2,900 meters, 3,000 meters, 3,100 meters, 3,200 meters. Stop, there's no ink. The writing is still clear, there is no ink leakage, the nib still rolls well, and there is no sign of wear. A normal ballpoint pen can only write more than 1,000 meters, but now it has written more than 3,000 meters, which is enough to prove how good the quality of a nib steel is. The performance of this pen tip steel is no less than the steel we import from the island country, and even better. Lu Kachong, the head of the technical department, said excitedly, "Notify Liang Factory immediately. We want all the goods they have. Moreover, we hope they will continue to supply us and refine one furnace for us every 2 months. One furnace of 60 tons is enough for them to use for 2 months, and the price is only half of the import price." Yes. By the way, Chief Liu, there are a few reporters outside, still waiting for the results of our pen tip steel. I'll go tell them right now. Reception room. Their Liang factory is just a small steel mill. The ballpoint pen tip steel is high-tech, and only 2 countries in the world can make it. The pen tip steel they make is definitely not up to standard. A voice continued to talk non-stop. When the test results come out, you must report them truthfully. In this society, the trend of exaggeration is prevalent, and it must be suppressed. Pansy, we're old classmates. Don't worry, we will report objectively and fairly. Reporter Hu Mingming said. The two were college classmates and were assigned different jobs after graduation, but they kept in touch. So when Pan Yang asked him to help expose the extravagant style of domestic private enterprises, he came. Pan Yang clenched his fists unconsciously. Liang Factory had humiliated him, and he would also bring disgrace to Liang Factory. There were footsteps at the door. Chief Liu, you finally figured it out. What are the test results? Yes. Is the quality of the nib steel produced by Liang Factory up to standard? Qualified, even better than foreign products. Lu Kachong was full of excitement. Our factory has decided not to import from abroad anymore. We will use domestic products. The price is half as cheap, and the quality is still very good. Reporter, you have to promote it for us next time. What? Pan Yang was stunned. How could this be possible? With just a little tinkering, the nib steel they produced was better than that produced by the island country? How could a small enterprise like Liang Factory have such ability? Hu Mingming was excited. This is big news. Our superiors have long said that the steel industry cannot be overindulgence, and that we must pay attention to quality and develop high-quality steel. This is a positive example, and we will definitely report it vigorously. Chapter 67 on the news broadcast. Quick, quick, bring out the TV. Put it on the table at the door. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, but it was still light outside, and everyone was still working. Seeing Qin Jiangwo busying around, everyone was very curious. Director Qin, what are you doing? Are you going to let us watch TV? During this time period, the news broadcast happens to be on. Is this to let us know about national affairs? Let's just listen. We still have work to do. No. Everyone come over here. Our factory is going to be on TV. On TV, everyone ran over excitedly, and soon there were people gathered in 3 layers under the TV. Hello, dear audience friends. The main contents of today's news are small and medium-sized steel mills also have Golden Phoenix. The ballpoint pen tip steel produced by Liang Iron and Steel Plant has successfully broken the foreign monopoly. Boom! Everyone exploded. News broadcast. Our factory can even be on the news broadcast. Yes, now our factory is famous. Director Chin, by the end of this year, can we go to the capital to attend the National Steel Conference? Of course. When the time comes, let Xiaochuan go. Hey, where's Xiaochuan? Qin Zhengwo looked around and finally fixed his gaze in the direction of the office. Qin Chuan is on the phone. Hey, you guys are really dishonest, aren't you? I hired Mr. Babbage. How come you guys fooled him away? Are you going to pay Mr. Babbage a salary? Not even a salary. Babbage had agreed to stay, and to stay at the Liang factory, especially to see the production of the arresting cables. But that thing couldn't be produced for a while, so the relevant department sent someone to take Babbage on a tour. Qin Chuan didn't take it seriously. Now he had time to look for Babbage to come back. But unexpectedly, he didn't come. Babbage has been tricked in a project 891. Isn't this poaching his own people? Qin Chuan was very dissatisfied. Our factory is about to start making steel cables. You all know what these steel cables are used for. Mr. Babbage said at the beginning that he wanted to see us produce them with his own eyes. We will officially start production tomorrow. If you don't send Mr. Babbage here, it won't be our responsibility if he brings up old issues later. Bang! Qin Chuan put down the phone. Brother Chuan, who dares to kidnap Babbage? I'll talk to the old man and get him back. Director of Institute 701. What is the 701 police station? My old man was the chief of the police station back then. The nation's top ship design institute. Li Jianxi opened his mouth wide. A leader of this level is probably on par with the provincial leaders, right? Qin Chuan actually quarreled with such a person just now. Brother Chuan is really amazing. There were cheers outside. Marvelous. The news about our Liang factory actually took up 30 seconds. We don't know when it was filmed. It would be nice to interview our factory director or even Xiaochuan. Although the news broadcast lasts a full 30 minutes, even if you spend only 10 seconds on it, it is impressive, let alone 30 seconds. Now, Liang factory has become famous. The canteen of a certain unit in the capital. There's a TV hanging in a corner of the cafeteria. People can watch TV while eating. Moreover, it happens to be the news broadcast at this time, so they can listen to national affairs. Pan Yang sat in a corner, eating absent-mindedly and thinking about things. Pan Zi, what have you been busy with lately? Nothing. I heard that you were an interpreter for a big boss of a Fortune 500 company last time. Why didn't you go to the island country with your boss? Don't mention it. Recently, Liang Iron and Steel Plant, a small private enterprise in Liang County, Dongshan Province, my country, has successfully developed ballpoint pen tip steel. Although this type of steel is not used in large quantities, it is very special and is a high value-added steel. Currently, only 2 countries in the world can produce it. The breakthrough of Liang plant has inspired the hearts of people across the country. At this moment, this news was broadcast on TV. Liang factory? Pansy, did you take the boss to this factory last time? How is this factory? This factory has problems. Panyang put down his bowl and chopsticks. Hey, where are you going? We haven't finished our meal yet. This is a waste of food. I'm going to find the leader and report the shady dealings of Liang factory. Panyang clenches fists. Humph, 38 millimeters thick steel is the steel for aircraft carrier decks. This kind of steel is urgently needed in the country, but they sold it to island country customers for the sake of profit. If you take it too seriously, this is enough to be considered treason. They must not have a good ending. The island country is very close, and a cargo ship can arrive in 2 or 3 days. The main time consumed is loading and unloading. Fortunately, Kobe Steel's factory has its own dock, so the transported goods can be directly docked at the steel plant. Looking at the scrap steel parked on the dock, Moriwaki, deputy general manager of Kobe Steel, frowned and said, Ishino, are you sure that the performance of these steels can meet the standards after smelting? Yes, I'm sure that if we add some rare metals after melting, we can make ballpoint pen tip steel with very high hardness. The steel that the customer wants to buy this time requires a very high hardness. We have smelted more than 10 furnaces in a row and still can't meet the standard. We originally thought that we would have to select one furnace to modify the data, but now we don't have to. Although we bought it at $3,000 per ton, we can sell it for $30,000 after it's melted down. They went to the east to buy scrap steel, of course, for a purpose. Kobe Steel is very advanced, can smelt all kinds of steel, can meet all the requirements of users. Their data is quite good, the world's first. What if it is not achieved? You can only modify it. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. To achieve it, they still have to work hard like now. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and smelt according to the process you recorded. Moriwaki said, use our 1,000-ton steelmaking furnace. The steelmaking furnaces in large steel mills are generally 1 or 200 tons. However, if you are processing large equipment, such as continuously casting some large workpieces, one furnace is not enough. By the time the second furnace comes out, the first furnace may be cold. Therefore, a large steelmaking furnace is needed. The largest steelmaking furnace in the world can produce 2,000 tons at a time, and the largest one at Kobe Steel is 1,000 tons. Ishino Yutsuji frowned. 1,000-ton furnace? What if it fails? Why? Don't you remember how they made it? Of course I remember it clearly. There will be no mistakes. Ishino Yumichi said, let's open the furnace now. Cleaning the steelmaking furnace, grinding off the rust on the surface of the scrap steel, and throwing it into the steelmaking furnace. All these tasks took 5 or 6 hours, and finally the furnace could be started. Ishino Yumichi took out the small notebook where he took notes, recalled the steps at that time, and issued instructions one by one. Chapter 68. The scrap metal I bought really became scrap metal. Smelting, adding various raw materials, performing different operations at different temperatures, and finally, a furnace of steel is smelted. The molten steel gushed out and entered the rolling mill next to it, and was directly transformed from molten steel into steel plates, and then into the steel that customers need. I really don't know what the customer wants to do and why they want such high-hardness steel plates. However, we should be able to meet the standards this time. Ishino Yumichi looked at the steel that had undergone the final heat treatment at the end of the production line with confidence. Steel needs to be slowly cooled to room temperature before data measurement can be carried out. Should we start the next batch of steel in our steelmaking furnace? Asked the attendant in the steelmaking workshop. Once a steelmaking furnace starts smelting a certain type of steel, it must continue to do so. If new steel is needed, the furnace must be stopped for cleaning and various preparatory work must be done. The original hot furnace must also be placed at room temperature, resulting in huge waste. So, Ishino Yumichi thought about it briefly and felt that there was nothing wrong with the whole process. So he nodded. Continue smelting the second furnace. So the second batch of scrap steel was put in, another 1,000 tons. Ishino Yumichi did not continue to stare, but handed the record of the entire smelting process to the attendant on duty and asked them to smelt according to this process. Then he went to have a meal, rested for a while, and then stomped towards the finished steel plate. Cut off a corner and go to the testing room to measure the data. Looking at those brand new steel plates, Ishino Yutsuke was full of confidence. A worker picked up a hydraulic shear and cut a corner of the steel plate. Click! Bang! The sample fell to the ground. Etc. Ishino Yumichi suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. If the hardness of the steel was high enough, it should not be so easy to cut with the hydraulic shears. He quickly looked at the blade of the hydraulic shears. It was smooth, and there was no sign of wear from the high-hardness steel. Is there a problem? Kobe Steel is a world-class steelmaking company, and of course it also has the most advanced testing equipment. The entire testing room is the most advanced in Asia. At this time, watching the samples being placed on the hardness testing machine, Ishino Yumichi was a little worried. Bang! The impact test hammer dropped rapidly and struck the steel sample. The hammer test force is 441.3 newtons. The sample deformation is 2 millimeters, and the Mohs hardness is 3.1. What? This is impossible. Ishino Yumichi was completely dumbfounded. The customer required the steel to have a Mohs hardness of 10. Now, the hardness of this steel was only 3.1. Not to mention meeting the customer's requirements, it was not even as good as ordinary high-carbon steel. No, medium-carbon steel. How so? The testing equipment must be broken. Toughness test failed. The machine on the other side also reported the result. The hardness and toughness are low. The smelted steel is simply waste. Damn it, there must be something wrong with the craftsmanship. Ishino Yumichi reacted and realized that it was no wonder that the Oriental man allowed him to look at the processing technology at that time with confidence. The other party must have done something wrong, etc. The second furnace is still being smelted. Quick, shut down the second furnace. We can't shut it down. It's already starting to melt inside. If we shut it down, it will be completely useless. Okay, smelt it into ordinary steel plates. For the remaining steel, use a small steel-making furnace for experiments first. From 2 furnaces of scrap steel, 2,000 tons of scrap iron really became scrap iron, and we have to be careful with the remaining 3,000 tons. Do an experiment first. Even if it is a small furnace, each furnace has a capacity of 100 tons. We adjust the material ratios and the temperature, and test it again and again. One furnace, two furnaces, three furnaces. After 10 furnaces, we still haven't found the correct process. Ishino Yumichi no longer has the arrogance he once had. His tie is unbuttoned, his suit is covered with dust, his hands are dirty, and his eyes are dull. What to do? What to do? Go to Liang Iron and Steel Plant again? They will definitely not tell you, or they will ask for a high consulting fee in the name of guidance. Is there something wrong with the scrap steel? A worker suddenly asked. Scrap steel? Impossible. I saw at Liang factory. They use this kind of scrap steel. If it is cut into large pieces, the whole steel will be curved and easy to see. The Liang factory cut the steel into small pieces in the name of facilitating transportation. If you don't measure it, it's really difficult to see the problem with the steel. At this time, Ishino Yumichi still didn't think it was a problem with scrap steel, but he had tried everything he could, so next, he would test the steel. Testing room. Yield strength 360 MPa, hardness. Just hearing this data, Ishino Yumichi reacted. There is something wrong with these scrap steels. These scrap steels are definitely not aircraft carrier deck steels. The deck steel needs high-strength steel of 700 to 800 MPa to withstand the impact of landing carrier-based aircraft. The yield strength of this steel is only 360 MPa, which is the low-grade steel used to build ordinary warships. Damn it, it turned out to be a problem with scrap steel. Liang factory actually got some scrap steel to fool itself. Book me a flight right now, I want to go to the east. Dongfang, Dongshan Province, Liang factory. I'm very sorry. Our orders for pin nib steel are already scheduled for 3 months later. If you place an order now, you will not receive the goods until 3 months later. Li Runping looked at the buyer who came with an apologetic look on his face. 3 months is 3 months. Let's order 200 tons first. The price is still half of the imported goods, right? Sorry, it's not anymore. What? You raised the price because the sales are good? No, we still maintain the original selling price. However, since we can produce pin-tip steel, the price of foreign goods has dropped. Converted into RMB, it used to sell for 120,000 per ton, but now it sells for 100,000 per ton. Our price is still 60,000 per ton, so 60,000 is fine. I was shocked. I thought you were going to raise the price. Okay, then pay half of the deposit first. So much. That's right. This is the rule of our Liang factory. The other half of the balance will be paid when you pick up the goods. If you don't think it's too much. Not much, not much. In the past 1 or 2 years, due to overcapacity, the domestic steel industry has been a buyer's market. Li Runping has gone door to door to sell products many times, which was so miserable. Now, after appearing on a news broadcast, buyers from all over the country come to purchase, and he can finally sit and wait in the door. By the way, can I go and take a look at the production line? Of course not. That is our highly confidential workshop. All right. In fact, even if they were allowed to watch, no one would be able to learn it because the raw material needed for smelting is aircraft carrier deck steel, and only the Liang factory has in the country, or even the world. But now, they are not allowed to enter because Qinchuan is smelting the second type of steel inside. It's time to build the barrier cable. Chapter 69. It turns out that there is a Russian as a technical consultant. The arresting cable looks very thick, but it is actually woven from individual steel wires. Take the 7 Malawian kwaches arresting cable commonly used by Americans, for example, which is made of 6 strands of steel ropes wound together. Each strand of steel wire rope is twisted together by 12 main steel wires, 12 medium-thick steel wires, and 6 thin steel wires arranged in a triangle shape. In order to increase the strength, the core of the steel wire rope has oil-impregnated hemp fiber. Through a complex design, this steel wire rope has super toughness. The specific standard is that it needs to withstand a tensile force of 85 tons and be able to withstand more than 100 impacts. Moreover, considering the frequency of replacement and ease of use, this thing cannot be too thick, about 35 millimeters. Therefore, a simple arresting cable is also a kind of high-tech. Now, this kind of high-tech product is also going to roll off the production line from Liang factory, a small private enterprise. When we make ballpoint pen tip steel, we need high hardness, so we use the best AK-27 deck steel on aircraft carriers. To make this kind of arresting cable, we need strong toughness, so we can use AK-25 steel. We still need to add some raw materials to it. Listening to Qin Chuan's explanation, Babbage's eyes were complicated. After coming to the East, he felt that everything was new. He first toured the mountains and rivers of the East for a few days, and then, by chance, he went to university, and then, by chance, he came into contact with the 891 project, and then he never came out. He didn't come here until he heard that they were going to build barrier cables. He didn't expect that they would use these scrap steel for smelting. If other factories did this, Babbage would also sneer at it. But Lyong Factory is different. It just produced ballpoint pen tip steel some time ago, and it was reported on CCTV News, and the whole world knew about it. Who would have thought that these were actually smelted from scrap steel? Ching, when did you study these techniques? Babbage asked. Of course, it's the previous life. At that time, the Eastern shipbuilding industry dismantled many of the old Russian ships, and also had this kind of AK-25 steel. When studying the properties of these steels, they found the appropriate technology, and now they have it over. Of course, this is not something I researched. It was done by the old experts at the Metal Research Institute. I just bought the formula and process. Jianxi, bring the ingredients. Half an hour later, thin steel wire was pulled out, followed by the second furnace. After 2 furnaces, another type of steel wire of different thickness was produced. From morning to night, everyone is pulling the steel wire. After it is pulled, it is transported to the factory area by the sea, waiting to be put on the rope closing machine. This machine was also recently arrived. Only with it can steel wires be woven into steel cables. That evening, Zhang Yang, the assistant who accompanied Babbage, couldn't help it. Comrade Qin Chuan, Mr. Babbage is very important to our project. He's been here watching the wire pulling for a whole day, but it is useless. Should we let him go? I invited Babbage, and you kidnapped him. Now that he finally comes back, you still say he's useless. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at Zhang Yang and said, we are now building the arresting cables for your project. If you don't support us, forget it. We won't do it. Don't. Brother Chuan, the devils are coming again. At this moment, Li Jianxi ran over and said, that guy looks very angry. Do you want to see him? Of course, we have a clear conscience, so of course we have to meet him. I'll go meet him. You should also be prepared. Office. I protest. You dare to cheat us at Lyong Factory. I want the whole world to know that you don't do business with integrity. When he saw Qin Chuan, Ishino Yumichi immediately shouted, Mr. Ishino, don't get excited. Calm down. Come, have a drink of water. What's going on? What's going on? You know it clearly. You actually provided us with fake and inferior steel. Mr. Ishino, you must be mistaken. What we provide is scrap steel, ship scrap steel. Is there any fake or inferior product? Could it be that the steel is dirt? Of course not. Ishino Yumichi took out a sample from his briefcase and said, we have tested it. The strength of this sample is only over 300 MPa. It is not the same as the deck steel of an aircraft carrier. Ahem, Mr. Ishino, we didn't say it was aircraft carrier deck steel at the beginning, did we? When we signed the contract, wasn't it just 38 millimeters thick scrap steel? Ishino Yumichi's face turned red. Do we need to say this openly? It's obvious that you guys did something. I don't know what kind of steel this 38 millimeters thick scrap steel is made of. It was mixed when I bought it from the Russians. But I can guarantee that we are acting in accordance with the contract and giving you the relevant scrap steel we have on hand. I can swear to God. Ishino Yumichi looked at Qin Chuan's sincere face, and it didn't seem like he was lying. Think about it again. The Russians did mix the scrap steel together. Could it be that some of the steel was also 38 millimeters thick, but not deck steel? Did they throw all of it into the steelmaking furnace, and then something went wrong? Humph. Anyway, we were deceived by you, and we demand compensation. Mr. Ishino, we are all acting in accordance with the contract. We will not agree to your unreasonable request. If you really feel that you are losing money, then you can bring the scrap metal back to us. However, you have to pay for the round-trip shipping. Return, what a joke. 3,000 tons of scrap steel has already entered the steel-making furnace and turned into the lowest quality steel plates, which are problematic to sell as ordinary steel plates. After all, if the process is wrong, it's good enough that it doesn't turn into scrap iron. Only the last 2,000 tons are left. Returning them here? That's meaningless. I'm asking, is there something wrong with your process? We use the same process to smelt metal, and each furnace is good, but how come it's just scrap metal when it reaches you? Is there really a problem with the craftsmanship? Where did you get your technology? Ishino Yumichi asked. At this moment, Qin Chuan suddenly frowned, ran towards the window in 2 steps, and wanted to pull the curtains shut. Unexpectedly, he used too much force, and the curtains were pulled from one side to the other. His action caught the attention of Ishino Yumichi, and he and his assistant looked out the window. There was an Audi parked there, and someone was getting in the car. Although only the back was seen, he was tall, with golden hair and a short-sleeved shirt. One could see the thick hair on his arms. Russians? They have a Russian as a technical consultant at Liang factory? No wonder they know how to resmelt these steels. In this case, let's go find a Russians. These steels are smelted in the steel mills over in the Ural Mountains. We just need to hire a Russian engineer with a high salary. Chapter 70. Imitation of Aircraft Carrier Boiler. Brother Chuan, you are amazing. You tricked the Japanese away so easily. Watching the Japanese leave, Li Jianxi was full of admiration for Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Thanks to Brother Babbage. I'll have a few more drinks with him later." It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. If Babbage had not suddenly appeared with his back shown, Ishino Yumichi would not have been fooled so easily, thinking that his side's technology all came from the Russians. When he went to the Russian steel plant, he still couldn't find suitable experts. When he comes back, don't blame me for being rude. I'm playing the good cop today and the bad cop next time. I've already told you that if you feel you're losing money, just return the shipping fee. My sincerity is enough, but you still won't give in. What on earth do you want to do? Go ahead and sue me. I'll accompany you. The next day, at the seaside branch. There is limited space at the steel plant, but it is much more spacious here by the sea. It will be left on the beach, and the scrap ship will be brought in later for further dismantling. A workshop building has been built on the ground high enough inside, and the machinery and equipment obtained from the Dongfeng Machinery Factory are just placed in it for use. At the same time, some new machines and equipment were also added, such as the rope closing machine. This machine is responsible for winding up the steel wire and turning it into a wire rope. This machine is a must if you want to make an arresting cable. Babbage and Qin Chuan had a great time drinking last night, but they still got up on time this morning to continue watching the manufacture of the arresting cable. He didn't understand the special formula of the steel wire, but he knew the testing standards. Once the arresting cable was made, he could take it to the tensile machine for testing. If it really met the needs, those scrap aircraft carrier steels were really treasures. When he arrived at the workshop, Qin Chuan started to work, placing 30 steel wires on the rope closing machine, which looked like a spider web and had a bit of the feel of a textile factory. There are also many things to pay attention to when weaving steel wire ropes. While operating, Qin Chuan explained to the old masters in the factory. After all, this job would have to be done by the old masters in the future, and he would not stay in the factory all the time. Especially the tension adjustment. If the tension is too small, the wire rope will become loose. If the tension is too large, the wire rope will be too tight and break early. The specific tension adjustment. Later generations of rope closing machines were all computer-controlled and easy to adjust, but now they are all manually controlled, which depends entirely on the skills of the master craftsman. The rope closing machine made a humming sound, and 3 different types of steel wires, large, medium, and small, were woven together. Babbage watched from the side with a bright look in his eyes. Now that we have the arresting cable, the aircraft carrier's technical preparations are more complete. As for the aircraft carrier's steel plates, I think you have the ability to make them. Oh, and the aircraft carrier's boilers. Babbage had already planned to continue his career in the East, and of course hoped that these preparations would be completed as soon as possible. Qin Chuan demonstrated a strong level of metallurgical skills, so the steel plates probably wouldn't be a problem for him. The only remaining issue would be power. After hearing what Babbage said, Qin Chuan immediately reacted. Yes, where's the boiler? At first, he used the boiler to set up a Dongfeng Machinery Factory. Later, when the boiler was brought back, he was busy with other things. But he remembered that Yu Hongxin from Bingcheng Boiler Factory seemed to have not left yet. Where's Uncle Yu? Workshop number 3 has been there for the past few days. Mr. Babbage, shall we go and have a look at the boiler? Good. The place is spacious, and there are enough factory buildings. Workshop number 3 is almost empty. In this empty workshop, there are 2 large wooden boxes, which are the boilers that were brought back. At this time, one of the boilers had been disassembled. To be precise, it was cut open in the middle of the shell using an oxygen-acetylene flame. One side of the shell was moved away, revealing the structure inside. Yu Hongxin squatted beside him, holding a vernier caliper in his hand, measuring data. He recorded each measurement on the drawing paper beside him, looking very serious and focused. However, while measuring, he couldn't help but shake his head, and it was unclear what he was sighing about. Uncle Yu, has the surveying drawing been completed? Qin Chuan greeted everyone as soon as he entered the door. I'm drawing this boiler. What's wrong? Qin Chuan asked curiously. This boiler uses high-pressure pipes, which we don't have in our country. Yu Hongxin said, back then, we formulated our domestic YB 529-65 standard according to the Soviet Union's YMTY 2597-54 high-pressure boiler tube standard. After that, our domestically produced boiler pipes were all based on this standard. I didn't expect that the Russian standard would change. The standard has not changed, but as boiler technology has improved, we have set new standards. Babbage nodded. If compared with Western standards, this is a P92 seamless steel pipe. There's a big difference between ship power and ground power. First of all, there is a requirement for volume, which cannot be too large. In order to reduce the volume, the materials used are also high strength, especially the internal high-pressure steam pipes. In fact, the Russian KVG-4 type pressurized boiler has a lower technical content than the Western ones. The internal pressure of the boiler is only 6.47 MPa. The temperature of the superheated steam generated is only 470 degrees, and it can only produce 115 tons per hour. The boiler used on the Kitty Hawk-class aircraft carrier has a pressure of 8.45 MPa, a maximum temperature of 580 degrees Celsius, and can generate 118 tons of steam per hour. Boiler pressures between 6 and 13 MPa are all high-pressure boilers. Due to the high internal pressure, the pipes used in this type of boiler are also specially made, generally thick-walled, seamless steel pipes. Only this type of steel pipe can withstand high temperature and high-pressure gases. In order to improve the efficiency and reduce the volume and weight of this kind of boiler, the Russians reduced the wall thickness of the seamless steel pipe to 2/3 of the previous thickness, but the pressure they can withstand remains unchanged. There is no doubt that this is a brand new, first-class quality pipe that can be compared with the international P92 seamless steel pipe. It is used to manufacture supercritical boilers with a pressure of over 13 MPa. A good cook cannot cook without rice. The boiler factory makes boilers, but it does not make seamless steel pipes, and other domestic steel pipe factories cannot make them either. Even if you disassemble this boiler and study it thoroughly, you still can't imitate it. We are still too weak in high-strength alloy steel in China, said Yu Hongxin. If we want to imitate it, we can only purchase it from abroad. I remember that Kobe Steel has steel pipes of this level, but Yu Hongxin's mood was complicated. He wanted to build world-class boilers and also wanted to build advanced ship boilers. He knew that the military must pursue national production in these areas. If the power of warships required imported parts, then once the external environment changed and imports could not be increased, they would be stuck. Are you kidding me? Kobe Steel? Qin Chuan shook his head. Of course not. Even if there hadn't been the recent Kobe Steel incident, I wouldn't be able to go and buy this product just because of its notoriety for falsifying data. I thought it was something else. It turns out to be P92. It's okay. We'll build a furnace when we're done. What? You know all this? Chapter 71. Supercritical boiler steel pipes cannot be produced domestically? Babbage's eyes widened. Qin, can you make this kind of steel? Yes, but we can't use this batch of scrap steel because the nickel and chromium content is too high. I need to use crude steel produced by domestic steel mills. Anshan Iron and Steel's crude steel is the most suitable. Qin Chuan said it can be done as long as it is refined. Yu Hongxin stood up. Okay, I'll help you coordinate. Uncle Yu, you can survey here first. It won't be too late to coordinate after the survey is completed. No, without the right steel, this boiler cannot be mapped and copied. I will feel relieved if I see this P92 thick-walled tube made first. Yu Hongxin said, find a car to take me to the station. I will go to the capital to find the leader now. The capital? I'll send a car to take you there directly. No need to take the train. Jianxi, you go there. Yu Hongxin left in a hurry and arrived at the relevant department in the capital at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, just in time to see Deputy Factory Director Guo Xiangyang. Director Guo, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? I'm here. Director Guo, is there something going on at the factory? Yes, you didn't come back the last time you ran away. Our factory has recently received a new task, Guo Xiangyang said. Our superiors instructed that in order to further improve the operating efficiency of our thermal power generating units, we need to conduct preliminary research on supercritical boilers. This time we came to contact Alstom of France to see if we can introduce relevant technologies from them. Are we finally going to make a supercritical boiler? Yu Hongxin was immediately delighted. Coal is the cheapest energy source in the world, so the country's current main source of power generation is coal. Water is burned into steam to drive the turbine, which in turn drives the generator. Although the technical principles have been used since what invented the steam engine, the technology is still developing and the thermal efficiency continues to improve from the initial 3% to more than 40% now. The domestic thermal power generation technology was aided by the Russians. Among the 156 projects that year, the Bingqing boiler plant obtained medium-pressure boiler technology with an internal steam pressure of less than 6 MPa. Later, after hard work, it was gradually improved to the levels of high pressure and ultra-high pressure, with the highest pressure reaching 13.7 MPa. Of course, the steel pipes used were also ordinary thick-walled pipes. The higher the steam pressure inside the boiler, the more efficient the boiler will be. In the late 1950s, the United States operated a 31 MPa boiler, the world's first supercritical unit. This is a professional term in the boiler field. It is very simple to explain. Normal people know that when water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, it becomes water vapor. Water vapor is light and has a low density. As the pressure increases, the temperature required to boil water begins to increase, and the density difference between water and water vapor begins to decrease. When the pressure rises to 22.115 MPa, the density of water vapor and water is the same. This pressure is the critical pressure. At this temperature, all water needs to be heated to 374.15 degrees Celsius to be completely vaporized, which is called the critical temperature. The high-pressure steam flowing in the steam pipe of such a boiler is like water, with small volume, high energy, and high efficiency, which is the most efficient boiler operation mode. However, it is not easy to heat the boiler to this pressure. In the 1980s, through the introduction of technology from Westinghouse Electric Company, the boiler steam pressure was increased to 18.28 MPa. This state is called subcritical, and that exceeding 22 MPa is called supercritical. In the past 10 years or so, China has been digesting and absorbing the technology of subcritical boilers and building similar products on its own. Now, it is finally going to develop supercritical boilers. Lao Kwa, you are finally here. Hurry to the meeting room. At this moment, the superior leader Luo Rongguang greeted everyone at the entrance of the corridor. So, everyone hurried into the meeting room. Opposite, a group of French people were already sitting there. They had white skin, blue eyes, high noses, and their eyes seemed to be looking up at the ceiling. Mr. Abel, let me introduce you. This is Director Gua from our Bingqing boiler factory. Their factory has the most advanced technology in our country. So if we want to go further, we hope to introduce supercritical boiler technology from you. Luo Rongguang said. Hearing the translation, Abel frowned immediately. No, Mr. Luo, I think you're mistaken. The news we received is that you want to build a new thermal power plant and want to import world-class supercritical boilers and matching generators from our Alstom company. We only sell power generation equipment, not technology. Yes, we want to introduce such a set of power generation equipment from you, but we hope to introduce related technologies at the same time. Luo Rongguang said quickly. Supercritical boilers are the most advanced boiler technology in the world. With your Eastern industrial base, it is impossible to master these technologies. Abel said, our technology has an operating pressure of up to 26 MPa and uses P92 steel pipes produced by Valorec Mannesmann Steel Pipe Company in our country. This kind of advanced steel cannot be produced in the East. So, Abel's eyes were full of contempt. I heard that you have a proverb in the East, don't take on a job if you don't have the diamond drill. You can't make this kind of boiler, and you can't even make a steel pipe. So, you should just give up and import directly from our company. We will give you a price that satisfies you. The faces of the Oriental people present all looked unhappy. Guo Xiangyang clenched his fists. Yes, we can't produce it now, but we will definitely produce it in the future and let you foreigners see it. At the beginning, our country was extremely poor, but during the first 5-year plan, didn't we build an industrialized country with a complete production chain? But now, he couldn't say anything. After all, they really couldn't make it now. Mr. Abel, we really can't produce it for the time being, so we hope to cooperate with you. If we have it, there is no need for us to sit together. Luo Rongguang said, we just want to introduce your technology, no matter how much it costs. Mr. Luo, you misunderstood. We are of course willing to cooperate. If you want to buy technology, we are also willing to sell it, but we can only sell boiler technology. Even if you have the technology, you can't build a boiler because you don't have high-pressure pipes. Do you understand? French goods are expensive, of poor quality, and not cost-effective. However, after the country's doors opened in the late 1970s, French goods were still the largest source of goods purchased by the East. There is no other reason, because the French sell both products and technology. A total of 2 sets of Sea Sidewinder missiles were purchased, which enabled us to acquire the technology and produce a large number of Sea Red Flag 7 missiles. After buying the Dolphin helicopter, we then had the domestically produced Z9. We bought 2 100mm naval guns and then copied them ourselves. If you don't buy dozens or even hundreds of products from other countries, don't even think about talking about technology. When we wanted to introduce Mercedes-Benz heavy-duty truck technology, Mercedes-Benz was dismissive. Just buy 2,000 vehicles first. Of course, some French products are difficult to buy. When I bought the Mirage 2000, the negotiation broke down because they refused to sell the technology. But generally speaking, French products are the easiest to negotiate. Now, if domestic boiler technology wants to improve, it still has to start from the French, but unexpectedly, the French don't want to sell, and they have various reasons. Chapter 72. We can make P92 steel. It will be best for you to purchase our boilers and generators directly. You can do some infrastructure work for the power plant. Under our guidance, you will definitely be able to build your first supercritical boiler power plant, which will be more efficient and environmentally friendly. Abel continued. The price of a complete set like this is only 500 million francs. It's definitely a good deal. 500 million francs? The exchange rate of the franc is different in different periods. The current exchange rate is 1 French franc to 1.1833 renminbi. In other words, more than 500 million renminbi to build a boiler and a generator? If we can produce it, the price can be controlled within 100 million. This is simply an exorbitant price. If you only buy this set of boilers and then introduce the technology to produce them yourself, you will have to accept being ripped off. The problem is that the French had no intention of providing technology at all, but instead wanted to keep selling equipment and making money. How could this be possible? Everyone present looked at me, and I looked at you. Guo Xianyang looked at Luo Ronguang with complicated eyes and shook his head. The meaning is very clear, no? If we don't have a prototype, we can still research it ourselves. A few $1,000,000 for our defunding is enough. 500 million? Are you kidding me? Do you think our money comes from the wind? You should know that it will be difficult to increase the pressure by 1 megapascal. Even if you have a subcritical boiler, the steam pressure is only about 16 megapascals. Abel's eyes were filled with contempt. To become a supercritical boiler, the pressure must be raised to at least 22 MPa. Considering various conditions that may occur during operation, the steam pressure normally needs to reach 24 MPa. In extreme cases, even 31 MPa of pressure can be tolerated. Do you have this technology? You don't even have the high-pressure pipes needed for this. 500 million francs is not expensive. If you buy it separately, the high-pressure pipes inside will cost 200 million francs. We can produce this kind of pipe. Just then, a voice came from the other side. Yu Hongxin clenched his fists, his eyes full of majesty. We can produce high-pressure pipes, and we can also manufacture P92 steel. If you can produce it, we can also produce it. We are no worse than you. The words are loud and powerful, but everyone was dumbfounded. Old Yu, today's meeting was very frustrating and no one was happy. But that doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. What? We also have P92 steel, do we? We don't even have a P91. Sure enough, the Frenchman on the opposite side sneered. You have P92 steel? Where is it? Liang Steel Plant. What kind of steel plant is this? Why haven't we heard of it? After Abel finished speaking, the people around him whispered a few words, and then he laughed again. Is it the Liang Iron and Steel Plant that bought a bunch of scrap iron from the Irmão Nikolaev shipyard? Humph! None of the famous steel mills in the world use recycled scrap iron to make steel. The most they have is high-strength aircraft carrier deck steel. Do they want to use this steel to build boiler pipes? Ha! The Frenchman laughed heartily, as if he had heard something funny. None of the world's top 500 steel mills uses recycled scrap steel to smelt steel. The reason is very simple. Recycled scrap steel contains various components, and the content of rare metals inside is uncertain. Even if a piece of impure steel is mixed in, it may cause steel defects and even turn it into scrap steel. Only by smelting iron or from fixed mines can we ensure that the internal elements of the smelted metal are consistent. That's right, they recycled scrap steel, and they also used it to make ballpoint pen tip steel. The quality is the same as that of foreign products. This matter has been reported in our news. Guo Xianyang said, if it were any other steel mill, it might not work. However, Liang factory is different. They produced ballpoint pen-tip steel, breaking the foreign monopoly and filling the domestic gap. Yu Hongxin came from Liang Factory. Since he dared to make a guarantee here, it must have been made. Guxiangyang is full of confidence. Ballpoint pen-tip steel? Actually, any old steel mill in Europe can make it, but the market is too small, so we don't need it. Abel said, but since you said that Liang Factory can make this kind of steel, can we go and take a look? Have a look. Yu Hongxin was stunned. He was very angry just now and was irritated by the Frenchman's attitude, so those words came out of his mouth. But now he thought that the timing was not right. After all, he came back to the capital to coordinate the crude steel of Anshan Iron and Steel. Although domestic steel production capacity is already in excess, it is mainly due to the large number of small steel mills. The steel produced by large steel mills is still in short supply. Anshan Iron and Steel Group smelts its own crude steel into fine steel, so it is not the turn of outsiders to purchase it. Now, there's no crude steel, let alone P92 alloy steel. Seeing Yu Hongxin's expression, the person on the other side smiled. Were you just bragging? Of course not. Yu Hongxin gritted her teeth and said, of course our Liang steel plant can produce P92 steel, but the smelting of this steel is confidential. If you watch it, won't you learn the process? Haha. A cheerful voice came from the other side. We learn? We have this kind of steel in France. Why do we need to learn from you? We go and take a look just to find out whether you can really smelt it yourself, or buy this kind of steel from other countries just for show. That's right. P92 steel is not simple. It has high strength, high toughness, corrosion resistance, and good high temperature resistance. How can you in the East produce it? There are no more than 5 factories in the world that can produce this kind of steel. Just come and see. Guo Xiangyang said, let me show you our steel-making industry. That's right. Luo Rongguang also spoke up. The most important material for supercritical units is the thick-walled tube made of P92 alloy steel. If we can produce it, can you transfer the technology to us? Okay, but if you can't produce it, you'll have to buy it from us in France. These words sound like children playing house. If they're not put into practice in the contract, they will not count. However, saying these words can help people vent their anger. At this moment, everyone felt proud. Only Yu Hongxin was feeling nervous. Could something bad happen? Coming out of the conference room, Guxiangyang was so excited. Old Yu, why didn't you tell us about this earlier? If we knew that Liang Factory could produce P92 steel, we wouldn't be so insecure just now. What's wrong? Were you bragging just now? Guxiangyang's face changed. No, I'm not bragging. I'm here to coordinate the raw materials. Liang Factory is planning to smelt P92 steel, but it hasn't been smelted yet. What? Luo Rongguang, who was following behind, was also dumbfounded. Chapter 73. $1 million for a steel wire rope. Liang County by the sea. It's done. It's finally done. Everyone looked at the rope closing machine excitedly. The rope closing machine first weaves a steel wire rope with 30 steel wires of 3 diameters and puts special oil-soaked hemp fiber in it. Then it reweaves the 6 strands of steel wire rope together to become a steel wire rope with a diameter of 35 millimeters. The steel wire rope is woven very tightly and has a metallic sheen on the surface, which looks very good. Yes, it's done. Qin Chuan was also very happy that Liang Iron and Steel Plant had added a new product. Sky rockets and gas tanks are all disposable. Even if there are orders in the future, they will not be as many as the first time. This is a one-time consumption of purchasing potential for several years. Next, if Liang Iron and Steel Plant wants to develop smoothly, it still needs many tricks up its sleeve. Pin-tip steel is a kind of steel with low demand. Large steel mills do not value it, but we happen to be able to supply it, which is high added value. This steel wire rope is one of them. Although it is difficult to weave and the output is low, this thing is very expensive. The French's Clemenceau-class aircraft carrier used 10-ton Super Étendard fighters. After changing to the Charles de Gaulle, the carrier-based aircraft were also replaced with 20-ton Rafale fighters. Now, they were worried. The original arresting cables were not enough, and they could only be purchased from the United States. What's the purchase price? $1.5 million apiece. There are 4 arresting cables on an aircraft carrier, and the one-time investment is $6 million. The catapult of the Charles de Gaulle was also purchased from the United States. One catapult costs $12 million, and 2 catapults cost twice as much. But after all, once you buy it, you can use it forever. But this arresting cable is not like that. It needs to be replaced every 100 uses. You can keep fleecing the wool. The Charles de Gaulle was launched in 1994, and it was ready for sea trials after outfitting was completed. This kind of arresting cable also needed to be installed in place during outfitting. In other words, the French should be worried about the high procurement costs of arresting cables now, right? So, find a way to sell the arresting cables to the French? Well, it's done. Next, we need to use the tensile testing machine. Babbage is meticulous. First, test the maximum tensile force it can withstand, then conduct impact tests, fatigue tests. The arresting cable not only has to withstand a tensile force of 85 tons, but also has to repeat this tensile force more than 100 times without any metal fatigue. This thing is not so easy to make. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only 2 countries in the world that can make it. Apart from the United States, there is the former Soviet Union and now Russia. However, even if Russia can produce it, the quality is not very good. We can cut a section and send it to the relevant unit for testing. Qin Chuan said, however, there's a way to simply test the tension of this kind of wire rope. What is the solution? Qin Chuan pointed to the top of his head and said, use the overhead crane and the oil hoist to lift a piece of steel weighing 100 tons. If this wire rope is only used as a barrier rope, it would be too niche. The biggest use of this wire rope is as a crane rope. With the construction going on in various places, the demand for cranes is very large. These cranes also need steel wire ropes. Moreover, one crane requires dozens or even hundreds of meters of steel wire ropes. This is big business. Babbage nodded. Okay, let's try it first. The overhead crane and oil hoist were moved from Dongfeng Machinery Factory. After being installed in the factory, they have not been used yet. It's a good time to try them out. 100 meters of brand new steel wire rope were cut and installed in place, with more than a dozen strips of ship-breaking keel steel placed underneath, weighing a full 100 tons. Then a buzzing sound was heard from the overhead crane, the steel wire was tightened, the steel made a creaking sound, and then the steel left the ground and began to rise. Good. Seeing the steel being hoisted 2 meters high, Qin Chuan shouted, lock it, hang it here. Mr. Babbage, that's all for today. Let's go have something to eat and drink. Good. Babbage was very happy looking at the stable steel. The maximum pulling force only needed to be over 85 tons. Now that 100 tons of steel had been hoisted without any breakage, it showed that the wire rope was completely qualified. Xiaochuan, this thing, won't you put down? Qin Jiangwo asked. No, keep it hanging like this as a fatigue test. Also, if foreigners come, let them see our technical strength. After eating and drinking, it was already late at night. Qin Chuan staggered back home, lay down on the bed, and slept until dawn. Brother Chuan, Brother Chuan. Qin Chuan's eyelids were drooping, so he turned over and continued to sleep. Brother Chuan, wake up, the French are coming. French? I must be dreaming, thinking about making money by selling the arresting cables to the French, and then I dreamed that the French came. Brother Chuan. Qin Chuan rubbed his eyes. Jianxi? Why are you in my dream? What are you dreaming about? There are people coming to the factory. Uncle, you brought back some of the top leaders and some Frenchmen. They said they want to see the P92 steel we have here. Your father is accompanying the foreigners. What? Qin Chuan was completely awake. Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Director Qin, we heard that you can produce P92 steel here, so we came here to take a look. Abel looked at Qin Jiangwo, but we didn't see it. Do you have this kind of steel? Yes, of course. Qin Jiangwo has been with Qin Chuan for a long time and has learned to brag. There is no steel that our factory cannot produce. However, it is not appropriate to do so now because my son is in charge of this factory. I have already sent someone to call him. Now, I will show you around. I'm afraid they bought them ready-made. It will be too late to air freight them, a Frenchman whispered. Yu Hongxin was sweating. Guxianyang had a complicated expression. Luo Rongwang also looked serious. Only Qin Jiangwo was calm. Aren't they just foreigners? Our factory specializes in doing business with foreigners. We have seen all kinds of people, white, black, tall, short, with big noses, with hair like grass. What's so great about you French people? It looks like no one is working here. Is this a scrapyard? At this time, everyone was walking on the beach. Although the factory was newly built, there were few workers inside, and no sound of machines could be heard. The French began to speculate again. Of course not. We just worked very late last night and took half a day off this morning. In fact, the workers were making gas tanks at the steel plant, but this matter had to be kept secret, so Qin Jiangwo took them to the beach. Really? And there should be machines in this factory. Come, let's take a look here. Abel strode towards one of the factory buildings. It was empty inside. In the middle of the factory, some steel was hanging by a steel rope. What is this factory for? Are you doing acrobatics with all that steel? No, that steel must be hundreds of tons, right? Abel's face changed. How can you lift hundreds of tons of steel with such a thin wire rope? What kind of wire rope is that? Oh my God, I bet it could be used as a barrier rope. A man behind Abel said, the Americans are asking $155 for a rope. If you buy it from the East. My friends, are you interested in our steel wire ropes? They are very expensive. Each 100-meter steel wire rope costs 500,000 yuan. Just then, a voice came from outside. Chapter 74. What is the purpose of coming here? This steel wire rope is still smelted from secondhand steel. Some trace elements are added to it, and a new process is used. After the whole process, the production cost of a 100-meter steel wire rope will not exceed 100,000. Unexpectedly, it could be sold for $500,000. Moreover, everyone is familiar with Qin Chuan style. Since he is doing business with foreigners, the price he talks about is definitely in US dollars. This profit is more than 10 times. Qin Zhengwo looked at his son with pride. His kind eyes seemed to say, Xiao Chuan, you arranged it perfectly. In fact, Qin Chuan is not a Superman. He knows the general direction of history, but it is impossible for him to be accurate about every individual. The current seamless connection is really luck. After his rebirth, his luck is exceptionally good. Yu Hongxin called last night, but Qin Chuan didn't answer the call because he was sleeping soundly. When Qin Zhengwo received the call, he immediately thought that it was arranged by Qin Chuan. After all, Qin Chuan said that the things hanging up were for foreigners to see, and this foreigner was about to come. It was so obvious. Was there any need to say it? Come, welcome. Of course, Qin Zhengwo would not fool people, so he could only wait for Qin Chuan. Now, Qin Chuan came and started talking about big business right away. Hearing this, Abel and the others turned their heads and saw a young man. Are you Director Qin's son? Are you the metallurgist in the factory? That's right. Which university did you graduate from? Have you studied abroad? Homebody University, repairing the earth department. Squatting a home? Yes, Alexei is my classmate. Puff. This humorous answer made the person in charge of translation laugh. The previous few times, the translators who came were all male, and their sheepdog-like appearance was disgusting. The translator who came this time was a female translator, about 20 years old, young and beautiful, wearing a well-fitting suit that set off her slim figure. Comrade translator, just translate as it says. If the guest can speak English, I can also communicate with them directly. Qin Chuan can speak Japanese, Russian, and English, which is already amazing, but he is really not good at other languages. French is especially difficult to learn, as there are 22 tenses alone, and there cannot be any ambiguity in the expressions. Good. But Abel spread his hands helplessly and said, I only speak French. So, a female translator was needed to help. Excuse me, is this kind of steel wire rope produced by you? Actually, we would rather have it fall from the sky, but I prayed a few times, but it didn't work. Can you show us the production workshop? Of course, come this way. Steel wire was produced the day before yesterday, and we came here to weave it yesterday. While weaving, the steel plant continued to produce steel wire, so the raw materials are all available today. However, Qin Chuan did not come, and the other masters cannot operate the machines yet, so they can only wait. Now, Qin Chuan directed everyone to put the raw materials in place and start weaving, and the French people's eyes widened again. There are 3 types of steel wires of different thicknesses, and their structure is exactly the same as that of the American arresting cables. How did you come up with the idea of using 3 different kinds of wire to weave? The customer required the wire rope to be able to withstand a tensile force of 85 tons. After repeated research, we found this solution. What's wrong? 85 tons? What client? I don't know. We don't ask about our customers. We just develop and produce according to their requirements and then ship them out to sea. Are your clients foreigners? Yes, although our steel plant is not large in scale, we mainly do foreign business. This customer places an order once a year, and each time he orders 100 rolls. Each roll is 400 meters long. Each roll is 400 meters long, and that roll is just enough for the Nimitz aircraft carrier to use once. The United States has more than 10 aircraft carriers, and the arresting cables are replaced once every 1 or 2 months, which requires exactly 100 rolls. But this time a customer was very strange and asked for 10 more rolls. 10 more rolls? Isn't that just their order from France? The Americans offered a price of $1.5 million for one stick, and a roll of 4 sticks was $6 million. They originally planned to order only 2 rolls for first use, but the Americans disagreed and insisted on wholesale, 10 rolls at a time. I didn't expect that Americans would actually order from here, buy for 500,000, and then sell for 1.5 million. What a ripoff. Looking at the angry expressions of the French, Qin Chuan knew that his provocation had worked. Although Qin Chuan doesn't know what these people are here for now. After all, he hasn't had time to communicate with Yu Hongxin and others, but since they are here, he has to fool them. After they go back, they will definitely protest to the Americans. When the Americans find out, they will come to see what's going on, and then they will find that it's really delicious. From now on, we will purchase all consumables such as arresting cables from the East, which can save a lot of money. Looking around the world, only the Americans can have a steady stream of orders for arresting cables. Even if it costs $500,000 for 100 meters, that's $2 million for one roll. 100 rolls, $200 million. It's easy to achieve 2 small goals. Moreover, this kind of thing cannot be sold door to door. The Americans have to come in person. The French just treat him as a free salesman. Mr. Qin, can we order from here? Let's buy 1 roll first. Sure. Qin Chuan nodded. I really like doing business with France. There are fewer restrictions, and this time it was brought here by Yugong. So we are friends. By the way, what are you buying this for? Well, what do Americans buy them for? They said it was used on the crane. We also use it on cranes. Oh, I see. Qin Chuan nodded. It seems that this crane is at least 500 tons, and it may even be thousands of tons. Since you want to buy it, let's sign a contract. You pay half of the deposit and pay the other half when it passes customs. This roll was originally produced for Americans. Since you want it, I will supply it to you first. Okay. Luo, Rongguang, Guoxiangyan, Yu Hongxin, they were all a little confused at this time. Why are we here? The French insisted on coming to see P92 steel, right? Now, how come the French are interested in the steel wire rope produced here and want to buy a roll right away? A $2 million deal was done just like that. Just a roll of steel. Dad, bring us our standard contract. Qin Jiangwo had guessed it long ago, so he put the contract directly in his briefcase so that he could sign it immediately. Abel did not hesitate and signed a contract and wrote a check as a deposit, all in one go. Uncle Li, keep the check. Qin Chuan handed the check to Li Runping, then looked at everyone. Dear guests, to celebrate our happy cooperation, I invite you to have a meal at the most luxurious restaurant in Liang County. Go. Wait, what are we doing here? A Frenchman frowned, as if trying to recall something he had forgotten. Chapter 75. We will also be one of the top 500 companies in the world. Steelmaking. P92 Steel. Finally, someone remembered. Abel was also in a trance. Yes, we came here to see the steelmaking. How could we have forgotten about this now? Mr. Qin, we heard that you can smelt advanced P92 steel here, so we want to see it with our own eyes. At this moment, Yu Hongxin and others became worried again. The issue of P92 steel has not been settled yet. The crude steel from Anshan Iron and Steel Group that Qin Chuan mentioned is still being coordinated. How can it be done so quickly? Sure, no problem. Qin Chuan nodded. We can even make this kind of advanced steel wire rope, not to mention that kind of simple steel. Let's go celebrate first, and then we can talk about it after the celebration. My stomach is still rumbling. After saying that, Qin Chuan touched his belly. I'm really hungry. I had digested what I ate last night a long time ago. Today, I opened my eyes and came here as soon as I opened my eyes. I was talking nonsense, and I haven't eaten anything yet. Okay, then we'll go eat first, and then come back to watch you smelting steel. Abel nodded. Since they can make arresting cables, then there may be no problem with P92 steel. If it was really made by the young man in front of me, then he's a talented person. Abel was attracted by the talent. Dongxing Building. Come on, everyone who has come from afar, try our local specialties. Qin Chuan was very hospitable. Here, this is a braised chicken with 5 spices, boneless, tender and soft meat, fresh and not greasy. After saying that, Qin Chuan glanced at the female translator standing next to the table and said, Sister, you sit down too. Thank you for your hard work. Sit down and eat something. The female translator shook her head. My duty is, no matter what job you do, you have to take care of your own food and drink first. Man is iron and food is steel. If you don't eat, you will be hungry. Sit down. We don't need a translator when we eat. The female translator looked around and saw that there were no empty seats at the table, except for the one next to Qin Chuan. Should she go over there? Come on, girl, eat a chicken leg first. Qin Chuan pulled off a chicken leg and put it on the plate next to him. The female translator did not hesitate any longer and sat down, as she was indeed hungry. Qin Jiangwo was also relieved. This son, who used to be a bad boy, rode his motorcycle out to hang out and was said to have flirted with many girls. He was annoyed at the time, but now, when Qin Chuan is busy with the factory every day, he is a little worried. When will this son be able to bring a daughter-in-law back? The old Qin family has no next generation yet. However, Qin Chuan is so capable that he may not be looked down upon by the people in the county or village. This female translator came from the capital and should be a good match for Qin Chuan. She's also very pretty. Thinking of this, Qin Jiangwo continued to look at the female translator, and the more he looked, the more he liked her. Dad, hurry up, entertain the guests. Qin Chuan looked at his father. So, Qin Jiangwo picked up the wine glass and said, "It is our honor that you can come to our Liang factory today. Come on, cheers. Cheers." The Frenchman opposite also raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Jiangwo's glass. Then, before he drank, Qin Jiangwo tilted his head back and poured the entire glass of wine into his mouth. Even red wine or brandy cannot be drunk in one gulp like this. Is this how you drink the white wine in your hand? They looked at other people drinking like this, so they had no choice but to bite the bullet and drink it in one gulp. Although it is white wine, it doesn't make my throat feel irritated, and it even warms my stomach. What kind of wine is this? Come on, let's get used to it. In the future, we can cooperate more. Cheers! Qin Chuan raised his glass. The female translator at the side looked at Qin Chuan curiously. She had seen many people and many things, but she had never seen Qin Chuan so young and yet able to chat and laugh with foreigners. Most people are very respectful to foreigners, and some even go up to them to lick their boots. Qin, you are very capable. Do you want to develop in France? Abel said, "Come, have a drink." Seeing that Qin Chuan did not respond, Abel looked at the female translator. "Ms. Yang Shui, please help translate." Yang Sui nodded. "Go to France to develop?" Qin Chuan looked at the other party. "Mr. Abel, thank you for your kindness." Hearing this, Yang Shui felt disappointed. Could it be that Qin Chuan was the same as the others? She hid her emotions and continued to translate. Alstom is a large international company, one of the Fortune 500. How can you ask me to be your CEO? Hearing this, Yang Shui almost laughed out loud again. This Qin Chuan was playing tricks on the French again. No, we don't plan to ask you to be the president. We don't have the power to do that. We want to ask you to be an engineer. Although my Liang factory is small, I have the final say here. Qin Chuan looked at the other party. If I go to your place, I will just be an ordinary engineer. What's the point? No. Mr. Qin, you just said that we are a large international company, one of the world's top 500 companies. We have a better future for development here. No matter how big a company is, it's meaningless if you're not the top boss. Qin Chuan said, "Besides, we don't need to envy others. In another 10 years, our Liang factory will be a large international company, one of the Fortune 500. Yang Shui opened her eyes wide and looked at Qin Chuan curiously. This was too domineering. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of swan? This young man in front of us has great ambitions. Luo Rongguang, Guo Xiangyang, Yu Hongxin, and others at the same table also looked at Qin Chuan with complicated eyes. No wonder he was able to lead the Liang factory to grow and develop. This kind of mind and vision is unmatched by many CEOs of state-owned enterprises. At this moment, someone hurried in and said something in Luo Rongguang's ear, and he was immediately happy. Well, Anshan Iron and Steel Group is awesome. After the letter for help was sent, they immediately coordinated and prioritized loading a train car of crude steel and sending it to a nearby station. It will arrive at midnight today. So the next step is to procrastinate until tomorrow. Oh, it seems it's no longer necessary. A Frenchman was lying on the table opposite. Hey, what's going on? Qin Chuan looked at the Frenchman opposite him. You're drunk after just 3 cups? This is our Lonling wine, not the kind that makes you drunk. Puff. Yang Sui laughed again. Since the guests are all drunk, help them to rest nearby. Comrade translator, you should take a rest too. Yang Shui wanted to say something, but she felt that there was nothing she could do to help. Engineer you, what's going on? Qin Chuan looked at Yu Hongxin again. I haven't prepared yet, but you guys brought the French here, and they want to see our P92 steel. You know, we haven't even started refining it yet. Yu Hongxin was embarrassed. Yes, it's my fault. I was too excited at the time, but the steel has been coordinated. Are you sure you can refine the first batch? It should be fine. Qin Chuan said, if there is any mistake, we can just modify the data. Yang Shui was about to leave, but when she heard this, she stopped and looked at Qin Chuan with wide eyes. You are really brave. Qin Chuan smiled and said, I have already boasted so much, I must not lose face. However, this is just the worst-case scenario. It shouldn't be a big problem. Chapter 76, I want a 30-megawatt power station. The night breeze was blowing and the lights were bright inside the Liang iron and steel plant. The workers were busy transporting the crude steel from the trucks to the steelmaking furnace. Engineer Qin, can you really refine excellent P92 alloy steel? Guoxiangyang still felt a little unbelievable. While the quality of this batch of crude steel is good, after our refining, it should be okay. Qin Chuan held the crude steel inspection report in his hand, looked at the proportion of metal materials in it, and nodded. Brother Chuan, I have bought all the rare metals you wanted. Li Jianxi ran over excitedly. Now, he's a mature buyer and knows exactly where to buy what. If he can't buy something, he can call his old man and find a way. Well, one furnace is 60 tons, and the required rare metal contents are... Qin Chuan didn't finish his words and wrote it down on the paper. We have always wanted to develop supercritical units, but the problem of P92 steel cannot be solved. As long as you can produce it, we can establish a long-term cooperative relationship in the future. Guoxiangyang continued. Qin Chuan shook his head. No. Why? At present, we only have this 160-ton steel-making furnace. Qin Chuan said, we need to make pin-tip steel and high-strength steel cables, so this steel-making furnace will have to run at full capacity. We are only going to make P92 for our own use, but we don't have any extra production capacity. That's easy, Luo Rongguang said. The seaside area is so big that we can build another steel-making furnace, a 200-ton furnace. We can build the first heavy machinery and the second heavy machinery in China. If you want to buy from abroad, we can help coordinate the foreign exchange. As for the Anshan iron and crude steel you need, we can have as much as you want. Qin Chuan shook his head. What? You're still not satisfied? A 200-ton furnace is too small. We need a 300-ton furnace at least. However, this furnace is not a big problem. The key is the power supply. Even if it was only because of Li Gang's relationship, no one would do anything behind their backs. However, there is no solution to the power supply problem, because the whole country is short of electricity, and this is a historical problem. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, the electricity supply has never been sufficient. People living in rural areas have experienced this deeply, as there are power outages almost every night. In the case of power shortage, priority must be given to supplying cities and state-owned enterprises. The Liang factory built a new factory area on the seashore. Normally, it is no problem to operate a rope closing machine, electric welding machine, punching machine, and so on. However, if they want to use electric furnace, a 500-ton electric furnace at that, the electricity will definitely not be enough. Luo Rongguang didn't dare to guarantee that the problem could be solved. But if the power supply is not solved, then Liang iron and steel plant will not be able to produce P92 steel. If it cannot produce this kind of steel, then their Bingqing boiler plant will not be able to manufacture advanced supercritical boilers and will not be able to provide advanced power generation equipment to the country. This is simply a vicious cycle. Guoxiangyang's face darkened. What should he do? Ask them to hand over the steelmaking technology to Anshan iron and steel? What a joke. If he really said that, he would definitely be kicked out. In the 1990s, anyone who dared to talk about selfless dedication or sacrificing one's own family for the sake of the public would be scolded. Qin Jiangwo on the side also frowned. Yes, this is really a problem. It is not easy for private enterprises to develop. Raw material problems, energy problems, one after another are in front of us. But, with Ogawa style, he should have thought of a solution to the problem, right? Brother Chuan, the ingredients are all weighed. Well, let's stop here for today's preparations. We'll demonstrate it to the French tomorrow. Even if we succeed now, they won't believe it. So don't stop the steel-making furnace. Make 2 more batches of steel wire ropes. Let's go back to sleep. We're sleepy. After saying that, Qin Chuan yawned. Just go to bed now. Seeing Qin Chuan about to leave, Yu Hongxin quickly said, Xiao Chuan, people always come up with solutions. Let's sit down and think of a solution to this power shortage problem together. What else can we do? The power system can't generate so much electricity. Can we generate it ourselves? Not everyone can eat the food of the power boss. There is no unified national power grid yet, but reforms to the power system are ongoing. Just this year, the Ministry of Energy, which had just been established for 5 years, was abolished, and a new Ministry of Electric Power Industry was established as the top structure. The middle level was formed into 5 major power groups in North China, Northeast China, East China, Central China, and Northwest China. The power groups had the final say on which factory to supply power and how much power to supply. Dongshan Province is next to Tianjin City, which is next to the capital, so the electricity from the North China Electric Power Group will definitely be supplied to them first. Generate electricity yourself? Qin Zhangwo's eyes lit up. No wonder Qin Chuan asked his third and fourth uncles to open coal mines. Not only can they make iron, but they can also develop power plants. This power generation must have been in Qin Chuan's plan for a long time, but he didn't say it and let these people from the capital take the initiative to help. This rhetoric is very good. Yes, your factory is strong enough to support its own power plant. Guo Xiangyang said. This procedure is not difficult. The superiors have already made a decision to allow high-energy consuming enterprises to provide their own power plants and generate electricity for their own use. Not to mention self-use. Later on, some power plants could not use up the electricity they generated and could sell it to nearby cities. It was cheaper than what the electricity giants sold it to, at only 2 or 3 cents per kilowatt hour. That's why the state grid was established later to unify the country's electricity. That's right, you can build a coal-fired generator set, and we will help you with the procedures. Luo Rongguang nodded. Although there is such a policy, it is not easy to complete the procedures if you don't have connections. That's right. We have ready-made ones in Bingqing Boiler Factory. How big do you want? Guo Xiangyang was also very happy. This was a good opportunity. Well, we probably need 30 megawatts. How many? Everyone opened their eyes wide. Even Qin Zhangwo was stunned. The basic unit of electric power is what? The light bulb in the village is 15 watts, and it is good enough for a family to have one light. In the city, the most common fluorescent lamp is a 40-watt one. A city with 20,000 households only uses 800 kilowatts of electricity. Adding others, it is 1,000 kilowatts, which is only 1 megawatt. As the number of household appliances increases, the power consumption of a medium-sized city is also increasing. But is 5 megawatts enough? Double it is only 10 megawatts. Qinchuan has a really big appetite, 30 megawatts. The Qinshan nuclear power station only has a generating capacity of 300 megawatts. How could they use only 1/10 of the generating capacity of the Qinshan nuclear power station for a single factory? The original steelmaking method is outdated. We need to use advanced, high-frequency steelmaking furnaces. Every 10 tons requires 1 megawatt of electricity. 30 megawatts is exactly a furnace of 300 tons. Qin Chuan said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Okay, we'll help you with the formalities, but this equipment, let's figure out ourselves. Chapter 77. The French lowered their proud heads. The next day, when the sky in the east began to turn pale, the entire Liang iron and steel plant became bustling with workers busying about with smiles on their faces. Brother Chuan, I think something is wrong with Uncle Li. He wanted to ask you something several times, but he was too embarrassed to speak. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "It should be about the power plant. Once we fool the French away, we will go and solve this matter." 30 megawatts. Brother Chuan, you really dare to think so? I asked Uncle Yu. A boiler with a power generation capacity of 30 megawatts would need at least 150 megawatts. Even their Ice City boiler factory can't produce such a boiler. Foreign ones are not cheap, at least several $1,000,000, or even tens of millions. Yes, abroad. Next we'll go to Damao. Last time he went to Mao's house. This time he went to Mao's house. Li Jianxi was no longer afraid, but he was still a little curious. Does Damao have such a boiler? Yes, there are some ready-made ones, and the price is not expensive, about $1 million US. $1 million? I'm afraid that's not enough to buy a generator. You'll know when you go there. Qin Chuan kept the other person in suspense. If he told him now, he didn't know how he would react. He might not dare to go. After all, ordinary people would be terrified when talking about nuclear weapons. As we were talking, the Frenchman arrived. Abel and others were a little embarrassed. I got drunk after just 3 glasses of wine. Although the East does not follow the Ustinov rule, I still feel a little embarrassed. I have to work on my drinking capacity when I go back. No, I can't drink Eastern liquor in the future. We are foreigners, and we only drink foreign liquor. Engineer Qin, can you show us the manufacturing of P92 alloy steel today? Abel looked at Qin Chuan and spoke. Yang Shui continued to follow and help translate, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Of course, I'm waiting for you all. Let's go to the electric furnace workshop. Master Zhao, add the steamed bun iron. Manto iron is a common name for crude steel. The crude steel coming out of the steelmaking furnace is directly cast into iron lumps with a round appearance, which actually looks more like bread. Ogawa, 60 tons of steamed iron have been put in. Turn on the furnace. Heat it to 1,700 degrees. Qin Chuan was not afraid of his steelmaking technology being stolen. On the one hand, the French already had it. On the other hand, he could make their imitations ineffective by simply making slight modifications. Half an hour later, it's warm enough. Blow argon. Don't we blow oxygen when we make steel? Qin Zhangwo, a veteran from Shugong, was a little curious. The iron smelted in the blast furnace is pig iron, which has a very high carbon content and is useless, so it needs to be refined in a steelmaking furnace to remove the carbon element. One of the important methods is oxygen top blowing. The oxygen blown in reacts with the carbon inside, and no matter it is carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide, it will turn into gas and run out. Now, Qin Chuan doesn't blow oxygen, but instead blows argon. Dad, these crude steels come from the oxygen top blown converter. We don't need to add oxygen anymore. On the contrary, we need to remove oxygen later. Mr. Qin, what methods do you use to deoxygenate? Asked the Frenchman. First, use high-intensity argon blowing, with the intensity controlled at more than 25 cubic meters per hour for 20 minutes. Then add silicon aluminum calcium barium composite deoxidizer for precipitation deoxidation. And finally add calcium carbide and ferrosilicon powder for diffusion deoxidation. And nitrogen can be adjusted simultaneously. This introduction was all very professional. Qin Chuan was still worried whether Yang Shui, the translator, could express it clearly. After all, only someone who has studied professional French would know this. However, seeing the French person opposite nodding frequently, he knew that the translation was accurate. It's exactly the same process as when we make P92 steel. It seems like you guys have mastered the relevant technology as well. This translation is really pleasing to the eye. Qin Chuan is very satisfied. After encountering a few disgusting things, I finally encountered something normal. No, this is just the first step. Another Frenchman said, deoxidation is a necessary step for P92 steel, but there are more steps to follow. I don't believe they could do all of them. Then please open your eyes. Qin Chuan said, what you French can do, we Orientals can do too. What you can't do, we can do too. Just kidding. Is there anything we can't do? You couldn't make the steel wire rope we had yesterday. It's still very expensive in the US, so you placed the order from us. The other person blushed and stopped talking. Yang Shui's eyes were full of energy. The deoxidation process lasted for more than an hour, and everyone was amazed. Which steel mill would be willing to do this? How much electricity would it take to add raw materials to the steel over and over again and heat it continuously? Okay, cast the ingot. What goes in is steam bun iron, and what comes out is more like steam bun. The steel ingot is cast into a short ingot with a large taper. Well, it is more appropriate to call it steam bread. No, the tube blank made in this way is too small. Looking at the cast steel ingots, the Frenchman spoke again. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at the other person and said, isn't it just to show you? It's so big. Can you see it clearly? Bah, if I had a 10,000-ton hydraulic press, I could even cast 60 tons of steel into one ingot. There is no way around this. We only have a 500-ton hydraulic press, and each steel ingot can weigh no more than 200 kilograms. If it is more than that, it won't be able to be compacted. Bang, bang, bang. The steel ingot is kneaded repeatedly on the hydraulic press like dough, tempered and heated several times in the middle, and the mold is replaced. After the fifth forging, it becomes a qualified billet. Okay, next is reverse extrusion punching. Heat, remove the surface oxide scale, spray lubricant, and extrude into a tube billet. The process is almost exactly the same as their French manufacturing process. The tube blank is formed in this way. Attention, spray quenching. The tube billet rotates at 30 revolutions per minute, and the water spray pressure is 4 bar. The Frenchman who had been finding fault just now nodded after listening to the last process. The entire process is flawless. You have indeed mastered the manufacturing of this steel, but this does not guarantee that the steel you produce is up to standard. Of course, this needs to be tested. Qin Chuan said, after the spray quenching is completed, cut a piece and take a look at it under a microscope. Do you need a microscope for steel testing? Certainly. Half an hour later, Under the microscope, the Frenchman carefully adjusted and looked at the slices attentively. The laths are clearly oriented and are completely tempered martensite. There are almost no impurities. Although I haven't checked the elements yet, I can be sure that the delta ferrite content here will not exceed 1%. This is perfect P92 steel. The Frenchman stood up and extended his hand to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I admire your superb skills. I sincerely invite you to go to France, where you will have a stage. Chapter 78. Ask me to be the CEO? Anything is fine. The proud French have become so humble and sincere. Yang Shui was very emotional. As an interpreter in the Foreign Affairs Department, she had accompanied many foreigners and visited many domestic companies. However, no company could impress foreigners like this one. Yang Shui was disgusted and helpless by their modesty and even humility, but here, her heart was constantly filled with the pride of her country. Liang Iron and Steel Plant, a magical place. Qin Chuan is an even more magical person. Thinking of this, she looked at Qin Chuan again. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at the other person and said, "Why? Have you changed your mind? Do you want me to be your CEO? In fact, it doesn't matter if it's CEO, CFO, UFO, or anything else, as long as I'm the boss. I don't want anyone to control me." The French were embarrassed. Okay, now that you have seen that we have the capability, shouldn't we discuss the issue of introducing your supercritical unit technology? Luo Rongwang took the opportunity to speak. Yes, but we have to wait until all the analysis reports of this steel come out. In addition, we also want to know the export price of your self-produced P92 steel. The price is half of what you are offering now. Qin Chuan said, I heard that the price of the P92 steel pipe used in your supercritical unit is 200 million francs, but we only sell it for 100 million francs. By the way, the steel wire we provided you can be produced in 2 days, so remember to prepare the balance. Our offer was a bit high. In fact, the export price should be 100 million francs. The French are so cunning. Qin Chuan didn't care. That's half of 100 million francs, 50 million francs. Okay, deal. The contract still needs to be negotiated again, and the French team's trip to Liang Iron and Steel Plant ended perfectly. Before getting on the bus, they took another look at this place, the land of the East. There were so many magical things. Mr. Qin, you are amazing. This time, I got to see a different kind of private enterprise. Yang Shui said, You're also very good. I have seen a different kind of translation. Yang Shui smiled widely, and suddenly she thought of something. She took out a pen and paper and scribbled down a line of words. This is my phone number. If you need help in the future, you can call me. As the convoy left, Qin Chuan casually stuffed the paper into his pocket. Xiao Chuan, what do you think of this girl? Good. I have a phone number. Contact us more often. Your mother is still waiting to hold her grandchildren. Dad, what are you talking about? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at his father. Is your son that kind of person? What kind of people? No matter what kind of people you are, you have to get married and have children. Otherwise, won't our Qin family be extinct? Engineer Qin, now that we have the P92 steel, we should be able to imitate the boiler next. Yu Hongxin did not go back with them. After all, the purpose of going back was to coordinate the steel. Now that they have the steel, of course they have to proceed to the next step. Okay, copy it, but Uncle Yu, you should know that these technologies all belong to our Liang factory. That's natural. By the way, Uncle Yu, you've been out for so long. Are your family members worried? Write a letter and ask them to come visit our factory. I'll arrange food and lodging for them. Now that Yu Hongxin is here, he can't leave. We have to bring his family over. Is this convenient? Convenient. Of course it's convenient. Qin Jiangwo was feeling a little depressed. What's wrong with Xiao Chuan? Is he really not in a hurry to get married and have children? Don't be in a hurry. Qin Chuan is still young anyway. Capital, a certain unit. Director Yang, everything I reported is true. The Liang factory sold precious aircraft carrier deck steel to foreigners. This is a serious economic and political crime. Although they paid for the steel, where did the money come from? It was from a country. They spent foreign currency. This matter must be dealt with seriously. What? The superiors don't allow us to make it public? They want to keep it low-key? This. Okay. I will obey the decision of my superiors and obey your wise leadership, Director Yang. Pan Yang walked out of the office with a depressed look on his face, but happened to see Yang Shui outside. Xiao Shui, you're back? Pan Yang immediately came up to her like a pug. I just happen to have 2 movie tickets for Flirting Scholar. I have time tonight. No, I just came back, and I'm a little tired. Thank you, Pan Yang. Yang Shui said politely, I'm sorry. Okay, some other time then. Looking at Yang Shue's back, Pan Yang clenched his fists. Humph, I don't believe that I can't catch up with you. As long as I catch up with you, with your father's relationship, I will be able to rise to the top in the future. Boom boom. Yang Shui knocked on the door. Come in. Yang Wuqiang's face was originally serious, but when he saw the person coming in, a smile immediately broke out on his face. Xiao Xue, you're back? I've told you so many times that you can come anytime you want. No need to knock. That won't do. It's working hours now, and you're the boss. By the way, Dad, what did Pan Yang say just now? How did I hear about the treasonous incident at Liang factory? He worked as an interpreter for the Japanese last time. I heard that he was wronged at the Liang factory. He must be unwilling to accept the situation, so he looked for an opportunity to complain when he came back. He didn't even notice that the Liang factory is backed by the army. I heard that even Mr. Lu knew about this factory, and his report was suppressed by me. Yang Wuqiang said, the Liang factory would never do that. I went to the Liang factory this time. Dad, the factory director's son Qin Chuan is amazing. Looking at his daughter's excited eyes, Yang Wuqiang suddenly had a premonition. His daughter's words were full of admiration. Could it be? Liang factory. Brother Chuan, I think that female translator is pretty good. She even left you her phone number. Could she be interested in you? Li Jianxi said. What does it mean? Rebirth. Ahem, we were all idlers in the past, doing nothing and messing around with women. Now, we have to say goodbye to that kind of thing and start doing something exciting and vigorous first. After being reborn, Qin Chuan really had no plans to find a wife. Now that I have returned here by some unknown fate, I must make the Liang factory bigger and stronger and build a strong industrial country. We'll talk about getting married, having kids, and so on later. Li Jianxi looked Qin Chuan up and down with a suspicious look. Back then, when he was with the Russians, the big foreign horse was so good, but Chuan didn't ride it. And today, he did the same thing again. Could it be? Brother Chuan, I know an old Chinese doctor who prescribes very effective medicines. I heard that there is an uncle in my father's unit who is cured by him. I will ask him to prescribe a prescription for you, and I guarantee that you will. By the way, I heard that my dad and his team recently cracked an animal protection case and seized a batch of tiger bones, tiger penises, etc. What did you say? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at him and said, Go back and pack up, say hello to your family, and we'll set off for Demao tomorrow. Oh, and we have to call the Navy. I'll do it. Chapter 79. A big boss comes to the travel agency? This matter can't wait any longer. It must be done immediately. For further development, power supply will be a big problem. After all, without electricity, everything is useless. But Li Jianxi was still a little curious. Brother Chuan, it seems we haven't applied for passports or anything like that yet. For a 7-day tour, you can directly apply for it locally. Qin Chuan said, just bring your ID card. You don't know this, do you? 1 billion people, 900 million have died, and 100 million are still searching. Li Jianxi said worriedly, but I heard from the old man that this business is not easy to do now. A lot of money is hard-earned money, and you may even risk your life. Qin Chuan nodded. Yes, now it can't be compared with the 1980s. However, we don't want to be low-level traders. We want to play high-level ones. In the early years, if you wanted to do business with the Russians, you could only take the risk of crossing the border, but no one would do that. In the late 1980s, as relations between the East and the Russians eased, the two sides opened up some locations. Swifan, located in the southeast of Heilongjiang province, stepped onto the historical stage due to its superior geographical location, convenient transportation, and suitable climate. In 1987, Swifan signed a cooperation agreement with the Russian city of Pogranic across the border, and border trade began. At that time, it was still a matter of the local government. In 1988, it became a provincial border trade pilot zone. In 1992, it was approved by the state as a border city with expanded opening up, reaching the national level. However, in 1993, Swifen's era of huge profits came to an end. After all, the route was too long, and the international train from the capital to Moscow had already been opened. The real international traders chartered trains all the way from the capital to Moscow. This is what a big trader is. But the danger still exists. The Moscow International Train Massacre in 1993 was shocking. To work in this field, you have to keep your head on your belt. At the same time, with the continuous opening of trade between the two sides, the exchanges have become very convenient. One-day tours were opened in the late 1980s, and 7-day tours were officially opened in 1990. Many traders rely on this convenient condition to resell goods. For Qin Chuan, A 7-day trip is enough. Although the 7-day tour is mainly prepared for profiteers, in recent years, more and more people have become wealthy in the country, and some of them also want to go out and see the world. Of course, rich second generations like Qin Chuan can also use this excuse to go out. August 7th, the beginning of autumn. The climate in Dongshan province is still a little hot, but it is already a bit chilly in Bingqing. Without long underwear, it is even a bit cold in the morning. There were not many pedestrians on Central Avenue. An Audi sedan drove up and slowly stopped next to a 3-story building. Brother Chuan, this street is so unique. The architectural style makes me feel like I'm abroad. Li Jianxi exclaimed. Qin Chuan smiled and said, take a few photos here and go back and brag that you are in Europe, and people will believe you. Central Avenue was built more than 100 years ago. It was designed by foreigners at that time, and all the buildings constructed were European-style buildings. It brought together various styles such as Renaissance, Baroque, eclecticism, and modern. It has become a check-in destination for later generations. But aren't we going abroad? Why are we here? Look what's here. This is a building with a pointed roof, curved exterior walls, and curved windows. It looks very beautiful. There are many signs hanging at the entrance on the first floor with the names of various companies. Li Jianxi looked over and had no idea what Qin Chuan was talking about. Huikong Travel Agency? Li Jianxi felt that this was the most reliable one. That's right. With our identities, there's no need to go through the formalities ourselves. We can just entrust a travel agency. Oh, it seems like every province has a travel agency. The name isn't named after a province or city, so it doesn't seem to be state-owned, right? Is it reliable? State-owned enterprises are unreliable. Okay, travel agencies have existed for a long time, but in the past, there were only a few travel agencies serving a few people divided into 1, 2, and 3 categories. They were monopoly organizations and were high and mighty. By the 1990s, each province had established a travel agency, but since they were state-owned, you can imagine their service attitude. Huikong Travel Agency was founded in 1984. Although it is also state-owned, the state-owned enterprise is only responsible for holding shares. Private development is definitely better. Huikong Travel Agency in Bingqing was established in 1993. Its main business is to travel to the Russian territory opposite. 3rd floor, stairs. Are you two here at Huikong Travel Agency to handle travel business? A blonde girl with long legs and a hot body, the kind that could make people's nose bleed at first sight, came up to me with a smile on her face and spoke fluent Chinese, making people think she was a native. Who are you? I'm Ananina from Huikong Travel Agency. You can call me Tanya. The girl said, come on, I'll take you to the VIP room to handle your business. When the Audi stopped downstairs, she saw it and wondered what the customer was here for. When she heard footsteps on the stairs, she ran out immediately. Big business is coming. What do you do specifically? External liaison, planning and coordination, or tour guide. Travel agencies have their own operating model and have now established 3 standardized areas. External relations is responsible for external contacts, including scenic spots, hotels, airlines, etc., to find resources and expand product lines. The travel planner is responsible for arranging the entire travel plan, including where to stay and where to eat every day, so as to ensure the smooth progress of the entire trip. As for the tour guide, he is the one who takes the clients around on site. In 1993, ordinary people only dared to wander around their own homes. Signing up with a travel agency for a trip, or even traveling abroad, was unthinkable. When Qin Chuan says these 3 titles, people can immediately know that he is an expert. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'm good at all 3 jobs. At this time, Zhao Jinlong, the head of the travel agency, also came out. Yes, you too, if you plan to travel to the other side, it would be most appropriate to take our Mao Mei with you. We can be together anytime, day or night. We have many other beautiful girls like Tanya in our travel agency. Traveling abroad lasts more than just 1 day, and having a blonde girl in a warm bed at night. Wouldn't that be great? It turns out that privately managed travel agencies understand social needs better, but Qin Chuan changed the subject. Did you see my car downstairs? We want to drive this car to the other side. Do you have any ideas? It was easy to travel abroad by car in later generations, but now it is a bit difficult. However, a car is a symbol of status, and it would be great if you could drive your own car. This is a bit difficult, but if you need it, we can contact the other side and coordinate a Mercedes-Benz. But the price is... Money is not a problem, but face is a must, so let's run for it. Qin Chuan nodded. At the same time, assign 2 more bodyguards. Do you have any bodyguards from the old Russians? They must be reliable. Yes, Tanya can be a bodyguard. Even though she's a woman, she's very skilled, and she came from the KGB. Chapter 80. The Real Destination. Swallow. Qin Chuan looked at Antonina curiously. Antonina smiled and said, I used to be. However, when I just entered the fourth school and studied for a few months, the Soviet Union disappeared, and the fourth school also had no office funds. My seniors all went out to work on their own, and She was very open. Okay, you come with us. Qin Chuan nodded. Since we already have a swallow, let's get a crow, but the fourth school is a special school opened by the Russian KGB. The only mission of this school is to train erotic spies. The female ones are called swallows, and the male ones are called crows. This school has always existed. The early masterpiece was Margarita, who hid next to Einstein. Later, the wife of a particularly unreliable guy was also suspected to be Swallow. These people are first class, and there is nothing they can't handle. This time I went to the Russians to do some work, and it's most appropriate to bring these 2 people with me. But, as if he knew what Qin Chuan was thinking, Zhao Jinlong patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, they are absolutely loyal and reliable. They signed a 5-year contract with our travel agency and currently have a large deposit. Moreover, they have also brought their families over. What are you afraid of? The Russian country is in chaos now. Swallow and Crow have never had any sense of right and wrong. When they see a rich man like Qin Chuan, they can kill him, rob him of his money, and then disappear without a trace. Qin Chuan didn't want to die in confusion. He had to do something after living his life again. Now, after hearing Zhao Jinlong's answer, Qin Chuan was relieved. Okay, let's arrange it this way. We're going to go to Giching to take a look. How much is the deposit? $2,000 is enough for a normal trip. But if you want to use a Mercedes-Benz, I'll give you $20,000 first. If it's not enough, we'll talk later. Arrange it for me. If it doesn't suit my taste, you can close this travel agency. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Give me your IDs. The procedures were very fast. Early the next morning, the group of 4 arrived in Swifen. Under the watchful eyes of people carrying large and small bags, they left the Audi and walked through a special channel to pass through the customs. There was already a Mercedes-Benz waiting on the opposite side. The Tigerhead Benz is the 6th generation of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class launched in 1991, codenamed W140. It has a domineering front and a chrome-plated air intake grille with 3 horizontal and 1 vertical shapes, just like the Chinese character Wang, king, on a tiger's head. So it is called the Tigerhead Benz. In this era, the Mercedes-Benz is the exclusive car for the rich. Boss Qin, let's get in the car. Antonina enthusiastically opened the back door, invited Qin Chuan to get in, and then planned to follow. You sit in the front. Qin Chuan said, Jinshi, what are you standing there for? Experience the boss seat in the back. Here it comes. There was a hint of resentment in Antonina's eyes, and one look at her for a second longer would be enough to seduce anyone. If this beauty sat in the back seat, there would definitely be countless entertainment along the way. Unfortunately, Qin Chuan is not interested in the bus. Another crow that followed, no, the tour guide got in the driver's seat. He was a tall and strong old Russian named Ivan, a very common name in Russia, similar to Xiaohong and Xiaoming in the East. Boss Qin, please take a seat. Next we'll go to Gus City for a stroll. Antonina introduced. No, we're going to Vladivostok. Opposite Swifen is Pogranikny, also known as Guching for short. It is most suitable to go to Guching for a day trip from Swifen. The distance between the city centers of the 2 cities is only 21 kilometers. There are railways and shuttle buses. If you don't buy tickets, you can just walk. However, Guching is too desolate after all. With the popularity of short-term certificates for 4-day and 7-day tours, dealers began to move towards Ushuriysk. This city is located on the Trans-Siberian Railway between Galmud and Vladivostok and has convenient transportation. Through Ushuriysk, high-quality and low-price goods from the east enter the entire Far East. In 1993, Ushuriysk was the favorite gathering place for profiteers. However, Vladivostok is not a place that trader can venture into, as it is the largest city in Russia's Far East. This is the Russian name. In the East, it is called Vladivostok. Different names are used in different contexts, and the meanings are also different. If it were on the internet, Qin Chuan would also shout like those people that the Far East is ours and we want to restore Genghis Khan's territory. But now, he is just a trader and he has to follow the local customs. Otherwise, it would be a miracle to come back alive. Boss Qin, according to the plan, Before Ananina finished her words, she saw Qin Chuan winking at Li Jianxi. So Li Jianxi took out two small boxes and handed them to the front. I'll give you some small gifts as a token of my appreciation. I'll often run this route in the future. If you perform well this time, you can work with me. It's more promising than working in a travel agency. Ananina took it, opened the box, and saw a diamond ring glittering inside. With her trained eyes, she knew it was the real deal, worth at least $2,000. The driver, Ivan, also took over another box, which was also shining with gold and contained a gold watch. Thank you, Boss Qin. Ivan was delighted. Now that you are here, you have the final say. You can go wherever you want, even Moscow. Boss Qin, you are so generous. Tanya will be yours from now on. Antonina said seductively. By the way, after we arrive in Vladivostok, where are we going to travel? Where are we going to stay? If you don't have any plans. To Pacific Fleet Headquarters. What? Even Li Jianxi was stunned. According to Qin Chuan, the purpose of going to Damao was to buy boilers. Li Jianxi also did some homework in advance and found out that there was no boiler factory in Damao's Far East region at all. But Qin Chuan didn't say anything, and he didn't ask. He just followed Brother Chuan. Now that Qin Chuan had told him the destination, he still couldn't help but be surprised. Big Mao Pacific Fleet. Once upon a time, this was something that would give Koreans and Japanese people nightmares upon hearing about it. At its peak, the Russian Pacific Fleet had two 40,000-ton aircraft carriers, which they called heavy aircraft carrier cruisers. They also have nuclear-powered cruisers with a displacement of more than 20,000 tons, conventional powered cruisers with a displacement of 10,000 tons, and destroyers with a displacement of 8,000 tons. However, surface ships are nothing. The Russians value submarines the most. At its most powerful point, the Pacific Fleet had 110 submarines. You have to know that when the Americans were at their strongest, they only had 120 submarines, and that was all the fleets combined. During the Cold War, a writer from an island country wrote a novel called Minsk Attack, which imagined the outbreak of war and the scene of the Russian fleet coming in overwhelming force. It can be seen how terrified the Japanese were at that time. However, those are all in the past. The Russians are now weak and completely defeated, and a large number of their submarines have been retired and eliminated. Qinchuan's power station is aimed at the nuclear submarines that the Russians have eliminated. Chapter 81. By a nuclear submarine. Vladivostok is the largest port city on the Pacific coast of Russia's Far East, the economic and cultural center of the Far East, and also the base of the Pacific Fleet. Although there is an ice period of almost half a year here, the Russians do not have a better port. Fortunately, the Russians have the largest number of icebreakers in the world. If they need to fight a war during the ice period, the icebreakers will lead the way. Besides, if that time really comes, throwing a few nuclear bombs onto the ice will naturally solve the problem. The Russians are capable of doing such a thing. After all, they used nuclear bombs to build the reservoir. However, after it was built, they found that the radioactivity in the water exceeded the limit and the reservoir could not be used. Guching is 210 kilometers away from Vladivostok. If there were German highways, it would only take 1 hour to drive there. But the conditions in the Far East were too bad. It took the Hutubin 3 hours to finally enter the city, and then another half an hour to reach the port where the Pacific Fleet was located. It is not the freezing season yet, but most of the Pacific Fleet's warships are left in the port. Their rusty appearance makes people wonder if they are all scrap metal. Will they be able to start working next time they go out to sea? Will there be parts missing from them? Boss Qin, shall we drive straight in? Ivan asked as he looked at the gate of the base, so close. If he still had his former identity, he certainly wouldn't care and would just step on the accelerator and drive in. But now, of course not. Qin Chuan said and winked again, so Li Jianxi took out a $10 bill and handed it to the front. Antonina took it with a smile. The guard on duty strode over, saluted, then bent down and looked into the car window. The car window slowly opened a crack, and then a green coin stretched out from inside. The guard's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly took it, put it in his pocket, and saluted again. Welcome home. The guard already knew that this kind of Mercedes-Benz was not to be messed with. The person sitting inside must be a big shot. He came here just for routine work. Now he got a benefit of $10, so why should he check it? The door opened, and Ivan stepped on the accelerator. I never thought that a key department like the fleet base could be entered for just $10. Antonina exclaimed. In 1991, the Red Empire collapsed and many people went to the west, but by chance, Antonina came to the east. Unexpectedly, in just 2 years, these institutions have degenerated into this state. There isn't even a security check. What if a bad guy comes in? If I'm not mistaken, they haven't received their salary for at least a year. It's good enough that they can continue to stand guard here. Qin Chuan said, these are all respectable people. I like it here. Ivan had been here before, so he drove to the bottom of the office building with familiarity. Boss Qin, next. You guys wait. Qin Chuan said, Jianxi, you, and I go up. Although the journey was pleasant. After all, they had only known each other for one day, and Qin Chuan would never let them participate in course secrets. Okay, Boss Qin, if you need me, just ask me to come up. I can conquer any man. Ananina smiled sweetly. Li Jianxi carried a suitcase and followed Qin Chuan into the building. This is the heart of the Pacific Fleet. Li Jianxi felt his heart thumping. Brother Chuan, what are we doing here? I don't think they produce boilers here, right? We will buy a nuclear submarine and convert it into an offshore floating nuclear power plant. What? Li Jianxi stopped in his tracks. He never expected that Qin Chuan would actually buy a nuclear submarine. This thing is definitely not something that ordinary people can buy. Even national level ones are not good. No one buys this thing at all, okay? If they told the Russians, they would probably call the guards over, take them to a small dark room, and torture them severely. Can they still go back? Thinking of this, Li Jianxi felt his calves trembling. Stop you. In the lobby on the first floor, behind the desk, a bloated old lady stood up and asked, who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? Let's go find Uncle Igor. Which Igor? Igor Nikolaevich Khmelnov. We came from Central Asia and brought some local specialties. Qin Chuan said, pointing to the suitcase in Li Jianxi's hand. The old lady was stunned. You want to find a commander? During the Soviet era, the territory was vast, so there were many ethnic groups. There were many yellow people in Central Asia. It made sense for Qin Chuan to claim that he came from Central Asia. Li Jianxi, who was standing by, felt his calves trembling. Brother Chuan, when did your uncle become a Russian? You were bragging so much. Can we still go back? Is my uncle already a commander? I remember that in 1989, my uncle passed by my house and came in to have a meal with us. He was only a major general at that time. He got promoted a long time ago. Wait, I'll give him a call. The old lady put down the phone and turned around to see where the people were. The two people had disappeared. Did they go straight up? Since he is the commander's relative, you could just go up and don't worry about it. Boom, boom. Kumein. Qin Chuan opened the door. Uncle. The office was spacious. Behind the desk, in the middle, an old general in his 50s looked up with astonishment in his eyes. Igor Nikolaevich Khmelnov was born in Ulan-Ude in 1946. He joined the army in 1964. After graduating from the Grechko Naval Academy, he started as a low-level officer and worked his way up step by step, first serving in the Northern Fleet and then in the Pacific Fleet. He did have a sister who married in Central Asia and became a citizen of another country. He does have a nephew, but he is definitely not the person in front of him. He has never seen this person. Uncle, long time no see. I came to give you some local specialties from my hometown. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced at the person behind him. Jianxi, come in, quickly, bring the suitcase over. Before Khmelnov gets angry and asks the guards to drive him away, he has to show his sincerity first. Khmelnov stood up, looked at the two people who came in with a gloomy look, and reached under the desk with one hand, where there was a Makarov pistol. However, the next second, his eyes widened and a smile appeared on his face. Li Jianxi had already opened the box and walked over with it. The box was full of green US dollars. If there is no cheating inside, this suitcase is worth $1 million. What are they going to do with so much money? Uncle, how about our Central Asian specialties? Yeah, not bad. Did your mom say she wanted to bring anything back? There is not enough electricity at home, so I want to buy a nuclear submarine and convert it into a power station. Central Asia, nuclear submarines, power stations. These are completely unrelated, but Qin Chuan managed to put them together. Chapter 82. Is that it? Li Jianxi has a good talent for languages. Although he can't write or read Russian, he has no problem communicating directly in language. At this time, listening to Qin Chuan's words, Li Jianxi felt his calves shaking even more violently. Brother Chuan, I know you are brave, but isn't this too much? Directly facing the leader of a Russian fleet, he asked to buy a nuclear submarine? Was the $1 million in front of him all bribes? When Qin Chuan said he would use $1 million to build a power plant, it turned out that it was not the purchase cost, but a bribe. This level of bribery is definitely enough to eat peanuts. Just when Li Jianxi thought he would die here, Khmelnov laughed. Convert a nuclear submarine into a power station. That's a good idea. Are you sure you just want to convert it into a power station? Of course, uncle. I've been doing business in the East for the past few years and opened a steel plant. Some time ago, I bought tens of thousands of tons of steel from Ermau. I planned to do a big business, but the power supply was insufficient, so I thought of you, uncle. And he even emptied his own family assets? Wouldn't that make the other party more suspicious? Unexpectedly, Khmelnov's smile became even brighter. Okay, if we only modify the power station, there will be no problem. Wait a minute, I'll make a call. Not being arrested, not having to eat peanuts but actually agreeing? Li Jianxi opened his eyes wide, never dreaming that he would be treated like this. Qin Chuan had a smile on his face, knowing that it had succeeded. Before the collapse of the Red Empire, corruption was already rife in the Russian country. A bunch of old men were in power and had been sitting on the chairs for decades. It was a miracle if the atmosphere could be good. Even the KGB often used its power to move supplies. Only the powerless civilians suffered the most, queuing for hours in stores to buy bread. The Red Empire was gone. They were very happy, clapped their hands, and thought they could live the same good life as in the West. But what was the result? Shock therapy, soaring prices. They even began to recall the good old days of the Red Empire. But unfortunately, they can't go back. The army was also greatly affected. Even the soldiers' salaries could not be paid. It was lucky that the soldiers did not mutiniate. Everyone had to think of their own solutions. As for senior military officials, they have more opportunities to take action. Qin Chuan had no plan to look for the officers below. If he wanted to be a traitor, he would become the biggest traitor and bring back a submarine first. This requires contacting the other party's senior officials. As for how to contact, of course the US dollar is used to pave the way. $1 million is enough for even the devil to push the mill. Moreover, he was also very frank and explained that he had also bought back the steel at Ermau in order to make the other party feel more at ease. Get the submarine back by yourself and then make it disappear. Dismantle other parts and leave only the nuclear reactor part to convert it into a power station. Moreover, this is not just a one-time business deal. We can continue to cooperate in the future. A few minutes later, boom boom, there was a knock on the door. Komein. A middle-aged man with a big belly walked in. Commander, you called me? Come, let me introduce you. This is Dmitriev, the commander of the Vilyachinsk base. Dmitriev, these two are my relatives. They want to help us deal with abandoned nuclear submarines. Select a retired submarine from our base with a good nuclear power system and give it to them. You can go back now. Dmitriev looked at Qin Chuan and Li Jianxi suspiciously. Your relatives? Their skin, hair, and eyes are nothing like yours. However, he only thought for a moment and immediately saluted. Yes. Nephew, you should go to Vilyachinsk with Dmitriev. I have many things to do, so I won't go with you. Yes, uncle will go then. This guy's indeed an old fox. He took the money and let his subordinates do the work. In this way, even if something goes wrong in the future, he can shirk responsibility cleanly. And what about me? After bribing Khmelnov, I still have to continue to give benefits to Dmitriev. However, this does not pose a problem for Qin Chuan. After leaving the office, Qin Chuan became enthusiastic. Uncle Dmitriev, I have something I would like to ask you for help. Tell me, I will definitely help as long as it is possible. Dmitriev was also very enthusiastic. I have a batch of agricultural products and light industrial products that have been piled up for a long time and cannot be sold. If you have a connection, I will send them to you when I return. This is not helping at all. This is clearly giving yourself a benefit. Dmitriev was immediately delighted. Of course, no problem, but I don't have any money to give you. There's a severe shortage of light industry and agricultural products in Russia, so you can make money no matter what you do. The traders in Swifan catch the train every day, but that is just small business. Qin Chuan does business directly with the Pacific Fleet, which is the big business. However, doing business requires capital, which Dmitriev does not have, or rather, he does not want to invest. We can't sell them here anyway, uncle. I'll send them to you first, and you can pay me back after you sell all the goods. Qin Chuan said, by the way, it would be even better if you could help coordinate the transportation. For other businesses, freight costs are also a big expense. But what does it matter to the fleet? They can just send a ship here and load all the goods. After they return, the customs dare not check. Okay, no problem. I will definitely help you with this. The bribe was successful. Qin Chuan didn't spend a penny, and it was just a blank check. Li Jianxi sighed in the back. Brother Chuan is really awesome. It was amazing enough that he went to buy scrap steel from an aircraft carrier last time. And this time is even more amazing. As they were talking, several people came out. The old lady, sitting at the door, saw Qin Chuan coming down and talking and laughing with Dmitriev. She felt very moved. The children of these big leaders are so good. As I walked out of the office building, the sunlight was a bit dazzling. A figure walked towards me, with a graceful figure and an indescribable charm. Boss Qin, now that you are out, let's continue. You can go back. Before Qin Chuan could finish his words, he saw Dmitriev beside him staring at Antonina. Any man would understand the meaning of this look. Ivan, drive back. I'll call you when we need you. Tanya, come with us. Yes, Boss Qin. Ivan nodded and took a gold watch from the car. This trip was worth it. He would definitely help cover it up when he returned. As for Antonina, Antonina nodded enthusiastically. Okay, let's go together. This general looks so familiar. Uncle Dmitriev, this is Antonina. You can call her Tanya, my secretary, Tanya. This is my uncle. Antonina opened her eyes wide. Dmitriev, the head of the Vilyachinsk submarine base. Qin Chuan's background is unfathomable. Uncle Dmitriev, have you just come from Kamchatka? Dmitriev was a little embarrassed. Chapter 83, Desolate Land. The Russian Pacific Fleet is based in Vladivostok, but it only has surface ships. Their submarine forces are almost all deployed on the remote Kamchatka Peninsula, which is deep in the sea. As long as they leave the base, they will be directly in the deep sea. But it's so desolate there. Belenko defected in a fit of rage when he was stationed at the Chvyevka base on the Kamchatka Peninsula. He found the base too desolate, and his wife left him. Therefore, although Dmitriev was the head of the submarine force, he was unwilling to stay in such a desolate place. He often uses the excuse of reporting work to stay in Vladivostok, and only goes back when there is something important. It was also because of this that Khmelnov found a substitute and asked him to take Qin Chuan back. Now, Dmitriev feels that this mission is great, there is money to be made, and there are beautiful women. But how to explain it to the other party? That's right. Uncle Dmitriev just came from Kamchatka Peninsula. Now he has to go back for us. Let's go out and eat something. After we are full, we will go back with Uncle. Okay. Antonina nodded, but her heart was filled with turmoil. She could accept Qin Chuan's decision to come to Vladivostok, but she was shocked when he said he wanted to come to the Pacific Fleet base. Now it's shocking. What is there on the Kamchatka Peninsula? Mushroom bombs that can fly directly to the United States, MiG-31s that can take off at any time to intercept American aircraft, and a large number of submarines. In short, that place is not a place that ordinary people can go to, and Qin Chuan actually wants to go there. Who is he? Could it be that he has a military background? No matter who it is, he is not easy to mess with. Besides, I won't be silenced after I've used him, right? Antonina felt a chill in her heart at the thought of this. Base Officers Mess Hall. Come here, Uncle Dmitriev. I'll toast you. Dmitriev took the glass, but instead of drinking, he looked at Antonina. Antonina smiled sweetly. Uncle Dmitriev, I toast you too. Dmitriev then picked up the glass and gulped it all down. Then he looked at Antonina and watched her drink it all in one breath. Then he smiled with satisfaction. Come on, let's have another drink. This old pervert actually wanted to force Antonina to drink. However, Antonina graduated from the 4th school and received professional training. How could she not drink more than him? After 3 glasses of wine, Antonina remained calm, but Dmitriev felt a little dizzy. No, I just don't believe I can't drink more than you. Uncle, where are we going to take this afternoon? Qin Chuan reminded Dmitriev with one sentence that he still had important things to do and couldn't drink too much. So Dmitriev could only answer, take the bases to 104 passenger plane. This type of aircraft has not been retired yet. Qin Chuan expressed that he was a little scared. After all, 10 years ago, it was this kind of passenger plane that wiped out the top brass of the Pacific Fleet. 10 years ago, the Russian Navy was conducting exercises in the West, and the Pacific Fleet was in the limelight. The senior officers of the fleet were very excited and boarded the 104 passenger plane to return to the Far East. Unexpectedly, it crashed just after takeoff, and no one survived. In just 8 seconds, 2/3 of the senior officers of the Pacific Fleet died. Even the fleet commander and the political committee member were not spared. After that, the plane became notorious. What are you afraid of? Dmitriev smiled. If you are afraid, then bring a few bottles of vodka. We will continue drinking on the plane. The Pacific Fleet base is located on the seashore, and behind the base, at the foot of the mountain, is an aviation base. Various aircraft can be seen on the apron exposed to the wind and sun, and many of them are rusted. This time we came here for the nuclear reactor. Next time, we can use canned shirts or something to exchange for a few planes to go back. With the pride of a trader, Qin Chuan boarded the Tu-104 passenger plane. The cabin was very spacious. With just a few of them, a small plane would be enough. On the one hand, they are extremely poor, and on the other hand, they are wasteful. This is the real Russian people. Qin Chuan was lost in thought as he stared at the scenery outside the cabin. Antonina suddenly whispered in Chinese, "Boss Qin, Dmitriev has gone to the bathroom. Do I need to use the skills I learned in school?" Antonina was experienced and could tell at once that Dmitriev had feelings for her. She also didn't mind showing off in front of her new boss and coaxing Dmitriev into obedience. Qin Chuan shook his head. "No, Tanya, when you go to the East, learn more about Eastern philosophy. What you can't get is the best. You should have learned psychology at Yin Z school. You can't rush into it now. The other party will lose his appetite after eating. You have to take your time and whet his appetite first." "Good. Tanya, do a good job. I'm counting on you." "Yes." Dmitriev came out of the bathroom, still looking at Antonina with lustful eyes. "Uncle Dmitriev, are you tired? Sit down and I'll give you a massage. You can touch him, but you can't make close contact, just to keep him on tenterhooks." Of course, Nina has learned these methods. Along the way, Dmitriev was served very comfortably and was in a good mood. As night fell, the plane landed at the Naval Aviation Base in Kamchatka. Kamchatka means a very remote place in Russian. It is bordered by the Pacific Ocean in the east, the Sea of Okhotsk in the west, and the Kuril Islands and the mainland in the north and south. It is also called the end of the world because of its unique geographical location. Although it is at a high latitude, it is surrounded by the sea, so the climate in the coastal areas is humid and cool, and the vegetation is lush. There are also many active volcanoes on the peninsula, which looks pristine. Although it is a peninsula, it has no ground passage, and all travel is by ship and plane, all of which are military and highly confidential. If it were the era of the Red Empire, Qin Chuan would definitely not have come. Now all you need is money. Looking at the Tu-22 at the airport, Qin Chuan's eyes were full of excitement. He would buy them back when he had the chance. The submarine base is in Vylyachinsk, opposite which is Petropavlovsk, the largest city on the Kamchatka Peninsula with a population of about 200,000. In China, this is just a county town or even a big town. But in the Far East, this is the fourth largest city, the only city in the world built on a hill and surrounded by volcanoes on all sides. Vylyachinsk is located on the seaside, with long piers extending into the sea. Some large sharks are parked on the piers. Of course, these are just what you see from the outside. There is no telling how many submarines there are in the caves inside. When American reconnaissance satellites passed by, they often saw that this place was empty, but that was before 1991. Now, the dock here is almost full of submarines. The fallen silencing tiles make the submarine's surface look mottled and hideous. The former war machine has now become scrap metal, and that powerful empire has disappeared in the long river of history. However, Qin Chuan likes it. Chapter 84. We have principles. The pristine Kamchatka Peninsula will surely be praised by many environmentalists. But as our ancestors said, when you are well fed and warm, you will think about sex. If basic material needs are not met, who would be so idle as to care about the environment? During the Red Empire era, although the people assigned here were like exiles, they at least had a good income and abundant daily necessities. When many places in the country began to line up to buy food, they still provided open supplies. As long as they can drink a glass of vodka every day, the Russians feel that their life is perfect. But now, the old Russians who remain on the island are all listless. They often look out at the sea from afar, looking forward to ending this monotonous life where wages are often delayed. This was the scene Qin Chuan saw. The guards casually slung their guns behind their backs, their clothes were disheveled, and their hats were crooked. Those who were not on duty lay lazily in the dormitory, and the sound of the television could be heard from inside. These were specially allocated by the Russians in order to enrich the cultural life here. However, due to poor quality, many of them became unusable after a few years. Of course, there are a few who live a comfortable life, such as Dmitriev's assistant Balikov who stayed here. When the plane landed, he ran to greet him enthusiastically. He got in the car, and on the way to the base, Dmitriev drove while he excitedly told Dmitriev about recent events. The funds for the maintenance of the K-284 submarine have been allocated from above. These funds have just arrived at the Northeast Maintenance Center. Everyone thinks that half of them should be used to pay salaries. If not, no one will have the energy to work. K-284 the first of the Type 971 third-generation Russian attack nuclear submarines, codenamed Akula class in the West, has a smooth appearance, just like a huge shark underwater, especially the command tower, which has a smooth transition. It is a new generation of nuclear submarines produced by the Russians in the 1980s. The first boat, K-284, was officially put into service at the end of 1984. It has been 10 years since then, and it is time for an overhaul. In order to facilitate maintenance, the Russians set up a Northeast Maintenance Center directly next to the Vilyachinsk submarine base, which is under the responsibility of the Pacific Fleet and also controls the funding. Although the funds allocated from above were for repairing submarines, the Russians have always been very bold. Funds are in hand. Fill the hole first. Especially the soldiers' salaries, which have been in arrears for a long time, they can justifiably embezzle the money to pay salaries. Half is paid as salary. What about the other half? There must be other plans in mind, but as for K-284, which is waiting for repairs, no one cares. Anyway, Russia's military budget is so tight that it can't support the scale of the Navy in the Soviet era. It will be tied to the dock of the Northeast Maintenance Center first, and will be repaired when there is money in the future and retired when there is no money. Chinchuan's mind was moved. This Type 971 is the main submarine currently in service of the Russians. With an underwater displacement of more than 9,000 tons and a 200-megawatt nuclear reactor, it can reach a high speed of 35 knots underwater, and it is also very quiet underwater. If we could get it back, forget it. The excuse I gave was to take one back and disassemble it to use as a nuclear power plant, but I never said I wanted to take one back to run it. This is the first time I do business, so I have to be honest and trustworthy. If I reveal too much desire, I might get into unnecessary trouble. Little brother, do you want this one? If you do, we'll report a production accident and destroy this submarine. Dmitriev said to Chinchuan. Along the way, Li Jianxi was still wondering, if we buy a submarine and bring it back, what will the Russians do? After all, it is not allowed to be seen in public, so why should we report it to our superiors? Who would have thought that the Russians were so bold as to destroy this submarine through a production accident? No need, Chinchuan said. We just want to get a few nuclear submarines with a few years of nuclear fuel left and use them as power stations. We can't get advanced equipment that is currently in service, and there is no need for that. Dmitriev nodded. Then let's get a 671. We have a lot of retired models here, and some are in good condition. Balikov, drive directly to the dock. The submarine dock is long and slender, as if it extends into the depths of the sea. On both sides of the dock, there are large rusty sharks docked. Type 671, the second-generation main nuclear submarine of the Russians, codenamed Victor by NATO, is divided into three types according to the production years. The early production type was only 93 meters long, with an underwater displacement of less than 5,000 tons. The later production type was 106 meters long, and its underwater displacement increased to more than 7,000 tons. From a construction of the first submarine in 1963 to the launching of the last submarine in 1991, this type of submarine was produced for nearly 30 years, with a total output of up to 50 submarines. You know, this number is already more than the total number of nuclear submarines of the other three countries except the United States. Moreover, the service period is very long. The first submarine produced in 1963 was not retired until 1991. Subsequent submarines were also retired after entering the 1990s. Almost all of the early models were retired around 1993. This is a spectacular sight to behold at the pier. In the Red Empire era, the Russians only cared about making them and never considered how to deal with them when they were scrapped. It was just like the electric cars of later generations. They were environmentally friendly when they were running, but what to do with the batteries when they were scrapped? We'll figure out when the time comes. When the Red Empire collapses and a large number of nuclear submarines are retired, the Russians will not be able to handle so many submarines. Even if they have the ability to do so, they still need money. The one in the best condition is K-517. Once this submarine is resealed, it can be put into combat immediately. The car stopped at the dock, and Balikov pointed to a submarine nearby and said, "I'll take you in to have a look. If you like it, this is it." No, no, no. Chinchuan waved his hand quickly. "You can use this submarine at any time. We can't take it. Although my uncle is the commander, we can't do something that harms our own interests. Find someone else." Then K-513. Balikov said, "The one next to it was put into service in 1977, refueled once in 1987, and then sailed for 3 years. After 1991, it stopped here. The nuclear reactor inside can still be used for at least 7 years. Well, let's take this one. Qin Chuan nodded. Please take out the weapons inside to avoid leaks. Tear it down? Is it our turn? Balikov shook his head. After docking here, we welded steel bars to the outside of the hatch and added a lock. However, 2 months later, the lock was pried open and a lot of precious metals inside were stolen. Is there no sentry? Li Jianqi couldn't help but ask. Qin Chuan smiled and said, needless to say, it was most likely the sentry who did it. Chapter 85. Bringing back a nuclear submarine. Later, we put up a sign outside saying that the submarine's nuclear reactor was malfunctioning and the radiation level exceeded the limit, so no one dared to come in. Balikov said, the key confidential parts have been dismantled, so it's okay for you to drive away. Can you still dive? This is what Qin Chuan is worried about. Whether or not the submarine can dive is related to how to transport it back. The diving devices are all mechanical, so they can still dive, but they need professionals to operate them. Can you find me some submarine soldiers? Qin Chuan said, I will pay them a high enough salary and ask them to help drive the submarine back. Of course, no problem. Balikov said, I'll go find it now, and we can set off in 2 hours. The process of a submarine going to sea is very complicated. It needs to be equipped with various materials, arrange various tasks, and make various plans. After the nuclear reactor is started, the boiler also needs to be slowly heated up. Only when everything is ready can it set off. The formal process takes at least 3 days. But that's just the normal situation. Now we're selling scrap metal, so there is no need for complicated processes. The nuclear reactor is started up and preheated for 2 hours, and then the steam is available, and we can start driving. As for daily necessities, we just need to load a few large boxes of bread, ham, mineral water, etc. Of course, vodka is indispensable. A lot can be done in 2 hours. After everything was arranged, Dmitriev looked at Antonina with his lustful eyes again. Tanya, you gave me a very nice massage on the plane. Can you come to my office and give me another massage? Antonina looked at Qin Chuan. Of course, no problem. Tanya, give Uncle Dmitriev a good massage and come back in 2 hours. Yes. Tanya followed Dmitriev, twisting her hips, and Balikov drooled at the sight. The Kamchatka Peninsula is almost entirely populated by men. There are very few women, and most of them are old and fat women. Young and beautiful ones are very rare. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Chuan took out a small notebook, wrote something, and handed it to Balikov. Mr. Balikov, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Balikov took it. It was a check for $10,000. His heart started beating violently. How can this be so embarrassing? The commander is still your uncle. You should take it. You've had a very hard night. Thank you very much. Balikov put the check for $10,000 into his pocket and smiled even more brightly. If you need any help, just let me know. Without. In the office, Dmitriev enjoyed the beauty's massage, closed his eyes comfortably, and touched herself randomly with his hands. Tanya, your hands are so comfortable. You serve me now, and then I will serve you and make you feel so comfortable that you will reach heaven. Uncle Dmitriev, I'm Mr. Chin's secretary, not the kind of person you think. Antonina pushed Dmitriev's hand away and said seriously, please respect yourself. If you don't agree, I will kill all 3 of you and throw you into a volcano, making you disappear without a trace. Antonina's hands trembled. Uncle Dmitriev, please don't joke. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Why don't you take the initiative? Antonina's body began to tremble, and her hands began to unbutton her clothes with trembling hands. Looking at her actions, Dmitriev suddenly laughed. Haha, Tanya, I was just joking with you just now. Come on, continue the massage. 2 hours later, at the pier, Dmitriev stood on the dock, watching the black shark slowly leave the port and wave goodbye to Qin Chuan, who was standing on the command tower with half of his body exposed. He waited until the submarine completely disappeared in the dark night before returning to the office and picking up the phone. Commander, I have tried to inquire about it. They really just won't buy it back to use as a power plant. They're not interested in our advanced nuclear submarines. They only want to buy the one with the most nuclear fuel, and they also took the initiative to ask for the removal of weapons from it. Oh, and they didn't use the beauty trap on me. That woman is really beautiful. I almost wanted to make a real move. Do we need to sink them? The man on the other side thought for a moment and said, You idiot. Don't you know which is more important? A full meal or a full meal? This trip was a bit reckless. After all, the Russians had no principles. It was possible that they would take the money and then not do the job, or even kill Qin Chuan and the others directly. However, Qin Chuan was sure. Because he knew the greed of the Russians, he said that he had bought things from Ermao before, and this time he brought 1 million cash directly to Damao. What about next? We will continue to do business in the future. If we are short of generators, we will move nuclear submarines. If we are short of scrap steel, we will move warships. If we are short of things to keep warm, we will move airplanes. Is $1 million too much? Qin Chuan can bring him countless millions of dollars in profits in the future. Now it's just the beginning. The 671 submarine has a crew of more than 90 people, but among these people, they are responsible for various different systems. Some are at the steering, some are in the engine room, some are operating torpedoes, and some are listening to sonar, and they have to work in 3 shifts. Now, there are only 12 people on the entire submarine, which can meet the basic operating requirements. Don't think about anything else. You don't have to do anything. Just drive the submarine back safely. The person in charge of the command was called Remus, who used to be the deputy captain of the 671 submarine. Later, the submarine never went out to sea again, and he went ashore and had nothing to do. Now he's back in the submarine, and he is very excited. Attention! We are sailing southwest according to Route 87. After saying that, Remus raised his head, tilted his neck back, and took a mouthful of vodka into his mouth. Maintain a silent speed of 10 knots. After saying that, he took another sip of wine and looked at the periscope. Everything is normal at sea. No one will come to this damn place. Brother Remus, you go ahead and take care of yourself. I'll leave the captain's room to you. I'll go to the torpedo room in front to sleep. Boss, aren't you afraid? What are you afraid of? I'll give you the submarine. I feel very relieved. The submarine has a narrow space, and the largest captain's room is only 3 or 4 square meters. After all, every inch of space is valuable. So if you want to find a spacious place, it would be the torpedo compartment. Anyway, there are no torpedoes inside, so we can do square dance and stay away from the engine room. Li Jianxi and Antonina followed Qin Chuan forward, and when they saw that there was no one around, they spoke in a low voice. Qin, that Dmitriev wanted to do it with me, but I didn't agree. In the end, he didn't force me, and he smiled and said it was a misunderstanding. What's going on here? Well, that's right. Qin Chuan said, it's not that easy for him to get it. We have to whet his appetite. Brother Chuan, I still can't believe that we can actually buy a submarine back. It's just scrap metal. Qin Chuan said, let's go straight to the beach when we get back. Cut off the front part first, dismantle it into several pieces, and only keep the back part for reconstruction. This is such a pity, isn't it? If this is donated to the Navy, then let's not even think about hanging out here anymore. Be careful with the bottles, go around them, and push them open. Qin Chuan said as he pushed open the hatch in front of him, and then his eyes lit up. What's this? Chapter 86, Reception. There were some wine bottles scattered on the ground at the door of the torpedo compartment, some of which were broken. If they were not cleaned up, they would easily scratch people, so no one should have come in here. Now it seems that these bottles of wine are not just for the Russian sailors to drink, but also to prevent others from entering in order to cover up the contents. A large object appeared in Qin Chuan's sight. This thing is about 7 or 8 meters long and cylindrical in shape. It is round at the front and has rudders and propellers at the back. You can tell at first glance that it is a torpedo. The Russian submarines have all been retired, but there are still torpedoes inside. How chaotic is their management? Qin Chuan walked in and looked at this big guy. The center of its belly was hollowed out and the cables inside could be seen. It was obvious that this was an electric torpedo, and the most expensive silver zinc battery inside had been stolen and sold. Torpedoes travel underwater, and their power systems are also special. Electric torpedoes are a common method because they do not require oxygen. Initially, lead-acid batteries were used, but these were heavy and had little electrical energy, so later on, they were replaced with silver zinc batteries. As the name suggests, one of the electrodes is made of silver. The common button battery is the silver zinc battery, which only requires a thin sheet. The gap in front of you is equivalent to the battery pack of 3 electric bicycles, and the silver zinc batteries inside are also expensive. There are a few Russian letters written on the tail of the torpedo, 65, which translates to set, 65 in English. This is the main acoustic self-contained electric torpedo used by the Russians in the 1970s and 1980s. After being launched, the torpedo can find the target by listening to the sound. It is quite advanced. It doesn't matter if the battery is lost, we can replenish it when we go back. But the other parts of this torpedo are quite important, especially the seeker. Qin Chuan was delighted, thinking he had found a treasure. At the same time, he was relieved that the electric torpedo was okay. If it was a thermal-powered torpedo, then he would have to worry about whether or not the thing would explode. The Kursk was destroyed by a hydrogen peroxide torpedo, and all the people on board died. Brother Chuan, what is this? It's nothing, just a piece of junk, not worth much. Qin Chuan said, glancing at Antonina, who followed in. Tanya, we'll be staying here for the next few days. Antonina looked at Qin Chuan, then at Li Jianxi. The three of us together? Well, that's also possible. I can serve both of you at the same time. What are you thinking about? Qin Chuan was helpless. It's just the most ordinary rest. Tanya, you have performed well on this journey. After you go back, you could go back to the travel agency first, and I will find you when I need you next time. I may need to visit the Russians frequently in the future, so you can wait for my call at any time. In fact, Antonina was really troubled about how to arrange it. She had already been exposed to many of her secrets, and she should have kept them with her. What if she said something wrong when she went out? But now Antonina still doesn't know Qin Chuan's true situation, his specific identity, his relationship with the big guys, etc. If she keeps it by her side, she will be able to find out Qin Chuan's background quickly. After all, he is a former KGB member. Boss Qin, I want to be your personal secretary. Well, we'll have to wait. In the future, my company will set up a special public relations department. At that time, I will ask you to be the head of the public relations department, responsible for establishing various relationships. Good. By the way, there are some rules for using the toilet on a submarine. After we have rested enough, I will take you to learn how to use the toilet. Submarine soldiers live underwater and have to solve the problems of eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. Going to the toilet is very important. It is not as simple as pressing a button to flush. It is necessary to open the valve. If it is opened incorrectly, seawater will flow back in and the submarine will sink. This kind of thing has actually happened in history. The submarine was constantly sailing, almost always underwater during the day, and only surfaced to the snorkel depth at night. Remus would also raise the periscope at this time, use star navigation to determine the specific position, and correct navigation errors. Heading southwest, passing through the Ryukyu Islands, we are about to enter the waters of our motherland. On the sea, a brand new warship is cruising. Its bulwarks on both sides are tall and connected to the superstructure. There are 6 huge barrel launchers in front of the bridge. As long as people who are familiar with it see these 2 obvious features, they will know that this is the Eastern Navy's most advanced missile frigate, the 053 H-2G type. Below the bow, the word 540 is clearly spray-painted. This is the Navy's newest air defense frigate, which was commissioned just last year. On the bridge, First Officer Wang Jinlong said curiously, "Captain, we have been patrolling this sea area for 3 days. This is not the route for merchant ships, and there are no fishermen. Why have we been hanging around here all the time?" Captain Zhang Yang said in a serious tone, "It's a secret mission assigned by our superiors. Where's the sonar soldier? Did he hear anything?" Report, everything is normal underwater. Continue to supervise. Yes, there's a submarine underwater here. Should we just sit back and wait for it? Wang Jinlong looked around curiously. It was just nightfall, and under the moonlight, a faint light was glowing on the sea. At this moment, suddenly, the seawater nearby made a splashing sound. A huge shark emerged from the water. Attention, switch to anti-submarine operations immediately. Where are the shipborne helicopters? Take off quickly. After a moment, Wang Jinlong reacted. What's the big deal? Zhang Yang said. The threat is posed by submarines underwater. Now that the submarine has surfaced, give some shouts. Shout a few times? Wang Jinlong still couldn't recover from the shock. This submarine might have caught up with them a long time ago. It was very quiet. If they wanted to launch a sneak attack, their warships would have sunk long ago. The submarine's command tower is very smooth, and there is something like a cannon head at the tail. If he guessed correctly, this should be Type 671, the main nuclear submarine of the Russians. Seeing a head popping out from the command tower opposite, Zhang Yang shouted, "The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves forward." The other side also shouted, "The previous wave died on the beach." Brother, do you want vinegar? Of course, if you don't drink vinegar, can you still be considered an old man? What's this code? Wang Jinlong was still in shock. Zhang Yang said, "Okay, we're matched. We're in front and they're behind. Let's take them back." On the other side of the submarine, Li Jianxi was also confused. Brother Chuan, is this what you said when you called the Navy that day? Yes. If we don't make it clear in advance and drive the Russian submarine back, we will be in big trouble. If discovered, there is no telling how many warships and planes will come over to cause trouble. If not discovered, and the submarine is driven to the beach and dismantled by ourselves, and the superiors find out, it will be even more troublesome, and we may even have to eat peanuts. So, please ask them to take over. What if we don't accomplish this? Then we can't go back. The Navy will wait here for a few days. If they can't wait any longer, they will go back. Oh, Chapter 87. Encounter with the Director. Before dawn, the huge submarine rushed onto the beach like a suicidal whale. Then, the scaffolding had been prepared on the beach and was set up as soon as the submarine arrived. After daybreak, a shed appeared above the submarine, and nothing could be seen from the sky. Remus, you guys have worked hard. After finishing his work, Qin Chuan looked at the Russians standing on the beach and said, I will arrange your return trip. By the way, do you want to play here for a few days first? We want to stay and help. Remus said, we are very familiar with this submarine and may be able to provide you with a lot of reference advice. Okay, thank you so much. Qin Chuan said, I welcome you to stay. Each person will be paid $50 a day, which will be paid in full when you leave. After work every day, drinks will be freely available. Good. In the distance, Qin Jiangwo, Li Runping, and others stood there with their eyes wide open and their mouths open, unable to utter a word for a long time. Submarine. The two men didn't know the specific model, nor did they know the difference between conventional submarines and nuclear submarines. In short, when they saw this big guy, they had only one thought in their minds. They were deceived by Qin Chuan again. Last time Qin Chuan said he wanted to buy scrap iron, but he ended up buying steel plates for an aircraft carrier. This time he said he was going abroad to buy power generation equipment, but he ended up buying a submarine? Where did this thing come from? Is it illegal? At this moment, the two people's minds were filled with huge shock, and they had completely stopped thinking. Dad, bring us breakfast. We are all hungry. At this moment, Qin Chuan shouted. Okay, right away. Boss, I'll go and help. Antonina took the initiative. Looking at such a blonde girl, Qin Jiangwo and Li Runping were both surprised. Xiaochuan, who is this? I'm Boss Qin's secretary. I'm responsible for taking care of Boss Qin along the way. Oh, soon, the pancakes were served. The Russians had never eaten this breakfast before and were very curious. After they finished eating, Qin Chuan started to greet them. Today, let's first deal with the combustibles inside, drain the fuel, blow it out, and remove the silencer tiles outside. Don't let anything happen. You go to the rear cabin, and we'll go to the front cabin. Shipbreaking is a physically demanding and dangerous job. Not only do you have to worry about being hit by the dismantled submarine, you also have to worry about the flammable materials inside, which may catch fire or explode at any time. Good. The Russians are familiar with the structure of submarines, so it is very convenient to transport them. That night, a bonfire was lit on the beach, and skewers of meat were roasted on it. The Russians ate the meat and drank, and soon became drunk. After the Russians were arranged to stay in the hotel, the person who had been secretly observing outside for a day finally came over. Mr. Qin, you are amazing. You actually managed to get such a big thing. The key is that you only spent about 1 million. Leader Ma of the Qingdao Naval Base said with a smile, it's a pity that he can't join our Navy. Leader Ma, you should know that any equipment needs maintenance and spare parts. Even if this thing reaches the hands of the Navy, it will become a pile of scrap metal because there are no spare parts. What's more, the valuable things inside have been stolen. Do we have to spend a lot of energy to replenish those equipment? Leader Ma nodded. Yes. You are right. The military equipment is a system. We have our own way. However, there's still a lot of good stuff in there. There's a torpedo in the front cabin, which is acoustically guided. The Navy will take it away tonight. There are various equipments in there. If you guys like them, please mark them first. When we dismantle them, try not to damage the equipment. Submarines are different from other warships. There is no outfitting process. When welding the hull, all the equipment must be stuffed in. Otherwise, only the hatch for personnel entry and exit will be left, and it will be impossible to install large equipment. Similarly, when disassembling, you have to cut it open first. Good. Behind Leader Ma, a group of experts strode over. After watching for a whole day, they finally had the chance to touch and see the Russian submarines, which would also be of great benefit to their own submarine design. Engineer Qin, do you really want to convert it into a nuclear power plant? A naval officer in his 30s said to Qin Chuan. This is really a genius idea. Thank you for the compliment. This is just to save money. Qin Chuan said, if we build a 30-megawatt thermal power station, it will cost at least tens of millions of RMB and take 1 or 2 years to build. Moreover, after it is built, we will need a steady supply of coal. The construction cost is one time, but the subsequent usage costs are long-term. Even if my third and fourth uncles open a coal mine, they would still have to buy coal from there at the market price, which would be a huge expense. Now what? Invest once, use it for 7 years, and think about it after 7 years. That's right. It takes a short time, costs little, and the future operating costs are also low. This has opened up a new way of thinking about waste utilization. The other party continued. Moreover, if it is built into a floating power station, if there is any danger, it can be towed to the deep sea without affecting the land. The safety of nuclear power plants is the biggest problem. What if there's a leak? The floating nuclear power plant at sea provides a new idea. If there's a real leak, just tow it away. Your idea is not bad, buddy. What's your name? My name is Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong, the chief of the Strategic Deception Bureau. Qin Chuan's eyes widened immediately. He didn't expect to meet him here. He immediately reached out and shook his hand. Hello, Director. What did you call me? Ahem. I heard that you have seen the Melbourne before. Yeah, I'm lucky. I happen to be at the Qingdao base this time, so I came to take a look at this submarine. Come on, let's go up. A group of people were busy in the submarine. Some were investigating, some were recording, some were moving things, and they left reluctantly before dawn. The torpedoes and other items had been taken away in the middle of the night. After taking a last look at the outline of the submarine, everyone was reluctant to leave. It would be great if I could stay. This is just an old Model 671. Don't be fooled by its impressive appearance. Its performance is not that good. I'll find a chance in the future. Qin Chuan stopped talking quickly. It is not easy to get the Model 971. Mr. Qin, do you want to help make it more advanced? There's a chance. We'll talk about it later when there's a chance. At dawn, the Russians woke up, had breakfast, and came to the beach again. Seeing that the submarine was the same as yesterday, Remus finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why did he drink too much last night? He should have left someone here. Qin Chuan climbed up the scaffolding, picked up the chalk, and drew a line on the outer shell of the submarine. Bring the gas cutter. The flame of the gas cutting was aimed at the hull of the submarine, sparks flew, and a cut appeared on the hull. Remus breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 88. So beautiful that it makes people nosebleed. Although this submarine was sold by Khmelnov, nothing was done to it along the way. However, Khmelnov still had doubts. At the beginning, if Qin Chuan wanted to lead his men to drive the submarine back by himself, he would definitely disappear without a trace halfway. He asked the Russian crew to help him drive the boat to ensure safety on the journey. Moreover, these people actually play a supervisory role. Now, they saw with their own eyes that the submarine was beginning to be cut open, and they were finally relieved. They knew it must be used as a power plant. After all, once it is cut, even if it is welded again, it is impossible to restore its original strength. Special steel requires special welding methods, which Orientals certainly don't know. Everyone take a break. It's time for lunch. While they were busy, a voice came from below. Qin Chuan looked down from the scaffolding with helplessness on his face. Antonina, normally, this woman should have left yesterday, but she stayed here and refused to leave, blatantly acting as Qin Chuan's secretary. If there is no work involved, I will be responsible for daily life, such as eating. Antonina rode one of the factory's tricycles and came all the way from the factory canteen. Although the weather was already cool, the exertion caused beads of sweat to seep out of her forehead, and her white shirt was soaked, revealing her black bra underneath. It was only the 1990s, and most people were still very conservative. Only this Mao girl dared to play seductive game so blatantly. Of course, Qin Chuan has never been interested in the battle-hardened Yanzi. After his rebirth, he only wants to develop and expand the Liang iron and steel plant. There are 2 thermos barrels on the tricycle. One was filled with steam buns, and the other was a stew with large chunks of pork belly floating on top, which looked very appetizing. Here, boss, this is yours. After the food was distributed, Antonina also picked up a portion and sat next to Qin Chuan to eat together. Qin Chuan couldn't help but say, Tanya, you don't have to be like this. How about it? Boss, I'll follow you. If you don't assign me other work, I'll do these first. I like it here. Tanya, I'm not interested in women. Qin Chuan deliberately misled. Antonina looked at Qin Chuan with complicated eyes. Well, it is very challenging, but I am confident. What is the graduation exam of the fourth school? Help old men in their 60s and 70s regain their youth, and help little boys of 13 or 14 experience the mystery of life. As for comrades, it is more difficult, but more fulfilling. In the distance, Qin Zhangwo watched the two people whispering to each other and couldn't help but sigh. The girl who came last time was pretty good. I didn't expect Xiao Chuan still didn't like her. He actually likes foreign women. Not bad. She brings glory to the country. But I don't know if the child will be with him or the other party. As long as it's not black, it should be a mixture of two genes. If it's black, Li Rumping has traveled far and wide and has a wide range of knowledge. He knows all this. The kid has finished eating. Should we take the tricycle over? No. Let her show off so that she can get along with the people in the factory. Ananina rode her tricycle off the beach. I didn't ride far before I got tired. I threw the tricycle aside and walked towards a big tree nearby, unbuttoning my collar. It was hot, so hot. Click, click. Something seems to have fallen from the tree. Ananina didn't care at first. She just touched it casually, and then she felt something red. She put it in front of her nose and smelled it. It smelled like blood. There's something on the tree. She stood up suddenly, took off the hairpin from her hair, and looked at the tree. Who's up there? Get down. Girl, I mean no harm. A skinny monkey jumped down from the tree, covered his nose with his hands, and explained, I just climbed up the tree to pick. What are you picking? Fruit? The fruit on the tree has already been picked. Who are you? My name is... I'm a translator. I know many languages. Then, quickly switching to Russian, Takaya Kraswow. Thank you. Ananina smiled. Ananina didn't know why the man was in the tree, but she knew that he was not coming for her. After all, she just happened to be sitting there. The other person was hiding in a tree, looking down from above, just able to look down along my collar. And then I started bleeding from my nose. This is my charm. May I have your name? My Russian name is Ivan Ivanov. In order to blend into the context, people who study foreign languages will give themselves a foreign name. This skinny monkey didn't want to reveal his identity, so he said his Russian name. Well, Ivan, will you do me a favor? What favor? I, Ivanov, have gone through fire and water. Help me ride the tricycle back. I'm so tired. Okay, where are you riding to? The steel mill on the hill. The ride to deliver the meal was downhill, and the ride back was uphill, so Antonina really couldn't ride it. My stomachs, bye. He could go somewhere else. It was a treat to be in the company of such a pretty blonde. But you can't go to the steel mill, because the steel plant was where he had been humiliated, and moreover, everyone in the steel plant knew him because his name was Pan Yang. That's right, it's Pan Yang. Pan Yang was not convinced that he had not brought down Lai Yang factory last time he filed a complaint, so when he passed by here again, after completing his translation task recently, he got off the train early and came here to take a look. This glance gave me a shock. That big shed was built to protect against reconnaissance satellites in space. It only covered the top, and for ease of work, there was no cover on the sides. At this time of year, no one comes here to travel, and since we are all family, there is no need to worry about leaks, and it was dismantled in a few days. Unexpectedly, Pan Yang discovered it. Pan Yang was extremely excited as he finally got hold of something that was held hostage against Liang Iron and Steel Plant. They actually brought back a submarine. Is this something they can touch at Liang Iron and Steel Plant? Smuggling arms will definitely cost you money. There was no soldier at the scene, which meant the army didn't know about this matter. Qin Chuan just had to wait. Pan Yang climbed up the tree, looked far away, and saw everything clearly. Unexpectedly, a foreign girl came under the tree. Her fair skin, high mountains and deep canyons, and the endless scenery made him excited. Then, I didn't know why my nose started bleeding. Although he didn't know the origins of this foreign girl, he was looking forward to having some kind of relationship with such a top-notch girl. But now it's time to get down to business. Chapter 89. There's a road to heaven, but you don't take it. Humph, this kind of man is really useless. Antonina looked at Pan Yang, leaving with her hands on her stomach, with a look of disdain on her face. This kind of person is not difficult to deal with, and he may even come up to you and show his affection. As for him suddenly running away, it's probably because, wait, there might be a problem. After all, Antonina was once a swallow, and the string of intelligence was tightly tied, and she soon discovered that something was wrong. She turned the tricycle around and headed towards the beach again. Boss, something's happening. Qin Chuan was still directing everyone's construction work, and didn't care when he saw Antonina coming back. This woman is trying to get close to me and straighten me out? There's someone spying on us from outside. He's skinny, with a pointed face and monkey cheeks. Oh, and he's also a translator who knows a few foreign languages. Qin Chuan didn't take the previous words to heart, but when he heard the last sentence, his face changed instantly. Jianxi, bring the videotape. Although a video was taken last time, it was not played to the public. It was just a handle, and it was enough to have it in hand. If the whole country knew about it, Pan Yang would have just given up. Antonina recognized him the first time she saw the video. Yes, that's the guy. If that's the case, then this person. There was a cold air in Qin Chuan's eyes. You don't want to repent, and you still want to come and cause trouble for me? You are courting death. Boss, do you want me to help? I can sleep with him and then sue him for rape. He will definitely be sent to jail and even be fed peanuts. Antonina said, there's no need to do that. I can just ride out on my motorcycle and make him disappear without a trace. Li Jianxi said, what are you talking about? Qin Chuan said, our country is a society ruled by law. How can we do such a thing? We need to report this matter to the Navy. This Pan Yang is already a spy. Li Jianxi's eyes lit up. The last company to become a spy was the Dongfeng Machinery Factory. Now, that factory has completely disappeared. Now, Pan Yang will also be labeled a spy and will definitely not have a good ending. Pan Yang was full of joy at this time. Finally found evidence of Liang Factory. They actually dare to smuggle arms. They're dead this time. Wait, you can't go to the county town. The Liang Factory is already quite large, and it must have established good relations with the people in the county. If I go directly to the county to report it, it might alert the enemy, and I won't be able to bring Qin Chuan down, and I will get into trouble. We have to change place. Go to the city. Their small Liang Factory is at most doing whatever it wants in the county. There is no one in the city. If I report it, it will be a great achievement. The person in charge in the city will definitely investigate it strictly. With this thought in mind, Pan Yang boarded the bus to the city. When he arrived at the relevant department, it was already time to get off work. Hey, what are you doing? Someone stopped him at the door. I'm from the capital's Foreign Affairs Department. I'm here to report some very important information to your leader. Pan Yang showed his ID. So the guard at the door did not dare to delay and quickly made a phone call. A few minutes later, in an office, Li Gang enthusiastically brought the tea and placed it in front of Pan Yang. Comrade translator, tell me, what do you want to report? Today, I finished my translation work and took a train back to the capital. I got off the train to buy something on the platform, but the train left. The next train would take several hours, so I decided to walk around. Pan Yang had already prepared a story along the way. After all, he couldn't say that he went to Liang Iron and Steel Plant on purpose to cause trouble. It must have been an accidental discovery. I love the sea, so I walked towards the beach. Then, I suddenly found a big shed on the beach. Inside the shed was a big thing. Although I didn't know the specific model, I could tell it was a submarine. Pan Yang said, this submarine is the property of the army, but it has fallen into the hands of a local enterprise. Moreover, it looks like it has been dismantled. This should be a serious crime. Really? Where exactly is it? I'll take people there right away. Li Gang's mind moved. This was truly a great achievement. With this achievement, he might be promoted again. In Liang County, there is a steel plant nearby. Liang County Steel Plant. Isn't this the Liang Steel Plant? Li Gang reacted instantly. This guy was actually reporting on the Liang Steel Plant? In this case. Okay, wait a minute. I'll go get someone and get the paperwork done. Li Gang went downstairs, found an empty room, and picked up the phone. Hello. Are you coming to Liang Iron and Steel Plant? I'm looking for Qin Chuan or Li Jianxi. Me? I'm Li Jianxi's father. Soon, a voice came from inside. Dad, they are busy catching spies here. Please don't make trouble, I'm fine. Bang! The phone was hung up. Li Gang looked grim and dialed the number again. Dad, what's the matter? I'm really busy. Why would I call you if I have nothing to do? You little bastard, you dare to hang up on me. Believe it or not, I will skin you alive. Hey, talk. This time I didn't hang up and put the phone aside. Hello, Uncle Li, I'm Qin Chuan. Finally, a normal person came this time. Xiao Chuan, someone has come to report that your factory is suspected of privately dismantling submarines. This is a serious crime. What is going on? Ooh, he's a journalist named Pan Yang. Really? That's great. An excited voice came from the other side. Uncle Li, send him to Qingdao immediately and let the relevant naval department handle him. He is a spy. Spy? Did any spy come to him to report? Li Gang thought it was unlikely. However, since the person who reported the matter was Liang Iron and Steel Plant, and the army has taken over the case, what else can we say? A smile appeared on the gang's face. Creak. The door opened, and Pan Yang stood up excitedly. Leader Lee, we need to bring more people this time, and try to catch them all. We also need to prepare enough handcuffs. Pan Yang became even more excited when he saw Li Gang picking up the handcuffs. He was already looking forward to seeing them on Qin Chuan's hands. Do you want to go with him and see what Qin Chuan looks like in person? As for whether Qin Chuan would retaliate, humph, I will go back after I finish this matter. Besides, for such a serious sin, you will probably have to eat peanuts, right? Crash. Pan Yang woke up from his fantasy when he felt a cool sensation on his wrist. He was surprised to see handcuffs on his wrist. Leader Lee, you don't have to use me as an experiment. Crash. The other hand was also handcuffed. Let's go. Walk. Pan Yang's mind was full of questions. Leader Lee, these handcuffs should be worn on the hands of criminals. I am here to report. I am not a criminal. Not a criminal. Much more powerful than a criminal, you spy. Spy? What? It's the 1990s now. Where do spies come from? Spies are no longer popular in this era. Chapter 90. Hell has no door. It comes to you. Police comrade, you must have made a mistake. I am here to report the crime. How could I be a criminal? Pan Yang was still shouting loudly in the car. This matter is no longer under our jurisdiction. Li Gang looked at him and said, save your energy now. When you get there, you can confess your crime. Remember our policy. Leniency to those who confess and severity to those who resist. I'm not a criminal. Where are you going to send me? Pan Yang was completely panicked. The police didn't care. So who could it be? The car sped and soon arrived at the relevant department. Looking at the soldiers standing outside, Pan Yang felt endless grievances in his heart. The person who appears here now should be Qin Chuan. The police have no right to intervene in his case. Only the military unit can investigate it. But now, how could it be him? No, there must be a misunderstanding, I am innocent. Pan Yang burst into tears. If you want to repent, go in and tell them. Confession? What should I confess? I am wronged. Oh God, please make it snow soon. Do-ease injustice, it's snowing in June. There was a chilly atmosphere in a small house. When Pan Yang was sitting on an iron bench, a strong light from a desk lamp shone from the opposite side, blinding him so much that he could not open his eyes and could not see who was interrogating him. Name. Didn't I say this when you took over, just now? Pan Yang. My name is Pan Yang, male, 28 years old, ID number. Pan Yang said a lot with an angry look on his face. Age. I've already said it. I'm not a criminal. I'm here to report it. Age. 28. Place of origin. It took more than 10 minutes to finish all these steps, and Pan Yang only felt waves of fatigue. He thought it was humiliating enough last time, but he didn't expect it to be even worse this time. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Okay, now tell me about how you worked for a foreign intelligence agency and deliberately spied on the Liang Iron and Steel plant. Tell me in detail. Foreign intelligence agencies spying on Liang Iron and Steel plant? Pan Yang was instantly chilled. How is it possible I work in the Foreign Affairs Department? I was born under the red flag and grew up in New China. I've been influenced by patriotism since I was a child. How could I betray my country? If you weren't working for a foreign intelligence agency, why would you go to Liang Iron and Steel plant to spy on secrets? If I really was serving overseas, why would I go to the police station to report the case? Pan Yang felt aggrieved, but his brain reacted quickly enough. There was something wrong with this logic. Because you've discovered that you've been exposed, so you want to cover it up. Hearing the powerful words from the other side, Pan Yang's heart instantly turned cold again. This was going to kill him. Otherwise, why would he get off the bus and sneak to Liang Steel plant? Because I was insulted there last time, I want revenge. I want to get those people in, especially Qin Chuan. Pan Yang gritted his teeth as he spoke this. The lies I told at the police station could no longer be used, so I had to tell the truth. Hey, that's a pretty good excuse. So, tell me, there's $3,000 in cash in your dorm locker. What's with all this money? Foreign exchange? Sweat broke out on Pan Yang's forehead. He didn't expect that the money would be exposed. As someone in the Foreign Affairs Department, serving foreigners all day long must be profitable. This money was given to him by foreigners, but he did not hand it over. Unexpectedly, now this money has become evidence of his treason. Tell me the truth. Who are you in contact with? Do you have a future partner? After receiving the report, the relevant departments attached great importance to it. While making an arrest here, they naturally also had to conduct a search on the other side. After this search, Pan Yang will be put in jail for sure. Even if it can be proved in the end that Pan Yang is not a spy, the money will be enough to keep him in prison for more than 10 years. Pan Yang was dumbfounded. At the Liang iron and steel plant, under the cover of night, a group of Russians were drinking happily and soon became drunk. When they were all drunk, Qin Chuan stood up and said, "Humph, there's not a single one who can fight. We're done. Let's call it day." Brother Chuan, my old man, just called and said that Pan Yang has been sent to Qingdao. A simultaneous search was conducted in the capital, and a large amount of foreign currency was found in that guy's home. This is enough to make him suffer. Qin Chuan nodded. Well, this guy dares to cause trouble for us. Let him go in and reform himself. Brother Chuan, you are awesome. You solved the big problem with just one phone call. It's just SOSO. Boss Qin Chuan looked at the beautiful big foreign horse and said, Tanya, go back to sleep. You don't need to deliver food tomorrow. You can go back. Boss Qin, I'm not leaving. Ananina said, go back tomorrow and bring back my Audi. Aren't you going to be my secretary in the future? How can you do without a car? Resign there and continue to work for me. By the way, there's another task for you. Yes. Ananina smiled. In order to show off, Qin Chuan drove directly to Bingsheng. Before leaving, he parked the car at the Bingsheng boiler factory. Later, he came back directly without going to Bingsheng, so the car was left there. Now it's time for someone to drive the car back. Capital, Foreign Affairs Department. Early in the morning, Yang Shui got up to run. The early morning sun shines on the corridor of the courtyard and on her slender figure. A girl who is exercising is the most beautiful. Xiao Xue, have you heard? Something happened to Pan Yang. A colleague who was jogging in the morning came over and talked as he ran. What happened? I heard that he took money from foreigners, worked for them, went to some place to collect intelligence, and was discovered. This guy is in trouble. He might have to eat peanuts. Yang Shui was stunned. I guess my boss will have to hold a meeting at work today to emphasize discipline. We are working for the country as interpreters for foreigners. We must not have more interactions with foreigners, especially not accepting money or things from them. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves later. At this moment, a middle-aged man in uniform came over and said, Hello, I'm from the National Security Department. I want to find out about Pan Yang's situation. Pan Yang usually likes foreign countries and often talks about how wonderful foreign countries are. I think he has long wanted to betray his motherland. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Shui again. What do you think? Pan Yang is a bourgeois man who likes foreign countries. But to say that he is a spy for foreigners. Yang Shui shook her head. I don't think it's possible. Maybe you are wrong. Although Yang Shui usually looked down on Pan Yang and was very disgusted with Pan Yang's persistence, Yang Shui did not think that Pan Yang would really commit treason. Chapter 91. From today on, we can use electricity for free. A week later, the front part of the Type 671 nuclear submarine has been cut into several large pieces, and the back has also been cut off for several meters. The tail rudder, propeller, and other parts have been removed, leaving only the power compartment. In the 1960s and 1970s, the Russians' nuclear reactor technology was not advanced enough, so the Type 671 nuclear submarine had to use 2 nuclear reactors in order to achieve sufficient speed. Due to the insufficient cross-sectional area of the nuclear submarine, the 2 nuclear reactors were arranged front and back. This results in the power compartment being very large, and almost the entire area from the command tower to the rear is the power compartment. The 2 nuclear reactors drive the 2 steam turbines, which are then connected together through reduction gears and drive the propeller at the tail through a drive shaft. This is also the conventional design of nuclear submarines, and the huge reduction gear is the main source of noise. Later, with the popularity of pump jet propulsion, steam turbines were used to drive generators and then transmit electrical energy to the tail. If it is a future design, it can be used directly as a power generation equipment, but now it is necessary to connect a generator at the back. Okay, the project will stop here for now. We will install the generator after it arrives. Qin Chuan looked at the remaining parts and said, Next, let's start it and use it for the time being. Brother Chuan, there is no generator inside. How can we use it? There is no main generator inside, but there is an auxiliary generator. The propulsion of a submarine requires most of the energy from a nuclear reactor. More than 90% of the energy is supplied to the propeller at the tail, but electricity is also needed inside the submarine. Lighting requires electricity. Sonar and other equipment require electricity. The fresh water required is also produced by electricity, and even the oxygen needed internally is obtained by electrolysis of water. Therefore, even if there is no electric propulsion system on the submarine, it must have a huge power supply. The Russian warships originally used a DC power supply system, and their submarines also used DC power before. It was only on the Type 671 that three-phase AC power was used for the first time. Two special steam turbine generator sets can generate 380 volts, 50 hertz alternating current, which is exactly the same as ordinary household electricity. The advantage is that if the light bulb on the submarine is broken, you can directly use the light bulb on land. After the submarine docks, if the nuclear reactor is shut down, it can also be connected to the land power to ensure normal power supply needs. The advantage now is that Qinchuan will have electricity supply immediately. Auxiliary generator? How much electricity can it generate? Remus, what is the power generation capacity on this submarine? Two generators, each generating 2,000 kilowatts of electricity. 2,000 kilowatts, or 2 megawatts. 2 equals 4 megawatts. The auxiliary power on a submarine is so abnormal. If the main power system is used to generate electricity, it would be even more incredible. Connect the cables and start a nuclear reactor. That will be enough for our entire factory. From today on, we can use electricity for free. The cables are connected, the transmission lines are laid, and the nuclear reactor is started. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Amid the crackling sound of firecrackers, Qin Chuan held a long pole and pointed it at the gate. Click! It's on, our lights are on. The line switch was successful. We finally have our own electricity supply. We don't have to worry about power outages anymore. Everyone became excited. Jianxi, hurry up, go set off the firecrackers. The sound of firecrackers crackled, and a new era for Liang iron and steel plant arrived. Didi. At this moment, a familiar horn sounded outside, and a car with 4 circles on the front drove in. When Qin Chuan saw the car, he winked at Li Jianxi. So Li Jianxi walked up to Yu Hongxin and said, You gone, you gone. Yu Hongxin was curious. What's wrong? Our Audi is back. I know. There's a surprise for you from Brother Chuan in the car. What surprise? You'll know after you see it. Yu Hongxin walked over curiously. At this moment, the car door opened and a middle-aged woman got out of the car. Yu Hongxin was shocked instantly and then ran over quickly. Dad. A pair of children got out of the car, saw Yu Hongxin, and immediately ran over. Yu Hongxin squatted down, picked up the younger one, kissed the child in the face a few times, then held the older one's hand, and her eyes suddenly became moist. Why are you here? This Annie said she's here to pick us up to find Dad. Dad, this car is so comfortable to sit in, the little kid said in a baby voice in Yu Hongxin's arms. Yu Hongxin looked behind him and saw Qin Chuan looking at him with a smile. Mr. Yu, long-term separation is not good for the couple and the children. I will bring them over and reunite with you. I will also help coordinate the children's schooling. You will live here from now on. My wife and children are here. How can I leave in the future? The people in front of the car also got out. Antonina sat in the passenger seat, and the driver was a tall, old Russian. Ivan, Boss Qin, Ivan also wants to follow you. So, Antonina looked at Qin Chuan with some concern, fearing that Qin Chuan would not agree. Okay, let's do it together. Qin Chuan nodded. Bring your family members to Liang as well. I will arrange accommodation for them. He will definitely go to the Russians more often in the future. Although the benefits are huge, it is also very dangerous. Li Jianxi is still a little bit lacking. If he encounters someone pointing a gun at his head, he will probably wet his pants. The people trained by the KGB are still very strong in combat. As for their loyalty, it can also be cultivated slowly. Now, give them some unimportant tasks and do not let them get in touch with the secrets of the Liang factory. These days, in Antonina's eyes, Qin Chuan is very powerful, can easily solve various problems, and his background is unfathomable. But she didn't know that Qin Chuan was just taking advantage of the power of others most of the time. When I went back to the travel agency to resign, I happened to meet Ivan. Ivan also decided to follow Boss Qin. It was obvious that this boss was going to do big things, and there was a future in following him. Now, what should we arrange for them to do first? Just when Qin Chuan was still hesitating, suddenly, a person ran in from outside with a somewhat panicked voice. Xiao Chuan, your uncle has been beaten up. Go and help him. Uncle San. Qin Chuan looked at Qin Jianmin, who was running over, with a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? During this period, Qin Chuan has been busy, so Qin Jianmin and Qin Jianan were embarrassed to disturb Qin Chuan. After the procedures for opening the mine were completed, the two of them went to prepare enthusiastically. The first day was fine, but today is the second day, and unexpectedly someone came to make trouble and beat people. After listening to Qin Jianmin's introduction, Qin Chuan frowned and planned to go there in person, but then he glanced at the person in front of him and said, Ivan, come on, come with me. I'll go too. Antonina volunteered. Chapter 92. Bully the Weak and Fear the Strong. 10 miles west of Liang Iron and Steel Plant and north of Zayajayaga village. This mountain has belonged to us, Zayajayagu, since ancient times. You cannot mine it without our consent. That's right. The coal inside is all from Zayajayagu. Qin Jinan, who do you think you are? We have the official documents issued by the higher authorities. This hilltop does not belong to you, Zayajayagu. It belongs to the country. At this time, Qin Jinan was pressed to the ground by two big men, his face rubbing against the ground, covered in blood. However, he remained firm. You guys are idle and do not work properly. Now that you know there is coal here, you come snatch it from me? We have already completed the formalities. Qin Jinan, don't forget that you also came from the mountains. Humph, your eldest brother built a steel mill and became rich, right? Let me tell you, if you want to mine the coal mines beneath our feet, we have the final say. The leader Zhao Dei sat on a stone with a smug look on his face. Go back and tell your eldest brother that if you want to mine, it's fine. Our Zayajayaga village will own 70% of the shares, and you will own 30%. All the people digging coal inside must be from our Zayajayaga village, and each of them will be paid 100 yuan a day. Bullshit. You are robbing me in broad daylight. Ouch. The big man Zhao Delong standing by kicked Qin Jinan in the stomach, and he screamed. At this moment, a sharp brake sound was heard outside. Brother, it's a sedan. The first four circles look so high class. Could they be a leader? Humph, what are you afraid of? A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. We have the final say here. Zhao Dei stood up and looked at the people getting off the car. Hey, foreigners. How could there be foreigners? People who are domineering at home all have one characteristic. He is very powerful against his own people, like a tiger, but becomes timid when seeing outsiders and is more obedient than a lamb. Two foreigners got off the car, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty. This couple, Zhao Dei forced a smile on his face and took out a soft Zhonghua cigarette from his pocket. This was the cigarette Qin Jiamin handed to them just before the fight, out of a desire for peace. Then Zhao Dei slapped him in the face and snatched the cigarette away from him. Now, Zhao Dei ran over quickly, bowed and nodded to the foreman. At the same time, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the white chest of the foreign woman with his peripheral vision. Dear foreign guest, what brings you to our Zayajayaga village? Before Ivan could make a move, Antonina next to him suddenly raised her long legs and kicked Zhao Dei in the face. Antonina was wearing high heels. The heel of the shoe instantly stabbed into Zhao Dei's face, leaving a hole in his cheek. As the sole of the shoe slid down, it scratched the shape of a fish gill on his face. Zhao Dei fell to the ground, covering his face and rolling on the ground, screaming sharply. It's so cruel. Such a foreign woman is so cruel. Everyone in Zayajayaga village was stunned. Zhao Delong raised his head, looking at the foreign woman with fear in his eyes and at the blood stained on her high heels. She walked up to Zhao Dei and kicked him between his legs. Boom! There was a sound of something exploding. Zhao Dei's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Leave the rest to me. Ivan spoke and walked over slowly. Suddenly, he took a few steps and started to speed up. At this time, Zhao Delong felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to step back, Ivan suddenly raised his legs and kicked him directly. Bang, snap. Zhao Delong's body flew backwards, and the sound of broken ribs was heard at the same time. Bang! Zhao Delong's body fell to the ground. He spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. At this time, the two big men who were holding Qin Jinan had already let go of their hands and rushed towards Ivan with their fists clenched. However, Ivan was very fast. He kicked Zhao Delong in the last second and appeared in front of the two of them in the next second. This time he changed his hands into fists and punched the two big men in the face. Bang! Bang! Click! Click! The cheekbones of the two big men were broken and their bodies fell backwards, unable to move. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Where did this foreigner come from? He was so cruel. Every move was crippling. Some people want to run, but their legs are too weak and they can't run. Moreover, running upwards was useless. The only option was to run downwards, and the way downwards was blocked by that brutal foreign woman. There's also an Audi car below. Inside that car should be a big shot they can't afford to offend. What to do? Plop, plop. I don't know who was the first to kneel down, but then everyone else knelt down one after another. Good man, spare us. Yes, how have we offended you? We will change it. Boss. At this moment, a burly woman suddenly ran over from the village, bypassed the Audi car, and ran to Zhao Dei in one breath. Seeing Zhao Dei covered in blood, and then looking at the foreign woman with blood on her shoes, she immediately stretched out her two hands, which turned into two claws. If you dare to touch my man, I will scratch your face. Antonina showed no mercy. She raised her long legs and kicked the woman in the chest. This time, the high heels went straight in and were not pulled out, leaving only her feet in black stockings on the ground. The woman who had just rushed over and screamed to scratch her face fell backwards with her eyes wide open, horror and disbelief on her face. At the entrance of the village, other women saw this scene and trembled in fear, not daring to move like chickens. Qin Jianan wanted to get up from the ground, but his body was in pain and he failed after several attempts. Ivan saw this and quickly helped him up. He finally spoke and said the first words that these people could understand. Boss, who hit you just now? Boss. The two brothers Qin Jiamin and Qin Jianan didn't look very powerful, so when the villagers heard about it, they swarmed over and wanted to take advantage of them. Unexpectedly, he actually had someone under his command, and it was a brutal foreigner. This foreigner could speak fluent Chinese. Everyone in Zhejiang village was dumbfounded. Who hit Qin Jianan just now? It seems like everyone has started fighting. Will he be beaten to a pulp like the others? Thinking of this, they trembled even more violently and begged for mercy again and again. Have mercy! Have mercy! We were just bewildered. We were wrong. We were wrong. We were wrong for not recognizing a great man. We will never dare to do it again. From now on, Qin Jianan will be our boss. That's right, we follow Boss Qin and do whatever he tells us to do. In the Audi, Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Okay, it's almost done. Jian Shi opened the door for me. It's time for us to get out. Chapter 93. Kindness and Severity. When the cold wind blew, a humming sound came from the ravine as if someone was crying. But no one was crying at the scene. There was only deathly silence. Perhaps everyone would really die in the next moment. At this moment, the door of the Audi suddenly opened, and a young man jumped out of the car. Then, he came to the back respectfully and opened the door. Everyone's eyes turned to the car door. The first thing you see is the shiny leather shoes, then the trousers, suit, tie, and finally the head. He has a shiny side-parted hair and wears sunglasses. You can't tell his age. You can only see that he is holding a thick object in his hand and has rings on his fingers, one on each finger. Li Jianxi quickly picked up the lighter and lit Qin Chuan's cigarette. This cigar is not easy to light. The lighter took more than 10 seconds to light. Qin Chuan took 2 or 3 puffs and exhaled a smoke ring. This guy deserves 100 points for pretending. No, 100 points. This kind of scene is only shown in TV dramas. If there's a background music, the one from Shanghai Beach with the rushing and flowing waves would be the most appropriate. Qin Chuan took 2 more puffs of his cigarette, then walked forward slowly. He first squatted next to the woman with high heels on her chest and tentatively put his finger on her nose. Yes, they're still breathing. I told you last time to leave some space for others so that we can meet again in the future. Don't kill them directly. Last time, more than 40 of them died. If they die, who will work for us? Yes, boss. Antonina replied respectfully. Qin Chuan continued to walk forward and came to Ivan. Boss, we are all angry. I'm angry too, Qin Chuan said, and he raised his foot fiercely and kicked a guy who was kneeling beside him. This guy followed Qin Chuan's foot and quickly fell back, shouting, Boss, I was wrong. In fact, Qin Chuan's kick didn't hurt him at all, but Qin Chuan just wanted to create momentum. Since the other party was so tactful, he let it go. Then, he kicked another guy with the second kick. Bang! This guy was not tactful and was knocked down by Qin Chuan's kick. The recoil force made Qin Chuan's leg hurt a little. It's true that my physique is not good. I was just an idler before and never exercised properly. Qin Chuan kicked several people one by one. After he kicked several of them, his legs became numb and he had to stop. Fourth uncle, has anyone ever hit you? I'll help you vent your anger. At this time, Qin Jianan took a break and was able to stand up. He looked at the scenes at the scene, feeling emotional and guilty. He originally didn't want to trouble Xiao Chuan, but he didn't expect that Xiao Chuan would still have to take action. There is still a long way to go in building a society ruled by law. In the 1990s, in mountainous areas, whoever had the bigger fist could be the boss. Qin Jianan knew that Qin Chuan had brought two fierce foreigners with him this time. From now on, the people here would never dare to cause trouble again. Otherwise, they would be crippled, if not killed. Uncle, how do they bully you? We have obtained the formalities from the government, but the people of Zayajega village insist that the mountain belongs to them. If we mine it, we must give them 60% of the shares. 60%? Damn it. Are they going to lie on top of us and drink our blood? Who said that? Say it again. The boss said so. Zhao Dei said so. That's right. Zhao Dei, Zhao Delong, and the others are the ones who instigated us. What boss? In our village, they're just a few hooligans. That's right, boss. We were all blinded by greed and fooled by Zhao Dei and his gang. We will never dare to do that again. Who is Zhao Dei? Everyone's eyes turned to the man at Antonina's feet. Who is Zhao Delong? The big guy looked at the one under Ivan's feet again. Fourth uncle, what other conditions do they have? They also want us to hire their people, paying each of them 100 yuan a day. That was also instigated by Zhao Delong and his gang. That's right, we don't need $100. $10 will do. It doesn't even cost $10. We don't want any money. We are willing to work for the boss. When these guys saw people who were more ruthless than them, they all became good kids. Qin Chuan looked around again. Opening a coal mine means putting your head on the line. 100 yuan a day is not much. Qin Chuan said, come to work in our coal mine, and I will temporarily pay you 100 yuan a day. Qin Chuan's words made everyone dumbfounded again. 100 a day? So high. In 1993, the national average annual salary for employees was 3,236 yuan, less than 300 yuan a month. The salary in the capital was higher, and more than 400 yuan was already very good. It was even lower in rural areas. The average net income of rural residents was 921 yuan, only a few dozen yuan a month. Now what? Can you earn 100 yuan a day? In the best coal mine in Dongshan province, it's good to make 50 yuan a day. There was excitement in their eyes. They could make money, a lot of money. What else could they not be satisfied with? 100 a day, 3,000 a month, more than 30,000 a year. Do it. Boss, let's follow you. Don't worry. We will work hard this time and be worthy of this 100 yuan salary. Qin Chuan nodded. The salary is so high. If anyone dares to be lazy, don't blame me for being rude. You have to pay me back whatever you earn. At this time, Qin Jiamin came hurriedly on a motorcycle. Although Qin Chuan said that he could handle it, Qin Jiamin was still very worried. Looking at everything at the scene, he felt extremely emotional. These people could be controlled by violence alone, but they would definitely not be convinced. But now, Qin Chuan beat them up first, and then gave them a sweet treat, using both kindness and force. In this way, the situation here was completely stabilized. In the future, mining will require a lot of people. If these villagers are excluded, something bad will definitely happen. Now that they can earn 100 yuan a day, will they still have any second thoughts? Boss, what can we women do? We don't want $100, we just want $10 a day. Among the women who had been watching outside, someone finally plucked up the courage to speak. Women, hold up half the sky. Give me 50. Yeah. Thank you, boss. Boss, I can also work in the coal mine. At this moment, a kid in his teens stood up. Get lost. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes at the kids. All of you go to school. If any kid dares not to go to school, I won't let his parents work in the coal mine. If any kid has good grades, I'll give him a reward. Think about it. Is it easy for your parents to work in the coal mine? All of you study hard, get into high school, go to college, and there will be a golden phoenix flying out of the mountain valley. Countless eyes were filled with gratitude. Until now, Qin Chuan finally subdued these people. As for those who were beaten to a pulp, they deserved it. Chapter 94, King of Rolling Mill. Night fell over Zayajaiga village. In the east room of the three dilapidated houses, a dim 15-watt light bulb was lit. Zhao Dei was lying on the bed, covered with a quilt that had countless patches on it. He had woken up and was looking at the ceiling with a pair of empty eyes. The woman next to him was still in a coma, but the village doctor said that it shouldn't be a serious matter and she would be fine after lying down for half a year. Dad, Mom, I'm going to avenge you. Beside the bed, his 20-something son Zhao Fugui held a double-barreled shotgun tightly in his hands, with murderous eyes. He went hunting in the mountains today and missed a fight. Otherwise, he could have shot the other person's head off. Revenge? They are foreigners. Zhao Delong was half lying on a chair nearby, making unclear sounds. If you kill foreigners, there will be no place for you in this vast world. Then we're just going to watch? Zhao Fugui gritted his teeth. These two foreigners are of unknown origin. On the bed, Zhao Dei made unclear sounds, so much so that Zhao Fugue had to lean close to him to hear. Go. Report to the county. No, the county has been bribed by them. You have to go to the city. Report them to the city. Dad, reporting it is too shameful. When you're in the underworld, the most taboo thing is to report to the police. Robbery is considered a hero, and robbing a bank is even more talked about. But if you can't beat others, you go to the police. How can you survive in the future? Take this money, go to the city, and find. There was a stack of money at the bedside, 2,000 yuan. This was the medical expenses Qin Chuan threw to them before he left. If they couldn't be cured, then it would be used as coffin money. Now, Zhao Dei has only this one option. Use money to bribe people and let them vent their anger. That person came here in a car, so he must have a background. It won't be easy to bring him down. Okay. Zhao Fugue took the money, picked up the double-barreled hunting rifle, and strode out. Come back, put down your shotgun. However, Zhao Fugue did not look back. He put on his shotgun and rode on the 28-inch bicycle. Looking for someone? Don't talk nonsense if you can take action. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you will be afraid of kitchen knife. What is there to be afraid of when there are foreigners? A shotgun has 2 barrels, and 1 barrel can kill a foreigner. Finally, it's the boss. Knock them all down. The night wind blew on Zhao Fugue's face. At this moment, his mind was very calm. While riding his bicycle, he was thinking about what to do next. He didn't know that when the bike passed a 3-way intersection, a gloomy face appeared from the other side of the intersection. He kicked his legs a few times, and the motorcycle slid down the mountain road and followed Zhao Fugue in a flash. Hearing the sound behind him, Zhao Fugue turned his head, and then he couldn't open his eyes because of the headlights. Squeeze the clutch, shift gears, release the clutch. Under the push of the vehicle, the motorcycle engine started instantly. The headlights shone on the man carrying the shotgun, and then the accelerator was turned. Bang! How could Zhao Fugue's bicycle withstand the impact of the motorcycle, and it fell over, and there was a cliff next to it. Zhao Fugue's screams rang out in the air. The motorcycle twisted the throttle, continued to move forward, and soon disappeared without a trace. Liang Iron and Steel Plant. Uncle San, Uncle C, this is the age of mechanization. We need to purchase mining equipment and mechanize production. As for the electricity we have a power plant here. We just need to pull the transmission lines over there. Qin Chuan started to make plans. Yes, if we have mining equipment, we can mechanize production, but we don't understand it. I'll go and coordinate. Get the excavators ready first. Blowers and the like must also be deployed properly. We must not have any production accidents. Oh, and our steel plant can produce a batch of support rods. We must not dig in the front and then collapse in the back. Most small coal mines are used to pan for gold at the cost of blood and life. There is nothing inside. They just start digging after finding a coal mine. Landslides, gas, water seepage, dangers are everywhere. Qin Chuan is a practical man and does not want such accidents to happen. Okay, I'll do as you say. Ivan and Aunt Nina will be sent to your side first. We'll talk about it after things stabilize. By the way, where are they? Ivan just arrived and is very curious about this place. He went out for a walk on his motorcycle and will probably be back soon. Antonina's voice rang out. Qin Chuan nodded. It's time to get familiar with the environment. After talking about the coal mine, it's time to talk about the steel plant. Dad, now that we have sufficient electricity supply, it's time to start a new steel production line. Qin Jiangwo nodded. Yes, it's time to put in a new production line. Our existing equipment can no longer meet the demand. Last time you said you wanted an electric furnace of several hundred tons. 300 tons. We have inquired about it. This kind of 300-ton high-frequency electric furnace produced by First Heavy Machinery in China costs about 5 million yuan. The money has been prepared and can be purchased at any time. Li Rumping said. Even Shugong probably doesn't have as much money in its account as their small Liang iron and steel plant. Qin Chuan smiled and said, yes, we need 300 tons of electric furnaces, but that alone is not enough. What else do you want? 260-ton top and bottom blown converters, 1 RHTB vacuum refining unit, 1 LF ladle refining furnace, and 1 ANSOB molten steel refining unit, with a designed annual production capacity of 2 million tons. 200 or 10,000 tons. Everyone was stunned. Moreover, apart from the top and bottom blown converter mentioned above, they have never heard of any other ones. They probably have to purchase them from abroad. How much will that cost? Behind this production line, There's a 5,500 millimeters four-roll double-stand wide and thick plate rolling mill. We roll the 2 million tons of steel in a 5,500 millimeters wide medium and thick plates. 5,500 millimeters? Qin Chuan's words were a little reserved, and everyone was stunned for a while before they suddenly reacted. 5.5 meters in width? My goodness, what needs such a wide steel plate? Yes, such a wide steel plate is not convenient to transport. The lanes on the highway are only 3 meters wide, and at 5.5 meters, it would take up 2 lanes, and it might not even be able to turn. What's the use of such a wide steel plate? Shugong doesn't have a 4-meter wide rolling mill, and we've never heard of a 5.5 meter wide one. Qin Chuan smiled and said, there is no other machine like this in the world. So, with this rolling mill, we can export to the whole world. As for transportation, we are next to the sea, so are we still worried that we can't transport it? The larger the steel plate is, the smaller the gap required for welding. Not only shipbuilding, but also bridge and factory construction require large steel plates. There's always been a blank in this regard in China. The first rolling mill, with a width of more than 4 meters, was owned by Wuyang Iron and Steel Plant in Hunan Province and was put into operation in 1978. The second one was a second-hand equipment imported from Germany by Modu Pagong in the early 1990s with a width of 4,250 millimeters. This year, Anshan Iron and Steel imported a second-hand rolling mill with a width of 4,300 millimeters from an island country, which is already the largest in the country. This situation continued until after the new millennium, when the country began to install rolling mills longer than 5 meters in order to meet shipbuilding needs. The 5.5-meter rolling mill was built in preparation for building aircraft carriers. Number 1 in the world, known as the king of rolling mills. Qin Chuan has become rich and has started to become arrogant. He wants to buy the world's largest rolling mill. Chapter 95, Gasteng Launcher. This is only the first phase of the project, which plans to use scrap steel from shipbreaking for smelting. In the future, private enterprises will be able to purchase iron ore from abroad, and they will also need to equip themselves with large-scale blast furnaces, mineral processing equipment, and coke oven systems so that they can have a one-stop iron and steel-making service. How much will this cost? Li Runping asked cautiously. Not much, about 500 million US dollars. Crash. The notebook and pen in Li Runping's hand fell to the ground. What did you say? $500 million? Our factory can make money, but not that much. Qin Chuan can make money, and he can also spend money, and he is even better at spending money than making money. This is just the first phase of the project. We will have the second and third phases later. Dad, our Liang Iron and Steel Plant will develop into the best steel-making enterprise in the country and among the top 3 in the world. Qin Zhangwo thought of the era of the Great Steel Production Campaign. It seemed that many of the slogans of that era were similar. So he sighed and said, Xiaochuan, let's be down to earth. For example, what are you going to do with those fire trucks you brought back some time ago? Last time Qin Chuan was busy going abroad. The fire truck matter was left to Qin Zhangwo. There were 50 cars in total, costing 35,000 each. After they were bought, they were parked in a corner of the beach, exposed to the sun and wind every day. Qin Zhangwo felt upset when he saw them occasionally. One is enough for us. You buy 50. Isn't that a waste? Fire truck. Looking at Qin Chuan's expression, could it be that he had forgotten about this matter? Yes, it's time to put the fire truck issue on the agenda. We have to change it so that we can sell it to Robert and his friends when they come next time. Or Robert. First they sold rockets, then they sold gas cans, and now they're selling fire trucks? But what does this fire truck have to do with them? Let's transform it into a gas tank launcher, starting tomorrow. Everyone present opened their eyes wide. Nearby villages. Veteran soldier Wang Xiangyang went to bed early, but couldn't sleep, so he turned on the radio beside him. After a series of crackling sounds, a familiar voice rang out. Hello, everyone. We're now continuing to broadcast international news. At 8 p.m. local time, explosions suddenly and continuously rang out in the city of David. 3 buildings collapsed, and a huge fire broke out. Wang Xiangyang's eyes suddenly lit up. But according to various analyses, no detonator was found. The initial suspicion is that it was a car bomb. Here, we call on both sides to exercise restraint and resolve the dispute through negotiations. Car bomb? I guess it's a gas tank. Wang Xiangyang said to himself. If we talk about power, this thing is more powerful. A gas tank can blow down a building. However, this thing is not as convenient to use as the skyrocket. The broadcast ended, and next came the Peking opera, Wang Xiangyang's favorite. The humming sound started, and he didn't know how long it took before he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the sky was clear, and a Jifeng 141 appeared on the open space of Liaoyang Iron and Steel Plant. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, the country was still poor and had no automobile industry. The old Northeast Industrial Base produced the CA-10B truck based on the Soviet GZ-150, ending the country's history of not being able to manufacture trucks and ushering in a new era. This type of car was produced for 30 years from the 1950s to the 1980s and had already become outdated. So FAW combined advanced domestic and foreign technologies to develop this brand new Jiefeng, codenamed CA-141. The front of the car is flat, the hood covers the tires, the rear cockpit is a whole piece of curved glass, and the rear-view mirrors are also large pieces of glass, which looks very modern. Ordinary cars are all sky blue, and when they're driving on the street, they are a beautiful sight. But the fire truck in front of me has turned into a dazzling red, like the sunset, like blood. Come on, masters, follow my instructions. We will complete the modification as soon as possible, and the customer will be here soon. Qin Zhangwo was feeling mixed emotions. This was the first time a fire truck was converted into a gas tank launcher. Could it be sold? Director Qin, we received a telegram saying that our foreign customers will come in 3 days. Are you really coming? Qin Zhangwo was stunned. 3 days later, an Audi car took Robert and his party directly from the airport to Liaoyang Iron and Steel Plant. Along the way, Robert looked at Li Jianxi, who was driving, and asked him several times, "Where's Qin? What is he doing? He's busy at the factory and can't take care of you. So he asked me to pick you up. When we get to the factory, he will give you a surprise." "What surprise?" "It's a secret. You'll find out when you get there." "All right." Robert's face was full of suspicion, and he could only appreciate the scenery outside. Fortunately, the Audi drove very fast and entered the Liaoyang Iron and Steel Plant in a few hours and stopped in front of a fiery red car. "Robert, my old friend, welcome." Qin Chuan smiled and went up to shake his hand. "Thank you for your hard work along the way." It was very hard, and Robert was in agony along the way. "Qin, the gas cylinders you produce are quite good. We use them very well, but they're too difficult to carry. We estimate that we can only use them once, and it will be difficult to use them next time. Yes, the skyrocket is easy to use, but it's not powerful enough. The gas tank is powerful enough, but it's not convenient to carry. However, these are not problems. As long as you use your brain, you can always find a way to solve the problem." Qin Chuan said a few simple words of comfort and then got down to business. "Mr. Robert, this is the latest model of fire truck we prepared for you. I think you have a great demand for it." "Fire truck?" Robert was still a little confused. "What does this mean?" "We set fires, not put them out." "What do you mean by selling us a fire truck?" "You have this car too, right?" Robert nodded. The Jiefeng 141 went into production in 1987. It not only met domestic demand, but also went abroad to the Middle East, where this car was also produced. It has to be there, otherwise there is no point in modifying it. Although Robert was a little confused, he nodded. "That's right. That's good, Robert. Now I'll give you a surprise. Master Wang, start the engine." "Good." In the past few days, several old masters in the factory who are familiar with cars have been busy, not sleeping day and night, and it was not until Robert came that they finished it. Now, they show it to Robert. Robert looked at the car suspiciously, not understanding what Qin Chuan's so-called surprise was. The engine roared to life. Lita pitcha. Fire trucks are all similar, with an oval section water tank at the back. At this moment, with the sound of the power takeoff, the water tank at the rear slowly rose up. It turned out that a hydraulic cylinder had been added underneath. But what's the use of this? A dump truck that transports solids needs to support the carriage. This water tank is filled with water. So is it necessary to lift the tank and unload it? Open the can. At this time, the water tank had already tilted its head upwards at an angle of about 30 degrees, and then the oval steel plate in front of the water tank actually slowly opened. This rocket launcher? Robert's heart beat faster instantly. Chapter 96. Everything is within Brother Chuan's plan. They can get rocket launchers, but they can't bring them to the battlefield. After all, they are too conspicuous. The first flying monkey and the subsequent gas tank both took a small route, hitting and running. Rocket launchers are powerful, but inconvenient to use. Now, Qin Chuan opened a new door for them, disguise. By disguising the rocket launcher as other vehicles, you can sneak in silently, launch an attack silently, and then retreat silently. During the whole process, you will not expose yourself. Thinking of that scene, Robert became very excited. He raised his head again and looked at the fire truck. He was no longer confused as at the beginning, and his eyes were filled with admiration. This car is so scientifically designed. The mechanism is mainly on the water tank. This is a lying flat cylinder with an elliptical cross-section. The front cover is movable and can be opened and closed at any time. When the cover is opened, the launch tube inside will be exposed. It is not easy to launch a gas tank. After all, it requires a pipe that is thicker than the gas tank. They used a modified water pipe. During this period, the David people lost a lot of pipes. However, the Davids have the world's fourth largest intelligence agency, Mossad, which will soon discover these secrets. In future inspections, anything with tubes will be given special attention, so it will not be easy to sneak these things in. Now, if you stuff this kind of pipe into the water tank of a sprinkler truck, nothing will be visible from the outside. Moreover, sprinkler trucks are special operation vehicles, and most people won't care about them, let alone control them, so they can run smoothly. And this large water tank can hold at least 10 pipes, which means that 10 gas tanks can be launched at one time. The effect, just this one can destroy the entire community. How much does this car cost? Robert asked. $100,000 a car. Qin Xuan said, the chassis of this car sells for about $40,000 to $50,000, and we still need to modify it. Back then, when the Jiefeng 141 was first released, sales were hot. Many people carried a lot of money to the Northeast to buy the car, and the price of the car also went up. So when it was exported in the late 1980s, it really cost about $40,000 to $50,000 per car. However, after entering the 1990s, Jiefeng 141 could no longer meet the needs of the transportation industry. Those who are capable by a stair, which can pull hundreds of tons and is known as the locomotive on the road. Those who are not capable also want to get a 6 square meter diesel. After all, the flathead cab has a good view and is more comfortable to drive. But foreigners don't know that a chassis vehicle costs $40,000 or $50,000, which is not expensive at all. The superstructure also costs money, especially the fire truck, which needs major modifications. A power takeoff is added to the engine's gearbox, and when welding the water tank, the internal structure is more complicated than that of a boiler. So $100,000 is not expensive. Okay, let's buy a batch. 10 first. 10 cars are not enough. Qin Xuan shook his head. My friend, many things can only be used once. If you want to do it, you have to do it big. At least 50 vehicles are needed. This is powerful enough. One vehicle can deliver gas tanks to a community, 5 vehicles can deliver gas tanks to a settlement, and 50 vehicles can fully meet the gas tank needs of customers. Qin Zhangwo followed along, feeling extremely emotional. Sure enough, this batch of cars could be sold for a lot of money. I bought one for 35,000 yuan, and after the modification, it only costs 40,000 yuan. Now one car sells for 100,000 US dollars, which is 580,000 RMB. One car can make more than 500,000 RMB. 50 cars, that is 25 million RMB. Sure enough, as long as Ogawa likes it, it will definitely be useful. Okay, then 50 cars, but I'm afraid we don't have enough money. After buying things one after another, they were very short of money. After all, their money depended on external funding. No problem. Qin Xuan said, although our transaction involves money, money is not the most important thing. Our friendship is more important. If you don't have enough money, then owe it to us first and pay it back when you have it in the future. By the way, you have all kinds of agricultural products over there. You can also exchange them with agricultural products. Agricultural products? Robert's eyes lit up. Okay, we have a lot of agricultural products over there, including barley and wheat, corn and pomegranates. Oh, and our olive oil is the best in the world. We can get you $20 million worth of goods, and you can pay the remaining $30 million directly. Well, okay, then we will coordinate the ship to go over there. Qin Xuan nodded. Qin Zhangwo on the side was a little skeptical. What do we need that thing for? Our country doesn't lack it. Besides, we only export some steel products at most, but we don't have import licenses, especially for agricultural products. Li Jianxi's mind was as clear as a mirror. After returning, he was busy with various things. He thought that Brother Chuan had forgotten what he had promised Dmitriev and Damao. Even if the promise was not fulfilled, the other party could not say anything. After all, the other party had taken advantage of him in this matter. However, if the promise could be fulfilled, the subsequent cooperation would be more pleasant. Now it seems that Qin Chuan did not forget, but just didn't catch the right opportunity. Now it finally comes. We can get agricultural products from them and directly coordinate with the Russian ships to transport them back. It is impossible for the Russians to only give us the cost price for such a shipload of goods. After they make money, they will have to give us at least 30 to 40 million US dollars. Alternatively, we could send 2 more scrap submarines back from their port. In any case, we would definitely not suffer any loss. As a trader, your job is to trade in materials. The deal was done. Robert was very happy. Cheen, let's go. Let's go eat. I'll treat you. No need. You are a guest from afar. I will treat you. When there is a chance in the future, I will go to your place, and you can treat me again. Good. Qin Chuan turned his head and glanced at Li Jianxi. Jianxi, go and help find Remus and the others. Seeing the submarine cut into pieces, Remus and his team's mission was accomplished, but they didn't want to leave yet. After all, the East was too comfortable. Qin Chuan did not drive them away. Instead, he treated them to delicious food and drinks, and even let them travel around Dongshan province. Now it's time to assign them tasks. Li Jianxi's eyes lit up. All this was within Brother Chuan's calculations. Got it. Li Jianxi rode his motorcycle out to look for someone. When he heard that there was a mission, Remus immediately patted his chest. No problem. I promise to complete the task. We will go back now, but our procedures. They drove a submarine and, under the protection of the Navy, came directly to the beach of Liaoyang Iron and Steel Plant without going through any immigration procedures. Theoretically, they entered the country illegally. How can they get out now? Brother Chuan has already arranged it for you. You can take a plane back from the capital. Our civil aviation will also provide Maotai for free. Hurrah! The Russians cheered. Chapter 97. Mr. Ishino, do you want to make a bet? Time has unknowingly entered September. Autumn is the most comfortable season of the year with its clear and cool weather, and it is also the season of harvest. On the beach near Liaoyang Iron and Steel Plant, the power station of the half-submarine has begun normal operation. Thick cables came out of the power station and connected to nearby electric poles to supply power to the steel plant. Since there was more electricity than could be used anyway, the workers' villages were also connected to the cables for free use, and the cables were extended as far as a nearby coal mine, where construction work also began in full swing. Qin Chuan was lying under the shade of a tree, enjoying the rare silence, playing with a thin steel wire in his hand, when Li Jianxi ran over from the office. Brother Chuan, Section Chief, Li called from the capital and asked you to go to the capital as soon as possible to hold a meeting to discuss the equipment for our factory. Good. Qin Chuan nodded and put the wire into his pocket. Although their Liaoyang factory is a private enterprise, they still have to go through the relevant departments if they want to purchase large equipment in the country. Now, the 300-ton electric furnace project is estimated to be almost implemented. Anyway, Qin Chuan is not in a hurry. Without this big guy, we can't produce P92 steel. Many people are anxious. Li Runping is in charge of purchasing and has been busy in the capital recently. The Audi drove out of the factory and headed towards the capital along the coastal road. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived in the capital. At the door of a certain government agency, a man was looking around. Xiao Chuan, you're finally here. The leaders are already in a meeting, waiting for you. Come on, follow me in. When Li Runping saw Qin Chuan, he hurried over. Normally, he should have attended the meeting as well, but he was unsure and decided to wait for Qin Chuan. Meeting? Why do we need a meeting? Qin Chuan was very confused and walked quickly towards the meeting room. Before he reached the door, he heard a gurgling sound coming from inside. What was this? Islander? Do we still need the participation of Japanese people when we purchase equipment from CFHI? However, these words don't seem to be pleasant to the ear. At present, the second-hand 4.3-meter single-stand 4-roller rolling mill that you imported from our island country, Sumitomo Metal Corporation, has been put into use. For you, being able to roll steel plates more than 4 meters wide is already very good. There is no need to increase it to 5 meters, let alone 5.5 meters. A 5.5-meter rolling mill? Qin Chuan then remembered that some time ago he was so excited that he decided to become the king of rolling mills. I was so excited at the time that I couldn't wait to get started. However, you can't get fat in one bite, so you have to take it slow and make a 300-ton electric furnace first. Unexpectedly, Uncle Lee took it seriously and came to the capital to coordinate. It turned out that he was planning to introduce these equipment. Rolling mills that are more than 4 meters long need to be imported from abroad, and rolling mills that are more than 5 meters long naturally also require foreign technical support. Therefore, the leaders of relevant departments invited the islanders. Moreover, the person invited was an old acquaintance of Qin Chuan. We at Kobe Steel help the world improve steelmaking technology. We have different marketing plans for different customers. We don't think you need such a large rolling mill. Ishino Yumichi continued. The bigger the rolling mill is, the harder it is to build. Just this frame requires 3,000 tons of steel to be cast. It's a waste for you. The translator's voice sounded, and this voice also seemed very familiar. No, we need it. Luo Guangrong's voice rang out. At present, we are preparing to build a 64-inch oil pipeline in our country. This pipeline requires 5.11 meters of steel plates to be rolled. Yes, we also want to build a few offshore oil drilling platforms, which requires steel plates with a width of 5.2 meters. When the relevant departments heard that Liang Iron and Steel Plant wanted to launch a 5.5-meter wide rolling mill, they became excited because the country needs this kind of extra-wide steel. The petroleum industry, metallurgical industry, power generation industry, nuclear industry, etc. all need this kind of steel. Some can use small-width steel, and most a few more welds, but some cannot, such as oil pipelines, drilling platforms, nuclear reactor shells, etc. This is easy. If you need it, you could just buy it from our island country. Ishino Yumichi said, you don't need to set up a production line just for those trivial needs. It's a waste. In fact, if Liang Factory had not made this request, the relevant departments would not have considered installing a rolling mill of this width. After all, this thing costs money, a lot of money. But now, since they have this opportunity, they must help fight for it. Liang Factory paid for it, and the relevant departments helped coordinate it, but they didn't expect. Please believe that we are sincerely considering you in the East. There are no more than 5 rolling mills in the world with a width of more than 5 meters. This market is very small. You don't need to invest huge sums of money to build such a rolling mill. At this time, Ishino Yumichi's face was completely for the Orientals. If you import technology from our island country, it will cost at least $1 billion US. How long will it take for you to earn back this much money? By the way, which steel mill will use this rolling mill? Ancient Iron and Steel or Shugong? Come on, Steel. Just then, a voice came from outside. Ishino Yumichi's body trembled for no reason. This voice was very familiar, and it reminded him of many bad things in the past. He looked towards the door and saw a familiar figure. Whoosh! Ishino Yutsuji stood up all of a sudden and said, Liang Iron and Steel Plant, are you going to start the 5.5-meter rolling mill project? Yes, that's us. Qin Chuan said, the country's heavy equipment must be in our own hands. After all, the quality of imported steel plates may not be reliable. If the data does not meet the standards, they may change the data and sell it as meeting the standards. We still have to make it ourselves. The words, change the data, sounded very irritating to Ishino Yumichi. If it were someone else, he would directly say that our Kobe Steel is one of the top 500 companies in the world, and our technology is the most advanced. However, facing Qin Chuan, he couldn't say it because the other party was very evil. The other party used the steel from aircraft carriers to smelt advanced pin-tip steel and even made steel cables. However, after I bought the steel, I couldn't refine it. Later, I bought a batch of steel from the Russians, but I still couldn't refine it. He must have been fooled by the other party. But Ishino Yumichi gritted his teeth and couldn't say anything. Otherwise, it would expose their inferior skills. Not to mention that later, Liang Iron and Steel Plant successfully smelted P92 steel. They actually want to get involved in the production of extra-wide and thick plates? What a joke! Isn't this stealing our business? Since you are the ones coming to Liang Iron and Steel Plant, we will not agree to this request. Ishino Yumichi turned around and walked out. We won't do this business, even if you give us $5 billion. Without us, you can't build this kind of rolling mill. You can't even build the support rollers for the rough rolling mill. Mr. Ishino, do you want to make a bet? We at Liang Iron and Steel Plant can make the key components of this rolling mill ourselves. Ishino Yutsuji's body trembled. No fight. Chapter 98. We build a small 4-roll rolling mill ourselves. Ishino Yumichi has already had a clear understanding. He can't get any benefits from Qin Chuan, so he better not cause trouble for himself. There is absolutely no way they would sell any equipment to Liang Iron and Steel Plant. So this deal was completely unsuccessful. In fact, when they came here, they knew that Dongfang wanted to build a 5.5-meter steel rolling mill. They certainly would not sell the machines, but they could sell finished products. Whatever they needed, they could buy it from them. But now, it is impossible to reach a cooperation, so forget it. As for the higher authorities, they had no idea what grudge there was between Liaoyang Iron and Steel Plant and Kobe Steel. The superiors only knew that they had cooperated before, and Kobe Steel spent a large sum of money to purchase some second-hand steel from the Liaoyang factory. People in the industry were very surprised, but it also showed that the cooperation between them was very good. As for Li Runping, he had never met Ishino Yutong at all. He was not there when Ishino Yutong went to Liaoyang factory. Therefore, until now, everyone has been staring at each other, watching the tense situation between the two sides. Don't fight? Forget it. I wanted to use the reduction steelmaking technology as a bet. After all, you haven't mastered several key technologies, so this steelmaking method has never been mature. Immature? Ishino Yutsuji's face turned red and then pale. We will make it mature by ourselves. This sentence carries his determination and perseverance, as well as the arrogance of the islanders, but has a different meaning to other people's ears. Those present were all from the industry, and many of them were full of praise for Kobe Steel's technology. After all this time, it turns out that it's still not mature. If someone else said this, Ishino Yumichi might not be fooled, but he knew that since Qin Chuan said it, there must be evidence. If he denied it, he might be in a more passive position. Ishino Yutsuji didn't know he was being tricked. He looked at Qin Chuan sternly and said, "Let's go." The islanders left without a single drop of dust. The people who stayed at the scene stared at each other in amazement. "Mr. Qin, can you make the rolling mill yourself at Liaoyang factory?" "Of course not." "Then you still—" Luo Rongguang, who was in charge of presiding over the meeting, didn't know what to say. The Japanese also said that the bigger the rolling mill, the harder it is to build. Just one frame requires 3,000 tons of steel to be cast. Even with the dozens of tons of furnace in our factory and the 300-ton furnace we imported this time, it's still not enough. Devil? It's a different era now, and only Qin Chuan uses this ancient name. However, it doesn't look out of place here. The person who was in charge of the translation just now raised his big watery eyes and looked at Qin Chuan. "Mr. Qin, what you mean is that your factory's steel production capacity is insufficient, so it cannot be produced, not that there is no such technology?" Zhu Lijun, an engineer from First Heavy Machinery, spoke up. "Well, what's so difficult about this? Foreigners could make it 80 or 90 years ago. Now our country has been industrializing for decades, and we still can't make this thing." In 1918, the Coatesville Steel Plant of the Lucan Steel Company in Pennsylvania, USA, built a 5,230 millimeters 4-roll thick plate rolling mill, which was the world's first extra-wide thick plate rolling mill over 5 meters and was powered by steam. This machine provided high-quality marine steel plates for the construction of battleships and later aircraft carriers in the United States at that time, laying the foundation for the United States to become a world power. Several other rolling mills in the world that are over 5 meters long were also built in the 1930s and 1940s. If foreign countries could make it back then, why can't we make it now? Qin Gong, the times are changing and the technical requirements are also improving. Now we're making 4-roller rolling mills. The most critical rolls inside require special steel and precision processing. We can't make it. Qin Chuan glanced at the engineer. "We have made everything from ballpoint pen tip steel to P92 steel at Liaoyang factory. How can we not make a small 4-roll mill? Back then, our country was poor, but we still build a 10,000-ton hydraulic press. Now, we have everything, but because we have opened our doors and seen the Western world, we have lost our confidence." Qin Chuan looked at everyone present, and his words suddenly became sonorous. "Everyone, our country has a 5,000-year-old culture. We have been the celestial empire since ancient times. We have only fallen behind in modern times. Ladies and gentlemen, we are no worse than foreigners. We can make what foreigners can make, and we can also make what foreigners cannot make. We must prove to the world that our Chinese nation is the smartest, most hardworking, and most creative nation in the world. We must shoulder the great historical mission of the rejuvenation of our motherland." Everyone in the audience was shocked. The female translator's eyes were full of energy and even admiration. In the 1980s and 1990s, when China opened its doors, many people were dazzled by the colorful world outside and wanted to become foreigners. What about this man? He also saw the advancement of foreign countries. But it was precisely because of this that he had a lofty ideal. We want to develop our motherland better than foreign countries. "Mr. Qin, you said it very well," Luo Rongguang said with emotion. Over the years, everyone has been shocked by foreign advanced technology. All advanced equipment wants to be bought from abroad, and they don't even have the courage to produce it themselves. It's you young people who are courageous. Leader Luo, we at First Heavy Machinery are willing to work with Liang Factory to produce this world-class rolling mill. Zhu Lijun said, "That's right. There is no such machine in the world with a width of 5.5 meters. Let's build it ourselves. When we build it, it will be the king of rolling mills. We don't need foreigners. We can make our own." Everyone's emotions were ignited by Qin Chuan's words just now, and everyone was very excited. Well, I will also report this to my superiors. Although this time the demand is from a private enterprise, I will also try to apply for some RD funds. Luo Rongwang nodded. Therefore, this rolling mill production line changed from being imported to being self-developed. The female translator who witnessed the whole process felt even more complicated. However, if we want to develop this kind of rolling mill, we have to study the structure and usage of rolling mills in various countries around the world. We need to consult a lot of foreign language materials. Zhu Lijun was a little scared. When we were in school, we learned Russian. We can't understand the materials from other countries. I'll help, the female translator said. Leader Luo, I would like to request to join the RD team of this king of rolling mill production line and help the team translate various materials. I have to ask your dad. I turned 18 a long time ago. Your father is your direct supervisor. Without his approval, there is no way we can transfer you here. Chapter 99. This broken knife can't even cut my wire. Qin Chuan looked at the female translator curiously. Yang Shui, who had worked as an interpreter for the Japanese last time, came to Liang Factory. However, unlike Pan Yang, she did not have any westernized ideas, which Qin Chuan admired very much. But he didn't know yet that this translator's background was actually quite impressive. Her father was in the foreign affairs system? Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. The two of them belong to two different worlds. What kind of intersection could the second generation of an official and the second generation of a factory that is almost bankrupt have? The meeting finalized the self-developed rolling mill project. The next step is to look up information and conduct research. Although Liang Factory is responsible for the production of key components, work cannot begin until the overall design is completed. So, this matter has come to an end for the time being. After the meeting, Qin Chuan chatted with Luo Rongwang for a while, and then walked out with a relaxed step. Now that the project has been launched, it should be carried out step by step. After the project is completed, it can also provide the country with much-needed special steel, which is needed by various industries in the country, especially aircraft carriers. There was a dripping sound outside. Is it raining? Didi. The sound of an Audi car was heard. Li Jianxi had already driven the car to the door of the building and was waiting for Qin Chuan. So, Qin Chuan rushed into the rain in a few steps and got in the car. Brother Chuan, where are we going next? Li Jianxi asked. An hour ago, Li Runping left home early and went to the bank to transfer money, asking First Heavy Machinery to help with research and development. That required money, and anyway, he would not be able to participate in the subsequent specific technical discussions. Find a similar hotel, stay for one night, and leave tomorrow. On rainy days, running back and forth is dangerous. Good. The Audi drove out of the compound, its headlights shining forward. It was raining quite heavily. On the roadside platform, a figure was hiding under the bus stop sign, waiting for the bus. With the slanting wind and drizzle, the part below her calves was almost wet. Qin Chuan took a look and quickly said, Jianxi, stop the car at the bus stop and pick up translator Yang. Most of the people who came to the meeting stayed in the guest house nearby, while Yang Shui took the bus home alone. She didn't expect the rain to come so suddenly, and she didn't bring an umbrella. She just hoped that the bus would come quickly. As a result, the old Huanghai bus did not come, but the Audi bus came instead. The car window was lowered, and a head appeared. Translator Yang, get in the car quickly. I'll take you home. Yang Shui hesitated for a moment and saw that Qin Chuan had already opened the car door. She looked at the sky again. It was so dark that no stars could be seen. She didn't know how long the rain would last, so she had to jump into the car. Thank you, Mr. Qin. You're welcome. Translator Yang, where do you live? Number 4, Choimin South Street. Okay, Bill, drive. It was not the first time that Yang Shui rode in an Audi, but she felt a little uneasy this time. She calmed down and said, Mr. Qin, you are awesome at Liang Factory. I have been to many factories and worked as a translator many times, but I have never seen you treat foreign customers the way you treat them at Liang Factory. Qin Chuan smiled and said, What method? Didn't Neil? We all have one head on two shoulders, and no one is nobler than the other. We certainly won't kneel down and lick the boots of foreigners. The wording was a bit uncivilized, but it made sense. Yang Shui smiled and nodded. That's right, Engineer Chin. What you said today was even more deafening. It's time to get off work. There's no need to talk about big principles. Gurgle. At this moment, Chin Chuan's stomach growled. Mr. Chin, I can't ride in your car for nothing. There's a canteen open to the public next to our family compound. I'll treat you to a meal. All right. Yang Shui finally relaxed, put her hand on the armrest of the car door, and touched it casually. Then I touched a long hair, and when I looked again, it was golden hair. Yang Shui's face changed suddenly. This car is the best one in our Liang factory. We often use it for business reception. We have been in contact with the Russians a lot recently. This hair was left by a female client of the Russians. Oh, Yang Shui smiled sweetly, and her mood suddenly became very good. Qin Gong didn't need to explain to her. Saying this only showed that he cared about her feelings. The convenience canteen is next to the wall of the compound. It was originally open only to internal staff. Later, with the deepening of the reform, the convenience canteen began to open to the public. The main door leading to the interior was blocked, and the door facing the street was reopened. If people inside want to eat, they have to go around the gate guarded by security guards. However, the cafeteria mainly entertains internal staff. When Yang Shui, Qin Chuan, and Li Jinshi walked in, many people who were eating inside looked up and greeted them enthusiastically. Xiao Xue, come and eat? Well, Auntie, bring your friends over for some food. This boy is good looking. Xiao Xue, this is your boss. Yang Shui answered generously. A few people sat down, and Yang Shui smiled and said, Mr. Qin, what would you like to eat? Just a few home-cooked dishes will do. The most important thing is the vegetable soup, and later the rice and kimchi soup. Qin Chuan said, I like this. Okay, then I'll just order whatever. The hot dishes came up quickly, and a few people ate and chatted at the same time in a harmonious atmosphere. As time went on, the other diners had all left, and the rain outside had stopped long ago. Squeak. There was a sharp sound of motorcycle brakes, followed by the sound of footsteps. Yang Shui raised her wrist and looked at her watch. It's 8 o'clock. It's getting late. I should go back. Okay, we should go too. Hey, isn't this Yang Shui? Yes, this is the famous ice beauty in this compound. She is usually aloof and ignores everyone. Why is she eating and drinking with two guys today? Li Jianxi picked up the bottle of Arctic Ocean soda, casually. What was there to talk about these days? If you don't agree with someone, just kill him. These guys were all dressed in denim clothes, with sunglasses in their chest pockets and side-parted hair. The leader even had a tuft of dyed yellow hair. They didn't look like good people. Yang Shui frowned and said, Mr. Qin, don't bother with these people. Let's go. Qin Chuan nodded. Jianxi, let's go. Engineer Qin? Or engineer? Hearing this, the yellow-haired leader suddenly became interested and took out a handful of shiny things from his pocket. Bang! This thing is stuck on the table. Engineer, what do you think of this knife? Yang Shui's face was gloomy. You dare to make trouble right at the gate of the compound? I can shout, and the guards in the compound will come out. However, before she could shout, Qin Chuan spoke. Not very good. It can't even cut this wire of mine. After saying that, Qin Chuan took out a thin wire from his pocket. Chapter 100. Still a child after all. The moment she saw this thin thread, Yang Shui's eyes lit up. The last time she went to Liang factory, she had seen this kind of filament woven into steel wire ropes, which had very strong performance. However, judging from the thickness of the filaments, they might be another kind of pen-tip steel, which was quite hard. Huang Mao's bayonet is just a standard weapon of the army. It is a large-scale, mass-produced product, and its quality cannot be too high. It is definitely unable to cut Qin Chuan's thin steel wire. That's it. A sneer appeared on Huang Mao's face. My knife can cut through number 8 wire in one go. So shouldn't it be easy for me to cut through your thin wire? What if I cut it through? If you cut it off, the $100 will be yours. After saying that, Qin Chuan took out a $100 bill and put it on the table. But if you don't cut it off, don't cry when the time comes. You're still a child after all. Li Jianxi also loosened his hand on the wine bottle, as if he had foreseen the fate of the opponent's bayonet. Okay, said the yellow-haired man, and he pulled the knife from the table, then aimed it at the thin wire on the table and chopped it down hard. Bang! A new knife mark appeared on the table, and there seemed to be sparks flashing for a moment. Huang Mao picked up the knife with a smile on his face. See, cutting this broken wire is just like cutting melons and vegetables. The words stopped abruptly here, and a yellow-haired man opened his eyes wide and looked at the table. How is it possible that the broken wire is still intact? Bang, bang, bang. The yellow-haired man chopped 3 times in a row. The broken wire still didn't change at all. The yellow-haired man's face suddenly changed, and he quickly looked at his bayonet. For notches appeared on the smooth blade. If I cut a few more times, the knife might turn into a saw. Huang Mao's face turned red, then pale. Suddenly, he looked at Qin Chuan fiercely. You broke my knife. I will kill you. The Type 87 bayonet is the first multifunctional military knife in China. In addition to being a bayonet, it can also be used as a machete, a cutter, and a saw. However, there are very few of them, and the troops are only issued a few hundred of them. Did you steal the one in your hand from home? Now you have turned the bayonet into a saw blade. You will be beaten when you go back. You are in trouble. The two men are about the same age, but Qin Chuan's tone of voice sounds like an adult teaching a child. You. Huang Mao said the word you 3 times in a row, but didn't know what to say next. If you ask me for help, I can help you make a sharper saber, and I guarantee you'll have a way to explain to your family. Real. You tried it too. Which is harder, your knife or my wire? If I use this wire to make a knife, what do you think will happen? Huang Mao looked at the knife in his hand, then looked at the wire. Okay, then make me one right away, otherwise. Child, is this your attitude of begging? Now you want to get back at your family. It's not like I did anything wrong. Have you never begged anyone since you were a child? I. Huang Mao looked at the knife, then at the wire. I beg you to make me a knife, exactly the same as this one, but harder. Okay, $1,000. What? Huang Mao was surprised. You still want money? What do you think? No, $1,000. That's too expensive. Expensive? You ride a motorcycle, wear Hong Kong-style sunglasses, and wear the most fashionable jeans. How can you be poor? Are you kidding me, Xiao Xue? What do you think? Yang Shui was stunned. Xiao Xue? Didn't Qin Gong always call her Yang the translator? He called her in a strange way. Why did he suddenly change his tone this time? After a moment's hesitation, Yang Shui nodded. That's right. These days, if you can't even come up with $1,000, how can you have the nerve to go out and mingle? The yellow-haired guy blushed immediately. He was actually looked down upon by a girl he had once pursued. It's just 1,000 yuan, no big deal. Of course I have it, but I just spent it all on KTV with my brothers. Wait, I'll go home and get it for you. The yellow-haired man said, gritting his teeth. Waiting? Are you looking for a chance to slip away? Of course not. I'll be back in half an hour at most. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Leave your bayonet to me, and I'll study it. I'll make you an exact replica. Okay. The yellow-haired man took a look at the bayonet with several gaps on it. If he took this thing back, and it was discovered by his family, he would definitely be beaten again. It would be okay to leave it here with him. Anyway, he knew Yang Shui and they could not escape. Huang Mao glanced at Yang Shui again and nodded. Wait a minute, I'll go back and get the money. A group of bad youths left the convenience restaurant, got on their motorcycles, and sped away. Let's go. Translator Yang, let's go too. Qin Chuan said. Yang Shui was speechless. Just now, when you needed me, you called me Xiao Xue, but now that you don't need me anymore, you call me Yang the translator? Are all men like this? Moreover, we just promised these people that we would make them a harder one. And when they came back to get the money, we just ran away like this. Isn't this playing tricks on them? They will definitely be very angry next time. Thinking about how these people would look after being tricked, Yang Shui was full of anticipation. Mr. Qin, are we leaving now? Of course. You're not going to give them this knife? Of course, but they have to be given to their parents. They are still children and need their parents' discipline. Li Jianxi's eyes lit up. Going to the parents to complain? Interesting. By the way, we'll drive to the door to pick you up at 7 tomorrow morning. Mr. Qin, you don't have to worry about me. They are a group of stubborn people in the gray building compound of Gongshufen. They only have ill intentions towards the men around me, but they dare not do anything to me. Gongshufen, gray building? Qin Chuan certainly knew this place, and he also had connections with the people there. Who is his father? Wang Jinhua. Qin Chuan immediately thought of something. Last time, Mr. Liu brought a group of people to our factory for inspection, and one of the middle-aged leaders was Wang Jinhua. In this case, Qin Chuan was beaming with joy. Let's go, Jinxi. Let's go visit their home tonight. Okay, these naughty kids are most afraid of seeing their parents. Let's go to their house and complain. No, this is not a complaint. We just went there to have a chat. Well, I can. Yang Shui volunteered. No need. Translator Yang, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. Looking at the backs of Qin Xuan and Li Jianqi leaving, Yang Shui felt a little lonely. At this time, the staff in the restaurant came over and said, Xiao Xue, who are these two people? They're so brave that they subdued those scoundrels with just a piece of wire. It's amazing. I was just about to call for help. My boss. Yang Shui said. Chapter 101 Child is back. The Audi sped along the street, and soon several motorcycles were seen. Your skills are so poor, you ride so slowly. Li Jianxi stepped on the accelerator and left these people behind. He drove at lightning speed to Gongshufen and saw a large courtyard in front of him. The yellow office building looks like a temple, very majestic, and the gray residential building is lit with countless lights. The guard at the door stopped the car, and even an Audi could not be driven in casually. We are from Liang Iron and Steel Plant to report to Leader Wang about the equipment projects produced by our plant. The guard made a phone call and then let them go. Leader Wang just returned home. Go to his house and look for him. Building 3, Unit 1, Room 301. Good. Fortunately, there were always drinks in the trunk of the car. Qin Xuan asked Li Jianxi to carry 2 bottles of Matai and 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and went up to the 3rd floor. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a middle-aged man came out. Mr. Qin, we were just looking for you, but we didn't expect you to come here on your own initiative. Really? What do you want from me? When will your boiler be ready? We are still waiting. Yes, I'll report the progress to you right away. Come in, let's eat and talk. If you have any gifts, take them with you when you leave. Wang Jinhua was a little surprised by Qin Xuan's sudden visit, but he happened to need to find them to understand the situation of the project at hand, and it happened to be dinner time, so he asked Qin Xuan to come to his house and talked while eating. At present, our boiler imitation work is proceeding in an orderly manner. It is expected that the whole set of imitation tasks will be completed in a few months. Comrade Yu Hongxin has devoted all his efforts in this imitation. Qin Xuan spoke incessantly. After the introduction, Qin Xuan's face was full of anticipation. Leader Wang, is our Navy planning to build an aircraft carrier? This boiler is used on aircraft carriers, so Qin Xuan naturally had this association. This is still under discussion. By the way, the Russian Babbage you brought back last time played a huge role in promoting our discussion, but we have no plans to build it yet. We want to see if this boiler can be used on our new destroyer if it is produced. Destroyer. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, the Navy had to give priority to the development of air, submarine, and fast ships for various reasons. However, this does not mean that the Navy no longer needs large warships. The 4 great weapons purchased at a cost of several tons of gold are already outdated, and the Navy still needs modern warships. Therefore, domestic technical personnel worked hard and, after unremitting efforts, finally developed the Type 051 destroyer, which is still the main force of the Navy. There was no choice at the time. The destroyer could only be equipped with heavy oil boilers, which have high power. The 051 manufacturer in Shanghai once reached a speed of 37 knots during a trial voyage and was nicknamed the 051 missile boat by everyone. However, the boiler power starts slowly, and you have to wait for the water to boil before you can start. In the Sino-Japanese War of 1894, the time wasted in firing the boiler and the world's advanced power has long since transitioned to the gas turbine era, which can run at full power as soon as the fire started. In the 1980s, the country's doors opened, and taking advantage of this rare opportunity, the Navy introduced the LM-2500 gas turbine from the United States. This power is the most advanced in the world and is used on almost half of the world's warships. Relying on the imported gas turbines, the Navy built the 052 destroyer. 2 ships were built, namely number 112 and number 113. They are now also Star warships and often appear on important occasions. However, after 1989, the door to the West was closed, and it was almost impossible to purchase advanced gas turbines from the West. Therefore, after the construction of the 2052 warships was completed, the subsequent construction of destroyers could not continue due to the lack of ship power. The Navy's destroyer development also suffered a major setback. Throughout the 1990s, only one number 167 warship was built. Although the displacement has been increased, the power system has been changed back to a boiler, so the model has become 051B, which is equivalent to a step back. The construction of this warship started in 1995. Now it is 1993, and it has just entered the design stage. Since there are already aircraft carrier boilers, the design unit has taken this type of boiler into consideration. Leader Wang. If it's a destroyer, a gas turbine would be more suitable. Yes, we know that, but Wang Jinhua's face was filled with distress. If there were qualified gas turbines, who would be willing to use steam power? Last time, Qin Chuan got an M70 gas turbine, and the relevant units were overjoyed. However, the power was too small. It was okay as a cruising engine, but the main engine needed to be more powerful. If the Navy needs it, I have a way. Qin Chuan accompanied Leader Wang, eating and drinking while talking about his next plan, which made Leader Wang's eyes widen, and he kept admiring him. Convenience restaurant. The sharp sound of motorcycle brakes rang out again. Huang Mao and his men jumped off the motorcycle and rushed to the restaurant door. Looking at the iron guard of the restaurant, he couldn't help but kick it a few times. Open the door. Open the door. Damn it. Brother Hui, are we being cheated? That's right, we were deceived. Let's climb over the wall and go to Yang Shui's house now. You can't go there. The guard guns are loaded with bullets. Bang. Pa. Huang Mao, also known as Wang Hui, kicked the door hard again, spat at the door, and gritted his teeth. Go back first. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, we will come here to block them. Good. Wang Hui was filled with anger. The bayonet was still in the hands of Engineer Qin. He had stolen it from home. If he lost it, that damn Qin Gong, when I catch him tomorrow, I will definitely give him a good beating. Because of anger, Wang Hui stepped on the accelerator and drove at lightning speed. Back at the gray building in Gongshufen, Wang Hui looked at his door and his hands were very strong. Bang! Mom, I'm back. Dad, you're here too. They're guests. Wang Hui said he was going home to get money, but in fact he did not come back. He just asked his brothers to borrow money and collected 1,000 yuan. He dared to steal the bayonet from home and take it out to play with, but he did not dare to steal money from home. Therefore, he didn't know that his father, who was often busy until late at night, was actually at home, and he didn't know that his father was still entertaining guests for dinner. There were two guests, both young men, who looked very familiar. Could it be? At this moment, Wang Hui took a breath of cold air. At this time, Qin Chuan turned his head and looked at Wang Hui with a smile. Kid, you're back. Child? Crack. A bolt from the blue exploded in Wang Hui's brain. Along the way, Wang Hui was gritting his teeth, wondering what would happen if he caught the man named Qin. Now, Qin Chuan is right in front of him. Does he dare to take action? Wang Hui felt his eyes dizzy. Chapter 102. I am most afraid of comparing myself with other children. This person actually knows his father and can eat at his home. He must be extraordinary. Is he here to complain? It's over. I'm going to get beaten again. At this moment, Wang Hui subconsciously turned around and walked out. Come back. It's so late. Where do you want to go? Wang Hui, look at you. What a mess you are in. Who told you to dye your hair like that? Wang Jinhua's face turned cold. Xiuqin, bring the scissors. I'll cut off his yellow hair now. Wang Hui's mother, Zhao Xiuqin, came out of the kitchen and saw this scene. She quickly dissuaded him. Shall we? Apologize to your father immediately. Go to the barber shop tomorrow and dye your hair back. Don't dye your hair again. I heard that it's unhealthy and bad for your health. Wang Hui lowered his head. Dad, I was wrong. I will dye it back tomorrow. Look at you. You're just idling around all day. What a mess. You should learn more from your big brother. Wang Hui clenched his fists. This was what he hated the most. Ahem, Leader Wang. How to educate children is a family matter. I shouldn't put on it, but I still want to say a few words. Mr. Qin, please tell me. Generally speaking, when children reach Wang Hui's age, they will have a rebellious mentality. The more you say something, the less they will listen. In particular, children are most afraid of you comparing them with others, such as how outstanding other children are or how outstanding their older brothers are. Educating children in this way is counterproductive. Wang Hui looked at Qin Chuan with complicated eyes. They were obviously about the same age, but Qin Chuan kept calling him child. It sounded unpleasant, but this sentence hit the nail on the head. He has been taught since he was a child how outstanding his older brother is and how great he is. He's been annoyed by this for a long time. He used to be obedient, but when he grew up, he completely let himself go. Then how to educate them? What's so special about rebellion? It just deserves a beating. A few more beatings will make them behave themselves. As he spoke, Wang Jinhua's hand reached for his waist, wishing he could pull out the belt right now. The more you beat them, the stronger their rebellious psychology will become. Qin Chuan said, maybe he will really run away from home and never come back. Mr. Qin, how do you know so much? Because I was the same as your kid back then. Qin Chuan said, later, my father's factory encountered a crisis, and I turned back. I saw myself in him. Wang Hui felt a little confused. Back then, There was a very sharp bayonet in my home, so I stole it and always carried it with me. Bayonet. Wang Hui's heart was tense again. This Qin Gong was really here to complain. Bayonet? What bayonet? This is it. Qin Chuan took it out casually, and with a bang, he threw it directly on the table in front of him. This action was exactly the same as Wang Hui's at the beginning. Wang Hui's heart sank instantly. This guy is getting to the point. Type 87 bayonet. Wang Jinhua recognized it immediately. I have one at home, too. When we went to the South for training, our Marine Corps also took their turn and went with us. I went there, too, and I had the same one. The Army used triangular spikes before, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, the domestic steel processing technology was not up to standard and advanced steel could not be produced. They could only produce triangular spikes, which were not easy to bend when inserted. The triangular bayonet can't be used for anything except a bayonet, but the modern multifunctional bayonet is different. This bayonet is the first multifunctional bayonet issued to our Army. In addition to being hung on the Type 87 automatic rifle, it can also be used as a dagger, hacksaw, wire cutters, screwdriver, and can opener. We like it very much, but unfortunately there are only a few of them. I once stabbed an enemy to death with the one I have at home. Such a commemorative bayonet was stolen by Wang Hui to play with. At this time, Wang Hui's body began to tremble. Leader Wang, look at my sword. Does it look like yours? At this moment, Wang Hui's legs were weak, and he almost fell to his knees. With outsiders present, would his father beat him harder, or would he just let it go? They look similar, but the edge of your knife is chipped. Our Type 87 bayonets are made of high-carbon steel with a hardness of 60 HRC. What did you cut? Why is it like this? Child, come and take a look. What did the bayonet cut into that shape? How would I know? That's right, this bayonet is mine, not yours, right, kid? Yes, this bayonet is yours. Well, Dad, you guys chat first, I'm going back. Wang Hui knew that if he continued talking, he would probably have to kneel down. He could only give the bayonet to Qin Gong first and talk about it later. Go back. What for? Look, Mr. Qin is about the same age as you. What is he doing? He's trying to win glory for the country. What are you doing? Wang Jinhua began to teach his disappointing son a lesson again. Leader Wang, please don't compare your child with other children. I just advised you not to do so. This will easily arouse the child's rebellious psychology. If you want to educate your child, you still have to send him to a difficult environment to train him. Yes, only in a difficult environment can things change. Wang Jinhua said, the end of the year will come soon. I will send him to the Army, join the Navy, and, after military training, go to the islands in the South. Wang Hui was completely dumbfounded. The island in the South? You must be kidding. It's just a place where criminals are exiled. It's called an island, but it's actually a reef. When the tide is high, it's full of water. You can huddle in a small house on it. There's nothing there. If I really went there, it would be more painful than death. Leader Wang, the islands are small and many basic living conditions cannot be guaranteed. I heard that many people who return home suffer from arthritis and other problems. We can't let our children go there. Besides, they won't learn any skills. How can we survive without a skill? Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Wang Hui's mother looked at him with gratitude. How could she bear to send her son to the island? It was too hard. So, where are you going? A place where I can learn technology and train and cultivate people should be the best, but I don't know much about the Navy, so I don't know where is suitable. Bang! Wang Jinhua put the chopsticks on the table. This is easy. Get on the submarine. On a submarine? Wang Hui's legs suddenly became weak. On the island, at least he could see the sun, but on the submarine, it was pitch dark. The whole place was filled with the smell of diesel and men's sweat. It was a small space, a restrictive life, and it was dangerous. Dad, I still think studying is better. I will go back and study hard to get into college. After Wang Hui said this, he went straight to his room. A smile appeared on Wang Jinhua's face. The results of today's education were indeed good. In the past, I just beat and scolded him, but this kid was not afraid at all. After the beating, he continued to do what he was supposed to do. This time, he even took the initiative to go back to study. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 103. The Yellow Hair in the Trunk. Come on, Qin Gong, let's go. Wang Jinhua picked up his glass and said, by the way, what were we just talking about? Do you think there's a way to get a ship-use gas turbine from the Russians? Well, it's just a possibility. The specific operation still needs to be planned carefully, and it also depends on luck. Due to the lack of suitable power, the Navy only built one destroyer in the entire 1990s. Now that we have encountered it, we must do our best to help. After all, the Liang factory is just an ordinary private enterprise. Only by establishing a relationship with the Navy can they have a better future. Come on, tell me in detail. In the room, Wang Hui leaned against the door, listening carefully, and a bold idea slowly formed in his mind. The next morning, at the gate of the compound, under the streetlight, Yang Shui was wearing a double-breasted windbreaker, standing tall and graceful. From time to time, she looked down at her watch and then at the intersection in the distance. At 7 o'clock, the Audi sedan appeared at the intersection, not a minute late. Yang Shui smiled and was about to wave when suddenly, the shrill roar of a motorcycle was heard from the opposite intersection. Huang Mao is bringing people here again? Yang Sui frowned. Should she go in and look for someone? These hooligans were as hard to deal with as dogskin plasters. In the Audi, Brother Chuan, what should we do? Li Jianxi said. Should we crash into him? No need. We are civilized people. To deal with these children, we can just sue the parents. Li Jianxi still stepped on the accelerator and then the brake. Translator Yang, get in the car. Yang Shui stretched out her long legs, stepped into the car, and then closed the door. At this time, the motorcycle had already arrived and was circling around the Audi. Qin Chuan stuck his head out and said, Kids, go play somewhere else. Don't delay the adults' work. Where's Wang Hui? Why didn't I see him today? Bang! There was a slight sound from behind. Kid, try taking another shot? You can't afford to pay for the damage to the car. Li Jianxi stepped on the accelerator, and the motorcycle quickly moved out of the way. The guy closest to him couldn't dodge in time and fell on his back. The Audi drove away. Translator Yang, you should stay at the company for the next few days to save trouble. Huang Mao said he wanted to study at home and prepare for college. He might be sent to the Navy to serve at the end of the year. Okay, Qin Gong, what about you? We should go back. Hey, there's Daoxiang Village in front. Let's go in and buy some snacks. Grandpa Wang likes this. This thing needs to be placed on the seat. It will get damaged easily if placed in the trunk. The Audi drove from the capital to Liang steel plant. In the car, the two of them were looking at the scenery and chatting. Brother Chuan, does this mean that we're going to Ermao's place next? Well, let's go take a look. Qin Chuan said. On the surface, we are going to the Nikolaev shipyard. The reason is that we exchanged a batch of goods with him last time, and now we're making a return visit. Then we will take the opportunity to walk around and take a look at the Shuguang Scientific Research Consortium. I never thought that the city of Nikolaev not only has a shipyard, but also a specialized gas turbine production plant. Li Jianxi was enlightened. Qin Chuan smiled and said, Ermao's family has a lot of good things, but unfortunately, he didn't meet a good parent, and the good family property was squandered in the end. When the Soviet Union collapsed and the various republics separated, the one that benefited the most was, of course, Russia, followed by Russia. The Antonov Design Bureau that develops large passenger aircraft, the Malyshev factory that produces tanks, the Motor Sich company that produces aircraft engines, and the Nikolaev shipyard that builds aircraft carriers. A good hand of cards was played badly, and it can only be said that the West was good at deceiving people. When the family split up, Ermao had a lot of mushroom bombs on hand, but after the West deceived him, Ermao destroyed them himself. Take the city of Nikolaev, for example. There are 2 shipyards that can produce heavy aircraft carrier cruisers and 10,000-ton cruisers. At the same time, it is also home to the most powerful ship power design bureau and integrated production enterprise in the Soviet Union, which the Russians call a scientific research joint production body. Since ancient times, warships have been powered by boilers, first burning coal and later heavy oil, first driving steam engines and later steam turbines. This type of power was used until the end of World War II. Later, aviation power entered the era of turbine engines. The British were the first to develop the naval spay and use aviation engines on warships. From then on, warship power entered the era of gas turbines. Gas turbines have fast startup, high power and small size, and soon became a trend. All of Britain's surface ships are powered by gas turbines, without a single boiler. The United States also uses gas turbines extensively to build a large fleet. However, Western gas turbines are all improved based on aircraft engines, referred to as aeroderivative aircraft. The famous LM2500 gas turbine is an improvement of General Electric using the TF39 turbofan engine. It has been used for decades and is still in use. However, the Russians did not take the path of aircraft modification. The Russians set up a professional gas turbine design bureau and took the path of specialization from the beginning. The glory of the Dawn Bureau began at this time. The Dawn Mechanical Design Bureau was established in 1946 and began designing and manufacturing various gas turbines in 1954. It is the largest and only gas turbine research and development and production organization in the Soviet Union. So, after the collapse of the Red Empire, Russia's warships lost all power. At first, they could still buy from the Dawn Bureau, but later the two brothers had a falling out and they completely lost their source of power. In the end, the Dawn Bureau was bombed many times and became completely in ruins. In the history of Shuguang Bureau, more than 3,000 gas turbines have been produced, accounting for one-third of the total number of gas turbines in the world. Now, the Red Empire is gone, no one wants gas turbines, and the Dawn Bureau is going through the most painful time. There's no money to pay salaries, no orders, people are leaving, dispersing. Bang! At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. What's going on? I guess the tire pressed down on a rock, and it hit the chassis. Don't worry about it. Chuan didn't care. He looked at the mountain village approaching in the distance, and said, Jianxi, let's go back to the village first. Let's send some of the cakes from Daoxiang village that we bought this morning to Grandpa Wang. Good. After his rebirth, Chuan was busy with factory work and rarely went back to the village. However, he would never forget the people who were kind to him. Grandpa Wang lived alone in the village and was quite lonely, so Chuan would go back to visit him whenever he had chance. When the Audi drove to the entrance of the village, Chuan saw Grandpa Wang standing there basking in the sun. Grandpa Wang, what are you looking at? Here are some Daxiankin cakes. Bang, bang. The trunk beeps again. Chuan frowned and said, Jianxi, is there a ghost in this trunk? What the hell? I'm not afraid. Li Jianxi walked to the back and opened the trunk. A yellow-haired guy curled up inside. The car was bumpy all the way, and it would not be comfortable hiding in the trunk. In fact, Wang Hui regretted it after the car had been driving for a while. Now, seeing the light outside again, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great. If you don't let me out, I'll pee on the car. Wang Hui said this, stretched his arms, sat up, and then prepared to go out. In the light, he saw a familiar face and was immediately frightened. Quick, put me in the trunk. Chapter 104. All the beautiful women belong to Chuan? Not fair.